After Chu Yi performed artificial respiration to save the campus Belle, the luxurious system was activated. System 999.9 billion available funds have been unlocked. Chu, what the heck is the system this powerful? System, a Koenigsegg is included as your little toy and will arrive in 10 minutes. Chu, my first car in life is a supercar. Just at this moment, his girlfriend proposed a breakup due to her association with a wealthy second-generation heir. Please, host, humiliate the materialistic woman. Complete the task to receive a shopping mall. No exceptions will be tolerated. Chu, system, I truly do not wish to show off. Could you refrain from tempting me? You simply need to flaunt. The rest will be handled by the system. Chapter 1. Artificial Respiration Saves the Campus Belle. Jiannan City, Jiangbei University. Chu held a bouquet of flowers as he made his way to the girls' dormitory. Today is the weekend, and also May 20th, a day celebrated as Valentine's Day. He intends to embark on a romantic date with his girlfriend, Chu Yi, though the expenses may be somewhat extravagant. Recently, Chu Yi's mood seemed rather poor, and she had been distant. Thus, he hoped to bring her some joy on this Valentine's Day. Chu Yi hummed a cheerful tune as he ambled along, feeling elated not solely because of Valentine's Day. Additionally, he was exhilarated as his system was on the verge of activation. While lost in thought, a line of text appeared before Chu Yi, visible only to him. Ultimate Rich Man's System Activation Progress, 999/1000. This system notification had appeared when Chu Yi reported to university 3 years prior. Having read numerous web novels, Chu Yi was well aware of what a system entailed. It was a quintessential accessory for protagonists. Knowing he possessed a system, even if it remained dormant, was enough to send him into a state of ecstatic delight. At that time, Chu Yi pondered extensively but could not find a solution, which left him somewhat despondent. It felt akin to knowing that a treasure trove lay before him filled with gold, yet being unable to unlock it, leading to immense frustration. The breakthrough came when he volunteered for a charity event to comfort the elderly, which caused the activation progress to shift from 0 to 1. This revelation guided Chu Yi toward a path of clarity. After multiple attempts, he discovered that performing a good deed would increase the progress by 1 point. With knowledge of how to activate the system, he naturally devoted himself to performing good deeds. Thus, over the past 3 years, Chu Yi had indeed been a paragon of virtue, engaging in acts of kindness ranging from offering a seat on the bus to assisting elderly women across the street, to heroic deeds such as blood donation and saving lives. To enhance his ability to do good, he even pursued extensive training in first aid at the Red Cross. For instance, the Heimlich maneuver, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and basic wound dressing techniques. Through these first aid methods, he has aided numerous individuals in need, significantly shortening the progress bar for system activation. Subsequently, he only needed to perform one more good deed for the system to activate. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds emanated from around the corner, suggesting that something significant had transpired. Nianyun, what has happened to you? Do not frighten me. How could you faint out of nowhere? Quickly awaken, Nianyun, you must wake up. At this sight, Chu Yi's eyes brightened. It appeared that the system could indeed be activated today. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the source of the commotion. Rounding the corner, he discovered a girl had collapsed. Nearby, a girl with twin ponytails, clad in a black Lolita dress, was fervently shaking her unconscious companion. Numerous students had halted their steps, surrounding the scene, seemingly wary of attracting trouble, keeping a considerable distance. Chu Yi, however, was undeterred. Possessing a first aid certification, he understood that as long as he executed the appropriate emergency measures, he would not bear legal responsibility, even if the attempt at rescue were to fail. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the unconscious young lady was exceptionally beautiful. Even in her unconscious state, her pallor could not obscure her striking features. Her eyes were like painted art, with a delicate nose and a small cherry-red mouth that appeared slightly drained of color, evoking a sense of sympathy. She seemed somewhat familiar, but Chu Yi could not immediately recall her identity. Nonetheless, saving her was paramount. Chu Yi gently tapped the shoulder of the girl with ponytails, saying, "Classmate, please stop shaking her. She has not responded to your calls for some time and is likely unconscious. Could you please call for an ambulance?" I have some knowledge of first aid and can assist with the necessary measures. Chu Yi promptly halted the actions of the girl with ponytails. Hearing his calm and composed voice, she appeared to find reassurance, quickly retrieving her phone to dial for emergency assistance. Meanwhile, Chu Yi monitored the unconscious girl's chest and abdomen for any signs of movement while swiftly recalling the first aid knowledge he had acquired. If someone falls into unconsciousness, the first step is to call for an ambulance, followed by checking whether the individual has regained consciousness. The emergency call had indeed been placed by the girl with ponytails. Based on her previous actions, it was evident that the unconscious girl had lost awareness. The next step was to assess whether her breathing and heartbeat were normal. Should breathing and heartbeat cease, artificial respiration must be administered. Upon this realization, Chu Yi felt a surge of anxiety. Although he had undergone training in cardiopulmonary resuscitation, he had rarely applied it in everyday life. This was indeed his first encounter with a person in such a state of unconsciousness. However, if this young lady were truly experience cardiac arrest and cease breathing, he would have to resort to desperate measures. Once the heart stops beating, the brain will cease receiving blood supply, and a person can lose consciousness within 6 seconds. The actual window for effective rescue is approximately 4 minutes, often referred to as the golden 4 minutes. If the first aid measures are effective and oxygen supply to the brain is promptly restored, consciousness can be rapidly regained. Conversely, if timely rescue is not administered or ineffective measures are employed, even if blood supply is later restored, the damage to brain tissue becomes irreversible. This could result in the comatose individual experiencing brain death, effectively rendering them a vegetative state. Whether for the sake of saving a life or activating the system, Chu Yi could not permit this young woman to perish in vain. After a brief contemplation and observing her respiratory activity for 5 seconds, Chu Yi confirmed that the unconscious girl had entered a state of apnea. He crouched down and gently pressed his hand against her carotid artery to ascertain whether a heartbeat was present. Her heartbeat has also ceased. Chu Yi furrowed his brow and quickly informed the girl with ponytails, "Your friend has experienced cardiac arrest and is not breathing. We must commence cardiopulmonary resuscitation immediately, or she may die." The girl with ponytails was taken aback. "Is it that serious? Do you know CPR? Please save her." Chu Yi nodded, continuing, "I will begin CPR right away. Please go to the infirmary and summon the school nurse, and bring the AED from there." "All right, I will go at once," the girl with ponytails exclaimed before sprinting towards the infirmary. Observing this, Chu Yi quickly leaned down, quietly apologizing. "I am sorry, young lady. I am here to save you. I hope you can understand." Chu Yi thought to himself, his hands never faltering as he interlaced his fingers and pressed down rhythmically on the lower segment of the unconscious girl's sternum, initiating compressions. The soft sensation stirred something within him, and he silently counted the compressions: 01, 02, 03, 04, 28, 29, 30. After completing 30 compressions with adequate recoil, he proceeded to administer 2 rescue breaths. Chu Yi elevated the unconscious girl's chin to clear the airway, pinched her nose with one hand, and held her chin with the other to open her mouth. Once prepared, he leaned down to deliver the breaths. Chapter 2. The Activation of the Supreme Godly Rich System. The tender sensation of her soft lips was exquisite, accompanied by a faint yet alluring fragrance, leading Chu Yi to feel that his virtuous act today was indeed worthwhile. However, there was a slight shortcoming. The temperature of the young lady was rather low. Her rosy lips felt somewhat cool to the touch. After taking 2 deep breaths, Chu Yi repeated his previous actions, 30 chest compressions and 2 rescue breaths. As he performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on the unconscious girl, the number of onlookers gradually increased. It seemed that the girl who had fainted was the campus belle, Shen Yinyun. Indeed, it was her. Can you believe he is performing mouth-to-mouth on the campus belle? I am so envious. Envious of what? Can you do mouth-to-mouth? I can't. But I'm still envious. How long has the campus belle been unconscious? Has anyone called for the school doctor? She has been out for about 3 minutes. Someone has gone to fetch the school doctor, and the emergency call has been made. Classmate, how do you know all this so clearly? Because I was right here at the beginning, but I didn't know what to do, so I could only watch helplessly. Just then, a girl with twin ponytails arrived, panting, and shouted, "The school doctor is here. Please make way." Upon hearing this, the crowd obediently parted to create a pathway. Although many students were unfamiliar with emergency procedures, they understood the gravity of the situation. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you." The girl with the ponytails expressed her gratitude as she hurried towards Chu Yi and Shen Yinyun. The petite school doctor, Tao Li, followed closely behind, carrying an AED. They swiftly arrived at the scene of the emergency. At this moment, beads of sweat had begun to form on Chu Yi's forehead. Despite the brief span of just a few minutes, he had been under immense pressure, his nerves taut. Seeing the twin-tailed girl accompanied by Dr. Tao Li eased his anxious heart, especially upon noticing the AED that she brought along. Over the past 3 years, wherever help was needed, he was sure to be there, resulting in frequent visits to the infirmary. Naturally, he had grown quite familiar with Dr. Tao Li. She approached him and expertly opened the AED. Chu Yi, I'll take over from here, but I'll need your assistance. Chu Yi nodded. And after completing another cycle of resuscitation, he rose to his feet. Dr. Tao, just let me know what you need. Tao Li nodded and continued. Please help me lift the patient's shoulders. We need to remove her bra for defibrillation. Chu Yi complied, raising Shen Yinyun's upper body. Tao Li deftly undid her clothing and checked for any metallic items on her person. Subsequently, she placed the electrode pads, coated with conductive gel, inside Shen Yinyun's clothing, positioning them appropriately. Though ideally, all extraneous clothing would be removed, the multitude of onlookers made this a less than ideal situation, forcing Tao Li to resort to this compromise. Soon, the defibrillator began its diagnostic process. After approximately 10 seconds, it emitted a warning. Do not recommend shock. Continue CPR. Upon receiving the device's directive, Tao Li immediately resumed chest compressions on Shen Yinyun. Just as Chu Yi had stood up, the twin-tailed girl approached him. Hello, classmate. I'm Xiang Lan. Thanks to you. If this had taken too long, Yinyun might have been in grave danger. Xiang Lan's face was filled with gratitude. Chu Yi waved his hand dismissively. Hello. I'm Chu Yi. This is merely my duty, and don't celebrate too soon. Yinyun's heart rate hasn't returned yet. Upon hearing this, Xiang Lan appeared worried and glanced at Dr. Tao Li, silently praying for Shen Yinyun's recovery. Only then did Chu Yi take a moment to assess Xiang Lan. To his surprise, he found her to be a stunning beauty, rivaling Shen Yinyun, with fair skin, expressive eyes, and her twin ponytails exuding youthful exuberance. She evoked an irresistible urge to draw closer. Standing at approximately 165 centimeters, her adorable Lolita attire did little to conceal her remarkable figure, while her white stockings accentuated her shapely legs. Beautiful. Her physique is truly exceptional. Chu Yi silently praised her, recognizing that such beauty could easily place her among the ranks of campus belles. By all accounts, he should have heard of Xiang Lan, yet for reasons unknown. It seemed the students at Jiangbei University were unaware of her presence. This led him to deduce that perhaps Xiang Lan was not a student of the institution. In contrast, Shen Yinyun was a different story. As the campus belle of Jiangbei University, Chu Yi was well acquainted with her name. He recalled the comments made by the surrounding students moments earlier. The familiarity stemmed from her frequent appearances as a host at various school events and functions. Just as Chu Yi was lost in thought, Tao Li interrupted him. Chu Yi, come help me. I can't keep this up. Startled, he rushed to her side, observing her panting heavily. Performing CPR was indeed physically demanding, and given Tao Li's petite stature of around 1.5 meters, it was no surprise she was struggling after such an extended effort. Realizing this, Chu Yi took over her position and resumed chest compressions. However, this time, he noticed something unusual. The sensation was markedly more pronounced than before. His face flushed, as he recalled that Tao Li had removed Shen Yinyun's clothing in order to use the AED. Who else but me would dare to tread this path? Chu Yi gritted his teeth, mentally reciting, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Despite the turmoil within, his hands continued their vital motions, diligently repeating the CPR steps. Throughout the ensuing process, as Tao Li's stamina waned, Chu Yi unhesitatingly embraced the arduous task of performing continuous CPR on Shen Yinyun. Meanwhile, Tao Li assisted from the sidelines, occasionally employing the AED for defibrillation. Approximately 8 minutes after Shen Yinyun had collapsed, the AED's display screen revealed a normal electrocardiogram waveform. She had regained sinus rhythm. However, Tao Li did not relent, insisting that Chu Yi continue with the CPR. This left Chu Yi both exhausted and elated. Exhausted indeed. After several minutes of administering chest compressions, his arms grew sore and stiff from maintaining the same posture. Yet, the source of his elation was unmistakable. Finally, after 12 minutes had elapsed since Shen Yinyun's fainting spell, the ambulance arrived. The medical personnel carefully transferred Shen Yinyun into the ambulance, transporting her to the first hospital of Jiannan City for further emergency treatment. Xiang Lan also climbed aboard the ambulance, but not before adding Chu Yi on WeChat, promising to express gratitude together once Shen Yinyun regained consciousness. Chu Yi accepted with delight. Although his motivations for helping were complex, saving a life remained paramount. The thought of receiving gratitude from those he had assisted brought him joy. While anonymity in good deeds was not out of the question, he felt no need for it. With that, the situation reached a conclusion. As the ambulance departed, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Tally packed away the AED and bid Chu Yi farewell before returning to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Chu Yi excitedly gazed at the ever-changing text before him. Activation progress of the Supreme Godly Rich System, 10001000. The host has met the activation conditions for the system. Activation in progress. System activation successful. Chapter 3. The Luxurious Gift Package, Unexpected Breakup. Issuing the Beginner's Gift Package. A staggering 9 billion funds have been unlocked, accompanied by a top-tier hypercar. The Koenigsegg Chimera, as your delightful toy, which will arrive in 10 minutes. Esteemed host, through your relentless efforts, you have successfully activated this system, and your life will be transformed as a result. Please relish the life of a wealthy individual. Oh my, 9,999 small goals. And a hypercar? Is this for real? Chu Yi could scarcely believe it. Although he knew systems were remarkable, he never anticipated his would be this extraordinary. He recognized the Koenigsegg Chimera as the latest model from Koenigsegg and the first four-seater hypercar in production, with a starting price of 19.8 million. Indeed, it's more genuine than gold. The system assured. Can I spend that over 900 billion freely? With no limitations? Chu Yi remained somewhat skeptical. This felt too surreal. Yes. As the possessor of the most powerful luxury system, you simply need to spend. The rest will be managed by the system. Whether you use a bank card or mobile payment, deductions will be made from the 9 billion funds. No need to worry about insufficient balance. Due to the host's doubts regarding the system's authenticity, professional racing driver-level driving experience has been awarded. A torrent of vast memories surged into Chu Yi's mind. Within mere seconds, it felt as though he had undergone years of professional training and competition. Now, he could rival professional racing drivers. A look of unrestrained ecstasy spread across Chu Yi's face. Have I finally achieved success through good deeds? This is simply exhilarating. An exhilarating start. With a hypercar as a toy, and to top it off, a racing driver-level driving experience. System, you are truly magnificent. By the way, do you possess any additional functions? The host can accumulate admiration points through certain actions, which can be exchanged for items in the system store. The system will periodically issue penalty-free tasks, which the host may choose to accept or decline at will. These are all the functions of this system. Everything prioritizes the host. You only need to enjoy the life of a wealthy individual. Chu Yi felt as though fortune had finally smiled upon him. Compared to the novels he had read, his system was simply unparalleled. Other systems had their flaws, yet his was wholly dedicated to serving him. After regaining some composure, Chu Yi decided to test whether the small funds from the beginner's gift package would actually arrive. Let me recharge 1 million into WeChat and see. Chu Yi took out his phone, and after a series of operations, the balance astonishingly displayed 100,036,635. Wow, it's indeed real. I'm taking off. Glancing at the balance on his phone, he noticed several passing students staring at him with the same wide-eyed gaze. Although not embarrassed, Chu Yi felt his behavior was somewhat ostentatious. It wouldn't be good if they mistook him for a lunatic. With this thought, he firmly slapped his own face, gradually calming his emotions. He then strolled towards the girls' dormitory, occasionally bursting into fits of strange laughter when no one was around. Soon. Chu Yi arrived at the foot of the girls' dormitory, and noticing Suyu had yet to come down, he called her. Xiaoyu, I'm downstairs at your dormitory. Come down. Chu Yi's mood was buoyant, and his tone was particularly affectionate. Just wait a moment, Suyu replied nonchalantly, hanging up before Chu Yi could say goodbye. This made Chu Yi raise an eyebrow, but he didn't take it to heart. He and Suyu had been together for nearly 3 years. Suyu, with her striking beauty, was the belle of the school of management. However, Chu Yi was no slouch either. One might even say he was of a godlike appearance, excelling in both looks and physique, as well as academic performance. Initially, it was Suyu who pursued Chu Yi, captivated by his handsome looks and academic prowess. As the saying goes, a girl chasing a boy is like a veil between them, and with Suyu's own charm, they quickly became a couple. Their handsome and beautiful relationship was the envy of many. However, there were some underlying tensions between them. Often, Chu Yi, engrossed in unlocking the system and doing good deeds, lacked time to accompany Suyu for shopping or dining. To Suyu, this seemed indicative of insufficient affection. Consequently, they had quarreled on numerous occasions, leaving Chu Yi with only a wry smile in response. He certainly couldn't say to Suyu, wait until I complete 1,000 good deeds, and my system will activate. Because of these matters, Chu Yi felt quite guilty towards Suyu. After all, she was his girlfriend, and he indeed had not been attentive enough. Thus, he exerted every effort to fulfill Chu Yi's desires, whether it was holiday red envelopes, Valentine's gifts, or the ceremonial aspects of her birthday. He endeavored to meet her expectations, all in hopes of bringing her joy. Sometimes, when his living expenses fell short, he took on part-time work to earn extra income. At times, when he was just a bit short, he resorted to borrowing through credit services to manage. However, as time passed, Chu Yi's material demands gradually increased. Chu Yi's family circumstances were average, providing him with only 2,000 yuan per month for living expenses. Gradually, he found himself unable to satisfy Chu Yi's material needs. Even with his part-time work and borrowed funds, he could not fulfill her desires. Consequently, Chu Yi's attitude towards Chu Yi had grown somewhat distant. Today, on the 5/20 Valentine's Day, Chu Yi spent extravagantly to win Chu Yi back. He first spent 800 yuan on a dinner of her favorite Japanese cuisine, followed by 188 yuan for a private cinema. He also booked a room with a king-sized bed at the 5-star Hilton, costing 600 yuan, including gifts, flowers, and red envelopes. It all added up to around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, more than his entire monthly living allowance, all painstakingly saved. However, for Chu Yi in his current situation, this amount no longer seemed exorbitant. He planned to surprise Chu Yi shortly. Should he reveal that he is, in fact, a rich second-generation heir living life to the fullest? Or should he tell her that he won a super prize and is now fabulously wealthy? A smile crept across Chu Yi's lips as he envisioned Chu Yi's expression upon hearing the news. System, how long until the hypercar from the beginner's gift package arrives? Esteemed host, the Koenigsegg Gemera will arrive in 5 minutes. Chu Yi clapped his hands, beaming with joy. I can't wait. My very first car. Everything is in place. I just need the final touch. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed in the corridor of the dormitory building, and Chu Yi looked up, his eyes sparkling. It was Chu Yi. Today, she was dressed stunningly. Her exquisite makeup revealed the effort she had put in, and her chestnut-colored waves cascaded elegantly. The fitted white bodycon dress paired with black stockings and high heels, complemented by a brand-new handbag, made her a captivating sight. Yet, in Chu Yi's eyes, these were not the main attraction. From his perspective, it was evident that Chu Yi placed great importance on their Valentine's Day date, which confirmed that his preparations were not in vain. Sharing a meal, watching a movie, and spending the night together would surely rekindle their affection as it once was. Moreover, with his newfound wealth, the future promised to be even brighter. As he observed Chu Yi halt before him, Chu Yi smiled and stepped forward, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp hers. However, with a sharp clap, she swatted his hand away. Stunned, Chu Yi looked up at Chu Yi, who stood with her arms crossed, her expression devoid of emotion as she spoke. Chu Yi, let us part ways. Part ways? Why? Chu Yi was taken aback. How could she abruptly suggest a breakup over these few days of Cold War? Chu Yi scrutinized him disdainfully, her gaze sweeping over his attire. Look at yourself. Dressed inadequately for Valentine's Day, and you usually wear those cheap 3-piece sets from Taobao. I feel embarrassed to be seen with you. The handbag I desire is beyond your means, the clothes I covet are unattainable for you, and you'd have to work part-time for days to afford a single lipstick. Being with you is simply a waste of my youth. Hearing this, Chu Yi felt a surge of anger. You find my attire lacking? I've been scrimping and saving just to afford gifts for you. I've fulfilled your desires for romantic gestures and surprises, and never neglected to give you red envelopes during festivals. Yet, you complain that I lack wealth and fail to present myself well. And now you wish to end our relationship? Chu Yi nodded haughtily, a look of contempt on her face. Yes. I disdain your lack of money and your inability to dress well. Aside from being somewhat handsome and academically inclined, you are utterly lacking. I was young and naive back then, but now I seek higher aspirations. You can no longer satisfy my needs. People strive for greater heights, and water flows to lower grounds. I hope you can respect that. A crowd of passers-by began to notice their heated exchange, intrigued by the spectacle. Oh, I've heard rumors of breakups on 520, but to witness one today is quite the surprise. This definitely deserves a breakup canon. One onlooker remarked, that guy looks familiar. He.S. the one who performed CPR on Shin Yin. What? He was so close to the school beauty? Now he.S. being dumped by his girlfriend. How satisfying. Wow. That guy is quite handsome. So helpful. Where can one find someone like him? His girlfriend truly doesn't he appreciate her fortune. I agree. If he doesn't he mind, I'd gladly take his place. Shut up. Don't steal my boyfriend. Chu Yi, however, was oblivious to the chatter around him. He was incensed by Chu Yi's words. Do you regard our 3 years of love as worthless? Is my kindness so cheap? Chu Yi scoffed, raising the designer handbag she carried. Do you see this? It's a Louis Vuitton Lock Me Tender bag, gifted to me by Jiang Lei, costing 20,000. It would take you months of part-time work to afford it. Compared to a solid material foundation, What does your affection count for? In a fit of rage, Chu Yi seized Su Yu's shoulders and replied fiercely, "Gifted by Zhang? Have you been unfaithful to me?" He never anticipated that on this day of love, he would find himself in such a predicament. Was this what they called the irony of fortune? To live well, one must wear a shade of green. After struggling for some time, Su Yu finally broke free from his grasp, frowning as she brushed off the marks he left. "You lack the ability to support me. What is wrong with me seeking a man who can?" She declared with clarity. "I've made myself clear. Please do not pursue me any longer." After uttering those words, Su Yu pulled out a compact mirror from her bag, focusing on retouching her makeup. She had a date with Zhang Lei soon, and her appearance was paramount. "You should leave while you can." Zhang Lei mentioned he would arrive in a luxury car to pick me up. "Staying here will only lead to further embarrassment for you." Chu Yi, seething with anger, let out a sardonic laugh. "Very well. I believed I was devoted to you, attending to your needs and showing you warmth. Yet this is the outcome. I might as well consider these 3 years a waste. I hope you do not come to regret your actions." Initially, he had been elated about activating the system, but Su Yu's betrayal made him feel worse than if he had swallowed a fly. Beep. Host extreme dissatisfaction detected. Optional task released. Slap the gold digger. Accepting and completing the task will reward ownership of Jian Nan International Shopping Center. Declining incurs no penalty. The sudden task from the system caused Chu Yi to pause in his tracks. He hadn't anticipated such a generous offer. The system provided a choice before he even contemplated how to address the situation. Completing the task would grant him a shopping center, and refusing would bear no consequences. Why not seize the opportunity? Chu Yi silently accepted the task. At that moment, the distant roar of an engine echoed, growing louder as it approached. The onlookers turned their heads, erupting in exclamations. "Wow, that sports car is stunning. I wonder whose it is. I would love to have a relationship with such an impressive guy that doesn't end in heartbreak. Wait, is that a Koenigsegg Gemera? Is that rich kid truly this wealthy? And there are 2 Mercedes escorting it. Bro, do you recognize this car? It's the latest Koenigsegg model, the first ever 4-seater supercar, capable of accelerating to 100 in just 19 seconds. Priced from 19.8 million. Incredible. Wow. The couple that was just arguing is now facing off against a rich second generation. That girl mentioned a rich heir would come to pick her up. Could it be he has arrived? It seems this guy is losing out big time." Su Yu, having endured a harsh rebuke, was about to retort when she heard the crowd's gossip, and a confident smile crept across her face. She directed a derisive laugh at Chu Yi. "Huh? No girl ever regrets dumping a poor man. Certainly not me. Do you hear that? It's undoubtedly Zhang Lei coming to pick me up." Chu Yi turned to the source of the engine noise, nearly bursting into laughter. 2 Mercedes S-classes flanked a sleek gray sports car, gliding toward them. "Goodness. Isn't that the Koenigsegg Gemera the system gifted me? Su Yu, the gold digger, actually thinks Zhang Lei is driving this car to pick her up?" Chu Yi suddenly realized how to fulfill the system's task. "Su Yu, Zhang Lei has arrived. You should get in the car." He wore an innocent smile, devoid of any trace of anger, turning to Su Yu. This caught her off guard, but upon seeing the striking sports car parked beneath the girl's dormitory, and recalling Zhang Lei's promise to arrive in a luxury vehicle, she felt a surge of happiness. The incessant chatter from the envious onlookers filled Su Yu with an unprecedented thrill, her vanity basking in immense satisfaction. Zhang Lei had only been with her for a short while, yet he treated her with such exceptional kindness. Arriving in a luxurious sports car to pick her up on Valentine's Day, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Had she noticed the surrounding young girls, their eyes brimming with admiration? Moreover, she had heard that this supercar started at a staggering price of 19.8 million. On Valentine's Day, Zhang Lei had chosen to drive this magnificent vehicle just to take her out on a date. This clearly illustrated the immense wealth he possessed. In comparison to the impoverished Chu Yi, he was leagues above. Chapter 5. The display of power, slapping the materialistic woman in the face. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Yu eagerly approached the Koenigsegg Gemera. She no longer wished to cast a glance at Chu Yi, a man devoid of wealth and capability, whose only talent seemed to be empty boasting. At that moment, 4 imposing men clad in black suits emerged from 2 Mercedes. Standing resolutely in front of the Koenigsegg Gemera, Su Yu initially assumed these were bodyguards that Zhang Lei had arranged to assist her in entering the car, and her heart swelled with delight. She continued on her path, turning her head to mockingly glance at Chu Yi. "Chu Yi, do you see? We are destined to inhabit entirely different worlds. Some things, one is simply born without, and in this lifetime will never possess. I hope you can recognize your place and keep your distance from me. Otherwise, my boyfriend might become quite upset." Just as she approached the Koenigsegg Gemera, the 4 bodyguards extended their arms to block her path. "I'm sorry, miss, but loitering is not permitted here." Su Yu was taken aback, nearly colliding with them. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, it seems Zhang Lei's bodyguards are not inclined to show you any courtesy. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Huh. This woman appears to have misunderstood the situation. It's hilarious. It turns out this car isn't here to pick her up after all. I can't believe I envied her for so long. Haha. This is too funny. Her expression was soaring high, and now she looks as if she's just ingested something foul. Today's gossip is indeed delightful and plentiful. Chu Yi soon realized something was amiss, her complexion paling as she took a few steps back, casting a bewildered gaze at the opulent sports car before her. Although it seemed she had misjudged the situation, a flicker of hope remained in her heart. She still wished that this luxurious vehicle had been sent by Zhang Lei to take her on a date. At this moment, the circular door of the driver's seat of the Koenigsegg Gemera slowly opened, revealing a man in a blue suit, sporting sunglasses and braids. Upon alighting, he removed his sunglasses and surveyed his surroundings, quickly spotting Chu Yi and walking toward him with palpable excitement, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "Mr. Chu, as per your request, your vehicle has arrived. There was a bit of traffic on the way, so I apologize for the delay." Chu Yi was left in stunned silence, her expression rigid. This luxurious sports car belonged to Chu Yi? How could that be possible? She had been with Chu Yi for 3 years, and she thought she knew him inside out. She was well aware of his family's financial situation. He could never afford such a lavish vehicle. Even winning the lottery would not suffice. The grand prize of the lottery was only 5 million. This was inconceivable. The crowd around them was equally astonished. Many had been present during the argument between Chu Yi and Chu Yi, expecting a typical tale of a materialistic woman latching onto a wealthy heir, casting aside her impoverished boyfriend. Instead, they were met with an astonishing revelation. Was this not a thrilling twist? The gold digger had attached herself to a wealthy heir, only to discover that the seemingly poor man was, in fact, a hidden tycoon? That young man is so handsome and wealthy. I find him utterly charming. Incredible. Today has truly opened my eyes. Is this not a case of buying the box while discarding the pearl, being unable to discern true value, and picking at the sesame while letting go of the watermelon? Look at that woman's expression. Just moments ago, she was so proud she could have taken flight. And now her face is paler than fine porcelain. I'll go ahead and call him husband first. Admiration points, 10. Admiration points, 10. Admiration points, 10. Chu Yi's eyes sparkled. So, it turned out that flaunting wealth could garner admiration points. The murmurs of the crowd pierced Chu Yi's heart like arrows, each taunt rendering her expression more wretched. The man in the braided suit warmly shook hands with Chu Yi, introducing himself. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Tang Wen, the manager of the Supercar Rental and Sales Club in Jiannan City. Here are the keys to the Koenigsegg Gemera. Please take care of them." Tang Wen produced a shield-shaped key and handed it to Chu Yi. "All the relevant documents are inside the car. You will find them upon entry." "There's no need for such courtesy, Manager Tang. I have some matters to attend to, but I will reach out to you regarding any questions about the vehicle later." Chu Yi replied with a slight nod. Tang Wen, with a face full of respect, nodded in return and stood by, not leaving. His superior had instructed him to deliver the car to the female dormitory of Jiangbei University within 10 minutes, along with the owner's information and photograph, ensuring it reached the rightful owner. Failing to do so would result in his immediate dismissal. This thought had left him tense for a full 10 minutes. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, he would have been left to lament his lost high-paying job. This Chu Yi appeared to be a wealthy young master with significant connections. Tang Wen hoped to exchange contact information once Chu Yi concluded his business. Chu Yi, however, paid little mind to Tang Wen's ulterior motives, exchanging only a few pleasantries. After taking the keys, he toyed with them in his hand, finding them remarkably advanced, resembling a full-screen smartphone, allowing him to unlock the doors, lock the vehicle, and activate the lights with ease. He silently praised the opulence of the supercar. Even the keys were extravagant. As for Tang Wen's delivery of the car, Chu Yi was not particularly surprised. After all, with a system in place that allowed for such extravagant expenditure, it was evident that its capabilities transcended ordinary understanding. Therefore, having the manager of the supercar arrive to deliver the vehicle was a trivial matter, considering he had yet to complete the task assigned by the system. It seemed he had not yet met its standards. After some contemplation, Chu Yi approached the Koenigsegg Gemera, giving the hood a hearty slap, causing gasps of shock among the onlookers. This was a $20 million supercar. How could he be so brazen, treating it so casually? If they were to possess such a vehicle, they would be inclined to carry it on their backs, meticulously polishing it, treating it like a revered ancestor, and ensuring that every passenger was cautious not to dirty their beloved car. Chu Yi turned towards Chu Yi, whose expression was a complex mixture of emotions, and spoke calmly. "I once believed that 3 years of shared experiences could reveal a person's true character, but it seems I was mistaken. I concealed my identity to engage in a romantic game with you, yet you regarded me as a mere pauper. The supercar you so ardently desire is but a trivial toy to me. He pulled out his phone, executing another series of operations, and soon a notification chimed. 200,000 yuan has been credited. The spectators around them were left utterly stunned, their mouths agape, uttering nothing but exclamations of awe and admiration. Chapter 6. Task completed. The guilty Jianglei. Though the steadily increasing admiration value brought a sense of secret delight to Chu Yi, it did not hinder his subsequent display of arrogance. Observing Su Yu's vividly expressive countenance, a mocking smile crept onto his lips. This 5,200,000 was initially intended as your 520 red envelope, but alas. It seems you would prefer to dine on Jianglei's chicken over a mere $20,000 bag. TSK, I must admit, your recent maneuver has left me utterly astounded. However, it has also unveiled your true nature. Upon hearing Chu Yi's scornful barbs, Su Yu felt a pang of discomfort, accompanied by an intense inner turmoil. The wealth that Chu Yi exhibited was beyond her belief. Initially, she had consoled herself with the notion that his luxury vehicle was merely rented. Yet, the audacity with which he flaunted his car suggested otherwise. Who would dare act so brazenly if they were merely a renter? It seemed the notification of funds in his Alipay account might indeed be genuine. She found herself yearning to lower her pride and reconcile with Chu Yi. Yet, the thought of her earlier haughty demeanor made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She wished fervently to find a crevice in the earth to hide, even to the extent of excavating the Pentagon. Previously, she had arrogantly dismissed Chu Yi as a pauper, a sentiment echoed by many nearby, claiming that the bag gifted by Jianglei was beyond his months of salary. Yet here was Chu Yi, effortlessly brandishing 5,200,000, completely unfazed by the luxury car worth 20 million. He was nothing short of a super-rich heir. Su Yu had long harbored dreams of marrying into wealth. And now her former boyfriend of 3 years, once a mere poor boy, had transformed into an object of her aspirations. This was simply surreal. Should she humble herself and seek reconciliation? Su Yu found herself ensnared in a web of anxiety. However, she soon made a decision. If she could reunite with Chu Yi, all her dreams, luxuries, sports cars, villas, would be within her grasp. She approached Chu Yi with slow, deliberate steps, casting him a pitiful glance. Chu Yi, I was at fault just now. I truly did not wish for things to unfold this way. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring ownership of the Jiannan International Shopping Center. Success. A wave of joy washed over Chu Yi. The Jiannan International Shopping Center was a landmark in Jiannan City, a vast commercial complex encompassing shopping, leisure, entertainment, dining, and office spaces. While he was uncertain of its precise value, he understood that he had acquired several new ambitions. Sometimes, having an abundance of wealth feels merely like a numeric abstraction. Chu Yi mused. Seeing Chu Yi smile, Su Yu mistakenly believed her plea for reconciliation had struck a chord. Seizing the moment, she wrapped her arms around his, drawing him close, occasionally nuzzling against him. Chu Yi, I realize my mistake. Will you forgive me? Initially, Chu Yi had been contemplating a trip to the shopping center to purchase some clothing and enhance his appearance. Though a man, he believed that one should always dress well. However, Su Yu's embrace disrupted his thoughts. The softness of her touch caused him to frown. He did not find her transformation appealing, as she now struck him as a mere opportunist. Just moments ago, she had cast him aside, and now, drawn by the allure of wealth, she clung to him. What was the difference between her and a price-tag commodity? Realizing this, Chu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. He found her presence repugnant and forcefully pushed her away. Get lost, you nauseating gold digger. Stay away from me. Su Yu stared at him in disbelief. In her memory, Chu Yi had always been genteel and poised, accommodating her every request. Chu Yi, I have acknowledged my mistakes. Can you not find it in your heart to forgive me? Upon hearing her illogical plea, Chu Yi's anger flared. Why should he forgive her simply because she admitted her faults? Did she not reflect on the absurdity of her prior actions? You sowed discord in our relationship. I could house an entire flock of sheep with the burden of your betrayal on my shoulders. Yet Su Yu remained undeterred, biting her lip. I truly understand my mistakes. After all we've shared, could you not grant me another chance? The more she spoke, the angrier he became. This woman had discarded him without hesitation due to his lack of wealth, and now, upon discovering his affluence, she shamelessly sought to reconcile. He realized he had been blind for 3 years. People aspire to ascend, while others sink. I hope you can reflect on your actions. I have made my stance abundantly clear. Please do not pursue me any further. We inhabit entirely different worlds. Chu Yi echoed her previous words, feeling a surge of vindication. Upon hearing this, Su Yu stood frozen, torn between leaving and staying. She felt as though she had lost something invaluable, and the more she pondered, the deeper her sorrow grew, leading her to crouch on the ground, covering her face, weeping uncontrollably. Watching this scene unfold, Chu Yi felt no pity. Rather, he believed she deserved her fate. Had she not betrayed him, they could have been joyfully cruising in a supercar, embarking on a date together. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Given the circumstances, he would never relent. Yet, a portion of his anger remained unvented. After all, he still had to settle the score with that scoundrel, Zhang Lei, just as Chu Yi prepared to depart. A cacophony of car horns erupted from the periphery of the onlookers. Beep, beep. The gathered students parted to allow the vehicle access. A blue Porsche Panamera glided to a halt nearby, from which emerged a young man sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, clad in a white shirt and black trousers. It was Zhang Lei. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhang Lei's gaze fell upon the Koenigsegg Gemera parked nearby. Chewing gum, he let out a whistle. Wow. Today S520 is quite lively. I wonder which lucky fellow is here to pick up a girl in a Koenigsegg. After a moment of admiration, he noticed the gathering crowd. Crouched on the ground, weeping, was Chu Yi. Standing nearby was Chu Yi, and beside him was that scoundrel, Tang Ge. Zhang Lei's heart skipped a beat. What was Tang Wen doing here? Initially, seeing Chu Yi in tears had irked him, as she was the girl he had invited out, and it was only right to confront her ex. However, upon spotting Tang Wen, his heart sank. The situation was not trivial. His Panamera was rented from Tang Wen. If Tang Wen brought it up, his reputation as a wealthy heir would come crashing down. Contemplating this, Zhang Lei chose to ignore Chu Yi and Chu Yi, instead approaching Tang Wen with a smile. Tang Ge, what a coincidence. What brings you to Jiang University today? Tang Wen, having just witnessed the unfolding drama, felt somewhat awkward. He had anticipated a minor incident, only to find Chu Yi fiercely confronting a gold-digging woman. Now, he was uncertain whether to request contact information. Just then, Zhang Lei approached. Stirring his curiosity, he had overheard Chu Yi's words, and the person who had encroached upon his territory was also named Zhang Lei. How could such coincidences exist? With a glance at Chu Yi, Tang Wen subtly observed his expression, which was decidedly unfavorable as he fixed his gaze upon Zhang Lei. In that instant, Tang Wen's heart was resolute. This Zhang Lei was indeed the one who had attempted to usurp Chu Xiao's affections. A cunning plan began to form in Tang Wen's mind, and he called out loudly to Zhang Lei. Oh, is that not Zhang Lei? Your lease on that Panamera is about to expire. Are you planning to renew it? Chapter 7. The Faux Rich Second Generation and the Crumbling Chu Yi. Zhang Lei's countenance shifted dramatically. How could Tang Wen bring up such an inconvenient topic? His loud proclamation would surely expose him to everyone nearby. As anticipated, laughter erupted from the crowd at Tang Wen's words. I know this Zhang Lei. He has been parading around with the facade of a rich second generation, charming women, and claiming that Panamera was a birthday gift from his father. Ha ha ha. So it's a rental. No wonder we sometimes see him without a car, only driving it occasionally during holidays to impress women. How did I not realize this before? This is utterly hilarious. Zhang Lei has just socially self-destructed. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Today's gossip is abundant. I've recorded it all, and will upload it to the campus forum later for everyone to witness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei's smile appeared increasingly forced. Brother Tang, you must be mistaken. It was actually my cousin who rented it from you, right? As he uttered these words, Zhang Lei's eyes desperately signaled to Tang Wen, hoping he would grasp the implication. Tang Wen secretly chuckled. As a businessman, he knew precisely what to say and what not to. Particularly concerning clients who rented luxury cars, maintaining face was paramount. However, since he had already spoken, he had no intention of sparing Zhang Lei's pride, especially given his offense against Chu Xiao. It was time to make use of the situation. How could I forget? I distinctly remember you once begging me for a discount of 1,000 yuan, even slipping me 2 crumpled bills. Instantly, the crowd erupted in laughter. 6666, taking crumpled bills. Is this the lifestyle of a rich second generation? It seems rather lackluster. I can't shake the feeling that Zhang Lei is a phony rich kid. Exactly. It's like what they say online, all glitzy packaging while being broke on the inside. I've heard of such people, renting luxury cars, wearing counterfeit luxury goods, pretending to be rich while investing minimally. Even the gifts they give are fake. Even Chu Yi, who had been crying, looked up in bewilderment at Zhang Lei. His face paled drastically. He sensed that if he lingered any longer, his true nature would be exposed. Without even acknowledging Tang Wen, he rushed to Chu Yi's side, grasping her hand, intent on departing. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the outskirts of the crowd as a police siren blared, parting the onlookers to create a pathway. A police car glided in, parking beside the Panamera that Zhang Lei had rented. 2 officers disembarked and approached Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei, we have received a report from a woman named Zhang, claiming you defrauded her of a substantial sum of 50,000 yuan. Please accompany us to the station for an investigation. Chu Yi could not suppress a laugh. It turned out this scoundrel not only swindled in matters of the heart, but also financially. He had initially planned to teach Zhang Lei a lesson, but it seemed that would have to wait until after the police concluded their inquiry. Upon seeing the police car, Zhang Lei began to panic. And upon hearing the officer's accusation, he quickly denied, "Officer, there must be some misunderstanding. I would never resort to deception." Chu Yi, still in shock, stared at the unfolding scene in disbelief. What was happening? Wasn't Zhang Lei supposed to be affluent? Why was he renting cars and now being pursued by the police? Could it be that his rich second-generation status was a ruse? The surrounding spectators were electrified by the unfolding drama. One incredible revelation after another, they were nearly overwhelmed. First, the gold-digging woman had discarded the impoverished suitor, only for him to transform into a super-rich heir. When the third-party interloper arrived in a Porsche, they expected a spectacle, only to discover his car was rented. Just when they thought Zhang Lei would slink away in shame, a police car arrived, claiming he had been reported for fraud. This series of events had them exclaiming in astonishment. Goodness, that girl Chu Yi must be at a loss for where to cry. She thought she had latched onto a rich second generation, only to encounter a bizarre con artist. Meanwhile, her ex-boyfriend was the real deal. Look at Zhang Lei's expression. He appears quite guilty. It seems the evidence is irrefutable. People had assumed such characters were rare, existing only in the virtual world, yet here they were, in their midst, spending a little money to rent luxury cars, and then deceiving others for money and affection. How shameless. The two officers did not grant Zhang Lei an opportunity to explain himself. They swiftly placed him in handcuffs and led him away. Throughout the ordeal, Zhang Lei attempted to argue, but to no avail. Observing this spectacle, Chu Yi suddenly felt a sense of ennui. In just a few short hours, so much had transpired. He longed for a moment of tranquility. His girlfriend of 3 years had been so easily swayed by a detestable individual like Zhang Lei. He could not tell whether Zhang Lei's acting was exceptional or if Chu Yi was merely blinded by greed. Yet he found solace in his thoughts. With the activation of the godly rich system and the severing of ties with a deceitful woman, perhaps this was a double blessing. As for Zhang Lei, if he were indeed incarcerated, it might be for the best. If not, Chu Yi would have to plot his downfall. Though generally mild-mannered, he had his limits. With a metaphorical green hat placed upon his head, it would not be so easy for him to let this anger dissipate. Everyone has a breaking point. The gentler a person, the more fearsome they become when provoked. Just as the seemingly meek can become terrifying when angered. In the past, Chu Yi might have lacked the means to retaliate, but now, things were different. With the godly rich system at his disposal, avenging himself against a faux rich second generation would be a simple matter. Clarifying his thoughts, Chu Yi resolved to visit the Jian International Shopping Center to treat himself to a new wardrobe. Now that he had wealth, he intended to indulge himself. As he had no intention of depriving himself, to have money and not spend it would be foolish. He also needed to contemplate how to financially assist his parents. If he provided too much, they would undoubtedly worry about the source of the funds. What rationale could he use? Alas, he never anticipated he would so swiftly encounter the burdens of affluence. Just as Chu Yi prepared to depart, Tang Wen took the opportunity to deliver a parting shot to Chu Yi. "Miss, that bag of yours is surely a counterfeit. I just bought a similar one for my girlfriend, and yours is clearly of inferior craftsmanship, a blatant knockoff." Chu Yi, already reeling from the succession of calamities, was left speechless. To hear that her bag was fake was a dagger to her heart. The realization struck her with a jolt. She had unwittingly become the laughingstock. Zhang Lei's rich second-generation persona was a facade. The gifts he bestowed were fraudulent. Not only that, he was a deceitful scoundrel, now apprehended by the police. Meanwhile, Chu Yi, who had been her partner for 3 years, was the true super-rich heir. She had been so close to passing his test and living the life she had always dreamed of. Yet, a single misstep had cast her from paradise to the depths of despair. Chapter 8. The Exceptional Beauty Chunyun. The more Chu Yi pondered the situation, the more she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. She hurried towards Chu Yi, dropping to her knees without hesitation, grasping his leg. "Chu Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I never had any relations with Zhang Lei. I am still pure. I did not betray you. I cannot lose you." Upon hearing that Chu Yi had not truly betrayed him, Chu Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. At the very least, his intellect remained noble and dignified, rather than steeped in the bitterness of forgiveness. Yet, while Chu Yi's body had not strayed, her mind had already prepared itself for such treachery. Thus, as Chu Yi observed her, a growing revulsion surged within him. With a slight exertion, he cast her aside and strode purposefully towards the Koenigsegg gem era. "This is where it ends. We share no further ties," he declared, igniting the engine of the Koenigsegg and departing in haste. Witnessing this, Tang Wen promptly summoned his bodyguards and activated his Mercedes to follow suit. His recent actions had been aimed at gaining Chu Yi's favor, and now that the matter had concluded, he wished to see if he could procure a means of contact. Although he possessed Chu Yi's client details and was aware of his phone number, it was simply not the same as exchanging contact information directly. Dialing the number from the client file would be merely a follow-up, whereas reaching out through mutually exchanged numbers would be a means of cordiality, fostering a deeper connection. Simultaneously, he instructed his bodyguards to drive away the Porsche Panamera that Zhang Lei had left behind. The rental period for that vehicle was indeed nearing its conclusion, and given that Zhang Lei had been apprehended, the ensuing investigation would likely take several days. Consider it an early return. As the luxury cars vacated the scene, Su Yu found herself collapsing to the ground, engulfed in a sense of despair. The surrounding crowd continued to relive the spectacle, with some individuals eagerly uploading the day's events to the Jiangbei University campus forum, complete with sensationalized headlines. Shocking. A gold digger clings to a faux rich heir, only for her ex-boyfriend to reveal himself as a concealed super-rich heir. The affluent heir hid his identity for 3 years to test his girlfriend, planning to confront her on Valentine's Day, only to be betrayed. The faux rich heir rents luxury cars and buys counterfeit goods solely to seduce women and swindle them, prompting police investigation. Unbeknownst to Chu Yi, even had he known, he would not have cared. After exchanging contact information with Tang Wen, they parted ways, and he soon arrived at the Jianan International Shopping Center. Parking in the underground lot, he dialed the number of the shopping center's manager. When receiving rewards, the system had also ensured the logistical details were handled, preventing any confusion upon his arrival. The call was quickly answered, and a sultry voice greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Chen Yun, the manager of Jianan International Shopping Center." "Hello, Manager Chen. I am currently in the underground parking lot. Could you please direct me to your office?" "Mr. Chu, kindly provide me with your exact location, and I will come to escort you. I am at B174. "All right, please hold on for a moment. I will be right there." After ending the call, Chu Yi perused the system's store while awaiting Chen Yun's arrival. Basic martial arts, 1,000 admiration points. Proficient in martial arts, 5,000 admiration points. Swimming champion, 5,000 admiration points. Tank driving experience, 500 admiration points. And what is this? A golden finger skill? Only 100 admiration points? How inexpensive. As Chu Yi browsed the items in the store, he occasionally exclaimed in astonishment, lamenting that his current admiration points were too few to redeem anything substantial. Before long, Chen Yun approached the Koenigsegg Gemera, her heels clicking against the pavement as she leaned down to knock on the window. Chu Yi turned to look, his eyes lighting up. The woman before him stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, her raven hair elegantly styled in a bun, her features exuding allure. Clad in a professional skirt suit, her voluptuous figure, accentuated by seductive black stockings, gave the impression of a ripe peach. As she bent to knock on the window, her curves, tightly encased in a white blouse, created a striking visual impact. Chu Yi lowered the window and smiled at her. "Chen Yun?" With a warm smile, Chen Yun replied, her eyes sparkling, "I didn't expect Mr. Chu to be so youthful. You truly are a remarkable talent." Chu Yi chuckled awkwardly, refraining from a direct response. What was he truly? Merely fortunate enough to have activated the system. Chen Yun was taken aback. She genuinely had not anticipated her boss to be so young, appearing to be only a few years her junior. Furthermore, his striking looks suggested he could easily debut in the entertainment industry. He must be a scion of a prominent family, for ordinary individuals would not possess the means to acquire the Jianan International Shopping Center. Chu Yi exited the vehicle and shook her hand briefly. "Manager Chen, please show me around the mall first. I will visit the office later." Chen Yun beamed. "What is this? Is Mr. Chu trying to ask me out?" Chu Yi candidly confessed, "Indeed, I plan to purchase some new attire, and having a beautiful companion would undoubtedly enhance the experience. Then I shall graciously oblige." Chu Yi left a positive impression on her, unlike the typical arrogant science. He conversed with respect. Moreover, she was aware of her own charm, whereas most men would be fixated on her. Chu Yi, however, exhibited calmness that piqued her interest. Thus, Chen Yun readily acquiesced to his request. The two strolled together, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, an exceptional match. Soon, they arrived at a Gucci store, where a tall female attendant greeted them enthusiastically. "Are you two looking for men's clothing?" The attendant, sharp-eyed, noted that although Chu Yi's attire was rather ordinary, bordering on cheap, Chen Yun's presence elevated his status significantly. Furthermore, it appeared she held an authoritative stance over Chu Yi, preventing the attendant from underestimating him. Chu Yi nodded and began browsing the men's clothing section, while Chen Yun assisted in selecting suitable outfits, occasionally casting glances at his physique and offering suggestions based on her aesthetic judgment. However, Given the summer season, his options were somewhat limited, primarily consisting of t-shirts or polo shirts. Following Chun Yun's advice, he selected a few outfits to purchase. The short-sleeve tops at this Gucci store were reasonably priced, around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, while the trousers cost slightly more, ranging from 7 to over 10,000. In total, Chu Yi bought 5 sets, amounting to 78,000 yuan, but to him, this was merely a trifling sum, hardly worth mentioning. Next, guided by Chun Yun, they indulged in a shopping spree at various luxury boutiques, where some shop managers recognized Chun Yun and greeted her politely. Before long, they found themselves laden with bags, having purchased everything from clothing to shoes, sunglasses to perfumes, essentially all that could be acquired. Now, the only item lacking was a watch, and coincidentally, there was a Patek Philippe store within the Jiannan International Shopping Center, prompting them to head there. However, upon entering the store, Chun Yun encountered an acquaintance, one she found somewhat unpleasant. Chun Yun, didn't you say there was an important leader today? How come you're free to shop? And who is this pretty boy beside you? Chapter 9, Task Issued, Slap the Sissy. Chu Yi furrowed his brow, taken aback by the term pretty boy. This individual was rather arrogant. The speaker was a young man with slicked back hair, his appearance decent, yet his face bore makeup, lending him a somewhat effeminate aura. Chun Yun, feeling irritated, quickly defended Chu Yi. Bai Peng, what nonsense are you spouting? You're the one who looks like a pretty boy. The customers in the store turned to observe the commotion, appraising Bai Peng's attire and chuckling at the exchange. This individual is truly amusing, a grown man donning makeup, presenting himself as a delicate pretty boy, yet he dares to label another male companion as a pretty boy. Could he possibly be gay? What normal man resorts to makeup? Even celebrities typically wear makeup solely for performances. In my view, it is indeed this makeup-wearing fellow who embodies the essence of a pretty boy. Bai Peng is one of Chun Yun's admirers, as his family business has dealings with Jiannan International, occasionally inviting him to discuss partnerships, thus leading to their acquaintance. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Chun Yun, he felt utterly captivated, rather than a love at first sight. It was more a case of being enticed by her beauty. Chun Yun's voluptuous figure profoundly attracted him. Her ample bosom, slim waist, and alluring curves, complemented by her gentle and charming features, made him yearn to lose himself in her allure. Consequently, he embarked on an ardent pursuit, leveraging their business connection to add her on WeChat. Beyond daily greetings, he frequently extended invitations to Chun Yun. As a seasoned flirt, he understood that chatting online was futile. A single evening in person was worth more than a month of digital exchanges. He was confident that once she accepted his invitation, he would be able to win her over. Unfortunately, Chun Yun remained consistently aloof, often dismissing him with a curt response. Mr. Bai, we are merely business partners. Please do not intrude upon my personal life. Thus, Bai Peng resolved to take more initiative. Today, he visited the Patek Philippe boutique with the intent of purchasing a watch for Chun Yun, only to unexpectedly find her on a date with another man. In a fit of rage, he could no longer maintain his previously cultivated composure and shouted in anger. Ironically, his outburst became a source of ridicule for onlookers, leading to a significant loss of face. Humph, a bunch of impoverished souls, reduced to impotent howling on the sidelines. Bai Peng hails from a wealthy family. Well acquainted with the influential figures of Jiannan City, he recognized that none of the bystanders were familiar faces, thus speaking without restraint. Given their shabby appearance, they likely could not afford a Patek Philippe watch. He wondered where they found the audacity to mock him. As he spoke, Bai Peng slightly rolled up his left sleeve, revealing a luxurious, exquisite watch. An aficionado in the crowd immediately recognized it and gasped in astonishment. A Patek Philippe blue dial square diamond rose gold. Goodness, that watch must be worth nearly 400,000. And he's driving a BMW 3 Series? This was a miscalculation. This effeminate man was unexpectedly affluent. Hearing the astonishment of those around him, Bai Peng smiled faintly, thinking to himself how lowly they were. He glanced at Chu Yi and Chun Yun, hoping to see the reaction he desired etched upon their faces. Alas, Chu Yi and Chun Yun continued their quiet conversation, ignoring Bai Peng entirely, causing his smile to falter. After all his efforts to impress, he was completely overlooked by the woman he had long pursued. Chun Yun was currently explaining Bai Peng's identity to Chu Yi. Meanwhile, Chu Yi, savoring the fragrant breath near his ear, glanced at the newly released task from the system, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Ding! The host has been provoked by an effeminate man. A task has been issued. Slap the effeminate man. Accepting and completing the task rewards a villa in Huajing Junting. Declining incurs no penalty. Chu Yi sighed inwardly. He genuinely did not wish to show off, yet the system continually tempted him to do so. As the saying goes, a fool does not take advantage of a bargain. Thus he reluctantly accepted the task. Hey, that pretty boy, are you Bai Peng or Bai Peng? Chu Yi first made a subtle jab, leaving Bai Peng momentarily bewildered, while laughter erupted from those around them. Haha, I have a friend named Li Peng. But after an unfortunate accident involving a kick to the groin, he underwent surgery and has since changed his name to Li Peng. Laughter erupted once more. This guy is truly humorous. I think losing a bird is quite advantageous. With that effeminate appearance, he is clearly suited for fencing. Though he'll undoubtedly need to visit the proctologist quite frequently. Initially, Chen Yun did not comprehend Chu Yi's words, but upon hearing the surrounding banter, a flush crept across her face as she let out an exasperated huff. Bai Peng, seething with rage, clenched his teeth. It had been ages since anyone dared to mock him using such derogatory terminology. What do you think you are, a parasite living off others? Indeed, in his eyes, Chu Yi was merely a leech, subsisting on Chen Yun's affluence. He was acutely aware of Chen Yun's qualities and character. If she were interested in a wealthy heir, she would have been with him long ago. No wonder his advances had failed to pique her interest. It turned out she preferred this type. Chu Yi, with a faint smile, casually wrapped his arm around Chen Yun's waist, her soft form pressing against his chest. Chen Yun attempted to struggle, but Chu Yi leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Just play along. I find this effeminate man quite displeasing." The warmth of his breath against her ear rendered Chen Yun weak, her body melting into Chu Yi's embrace. Her ears, being particularly sensitive, responded to the slightest stimulation, leaving her feeling utterly enervated. Furthermore, wishing to escape Bai Peng's relentless pursuit, she shyly nodded, allowing Chu Yi to hold her. "I've heard you've been trying to curry favor with my dear Yun. I originally had no intention of acknowledging you, this clown, but to my surprise, here you are. Thus, let me make myself clear. Yun is my woman. Keep your distance from her. If you're feeling lonely, perhaps you can find someone to indulge in your male-on-male games." Chu Yi seamlessly stepped into the role of Chen Yun's boyfriend, although his demeanor remained calm. His tone was decidedly domineering. With his already exceptional attributes, handsome as a campus heartthrob, standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, and clad in the luxury attire carefully chosen by Chen Yun, he exuded an aura of a dashing young gentleman. His authoritative words and actions drew the admiration of nearby girls. "Wow, this young man is so handsome. A domineering CEO has fallen for me. I wish I could swap places with that woman, to languish in that young man's embrace. What a blissful sensation. Ah, he is mine. Don't covet my husband. He belongs to me." Admiration points 1. Admiration points 1. Admiration points 1. Bai Peng's expression darkened, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. The goddess he had fantasized about was now being held by another man, and judging by Chen Yun's rosy demeanor, she seemed to be relishing it. No wonder Chen Yun had always been so indifferent toward him. Perhaps she had long been involved with this guy. The mere thought of Chen Yun being intimately entwined with this man drove Bai Peng to the brink of apoplexy. He strode forward, raising his fist to teach Chu Yi a lesson. However, Chu Yi, tall and robust, effortlessly held Chen Yun with one arm while using the other to push Bai Peng back, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. "What do you think you're doing? You, a mere twig, dare to challenge me? This is the extent of your capabilities, little sycophant." Chu Yi scoffed, bemused by how easily Bai Peng was provoked. Responding to mere words with fury, Bai Peng, slightly shaken by the shove, realized that engaging in a physical confrontation would yield no advantage for him. Yet, he was unwilling to retreat in such a disgraceful manner. Suddenly, an idea struck him. After all, he was from a wealthy family. While he may lack other attributes, he certainly possessed financial resources. This leech could not possibly afford a Patek Philippe watch, and the Gucci attire he wore was likely purchased by Chen Yun. Yes. To salvage his pride, Bai Peng resolved to leverage his wealth to decisively overpower Chu Yi, ensuring that everyone present recognized Bai Peng as the true domineering CEO, while Chu Yi remained nothing more than a mere parasite. "Humph, I see you, a mere soft man. Must be begging Chen Yun to buy you a watch, right? What a disgrace for a man to let a woman foot the bill, Chen Yun." Chu Yi chuckled, unexpectedly playing the role of a soft man today. He glanced down at Chen Yun in his arms. Indeed, she was quite soft. As Bai Peng noticed Chu Yi's lack of response and shamefully lowered his head, he couldn't help but feel more pleased with himself. With a smug expression, he beckoned to the sales assistant. "Help me choose a women's watch around 300,000 yuan. I'm buying it as a gift." The sales assistant had been silently observing this farcical scene for quite some time, and upon seeing it might finally come to an end, she let out a sigh of relief. She dared not offend either party involved. One was the general manager of Jian Nin International, and the other was a wealthy second-generation heir. It seemed that this would soon conclude. The sales assistant put on a professional smile and adeptly began to explain the differences between various women's watches to Bai Peng. "Sir, this model." Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Peng rudely interrupted. I told you to pick me a women's watch for 300,000 yuan. Do I need to repeat myself? The sales assistant felt a bit aggrieved, but accustomed to dealing with difficult customers. She quickly composed herself and prepared to assist Bai Peng in selecting a watch when a voice interrupted her action. Hold on, I'll take all the watches in your store. Chu Yi coolly uttered the most ostentatious statement. Chapter 10. The room fell silent. There was no choice, thus far. The tasks issued by the system had not been completed. Consequently, Chu Yi decided to purchase every watch in the Patek Philippe store. Aren't you, Bai Peng, trying to flaunt your wealth by buying a watch? Then I'll buy them all, and see how you continue to show off. Everyone was stunned. Was he serious about buying out all the Patek Philippe watches? It is worth noting that Patek Philippe is a premier watch brand, with the cheapest models starting at over 200,000 yuan, while the more expensive ones can reach hundreds of thousands or even millions. Although this store might not carry watches priced in the millions, there were certainly some that cost several hundred thousand. How much would it take to buy out the entire store? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? Or even a billion? Was this person merely putting on a facade? Did we stumble into the wrong scene, as if this were a live-streaming event? I initially thought he was handsome and suitable to be a husband, but it turns out he's just a boastful fellow. Hearing the whispers, Chun Yun anxiously tugged at Chu Yi's sleeve. Others might not know of Chu Yi's identity, but she had some understanding, to say nothing of his position as the owner of Jian Nin International, which was already impressive enough. It was clear that Chu Yi was far more than he appeared. However, for the sake of pride, buying out all the Patek Philippe watches would require a substantial sum. Mr. Chu, perhaps it's better to let this go. There's no need to stoop to Bai Peng's level. Your money isn't just blowing in the wind, Chun Yun whispered, standing on her tiptoes to speak softly into Chu Yi's ear. Chu Yi smiled and leaned closer to Chun Yun, reassuring her, don't worry, I can afford this small expenditure. With over 900 billion in liquid assets, this amount was indeed trivial for Chu Yi. Furthermore, Patek Philippe watches are top-tier items. After purchasing them, he could gift them or simply hold on to them without significant depreciation in value. If he ever decided to sell, he could recoup his investment. In truth, Chu Yi would not suffer a loss. Not only would he successfully flaunt his wealth, but he could also acquire a set of luxurious, multi-million-dollar villas. Why not indulge? As the two exchanged whispers, others perceived them as a couple deeply in love, which only served to evoke envy. Bai Peng, watching this scene, felt a surge of bitterness, eagerly anticipating Chu Yi's embarrassment. How amusing. Do you think this is your family store? You can't just declare you'll buy everything. This is Patek Philippe. Even if we sold you, you couldn't afford the cheapest watch. Bai Peng declared, I'll make it clear. If you manage to buy out this store, I'll take your surname. Chu Yi shot him a glance and replied coolly, I have no kinship with unworthy descendants like you, inciting Bai Peng to stomp his feet in anger. He then approached the sales assistant and politely said, please tally the cost for purchasing all the watches. Thank you. The sales assistant was momentarily taken aback. Chu Yi's refined demeanor stood in stark contrast to Bai Peng's arrogance, granting her a feeling of respect. Thus, even though Chu Yi's words sounded like a far-fetched fantasy, the sales assistant still cooperated, calling over her colleagues to begin calculating the total price for all the watches. Seeing this, Bai Peng's arrogance soared, and he incessantly mocked from the side. Oh, you really dare to say that? When the price comes out, I'll see how you backtrack. Honestly, a pretty boy like you should just stick to pleasing rich women. Why bother competing with real wealthy individuals? My daily earnings could sustain you for a month of wooing a rich woman. I don't know where you get the audacity to compare yourself with me. Chu Yi felt as if a fly were buzzing incessantly in his ear, annoyingly persistent. Frogs often use their shallow perspectives to judge the world. Oh, but no. You are a hybrid creature of a toad and a sycophant. In a bid to provoke Bai Peng, Chu Yi wrapped his arm around Chun Yun, his hand wandering along her waist, pulling her closer. This made it difficult for Chun Yun, whose legs felt weak, leaving her completely reliant on Chu Yi. Bai Peng was about to retort when the sales assistant announced, Sir, we have calculated the total. It amounts to 58.2 million yuan. We can round it down to 58 million for you. Among these, 5 models exceeded 4 million yuan each, including the Geneva Sky version, the black dial diamond-encrusted Nautilus, the rose gold diamond-encrusted version, the platinum diamond commemorative edition, and the platinum diamond moon phase version. The rest varied from just over 200,000 to 1 million yuan. This is the complete list. Please review. The sales assistant expertly introduced a few of the higher-priced watches and handed a list to Chu Yi. He took it, glanced over it briefly, and pulled out a previously issued savings card to hand to the sales assistant. Thank you very much. I'll pay by card. Upon seeing that the card was merely an ordinary savings card, Bai Peng couldn't help but mock him. Oh, paying with a regular savings card. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to be funny? What is the daily limit on that card? It wouldn't even cover the down payment for a transaction of this magnitude. The sales assistant hesitated. Initially, she had some hope that Chu Yi was serious, but upon seeing him present an ordinary savings card, she felt embarrassed. It seemed she would have to call over her colleagues to confirm, only to discover he was just joking. How awkward. Noticing the sales assistant's hesitation, Chu Yi encouraged her. Don't worry, this card can process transactions. Just swipe it. Seeing Chu Yi's confident demeanor, the sales assistant felt compelled to comply. After inserting the card into the POS machine and performing the necessary operations, she handed it back to Chu Yi. Sir, please enter your password. Chu Yi took the POS machine and input the password. Bai Peng still could not believe that Chu Yi could purchase all the Patek Philippe watches, persistently taunting him. You're really putting on a show. If you manage to complete the payment, I'll be your son. Sales assistant. Remember to call security to escort this joker out to spare us from the embarrassment. Not only Bai Peng, but at the moment Chu Yi produced an ordinary savings card. Those around him also found it hard to believe that he could successfully complete the transaction. I thought he might pull out some black card or something, but instead, he just presents a regular bank card. With such a substantial amount, how could he possibly succeed in this transaction? Indeed, the outcome seems quite evident now. This fellow is all show and no substance, boasting extravagantly. How amusing. This is utterly ridiculous. Meanwhile, Chu Yi stood there with an air of calmness. For the system had assured him that whether through bank card or mobile payment, the over 900 billion funds would be automatically deducted. Surely, resolving a limit issue would pose no challenge for the system. Ding. Detected that the host is using a bank card for consumption. Transaction successful. As expected, the payment was indeed successful. The POS machine then printed a lengthy receipt. Gazing at that receipt, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Only the steadily increasing admiration value revealed to Chu Yi just how astonished these individuals were. Admiration value 99. Admiration value 99. Admiration value 99. Chapter 11. I don't have a son like you. With a surge of admiration values rolling in, Chu Yi could only smile in silence. The lengthy receipt from the POS machine felt like a resounding slap across the faces of all those who had doubted him. Mere moments ago, they had concluded that Chu Yi could not possibly succeed in making the payment. Yet he had indeed spent 58 million to acquire all the Patek Philippe watches. What a slap in the face. They were now acutely aware of the heat rising in their faces, and without needing to look, they knew they must be flushed with embarrassment. How utterly shameful. However, the most disconcerted among them was undoubtedly Bai Peng. His eyes were fixated on that transaction slip. His mouth agape. The words he had just uttered echoed in his mind like a haunting melody. The arrogance he had displayed moments ago was now replaced with profound regret. He never imagined that Chu Yi was indeed a significant figure. He had spent the entire time mocking Chu Yi as a mere pretty boy, looking down upon him, convinced he was merely putting on a facade, a mere performance. Yet, it turned out that Chu Yi had always been forthright. He was genuinely making a purchase. And the money was indeed a trivial sum. Meanwhile, he had acted like a monkey, incessantly mocking, only to become the source of amusement. But that was not even the most crucial aspect. The important thing was that he had thoroughly offended Chu Yi. How could someone capable of casually producing over 50 million in liquid assets possibly be a mere pretty boy? Even the scions of prominent families pale in comparison. Furthermore, the 50 million was not for investment. It was simply spent on a plethora of luxury watches. The depth of his resources was beyond imagination. Who exactly was he? Bai Peng began to feel uneasy, sensing he had crossed paths with someone formidable. Chen Yun, who exactly is he? Bai Peng stammered, struggling to inquire about Chu Yi's identity. Chen Yun's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chu Yi. She believed her boss was simply magnificent. Young, handsome, and wealthy. He was refined, respectful, and polite to others. Yet when faced with a repulsive provocateur, he silenced them with undeniable facts. He was utterly charming. In comparison, Bai Peng seemed to be several leagues behind. Upon hearing Bai Peng's question, Chen Yun replied coolly, "This is Mr. Chu, the owner of the Jiannan International Shopping Center, and also my direct superior." Boom. Bai Peng felt a thunderous shock in his mind. He never expected the pretty boy he had dismissed was, in fact, the owner of Jiannan International. His recent behavior had terribly offended Mr. Chu. His father's company still had dealings with Jiannan International. If Mr. Chu were displeased and severed all collaborations, wouldn't he end up being chastised by his father? As a landmark establishment in Jiannan City, Jiannan International had no shortage of collaborators. All companies associated with Jiannan International feasted and prospered, reaping substantial profits. In comparison to the profits earned through collaboration, the breach of contract penalties were negligible. It was all over. Bai Peng's face turned pale, his already powdered cheeks appearing even more ghostly. He hurriedly apologized to Chu Yi. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. I failed to recognize your greatness and have offended you. Please forgive my ignorance. Chu Yi nonchalantly glanced at the receipt handed to him by the cashier. Is that all? Bai Peng's heart leaped with joy. It seemed there was still a chance for redemption. Mr. Chu, I accept my defeat. From now on, I will call myself Chu Peng, and I shall follow your lead. You may refer to me as Chu Peng. I would never dare to assume the name Chu Yi. Bai Peng's demeanor was now one of utmost subservience, his entire form cowering in fear, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Chu Yi continued to peruse the receipt. Nodding slightly, I don't have a son like you. Yes, you're absolutely right, Mr. Chu. Bai Peng exclaimed, his face a mask of flattery, eagerly agreeing. It was critical for him to placate Chu Yi, for all his financial support stemmed from his father. If offending Chu Yi led to losses for his father's company, he would soon find himself living in dire straits. He had once experienced the harshness of having his financial support severed and had no desire to return to such impoverished circumstances. As long as he could appease Chu Yi, he would not mind being utterly humble. After all, there were few in attendance who recognized him. A little cowardice wouldn't he hurt. All right, you may leave. I no longer wish to see you. Chu Yi stated coolly, and Bai Peng felt as though a great weight had been lifted. He bowed respectfully and hurriedly fled the humiliating scene. Ding. Task complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a villa in Huajing Junting. The villa is located at No. 1 Villa, with the property deed and all documents placed in the master bedroom. Huajing Junting is the premier villa area in Jianan City, with even the most ordinary villas starting at a price of 50 million, and the area spanning between 2,000 to 3,000 square meters. Those who reside there are either affluent or esteemed. Without a certain status, one could hardly acquire a property in Huajing Junting. Having completed the system's task and acquired a villa worth tens of millions, Chu Yi naturally felt elated. However, this did not imply that he would easily let Bai Peng off the hook. Chen Yun, did you just mention that Bai Peng's father's company has dealings with Jianan International? Chen Yun nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed as she replied, Yes, Mr. Chu. But could you please let go of me first? Observing Chen Yun's flirtatious demeanor, Chu Yi couldn't help but contemplate how exceptional she was. It was no wonder Bai Peng had acted like a sycophant. Nevertheless, he refrained from taking further advantage and promptly released Chen Yun. After all, there was a reason for their prior close proximity, and with the bothersome fellow now gone, it would be inappropriate to overstep. After escaping Chu Yi's embrace, Chen Yun hurriedly adjusted her clothing, smoothing out the creases. As she did so, her ample bosom gave a slight jiggle. Chu Yi felt the pressure on the buttons of his shirt increase. Mr. Chu, the Bai Group, where Bai Peng works, indeed has some collaborations with us at Jianan International. What do you mean to imply? A wicked smile crept across Chu Yi's face as he decisively dictated the course of Bai Peng's impending misfortunes. Naturally. All collaborative projects shall be terminated. Understood, Mr. Chu. I will handle it as soon as I return to my duties. Chu Yi nodded and addressed the sales associate beside him, saying, Could you kindly wrap up those 5 most expensive watches for me? I will collect them shortly. As for the remaining watches, please have them delivered to Villa number 1 at Huajing Junting. Thank you. Unfortunately, the extensive selection of Patek Philippe watches in the store made it rather inconvenient to carry them all. Since the system had conveniently provided him with a villa, he thought it prudent to enlist the help of the staff for delivery, as luxury boutiques typically offer such services. The sales associate was taken aback to learn that the destination was Huajing Junting, renowned as a hub for the affluent in Jianan City. However, considering the amount Chu Yi was spending on the watches, she quickly reconciled her astonishment. The sum he was investing in those timepieces could easily purchase a villa in Huajing Junting, making his residence there unremarkable. Before long, the sales associate had wrapped the 6 watches Chu Yi requested, presenting them to him with utmost respect and enthusiasm as she escorted him to the door. His expenditures that day would earn her a commission in the range of hundreds of thousands, transforming her into a small fortune in her own right. To her, Chu Yi was akin to a benevolent deity, and no amount of reverence could be deemed excessive. Did she not notice the envy and admiration reflected in the gazes of her colleagues? Not to mention the looks directed at Chu Yi. Whether from the Patek Philippe staff or the onlookers, the way they regarded him had shifted dramatically. This kind of affluent individual was the envy of all. My goodness. Casually spending over 50 million and purchasing every watch in the store. Such a scene would be considered unrealistic even in a television drama. How envious I am. At the same age, why is he so wealthy? I am utterly smitten. He embodies the ideal qualities I seek in a husband. Truly impressive. He is, after all, the owner of Jianan International. I could toil my entire life and never reach such heights. Ah, handsome and affluent, with such a delightful personality. I can't help but adore him. Admiration level 10. Admiration level 10. Admiration level 10. Chapter 12. the depths of a woman's heart observing the steadily increasing levels of admiration. Chu Yi felt a surge of delight. If this trend continued, he would soon be able to exchange for more valuable skills. He was already able to redeem skills worth 500 admiration points, but Chu Yi aspired to make a grand leap and save up for mastery skills instead. Subsequently, Chu Yi and Chun Yun placed their purchases in the car, and he donned a women's watch for himself. Under Chun Yun's guidance, they walked toward the office on the top floor. Jianan International spans 6 stories, with the 6th floor designated for office space. As Chun Yun led Chu Yi through the area occupied by regular employees, whispers of intrigue followed in their wake. Can you believe it? The general manager brought back a handsome man today. Could it be a new boyfriend? Wow, this young man is incredibly handsome. He and Chun Yun seem to be a perfect match. Oh, it seems our general manager has a type. Given this, I suppose I've no chance. The goddess has been swept off her feet. Tonight, I shall indulge in a drink until I am inebriated. You're treating. Count me in. Count me in. Though misinterpreted by the staff, Chun Yun did not seem offended. However, in order to maintain her image as general manager, she introduced Chu Yi with a serious demeanor. This is our new boss at Jianan International Shopping Center, Chu Yi. Please remember to address him as Mr. Chu from now on. With a warm smile, Chu Yi greeted the employees in the office area. There's no need to be overly formal. You can call me Chu or Mr. Chu, but please refrain from calling me Brother Chu. He continued, from now on, everyone will continue to fulfill their respective roles. And there won't be significant changes to our positions. I, for one, am not very knowledgeable about these matters. The initially solemn atmosphere lightened with Chu Yi's words, eliciting smiles from a group of employees. Haha, Mr. Chu is truly humorous. He must be easy to get along with. Wow, it feels like Brother Chu is so approachable. Not only is he young and affluent, but he is also incredibly gentle. I am falling for him. Already calling him Brother Chu? Let's hear you call him sister-in-law. I was worried about losing my job after the change in management, but it seems that won't be the case. In the president's office of Jianan International, Chu Yi savored the Dahong Pao tea that Chun Yun had just brewed. Watching her as she prepared more water, he teasingly remarked, Chun Yun, are you feeling better now? Chun Yun looked puzzled. Huh, Mr. Chu, what do you mean? I mean, your legs aren't weak anymore, right? Chu Yi's smile was reminiscent of a playful wolf. At his words, Chun Yun recalled the sensation of leaning against him earlier, her heart racing like a startled deer. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she softly replied, Mr. Chu, please don't tease me. Chu Yi burst into laughter. He had assumed that Chun Yun, dressed in a mature and elegant manner, would possess a commensurately composed personality, yet he was surprised to find her easily flustered like a young girl. Chun Yun, you should be a few years older than me. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man can bring fortune. I shall call you Sister Yun from now on. And please, drop the formalities and just call me by my name. Chun Yun. What does the saying about age and fortune have to do with me calling you Sister Yun? Yet, since the boss has spoken, she felt it inappropriate to refuse. All right, Chu Yi. Chu Yi nodded with a grin. Now that's more like it. Noticing her face turning even redder, he quickly added, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Here, this is for you. He pulled out a platinum diamond commemorative women's watch from his pocket and handed it to Chun Yun. Upon seeing the watch, she quickly waved her hands. No, 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 this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. She recalled the sales associate mentioning that this watch was valued at over 4 million. How could she dare accept such a gift? 4 million. That could purchase a house. Even as the general manager of Jianan International Shopping Center, her after-tax annual salary was merely 1,200,000. It would take her 4 years of saving every penny to afford such a watch. Pricey or not, to me, it's merely a trinket. Since you assisted me earlier, consider this a reward, Chu Yi replied nonchalantly. After all, having purchased so many watches, keeping it for himself seemed unnecessary. Chun Yun shook her head, still wishing to decline. Chu Yi's expression turned serious as he said sternly, hurry and accept it. This is an order from your boss. Since you are working for me, you deserve to have some perks. Think of this watch as a company gift for you. Hearing this, Chun Yun's expression turned slightly pitiful as she softly uttered, oh. She then obediently accepted the watch from Chu Yi and carefully placed it on her desk, all the while internally lamenting, Chun Yun, you are a strong woman. Why are you acting this way in front of him? Yet another thought emerged with undeniable clarity. Why was he so stern? But he looked quite handsome like that. How delightful. Unbeknownst to Chu Yi, who was blissfully unaware of Chun Yun's inner turmoil, he smiled brightly upon seeing her accept the watch. Now that you have my watch, you must join me for dinner tonight. Happy 520. At those words, Chun Yun nearly dropped the watch worth over 4 million as her hand trembled. Chu Yi, I need to use the restroom. With that, Chun Yun dashed out of the office, needing to wash her face to calm down. Chu Yi watched her hurried retreat. Chuckling to himself, realizing just how endearing she truly was. The reason he invited Chen Yun to dinner was that he had just made a reservation for Japanese cuisine. He found the idea of refunding tedious and believed that not dining would be a waste. Thus, he decided to invite a lovely girl to share the meal. Chen Yun was quite suitable for the occasion, possessing a gentle and charming appearance, along with a curvaceous figure that could help alleviate his solitude on Valentine's Day. Indeed, it was a delightful choice. After all, no man can resist the allure of a stunning beauty with ample curves. Before long, Chen Yun returned from the restroom. After washing her face, she seemed to shed her previous shyness, radiating confidence akin to the first time they met, exuding the captivating charm of an alluring woman. Chu Yi, since you've invited me to dinner tonight, I shall graciously accept your offer, she declared. Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Was this what they called the inscrutable heart of a woman? Just moments ago, she had appeared bashful and demure, but now she transformed into a figure brimming with charisma. How wonderful. Chu Yi smiled at Chen Yun's cheeks and replied, if that is the case, it is settled. I have some matters to attend to, and I will contact you later this evening. Chen Yun nodded, smiling. All right. This is my first date with a man. You mustn't stand me up. Rest assured. How could I possibly let a beautiful lady down? Chu Yi replied cheerfully, halting her attempt to walk him out as he strode out of the office. Once he left, Chen Yun let out a long sigh of relief. She patted her cheeks and murmured to herself, Chen Yun, what is wrong with you? Pull yourself together. Do not lose your composure in front of Chu Yi. With that, she wrinkled her nose and muttered, he is just a bit handsome, a tad warm. And speaks a bit gently. What is so remarkable about that? Humph. Subsequently, recalling the task assigned by Chu Yi, she hastily picked up the landline and dialed the number for the chairman of the buy group. At that moment, she transformed once more into a figure of a strong woman, exuding confidence and pride. Chapter 13. Come meet our father. Chu Yi descended into the basement and started the Koenigsegg Gemera, heading towards Huajing Junting to inspect the house gifted by the system. Soon, he arrived at Villa No. 1 of Huajing Junting. Just as he parked the car, a WeChat voice call rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his roommate, Koenigsegg, calling. This fellow was famously known as the Prince of Study Materials, and one could seldom go wrong seeking his assistance. Hello, what is up, son? In the current camaraderie among boys, the purest bond is often that of a father-son relationship, with nearly every young man aspiring to be the father of their dormitory. Hey, Ego. I heard you broke up with Suyu. Now, everyone in the student group is saying you're actually a rich second generation. What is going on? Koenigsegg's tone was laced with concern. Son, to tell you the truth, I am indeed from a wealthy family. The reason I concealed my identity and lived a mundane life was to find true love, but alas, that endeavor proved futile. So, I have no choice but to return to the dull life of a wealthy individual. Chu Yi spoke these audacious words with a calm demeanor. Ego, I only called you that to comfort you after hearing about your breakup. Don't get addicted to calling me your son. Koenigsegg nearly burst into laughter, wondering if Chu Yi had been affected by the breakup. I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, let us do a video call. Chu Yi chuckled, not elaborating further. All right, as you say. After finishing the conversation, Koenigsegg promptly hung up, followed by a video call. Chu Yi pressed the answer button, directing the camera towards the steering wheel of the supercar. Wow, what car is this? Koenigsegg exclaimed, clearly still in their dormitory. Hearing his astonishment, Chu Yi stifled a laugh and shifted the camera to the car door, simultaneously opening the scissor doors. Wow. Ego, how much did you spend to rent this? Koenigsegg's first reaction was to assume the car was rented, given their 3 years of shared living arrangements and familiarity with each other's family circumstances. My dear son, pay close attention. Chu Yi displayed the vehicle's registration document to the camera, which clearly listed all the information. Wow, Dad, Koenigsegg shouted, a cacophony of noise erupting from the other end of the video call. Come here, Dogsy Adan. Quickly come and meet our father. Before long, 2 more heads appeared in the video call, and upon seeing the registration document, they exclaimed in unison, Wow, Dad. Dad. Chu Yi couldn't help but smile broadly, his grin reminiscent of a dragon king. My dear children, there is no need for such grand gestures. After a bout of playful banter, the dormitory quieted down, followed by a flurry of questions from his 3 roommates. Ego, I never expected you to truly be a rich second generation. You hit it well. Indeed, Ego. That car must be quite expensive. How does it compare to a Ferrari? So, the rumors in the group about you being a rich second generation are true? Chu Yi found himself overwhelmed by their barrage of inquiries and quickly responded, Brothers, it's not the right time to discuss this. When I return to school tomorrow, I'll treat you all to a meal, and then we can slowly address these questions. It wasn't that Chu Yi was unwilling to answer. Rather, he needed time to think of a reasonable explanation. All right, Ego, I want to eat barbecue. Barbecue? What is so great about that? Ego, I want hot pot. You two are out of luck. A real man should feast on bull testicles and oysters. After a hearty meal, one would stand tall. And even the pillar of heaven would shy away from my brilliance. Right, ego? Absolutely, absolutely. Chu Yi agreed heartily before hastily hanging up the video call, fearing that this group of rascals might say something outrageous. What began as Koenigseg's comforting call transformed into an invitation for him to treat them to dinner. What a twist of fate. After all, it was he who had experienced a breakup. He should be the one letting them treat him. Contemplating these peculiar thoughts, Chu Yi arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 1. The villa spanned an impressive area of around 3,000 square meters, surrounded by a wall, creating an independent courtyard. The entrance featured a facial recognition smart lock. As Chu Yi approached and scanned his face, the iron gate swung open. Inside the courtyard, beautifully manicured plants adorned the landscape. Following a pebble-paved path, Chu Yi arrived at the villa's entrance, where he used facial recognition to open the floor-to-ceiling glass door. Upon entering, he was quite pleased with the modern minimalist decor. However, minimalist design does not equate to simplicity. The villa exuded an unparalleled sense of luxury. Additionally, the 5-story villa came equipped with its own elevator. Upon entry, one would immediately notice the 10-meter-high entrance hall, offering a vast and spacious ambience. The flooring featured exquisite waterjet mosaic craftsmanship, a hallmark of luxury residences. The living room, dining room, and kitchen were all situated on the first floor. The living room boasted 2 walls of floor-to-ceiling windows, providing a direct view of the backyard, where lush greenery intertwined with a private infinity pool, creating a breathtaking vista. The kitchen was equipped with both Western and Chinese culinary spaces, catering to dual preferences. The dining room featured 3 walls of floor-to-ceiling windows, ensuring ample natural light, with the main view directed towards the infinity pool. Chu Yi fantasized about the prospect of enjoying a meal while admiring lovely ladies swimming in the future. The 2nd to 4th floors consisted entirely of luxurious bedroom suites, with 4 suites on each floor, allowing him to comfortably accommodate 12 beautiful maidens. Chu Yi felt immensely satisfied. However, the true magnificence of the opulent villa revealed itself in the finer details. The toilets were all equipped with sophisticated smart technology, automatically opening upon approach. What astonished Chu Yi the most was the installation of televisions directly opposite each toilet in the bathrooms. Was this a convenience for watching while attending to one's needs? The basement featured an array of entertainment facilities, including a billiards table, bar, wine cellar, sauna, Thai spa, gym, multimedia room, KTV, and a sunken garden. After exploring the villa, Chu Yi couldn't help but marvel. Is life truly this joyous for the wealthy? Filled with exhilaration, he constantly reminded himself to remain composed, telling himself, "You are now a wealthy individual. Calm down." Yet, he found it impossible to contain his excitement. This house was simply too extravagant. While showering, Chu Yi spoke to himself. It was no wonder he felt such exhilaration. Having acquired the divine wealth system, he was bestowed with money and vehicles, and tasked with missions that yielded companies and villas. Yet before this, he was merely an ordinary person. From the moment he obtained the system, it felt surreal. And only during solitary moments could he fully unleash this overwhelming excitement. After his shower, Chu Yi reclined on the circular bed, a magnificent 4 meters in diameter, contemplating a serious dilemma. Should he tell his parents that he won the lottery, or that he profited from investing in funds? In addition, Chu Yi pondered how much money would be appropriate to transfer to his parents. Transferring too much might alarm them, while transferring too little would feel insufficient. After much deliberation, he decided to feign that he had won the lottery and make a phone call to gauge their reactions. Soon, he dialed his father's number, Chu Wenhong. Beep, beep, beep. I gaze upon the moon above, pondering how many dreams freely soar. The familiar ringtone echoed, and before long, Chu Wenhong answered. Hello, son. Dad, I have something to discuss. But I'm unsure how to begin. Chu Yi intended to spill it all at once, but found himself at a loss halfway through. Although he had prepared the lottery story, the amount involved seemed rather substantial for his parents, leaving him uncertain if his father could accept it. Hey, you rascal. What trouble have you gotten into? Speak up immediately. If the Empress Dowager finds out, I shall be powerless. Chu Wenhong, suspecting his son had landed in trouble, shifted to a lighter tone to ease Chu Yi's anxiety. Dad, would you believe me if I said I won the lottery? Chu Yi hesitated but resolved to stick to his original plan. You actually won the lottery? What is this? From your tone, it sounds like a significant amount, thousands? Or tens of thousands? Chu Wenhong breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was merely a lottery win. Xiao Yi, whether you win or not is inconsequential. The important thing is to avoid being scammed. There are countless online frauds these days. Games, gambling, and even webcam chats can be traps for your money. Do you remember that old man Lee next door? He got scammed for 5,000 by chatting online. Unbelievably. He sought out the internet police and got swindled out of another 2,000. And then he consulted a lawyer online, losing 300 in consultation fees. What a decline in societal morals. Chu Wenhong spoke earnestly, unwittingly becoming quite verbose. Chu Yi hastily interrupted his father's lecture. Dad, listen to me. I won 10 million. The other end of the line fell silent as if a duck had its neck grasped. Moments later, a furious shout erupted from Chu Wenhong. What the hell? Xiao Yi has been scammed. After a while, his mother, Yi Xiaoping, took over the call. Xiao Yi, your father said you were scammed? What is going on? Tell me, dear. Yi Xiaoping tried to keep her tone soft. Chu Yi felt a twinge of helplessness. He hadn't even finished his explanation. Yet his parents were already skeptical. He contemplated that if he transferred the money to their account, their reaction would be unpredictable. After some thought, he decided to go all in, transferring money to his parents and explaining later. Thus, Chu Yi activated the speakerphone, chatting with his mother while using mobile banking to transfer 7 million to his father's account. Ding! The system detected that the host is transferring money via mobile banking. The transfer was successful. Not long after the transfer, his father's exuberant voice boomed through the speaker. What the hell? I just received 7 million in my bank account. Yi Xiaoping was equally startled. What is happening? Could it be someone transferred to the wrong account? Let me check. Mom, that's the money I sent to Dad. I really won the lottery. Chu Yi quickly clarified. Xiao Yi, you really won the lottery? Although Yi Xiaoping's voice still held some skepticism, she seemed to believe more than before. Yes, Mom, I truly won. I won 10 million. After taxes, I received 8 million. So I transferred 7 million to you, keeping 1 million for myself. Chu Yi hastened to assure her, hoping to sound more convincing. To bolster his story, he pretended to keep 1 million for himself. He understood that the lottery excuse was not the best, but now that he had wealth, he wished for his parents to enjoy a more comfortable life. He didn't want them to continue working hard out of fear or worry, since he was now affluent. He wanted to ensure his family could live well. Filled with a sense of accomplishment, Chu Yi relished the thought of finally being able to support his parents. On the other end of the line, he could hear his parents conversing. Old Chu, Xiao Yi really won the lottery. Yi Xiaoping exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Indeed, it's 7 figures, 7 million. Hee. Chu Wenhong chuckled as he counted. Look at you so pleased. Since we have money now, let us hurry and arrange a blind date for Xiao Yi. I think the daughter from the Liu family is quite nice. You should get in touch. Yi Xiaoping swiftly shifted the conversation to Chu Yi's marriage prospects. Right. Grandkids. Chu Wenhong chuckled merrily. Chu Yi lay there, his face darkened. He was only in his 3rd year of university, and his parents were already so eager for grandkids. However, seeing that they didn't press further and quickly accepted the news, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Dad, Mom, this money is my way of honoring you. Feel free to spend it as you wish. As for my marriage, that's still a ways off. So don't worry about it. Chu Yi earnestly advised his parents. Hey, you young man, you should marry and have kids sooner rather than later. It'll be easier when the kids grow up. While your parents are still young, they can help take care of them. In a few years, that won't be feasible. Yi Xiaoping offered her heartfelt advice. Chu Yi wanted to argue, but Yi Xiaoping intentionally changed the topic. Old Chu, today is the 520. Let us have a candlelit dinner tonight to celebrate. At your command, Empress. Xiao Yi, let us leave it at that for now. We'll notify you once we arrange a blind date. Yi Xiaoping concluded, hanging up the phone. Chu Yi lay on the bed, utterly bewildered. Why didn't the script follow the usual pattern? Shouldn't it be a struggle to convince his parents of his lottery win, followed by persuading them to quit their jobs and enjoy life, after which he could smugly hang up the phone? Why did I suddenly acquire a matchmaking candidate out of the blue? Well, since it has come to this, I might as well embrace it, after all. It's merely a blind date, and there are countless justifications to decline. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yi decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. He casually snapped a picture of his opulent bedroom and shared it on his social media, captioning, Today, my father unexpectedly informed me that my grandfather suddenly revealed we are quite wealthy. Now, I find myself alone in a room where even my voice echoes. How terrifying. He promptly employed the block feature to shield his parents from seeing it, sparing himself the need to explain his jest. Subsequently, Chu Yi began scrolling through his social media feed, though comments from various acquaintances continued to pop up. Gao Han from high school remarked, Wow, nice house. Which stolen image is this? Wang Meili, also from high school, chimed in, Chu Yi, you seem to be doing well lately. Do you have a girlfriend? His cousin, Li Ran, teased. Wow, cousin, aren't you afraid of uncle giving you a thrashing for bragging so much? Senior Lin Mengting commented, I never knew you had such a sense of humor. Chu Yi, amused by the comments, Chu Yi felt as if he were an unparalleled master, surveying the world from the peak of a lofty mountain. There was no denying it. The life of the affluent could be rather monotonous. Reclining on the lavish king-sized bed, fatigue began to envelop him. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, he suddenly remembered his dinner appointment with Chen Yun, prompting him to call out, "Xiao Ai, are you there? Why are you being so unresponsive? Xiao Ai, are you busy?" When there was still no reply, he contemplated switching to another phone. "Xiao Ai, what are you up to?" "I'm here," came the response. "You finally responded. Set an alarm for 6 o'clock. All right, I've set the alarm for 6 o'clock. After some effort in setting the alarm, Chu Yi settled down for a nap. Chapter 15, Artificial Respiration Required. Please call me. Thanks to the alarm. Chu Yi awoke promptly at 6 o'clock. After dressing and washing up, he drove out in his Koenigsegg Gemera. Considering it was just about the time Chen Yun would be finishing work, he decided to give her a call. "Hello, Chu Yi." Chen Yun answered almost immediately. "Hey, Yunjia, where are you right now?" Chu Yi inquired. "I just finished work and am heading home to change," Chen Yun replied. "Wait for me. I'll come pick you up," he offered. "Sure, I'll wait by the roadside." Chen Yun agreed cheerfully. Once she confirmed, Chu Yi hung up the phone. He pressed the accelerator, and the Koenigsegg Gemera roared to life as it sped towards the Jiannan International Shopping Center. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Jiannan International and spotted Chen Yun standing by the roadside from a distance. Her striking beauty and curvaceous figure, complemented by a professional skirt suit and stockings, were undeniably eye-catching, ensuring she turned heads wherever she stood. From Chu Yi's vantage point, her alluring silhouette was perfectly framed. Well, dining with such a stunning beauty makes today's 520 celebration worthwhile. The sports car came to a smooth halt in front of Chen Yun, and he lowered the window, calling out, "Get in, Yunjia." Once she settled in, Chen Yun squinted her crescent moon-like eyes and smiled. "You made me wait for so long. You'll have to make it up to me tonight." Chu Yi raised an eyebrow, uncertain if she was teasing him. Nevertheless, faced with her playful provocation, he couldn't back down. "Don't worry, Yunjia, whatever kind of compensation you desire, I will make sure to fulfill it." Chu Yi replied earnestly, nodding seriously. "Ugh, you rogue," Chen Yun retorted, turning her gaze toward the window. How infuriating. Just when she thought she could regain some ground, she found herself at a disadvantage again. Chen Yun muttered to herself, "Yunjia, you haven't mentioned your address yet." Chu Yi scratched his head. I live in Junyu Garden." "All right," Chu Yi responded. Then called out to his phone, "Xiao Ai, please navigate to Junyu Garden." Noticing the sudden silence, Chen Yun glanced at Chu Yi, only to find his expression as if he were constipated, which caused her to burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Chu Yi, what's wrong? Your face looks so awkward." Chu Yi's face turned crimson, solidifying his resolve to switch phones. He remained silent and manually set the navigation. "Yunjia, hold on tight. The experienced driver is taking off." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun quickly grasped the handrail. The Koenigsegg Gemera shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Junyu Garden was also an upscale community, with property prices around 30,000 per square meter. When Chu Yi drove the supercar into the community, the security guard dutifully requested him to register. After parking in the underground garage, Chu Yi watched as Chen Yun ascended the building before waiting in the car while playing on his phone. At that moment, he received a message on WeChat. Opening it, he discovered it was from Xiang Lan. Her profile picture was a photo of herself, albeit not in the dual ponytail style she sported today. However, the thought of those ponytails must be quite delightful, he mused. Clearing his throat, he pushed aside his inappropriate thoughts and read the message. "Chu Yi, Nian Yun has awakened. I can't thank you enough. The doctor said it was fortunate the artificial respiration was timely. Otherwise, even if she had survived, she would have been in a vegetative state." As Chu Yi read the heartfelt gratitude, a smile crept onto his lips. Truth be told, he ought to thank Nian Yun as well, for it was her rescue that activated the wealthy system for him. After a moment's thought, he responded with a playful grin. "You're welcome. If you need artificial respiration again next time, please remember to call me." In a private hospital room at Jiannan First Hospital, Xiang Lan stared blankly at the message on her phone before bursting into laughter. Curious, Nian Yun, who was lying on the bed receiving in 4, asked, Lan, "What is so funny?" Xiang Lan, still giggling, handed her phone to Nian Yun. "Here, take a look." As Nian Yun glanced at the screen, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, making her look quite enchanting. The thought of a boy performing artificial respiration on her after she had fainted was utterly mortifying. Throughout her life, she had never even held a boy's hand, yet today she had lost her first kiss. Moreover, Xiang Lan had informed her that due to the necessity of using the AED, her bra had been removed, and during the process of using the AED, it was still that boy named Chu Yi who performed artificial respiration and chest compressions on her. In this light, did it not mean he had touched her everywhere? The more Nian Yun pondered, the more embarrassed she felt. If illustrated in a comic, her head would surely be steaming right now, seeing her best friend so flustered. Xianglan teased. By the way, Nian Yun, the boy who saved you is incredibly handsome. Shen Nian Yun, both flustered and angry, reached out to pinch Xianglan's side. You little minx, say that again. Do you want me to tickle you until you beg for mercy? Xianglan swiftly dodged Shen Nian Yun's attack, a sly smile on her face, and continued. I'm serious. That boy is really handsome. If it weren't for you, I might have considered pursuing him myself. Shen Nian Yun scrunched her nose in annoyance. What does that have to do with me? If you want to pursue him, then go ahead. Suddenly, Xianglan became serious. Nian Yun, are you serious? I might actually go after that boy. Seeing her friend's sudden seriousness, Shen Nian Yun felt a bit taken aback, casting a strange glance at Xianglan. Could it be that this little girl had genuinely developed feelings for the boy who saved her? Should she truly pursue him? The image of a young man performing artificial respiration on her resurfaced in Shen Nian Yun's mind. Although she had been unconscious at the time and did not know what Chu Yi looked like, that did not hinder her imagination. In her mind's eye, Chu Yi was enveloped in a soft glow, rendering his features somewhat hazy, yet the peculiar feeling stirred a sense of fondness within her. Shen Nian Yun shook her head, resembling a protective hen. No, he is mine. Xianglan laughed even more heartily. Ha ha ha, I never expected our Nian Yun to finally be stirred by romance. It's truly remarkable. Rest assured, although that young man is quite handsome, I want to vie for him. Upon hearing Xianglan's words, Shen Nian Yun felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just moments earlier, when Xianglan mentioned pursuing Chu Yi, her heart had leapt as if her cherished toy were about to be snatched away. Suddenly, an anxious thought struck Shen Nian Yun, and she asked Xianglan in a flustered tone. By the way, Lan, you didn't tell my parents about my fainting and hospitalization, did you? Xianglan nodded and reassured Shen Nian Yun, patting her hand. Don't worry, I haven't informed your parents. Shen Nian Yun let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her parents were unaware. They were honest farmers in their hometown of Gui City, and the thought of them rushing to Jian Nan in a state of panic upon learning of her hospitalization troubled her. Their financial situation was already precarious, as her parents had exhausted themselves to support her university education. If they had to spend a substantial amount on travel just because of her, it would likely lead them to further tighten their belts. Moreover, there was a younger sister in the family still in her growth phase, making it even more imperative to conserve money. Reflecting on her family's circumstances filled Shen Nian Yun with a sense of inferiority, and she looked apologetically at her close friend. Lan, I am truly sorry. We had planned to work part-time together today, yet I ended up fainting and wasted your whole day. I promise to repay you for the medical expenses you covered as soon as possible. Xianglan waved her hand dismissively. Who are we to each other? If you consider me a sister, there's no need to mention medical fees. You must be hungry. This is the porridge I just bought after going downstairs. Eat some. Shen Nian Yun nodded, her eyes glistening with moisture. Alright. Chapter 16. Dining and Gaining Charisma Points? Chu Yi had arranged a time with Xianglan on WeChat, intending to visit Shen Nian Yun at the hospital the following day. Although tomorrow was Monday, Chu Yi excelled academically and maintained a good rapport with his academic advisor, so he only needed to request a leave of absence. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through. Shen Yun, now dressed in a new outfit, had already settled into the car, adorned with a subtle yet delightful fragrance. She wore a black bodycon dress, and the off-the-shoulder design revealed her fair shoulders. Her slender waist was enticingly graspable, contrasting beautifully with her curvaceous hips, creating an alluring waist-to-hip ratio. Her legs, clad in sheer stockings, were straight and elegantly together. Chu Yi turned to appraise her from head to toe, nodding vigorously in approval. An affirmation from the discerning eye. Shen Yun felt slightly uncomfortable under Chu Yi's gaze and shyly exclaimed, Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Yi met her gaze without averting his eyes. It's not that I want to. It's just that you are too beautiful to resist. Shameless. Shen Yun tossed him a flirtatious eye roll. It's nearly 7. Let us hurry to dinner. Chu Yi nodded, starting the Koenigsegg Gemera and driving towards the Japanese restaurant he had pre-booked. During the drive, Shen Yun suddenly asked softly, Do I really look good in this outfit? Chu Yi chuckled and replied earnestly, Of course, you look stunning. Why would you ask such a silly question? Shen Yun murmured, This is the first time I've worn this dress. Chu Yi was somewhat surprised and inquired, How do you usually dress? Shen Yun began counting on her fingers. Well, I usually wear jeans, sweatpants, t-shirts, or shirts. Chu Yi found Shen Yun adorably naive. Had he not been driving, he would have wanted to tousle her hair. The car sped along, and within a few minutes, they arrived at the Japanese restaurant named Bamboo Harmony Cuisine, which boasted a charming decor. Guided by the staff, they reached the table reserved in advance. Good evening. May we begin serving the dishes now? Chu Yi nodded and replied with a smile. Yes, please go ahead. Thank you. The waitress smiled and nodded. Not at all. I will bring out your dishes right away. Thank you. Chu Yi glanced at Shen Yun and casually asked, Would you like to drink? At the mention of drinks, Chen Yun happily nodded. Sure. This caught Chu Yi slightly off guard, yet he said nothing further. The restaurant offered sake, which typically has a low alcohol content, so a little would be fine. As for the driving issue, it was easily resolved. The Koenigsegg Chimera is a 4-seater supercar, allowing for a designated driver to take them home later. Once the dishes arrived, Chu Yi indulged heartily, occasionally serving Chen Yun. Come, try this delicious boat and shrimp sashimi. And this eel rice is delightful. It only gets better. The scallop soup is rather mediocre. Chen Yun found amusement in Chu Yi's enthusiastic eating, as he seemed like a foodie who had never experienced Japanese cuisine before. Chu Yi, today is Valentine's Day. Why did you invite me to dinner? Chen Yun could not suppress her curiosity and asked with a puzzled expression. Chu Yi swallowed his food, sipped some sake, and sighed. What if I told you I just got dumped today? Would you believe me? Chen Yun shook her head. Looking serious, I don't believe it. Why not? Chu Yi asked. Chen Yun fixed her gaze on his cheek for a while before slowly saying, with your good looks, gentle personality, and excellent family background, how could you possibly get dumped? Unless seeing her draw out the last word, Chu Yi curiously prompted, unless what? Unless you're actually a weirdo, and that girl couldn't handle it, so she dumped you. Ha! Chen Yun, having baited him, laughed heartily. Chu Yi, unfazed, nodded in agreement. So you should be careful. The weirdo Chu Yi has set his sights on you. Hee hee. Chen Yun shot him a glare and quickly changed the subject. Why did you give me such an expensive watch? It's because I got dumped. So I had no one else to give gifts to. To avoid being too shabby on Valentine's Day, I could only give it to you. Chu Yi replied nonchalantly. Chen Yun nodded, slightly disheartened. Oh, I see. Well, it's because you look so much like my long-lost wife. Chu Yi flashed a mischievous smile, adding, you rogue. Although Chen Yun felt a bit shy upon hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh. No woman dislikes being complimented, especially when the praise comes from someone of superior qualities. The two of them engaged in lively conversation, with Chu Yi occasionally sharing humorous jokes that made Chen Yun giggle uncontrollably. She never expected that a date with a boy could be this enjoyable. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, both of them were slightly flushed. To Chu Yi's surprise, although the sake was not strong, it seemed to have a considerable afterkick. He was beginning to feel a bit tipsy. At this moment, Chen Yun's complexion was flushed, sitting opposite Chu Yi, her hands cradling her cheeks as she exclaimed, Chu Yi, you are truly peculiar. Although Chu Yi felt a bit dizzy, his rationality remained intact. Hearing Chen Yun describe him as strange, he inquired, in what way am I peculiar? Chen Yun giggled. Ha. When we first met, you were dressed in inexpensive clothing, and I thought you were just a low-key rich heir. Then you took me shopping for clothes and bought several expensive items. I found you to be quite contradictory. But not long after, you splurged over 50 million on a Patek Philippe watch. Do you know how astonished I was at that moment? And then, upon returning to the office, you gifted me a watch worth over 4 million. Do you know what I was thinking? Chu Yi chuckled, intrigued, and asked, what were you thinking? Chen Yun took a sip of sake, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. I was thinking, could it be that you want to keep me as your mistress? Chu Yi burst into laughter. Is 4 million enough to keep you? Chen Yun hiccuped, somewhat tipsy, extending 4 fingers with one hand while counting with the other. For million? That's not enough. But since you're rather handsome, I might be generous and give you a discount. That would suffice. He. Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback, mesmerized by the sight of this exquisite beauty inebriated before him. It would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't captivated. However, having only known her for a day, he felt it prudent not to rush into anything. Sister Yin, you're intoxicated. Let's go. I'll take you home. Chu Yi deemed it wise to head home after a satisfying meal, believing it was time for both of them to retire for the night. Chen Yun nodded slowly. I am a bit tipsy. It is indeed time for bed. Observing this, Chu Yi couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Initially, she had been quite enthusiastic about drinking, yet her tolerance was surprisingly low. Was she both inexperienced and fond of drinking? After settling the bill, Chu Yi supported Chen Yun as they exited the Japanese restaurant and summoned a designated driver via his phone. While waiting for the driver, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. Detected that the host has enjoyed a meal with an exquisite beauty for the first time. Reward, 10 charm points. As a man chosen by the system, possessing charm points is essential. Please do not decline the reward. Such a delightful surprise. Chu Yi never anticipated that a meal with a beauty would yield rewards, and it seemed the system was quite insistent that he accept them. Please continue to strive, explore life, and unlock more rewards. System, you are truly remarkable. Come here. Let me give you a kiss. Mua. Rest assured, I will strive to dine with many beautiful women in the future. Is that all you aspire to? Can't you aim a bit higher? No need to elaborate further. You know what I mean. Shortly thereafter, the designated driver arrived. Chu Yi and Chen Yun took their seats in the back of the Koenigsegg Chimera. First, They directed the driver to take Chun Yun home to Junyu Garden, and then instructed him to return to his villa at Huajing Junting. Once home, Chu Yi luxuriated in a refreshing shower before collapsing onto his soft bed, drifting into a deep slumber. That night, he experienced a rather tantalizing dream. Many enchanting female spirits, clad in alluring attire and exuding charm, approached him: Shen Yun, Xiang Lan, Tao Li, and Shen Yin. Chapter 17. Does being a model pay well? As dawn broke, Chu Yi gradually awakened under the warm sunlight streaming through the window. The dream from the previous night felt so vivid. He swiftly tossed the bed linens into the washing machine for cleaning. Following that, Chu Yi proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror, he exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, who is this handsome fellow?" Although his sharp brows and starry eyes had not changed much, the overall impression was that he appeared significantly more attractive than before. Chu Yi leaned closer to the mirror, pinching his nose and tugging at his face. Had the system's enhancement of 10 charm points truly worked wonders? It seemed he could now rely on his looks to earn a living. With his already impressive appearance, he had now transformed into a universally adored handsome man. After admiring his looks for a moment, Chu Yi decided to stop indulging in self-admiration. Their essay saying, "A lone flower does not bloom in solitude. Self-love lacks meaning." He looked forward to returning to school later and seeing the envious expressions of his friends. While showering, Chu Yi's mind wandered aimlessly. Reflecting on the chaotic aftermath of his dream, he realized that maintaining such a large house by himself was an overwhelming task. It seemed prudent to consider hiring a maid, no, a domestic helper. Yes, he would seize the opportunity to find one. The basic requirements would be a charming appearance from all angles, with varying heights. Other expectations could be relaxed. If she provided a morning wake-up service, well, that would be simply splendid. After finishing his shower, Chu Yi called his advisor. "Hello, Brotherly." "Hello, Chu Yi. Why are you calling me so early in the morning?" "Brotherly, I have a matter to discuss. I would like to take half a day off." "Such a trivial matter doesn't require a call. Just send me a text." "Thanks, Brotherly. I'll treat you to a meal next time." "All right, no problem. I'll hang up now." "Okay, goodbye." Since he planned to visit Shen Yin in the hospital today, Chu Yi requested a leave of absence from his advisor, Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng was straightforward, and Chu Yi shared a good relationship with him. They often addressed each other as brothers in private and occasionally went out for drinks together. Sometimes when Chu Yi returned home, he would even bring back local specialties to gift him. After all, Li Xiaofeng had been his advisor and had looked out for him in the past, so it was only right for Chu Yi to reciprocate. Social interactions often boiled down to simple exchanges. "You help me a little, I return the favor," and gradually, relationships deepen. After dressing appropriately, Chu Yi set out in his car. He first purchased a fruit basket before heading to Jiannan First Hospital. After all, he was visiting a patient, and it would be impolite to arrive empty-handed. Half an hour later, he arrived at the hospital, only to find all parking spaces full, forcing him to search for an alternative. After a long search, he finally found a temporary parking spot outside. Once parked, he picked up the fruit basket and made his way to the hospital. After contacting Xiang Lan for the ward number, Chu Yi soon arrived at Shen Yin's room. He knocked on the door, and a voice from inside called out, "Come in." Chu Yi pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find two youthful and beautiful young ladies staring at him with wide eyes. It seemed he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback and said, "Am I interrupting something?" Xiang Lan smirked slightly. "No, you're just in time. We were just talking about you. But why do I feel like you look even more handsome than yesterday?" Xiang Lan had donned a new outfit, dressed in a JK uniform, with yesterday's white stockings replaced by black ones. Her twin ponytails had transformed into long, flowing hair, presenting a distinctly charming allure. Shen Yin, on the other hand, lay in a patient gown on the hospital bed, receiving in 4 drip. However, her complexion appeared much better compared to the previous day when she had been unconscious, exuding an aura of delicate beauty. Even ill, she could not conceal her ethereal grace. It was evident that the campus beauty truly lived up to her reputation. Chu Yi smiled silently, fully aware that the increase in charm was the reason for the atmosphere. He placed the fruit basket by the bedside. Xiang Lan quickly got up to receive the basket, slightly reproaching him. "Chu Yi, your presence is enough. There's no need for gifts. It feels too formal. You saved Nian Yun's life. If this were ancient times, she would have been compelled to offer herself in gratitude. Isn't that right, Nian Yun?" After finishing her sentence, Xiang Lan winked at Shen Yin. Instantly, Shen Yin's cheeks flushed, her eyes flustered as she struggled to find words. Chu Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Your words are not entirely accurate. Since my wife has already decided to offer herself as her husband, it is only natural for me to be concerned about her nutrition." Hearing this, Shen Yin's face reddened even more, her neck taking on a rosy hue. Xiang Lan burst into a fit of laughter. "Ha ha, You still surpass me. I concede defeat. Chu Yi chuckled and turned to the bashful Shen Yanyan. Allow me to introduce myself formally. My name is Chu Yi, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Shen Yanyan lifted her gaze to meet Chu Yi's earnest stare, only to hastily avert her eyes, murmuring, Chu Yi, thank you for saving me. As she recalled how he had saved her, peculiar images flooded her mind, causing her voice to diminish. Chu Yi observed the charmingly shy Shen Yanyan and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, finding her adorably easy to embarrass. Xianglan promptly sought to lighten the mood. Chu Yi, don't take it to heart. Yanyan is just shy by nature. Once she gets used to you, she'll be much more at ease. Chu Yi nodded with a smile, expressing his understanding. He then inquired, has the doctor mentioned what caused this? Xianglan, seated beside the bed, sighed as she looked at Shen Yanyan. It's nothing serious, just exhaustion. Shen Yanyan quickly tugged at her clothing, softly calling, Lan Lan. Xianglan shot her a look, slightly irritated. What's wrong? Now you feel embarrassed? When I told you to rest, you refused, insisting on overexerting yourself. Chu Yi, intrigued, gathered that Shen Yanyan's fainting spell seemed to stem from a lack of rest, and there appeared to be deeper concerns. If it's inconvenient to discuss. That's all right, he added, noticing her bashful demeanor. Xianglan patted Shen Yanyan's hand in a gesture of comfort, continuing, it's not something shameful. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Yanyan and I often take on part-time jobs to earn some pocket money. Her family is not well off, so besides her part-time work, she also draws for others at night in the dormitory to help with household expenses. I've heard from her roommate that sometimes she is so engrossed in her work that she doesn't notice how late it gets. She'll just set up a small table and chair in the corridor to draw, often staying up until 2 or 3 in the morning, neglecting her nutrition over time, which has weakened her health. That's why she fainted yesterday. Xianglan seemed to have finally found someone to confide in, pouring out her frustrations. Her voice laced with discontent. The way Shen Yanyan neglected her own health made her feel a sense of disappointment. Meanwhile, Shen Yanyan lowered her head, feeling somewhat ashamed. Chu Yi was surprised to discover that such a beautiful and graceful girl like Shen Yanyan came from a difficult background, needing to work part-time to support her family. Coincidentally, his villa required someone to handle the daily cleaning, making Shen Yanyan a perfect fit. However, noticing her embarrassed demeanor, Chu Yi felt it necessary to ease the atmosphere. After a moment's thought, he feigned surprise. Yanyan, you can draw? Shen Yanyan raised her head slightly, noticing that Chu Yi's expression held no disdain for her, which caused her feelings of inadequacy to wane a bit as she softly replied, yes, I've studied it. Do you know any teachers from the art academy? Chu Yi continued to inquire. Yes, why? Shen Yanyan blinked her big eyes. Chu Yi shook his head, not exactly. I'm thinking of a part-time job. I've heard that being a model at the art academy can be quite lucrative. You want to be a life model? That requires holding a pose for a long time. It must be exhausting. Shen Yanyan exclaimed, surprised that such a part-time job was not something just anyone could do. Indeed, can you imagine how much I could earn if I became a nude model for an hour? Chu Yi struck a pose with a grand expression dedicated to the arts. What? Shen Yanyan was taken aback. Hey, Xianglan was equally flabbergasted. I heard you mention part-time work, and I thought, why not? A handsome guy like me would surely earn a fortune as a nude model. Chu Yi pretended to be curious. Unexpectedly, Xianglan burst into laughter. I didn't realize you could be so shameless. Shen Yanyan also covered her mouth, stifling a giggle, unaware that her previous feelings of inadequacy had been completely dispelled by Chu Yi's playful banter. Chapter 18, Daily Wage of 2,000 for what? After chatting for a while, the three of them grew increasingly familiar with one another. Chu Yi's occasional jokes could make the two beautiful girls laugh uncontrollably. Once he felt it was the right moment, he proposed his idea. Yanyan, I have a rather appealing part-time opportunity. Would you be interested? Upon hearing about the part-time job, Shen Yanyan nodded with curiosity. What kind of job? Do you think I'd be suitable? Chu Yi smiled and nodded. Of course. It's just a matter of whether you're willing to do it. Xianglan, with a wary expression, chimed in. Chu Yi, you're not trying to recruit her for something shady, are you? My Yanyan wouldn't partake in that kind of work. Lan Lan, what nonsense are you spouting? Shen Yanyan shyly pinched Xianglan's side. Ahem, Xianglan, do I look like that kind of person? Chu Yi chuckled, somewhat amused. What kind of shady business? If anything, I'd be looking to recruit your pigtails. However, such remarks were not something he would say in front of the two girls. Well, it doesn't seem like it, but do tell what the part-time job is. I'll keep an eye on it for Yanyan. Xianglan scrutinized Chu Yi with narrowed eyes. It's south just that my place is a bit large, and I can't handle the cleaning on my own. So I need someone to help with it. The pay is absolutely higher than the market price, and the entertainment facilities in the house, like the infinity pool, gym, Thai spa, and KTV, are all available for use. What do you think? Chu Yi asked with genuine sincerity. After hearing his offer, Shun Yin and Xiang Lan exchanged surprised glances, realizing that Chu Yi was, unexpectedly, the son of a wealthy family. Then, with sparkling eyes, Xiang Lan asked, "So, how much will you pay?" Chu Yi thought for a moment. He had previously seen that a reputable housekeeper could earn up to 350,000 a month. Averaging over 1,000 a day, offering 2,000 a day for part-time work should be reasonable. How about a daily wage of 2,000? You just need to come on weekends to help clean, Chu Yi said with a smile. What? 2,000? Both Xiang Lan and Shun Yin exclaimed in unison. Chu Yi nodded nonchalantly, yes. Why? Xiang Lan excitedly replied, absolutely. Yin agrees. She quickly volunteered for Shun Yin. Then, with eager anticipation, she asked, Chu Yi, do you still need a housekeeper? Can I also apply for a part-time job? Chu Yi harbored an inner amusement, maintaining an impassive facade as he stroked his chin, scrutinizing Xiang Lan from head to toe. His deliberately elongated tone stirred a sense of unease within her. A salary of 2,000 per day was an irresistible temptation for university students like them, who had yet to graduate. Even if she only worked 2 days a week, totaling 8 days in a month, that amounted to a handsome sum of 16,000. The mere prospect of earning such a wage for a simple task like cleaning Chu Yi's house was utterly enticing. It was a deal that would tempt anyone. Not just them. After building up Xiang Lan's anticipation, Chu Yi slowly remarked, if you wish to take a part-time job, it is not impossible. But you must wear a maid outfit. Xiang Lan felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at Chu Yi. Huh? Why? With a teasing smile, Chu Yi replied. Who told you to claim I was a pimp just now? Ah, Chu Yi, brother Yi, don't be so petty. I admit my mistake. Xiang Lan hurriedly apologized, resorting to a charming demeanor to win back Chu Yi's favor. However, Chu Yi was firm in his principles. Once he had stipulated the maid outfit, his mind was made up. He resolutely shook his head. No way. Xiang Lan found herself in a quandary. Did she really have to wear a maid outfit to work? Shun Yin, observing from the side, stifled a laugh, surprised to see such an adorable side of Xiang Lan. As she looked up at Chu Yi, she noticed his serious demeanor, which left no room for jest. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to wear it for the sake of the 2,000 daily wage. After all, it was merely a maid outfit. She could treat it as cosplay. However, noticing Shun Yin's suppressed laughter, Xiang Lan flashed a mischievous smile and proclaimed loudly, Boss. I believe it is only fair that Yin wears a maid outfit too. Shun Yin panicked. The thought of wearing a maid outfit was far too embarrassing. Wait, how did this turn into my issue? Imagining Shun Yin blushing in a maid outfit, Chu Yi nodded in agreement. Xiang Lan, you are absolutely right. It would be unfair otherwise. In that case, both of you shall wear maid outfits to work. A sense of pride washed over Chu Yi. He had not anticipated that his visit to Shun Yin would result in 2 maid outfit-clad ladies. The thought of 2 charming maidens bustling about in his villa brought a radiant smile to his face. How wonderful it was to have money. Shun Yin cast a resentful glance at Xiang Lan, blaming her for this predicament, as she could have easily avoided it. Xiang Lan felt no guilt about dragging her friend into this, and even relished the moment. After all, good friends share both joy and hardship. Let's finalize this. Yin, let us add each other on WeChat, and remember to get in touch once you're discharged. Chu Yi suggested. Shun Yin nodded slightly, taking out her phone to exchange WeChat details with Chu Yi. Subsequently, he took his leave, prepaying 10,000 yuan for Shun Yin. Having learned about her challenging family circumstances, Chu Yi felt a pang of compassion. After all, he had benefited from her company, and it felt right to lend a helping hand. Besides, she was to be his little maid. With proper development, she might eventually graduate to a role that included waking him up with a cheerful good morning. Upon returning to Jiangbei University, Chu Yi parked his sports car in the lot and strolled towards his classroom. Just as he entered, he overheard a group of boys engaged in animated discussion. Why don't you believe me? Ego is truly a rich second generation. If you don't believe me, you can ask Guzi and Adan. Shin Xin's voice rang out particularly loudly. Guzi, whose real name was Go Di, and Adan, known as Ling Lin, had simple origins for their nicknames. Go Di's surname phonetically resembles the word for dog, leading to his affectionate title among roommates. However, he had always aspired to be called Brother Dog. Ling Lin's name, when pronounced, sounded like the Arabic numeral 000, coupled with his muscular build, which made it difficult for any normal man to maintain testosterone levels. He earned the nickname 3 Dan Brother from his friends. The surrounding boys clearly doubted Chun Xin's claims. Even with Guzi and Ling Lin vouching for him, the truth remained elusive. Everyone knew they were in the same dormitory. And who couldn't boast a little? Chen Sanjin, spare us your boasting. I've seen the campus forum posts. Their credibility is practically zero. Exactly. While Chu Yi gets along well with everyone, to say he has a rich second generation, I can't believe it. If he were truly rich, how could he have been dumped by Su Yu? Do you really think he is hiding his identity to seek true love? Not a chance. Right. If I were a rich second generation, would I even need true love? With so many beauties on campus, I could date a different one every day throughout college. What even is true love? Can it be eaten? Chun Xi's face reddened as he argued. I only speak the truth. Igu even showed me his driving license. That supercar is indeed his. Surely that can't be fabricated. Guzi adjusted his glasses and chimed in. Indeed. I also witnessed it. Moreover, someone recorded the entire process of Igu being dumped on the campus forum. I checked the official website of the Jiannan Supercar Rental Club. The person who delivered the car that day is indeed the general manager. Ling Linlin bellowed. What's the matter? Are you guys looking down on my ego? Is there something wrong with him being a rich second generation? Under Ling Linlin's fierce gaze, the other boys felt intimidated and hastily fell silent. Seeing this, Ling Linlin grinned. He was still thinking about the grand feast of oysters and other delicacies Igu had planned. If Igu were not a rich second generation, that feast would be off the table. Thus, any doubts from others were merely obstacles to his anticipated banquet, and only Chu Yi could clarify the truth. Just then, Chun Xian spotted Chu Yi entering the room, and his eyes lit up. Hey, Igu is here. Chapter 19. Coming clean, I am a rich second generation. Wow. Igu, how did you become more handsome? Chun Xian gawked, surveying Chu Yi from head to toe as if seeing him for the first time. Admiration value 1. Admiration value 1. Admiration value 1. The other classmates shared a similar expression of disbelief. Chu Yi, how did you transform into a super handsome guy after your breakup? Now I want to break up too. It feels like something about Chu Yi has changed, yet nothing has changed. Did he undergo some minor cosmetic procedures? Hey, Chu Yi, could you recommend a cosmetic hospital? I want to try it too. Give it a rest. With your foundation, even the doctors would shed tears. Perhaps in your next life. The female classmates gazed at Chu Yi with sparkling eyes. Wow, Chu Yi, you're even more handsome than those idols now. Oh, Chu Yi's back to being single. Ladies, we have a chance. Chu Yi is so handsome. I've decided. From now on, Chu Yi is my new idol. Admiration value 1. Admiration value 1. Admiration value 1. Chu Yi, with his gentle demeanor and occasional humor, had built strong relationships with his classmates over the past 3 years due to his helpful nature. Both boys and girls held him in high regard. With his striking appearance, friendly disposition, and warm heart, it was impossible for anyone to dislike such a classmate. As he witnessed another wave of admiration points accumulating, Chu Yi couldn't help but smile broadly. He had not anticipated that becoming more handsome would also yield admiration points. System prompt. The value of admiration is ubiquitous. Please take your time to discover it. Host. The system truly is a considerate companion. With a cheerful demeanor, Chu Yi smiled at his classmates, saying, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. During my time with Suyu, I was rather indifferent to my appearance. However, after our breakup, I came to realize the significance of one's image. Thus, I resolved yesterday to reinvent myself, purchasing some new clothes and putting effort into my appearance. This might be why you all think I've become more handsome. His classmates nodded, somewhat comprehending the adage that one's attire speaks volumes. Yet, despite their own studies in fashion, they remained baffled as to why they could not achieve the same effect as Chu Yi. At this moment, Chun Xian, recovering from his days at Chu Yi's handsomeness, recalled the recent discussions and indignantly exclaimed, Igu, I told them you're a rich second generation. But they didn't believe me. You need to come prove I'm not exaggerating. Ling Lin, scratching his back with some difficulty, chimed in, Yes, Igu. We just engaged in a fierce debate, yet they stubbornly refused to believe us. The surrounding male classmates glanced at Ling Lin's exaggerated muscles, muttering to themselves, Though your muscles are impressive, that doesn't mean you can spout nonsense. Godi adjusted his glasses, eyeing the logo on Chu Yi's clothing, and remarked, Igu, that outfit doesn't come cheap, does it? Chu Yi looked down at his attire, smiling as he replied, Oh, you mean this? It's the latest summer collection from Gucci. The shirt and pants together cost around 10,000. Gasps filled the air as everyone inhaled sharply. Was that even a reasonable statement? 10,000 for just a shirt and pants. Wait, is that for real? That amount is equivalent to several months of my living expenses. Could it be that Chu Yi truly was a rich second generation? If so, how perfect could he be? Handsome, good-natured, and wealthy? He was practically the ideal man. Shock swept through the classmates as they processed the revelation of Chu Yi's hidden affluence, though most remained skeptical. Godi scrutinized Chu Yi as if he were a subject of an infrared scanner. Upon spotting the watch on Chu Yi's wrist, he furrowed his brow, not because he recognized it, but because he did not. However, he quickly devised a plan. He pulled out his phone to snap a picture of the watch and search for it online. The next second, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. Good heavens! A Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch. 4,800,000. Igu, Your watch is incredibly impressive. Chu Yi raised his left hand to glance at his watch, calmly stating, "Oh, this? I just picked it up yesterday at Jianan International. I'm not too sure about the exact price." Boom. The classmates erupted with excitement. Can you believe this? You don't even know the price of a watch worth millions? I have to be picky even when buying fruit. Chu Yi, be honest, are you just bragging? I'm starting to feel envious. Please tell me this isn't true. I searched, and indeed. Patek Philippe offers this watch for 480,000. Oh my god. Yishun, please take care of me. I can do anything. Yishun, choose me. I have ample assets to offer. Flat chests are the way to go. Yishun, look at me. I have a myriad of uniforms. Admiration value 1. Admiration value 1. Admiration value 1. Not only the boys, but the girls were equally exhilarated, uttering flamboyant comments. However, most were the typical types, flirtatiously chatting yet insisting on privacy. Naturally, if it were Chu Yi, the situation might yield a different outcome. The most thrilled of all was Ling Lin, who could already envision an indulgent week of feasting. He was determined to revel in the pleasures of indulgence for a month. Ego, when shall we feast on kidneys and bullwhips? Ling Lin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chu Yi chuckled, replying, "Let us go tonight. We'll have a light meal at noon." Ling Lin was ecstatic, his chest muscles quivering, exclaiming, "Let us do it." Chu Yi patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Clearing his throat, he prepared to speak further to garner more admiration value. Classmates, what Koenigsegg mentioned earlier wasn't mere boastfulness. I truly am a rich second generation. I've just refrained from revealing my identity for the past 3 years, wishing to experience life as an ordinary person. However, after yesterday's events, I've had a change of heart. Ordinary life isn't as splendid as I once imagined. After considerable reflection, I've decided to embrace my identity. After all, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Hearing Chu Yi's earnestness, many classmates began to believe him. After all, pretending to be a rich second generation bore no advantages, and it was a precarious facade that could easily be exposed. The tale of Zhonglei, who was caught for pretending to be wealthy and deceiving others, was already circulating throughout the school, marking his social demise. Thus, there was no longer any need for Chu Yi to maintain the pretense of wealth. Koenigsegg, with a self-satisfied grin, proclaimed, "See? I told you Ego is a rich second generation. How could you doubt it? Ego is charming, graceful, and adored by all. Why shouldn't he also bear the title of being wealthy?" He looked at Chu Yi with a sly expression, raising an eyebrow. Chu Yi found himself bemused. He had never realized Koenigsegg possessed such sycophantic tendencies. Chapter 20. The Temperamental System. I can't believe you've been hiding this from us, Chu Yi. It's been a tough 3 years. Absolutely. We've been classmates for 3 years, and you've deceived us all along. I'm heartbroken. This behavior is unacceptable. You must treat us to a meal. Yes, a meal is necessary to mend our wounded hearts. Chu Yi was unperturbed. He maintained a good rapport with his classmates. And treating them was a trivial matter. Besides, it was an excellent opportunity to collect admiration value. Classmates, treating you to a meal is no problem at all. How about this Saturday at Dongfeng Grand Hotel? I'll treat everyone to a meal, and then we can sing together. What do you think? As soon as Chu Yi finished speaking, his admiration value began to soar. Admiration value 10. Admiration value 10. Admiration value 10. Dongfeng Grand Hotel? I've heard of it. Isn't at a 5-star establishment? Indeed. I have relatives who got married there, and I heard a table of food costs at least 888 yuan. With nearly 40 of us in class, even if we have 4 tables, that's over 30,000 yuan. Ego is so generous. Yishun is so grand. Yishun is incredibly handsome. The class monitor, Wang Xiaoyu, felt uneasy and approached Chu Yi, softly advising, "Chu Yi, this seems excessive. Perhaps you should consider a different venue?" Chu Yi was somewhat surprised. While the other classmates exhibited eagerness, the class monitor displayed more caution, prompting him to regard him with newfound respect. Monitors are indeed thoughtful. Nonetheless, this expenditure was inconsequential to Chu Yi. The admiration value held greater significance for him. Nonetheless, after 3 years of camaraderie, the bonds among classmates were quite amicable. Now that Chu Yi had achieved success, treating everyone to a meal was merely a trivial matter. Class monitor, there's no need for concern. Inviting everyone to dinner can simply be regarded as a class-building activity. Chu Yi mused, then pulled out his phone to show Wang Xiaoyu the balance in his Alipay account. A string of zeros that left Wang Xiaoyu momentarily dazed. "See, this is my pocket money from my mother, which I'm free to spend. So you needn't worry about me suffering a financial loss. It's all just small change." Wang Xiaoyu regarded Chu Yi with a complex expression, nodding as he replied, "All right then. You win." He then retreated to his seat, lost in contemplation. Chu Yi scratched his head, pondering why this situation did not evoke any admiration. If Wang Xiaoyu were privy to Chu Yi's thoughts, he would surely have unleashed an expletive. Damn it, your pocket money has made me feel inadequate. Where's the sense of admiration in that? What about a sense of inferiority instead? Soon enough, the interlude came to an end, and classes resumed. As was his custom, Chu Yi settled into the last row of the classroom, although the students around him appeared as they always did. An occasional waft of lemony acidity sent a shiver down his spine. Koenigsegg sat to Chu Yi's left, muttering to himself, lemons on the tree, lemons at our feet. You and I beneath the lemon tree. He would occasionally chuckle foolishly. Ego is amazing. This amused Chu Yi greatly. On Chu Yi's right, Go Di wore a troubled expression. Noticing Go Di's hesitation, Chu Yi reached out to pat his head, saying, "Son, if something's bothering you, speak up. Don't keep it to yourself." While there was a playful tone in Chu Yi's words, he was sincere in his concern. He had a strong bond with these three roommates. And sensing Go Di's distress, he resolved to assist him. Go Di swatted Chu Yi's hand away, retorting, "Ego, I'm worried about you. And you still want to play the father figure." Chu Yi was taken aback. He was doing well, so what was there to worry about? Koenigsegg and Ling Linlin, who sat behind Chu Yi, were drawn in by Go Di's words and leaned in closer. "Dog, what are you worried about? Ego has taken off. What is there to be concerned about?" Koenigsegg chimed in. "Are you worried that Ego will run out of money?" Go Di silently produced his phone, displaying it before them. Look at the comments beneath this video. The phone screen revealed a scene of Chu Yi administering artificial respiration to Koenigsegg. Koenigsegg's eyes lit up, and with a lewd grin, he exclaimed, "Damn, Ego, you've hit the jackpot. You've had a taste of the campus goddess's lips. Tell me, what is it like? I'm heading to the mountains to find that eternally beautiful flower, and I'll be ready to unleash my artillery." Chu Yi and Ling Linlin attentively read the comments. Yang, who is this guy daring to kiss my goddess? 18 Big Stone, I know him. He.S. Chu Yi from the class of 18 Literature Department. He.S. quite a good guy. He.S. the one who saved Koenigsegg. Yang, unforgivable. I must teach him a lesson. Mother S. Wolf, how ridiculous. Who do you think you are, trying to teach someone a lesson, you piece of trash? Yang, I'm a member of the Fighting Society, Gao Yang. Mother S. Wolf, what is the use of the Fighting Society? This is a society governed by law. You loser. Yang, you better watch yourself. Don't let me find out who you are. Noticing the varied expressions on their faces, Go Di put away his phone and said, I know this Gao Yang. I've heard he is quite skilled in Sanda and previously declared his intention to pursue Koenigsegg, yet has not succeeded. Ling Linlin scratched his head, muttering, damn it. If it comes to a fight, we might not stand a chance against him. Koenigsegg glanced at Ling Linlin, chuckling, Hey Dan, with your muscular build. Are you really afraid of losing to him? Ling Linlin rolled his eyes, visibly displeased. What do you know? Each discipline has its strengths. While I have an advantage over ordinary folks, against a professional fighter, I'd still be at a disadvantage. Those who specialize in combat know the human body's weaknesses well, and with superior durability, stamina, agility, and explosive power, I might not be able to hold my own. However, if I can get a hold of him, he'll experience what it means to be in a powerful lock. Ling Linlin grinned widely, revealing a set of large white teeth. Standing at nearly 1.9 meters tall and weighing an impressive 120 kilograms, if he managed to control someone much lighter than himself, he could indeed execute a strongman lock. Koenigsegg shivered, recalling the fear once instilled in him by San Dan Go, and promptly fell silent. Chu Yi, however, wore a smile, as the system had come forth with a delightful opportunity. Ding! A challenge has been detected for the host. A mission has been issued. Dominate the fighting society, starting with Gao Yang. Accepting the mission rewards, top-tier, mixed martial arts skills. Declining incurs penalties. Completing the mission unlocks the next stage. The system truly was like a cherished companion, unable to contain its excitement. When provocation arises, one must retaliate. The temper was quite explosive. Suddenly, Gao Yang, still in class, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine and sneezed. Puzzled, he scratched his head and continued with the lesson. Chu Yi gleefully accepted the mission issued by the system. Host has accepted the mission, rewards being distributed. Top-tier mixed martial arts skills are being imparted. Chapter 21. Top-tier mixed martial arts skills. Mixed martial arts, often referred to as the decathlon of combat sports, encompasses a plethora of fighting techniques, including common disciplines such as boxing, Muay Thai, Sambo, grappling, Sanda, Taekwondo, kickboxing, Aikido, Jeet Kune Do, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling, and Kyokushin karate. Lesser-known martial arts are also included: Systema, Capoeira, karate, classical wrestling, and leg techniques. The top-tier mixed martial arts skills rewarded by the system not only encompass techniques from all these styles, but also elevated Chu Yi to the status of a master fighter. While his physical attributes might still lag slightly, in terms of technique experience and proficiency, he was undoubtedly a virtuoso. Even though he currently possessed the physique of an ordinary college student, in actual combat, many provincial champions would likely find themselves outmatched. If his physical prowess were to catch up, he would become a world-class fighter. Chu Yi felt an exhilarating itch all over. Eager to find a space to stretch and test his newfound abilities. He felt akin to an ordinary person who had suddenly received the teachings of a legendary hero, yearning to showcase his prowess. He craved an outlet for his energy. However, as the saying goes, a hero must refrain from unlawful acts, while a scholar must not disrupt the law. Chu Yi was cautious and refrained from seeking out random opponents. As the resilience of an ordinary person against blows was quite poor, a mere slip of the hand could lead to dire consequences. The physical attributes and resilience of fighters surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and even a powerful kick from a martial arts student could result in severe injury. He had read a news story about a retired fighter who, in a state of drunkenness, had a confrontation that ended tragically with a single punch. Yet, there was a perfect candidate for his newfound skills, Gao Yang. Chu Yi grinned mischievously, inquiring of Dog, "Do you know where Gao Yang typically hangs out?" Di looked perplexed. "Ego, why are you asking that?" Koenigsegg quickly interjected, "You don't get it. Their essay saying, if you can't provoke them, at least you can avoid them, right?" Ego must be eager to ascertain his range of activities and subsequently avoid them. Am I right, Ego? Ling Lin furrowed his brows and retorted, "You coward. I believe this is your idea." Chu Yi jestingly scolded, "How did I end up with such a spineless son? Has your courage been snatched away by the likes of a Dan?" Koenigsegg, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Isn't it better this way? If we run into Gao Yang, that dog will intentionally provoke us, and it would be even more embarrassing if we don't retaliate." Chu Yi wore a mischievous grin, declaring, "No, I intend to seek trouble with him." What? Huh? The three roommates stared blankly in unison. Members of the Jiangbei University Fighting Club were all formidable fighters, and Gao Yang was among the elite. Chu Yi's sudden proclamation to confront Gao Yang seemed utterly nonsensical to them. Although Chu Yi was tall and robust, he was no match for Gao Yang. Even Ling Lin, a muscular giant standing at nearly 2 meters, felt uncertain facing Gao Yang, let alone Chu Yi. As for Koenigsegg and Di, their shortcomings were even more pronounced. Koenigsegg stood at a mere 1.7 meters, and as Chu Yi would say, he had read too many study materials without moderation, thus losing out on his growth potential. Di fared slightly better at 1.78 meters, but he had a frail appearance, while Ling Lin could effortlessly take on 2 opponents with 1 hand. However, if Chu Yi were to stir up trouble, the camaraderie among their dormitory brothers would not allow them to stand idly by. This predicament left them in a quandary. Ling Lin was the first to voice his support, slamming his hand on the table and bellowing, "What is that dog Gao Yang worth? To hell with him." He forgot that it was still class time, and his outburst attracted the attention of classmates in the front row, who turned to gawk at him. Chu Yi and the others immediately assumed the demeanor of diligent students, sitting upright and mimicking the act of turning to look at Ling Lin. Yet, inwardly, they were bursting with laughter. The teacher, who was in the midst of lecturing, adjusted his glasses and addressed Ling Lin, "Dan, who are you planning to confront?" Ling Lin quickly backed down, awkwardly smiling. "Sorry, teacher. A cockroach just crawled onto my desk, and I got a bit carried away and squashed it. Oh, do be more careful next time. Now, let us continue with the lesson." The teacher nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. As the teacher resumed class, Chu Yi and his companions shook with suppressed laughter, finally managing to quell their mirth directed at a Dan. Ling Lin, somewhat frustrated, poked Di and Koenigsegg, urging, "Hey, you two, give us your thoughts. Are you going to help Ego or not?" Koenigsegg nodded, assuring Chu Yi, "Don't worry, Ego, I've got your back. Yesterday, I called you Dad. Now that you're in trouble, you should call me Dad too." Di, with a conflicted expression, though somewhat timid, decided to support his brother. "Ego, I'll help you. But I have a detailed plan. If we follow it, we should succeed." Chu Yi felt a surge of gratitude. Sharing in adversity is the hallmark of true brotherhood. Although he didn't require a so-called plan, he was open to listening. "Go ahead, dog. Let's hear your strategy." Koenigsegg and Ling Lin leaned in, eager for Di's input. Di glanced around conspiratorially before whispering among them, "In terms of combat prowess, we definitely cannot confront Gao Yang head-on. Therefore, we must strike from the flanks. Since we can't win in a one-on-one, let's team up. I'll first gather intel on Gao Yang's routines, and then on a dark, windy night, we can ambush him on his usual route. A few swift punches, and it'll be over. Then we'll shift the blame onto Li Mingliang, and let them tear each other apart." Li Mingliang was also a suitor of Shun Yinyun, a tall and wealthy handsome lad, who frequently took female classmates out, only to discard them afterward. His reputation was well known among the boys. Koenigsegg's eyes sparkled with excitement as he chimed in. Wow, dog. You're quite the schemer. However, I think we can enhance your plan. We should also redirect the attention towards that maternal wolf on the campus forum. This way, Gao Yang wants to know who his true enemy is, and there will be no evidence against us. Ling Lin listened in shock. These two were scheming like true masterminds, and he was glad they were on the same side. Chu Yi mused that if Go Di were to traverse into a villainous narrative, he would undoubtedly be the grand antagonist, capable of tormenting the protagonists mercilessly. Koenigsegg was no different, a true schemer indeed. Nevertheless, Chu Yi did not require such underhanded tactics. He possessed sufficient strength to overpower Gao Yang. All he needed was a suitable opportunity to issue a challenge. Achoo! Achoo! Gao Yang, seated in the classroom, sneezed repeatedly, casting a silent glance at the clear blue sky outside. What is going on? Why am I sneezing so much today? Could there be miscreants plotting against me? How outrageous. If I find out who it is, I will make them taste the consequences. Chapter 22. Kicking off the fighting club. Starting with you. At noon, Chu Yi, along with his 3 companions, Dog, Xian, and Dan, strolled purposefully towards the cafeteria. On such a sweltering summer day, he merely wished to grab a quick bite and return to the dormitory for a refreshing nap. After collecting his meal, Chu Yi made his way to his seat. Just then, someone passed by, and he instinctively moved to dodge, but the individual followed closely behind. Goodness, are you trying to run me over? Chu Yi raised his right foot and stomped down forcefully on the intruder's shoe. Ah, you stepped on my AJ. A loud shout caught the attention of students dining in the cafeteria. Chu Yi turned to look at the individual, only to find a stranger he did not recognize. However, Go Di quietly remarked, "Ego, that guy is Gao Yang." "Oh, just the practice target I was looking for." Chu Yi maintained his composure, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Around them, students began to murmur. "Who is that guy? Is it just because he stepped on his shoe that he is making such a fuss? Hey, you don't understand. That guy is from the fighting club and often bullies others with his fighting skills. Isn't that great? I'm planning to buy a car. If I can get a good beating, I could pay for it in full. You don't get it. He deliberately holds back, using his agility to toy with you. You can't even land a hit on him, and every now and then, he'll kick you in the rear, just to humiliate you, even if you report it. It wouldn't count as a light injury. Wow, that's disgusting. That guy is something else. Yeah, he isn't for a rough time." Gao Yang first glanced down at his shoes, then glared at Chu Yi, growling, "Are you blind? How dare you step on my AJ?" Chu Yi disdainfully scoffed. "What a trash brand. Do you really think it's something special? This brand is an embarrassment to dragons, don't you know?" Go Di chimed in beside Chu Yi. "Exactly, what a worthless brand." Gao Yang's anger intensified. He slammed his tray down and advanced to shove Chu Yi, holding his tray with one hand. Chu Yi seized Gao Yang's outstretched finger with the other, twisting it slightly and pushing him back forcefully. Gao Yang let out a cry of pain, stumbling backward. Chu Yi, with an expression of calm indifference, said, "I've heard you've been boasting on the campus forum about wanting to teach me a lesson. Today, I'm giving you an opportunity. After lunch, I'll head to the fighting club to challenge you, starting with you. Although your club isn't a martial arts academy, I trust you won't shy away from a challenge, will you?" Gao Yang flicked his fingers, his face contorted with rage. "Do you think you are worthy? You won't even need anyone else. I alone can leave you searching for your teeth." Chu Yi remained unfazed, continuing with his thoughts. "You might want to prepare a waiver. Lest injuries from our sparring require me to cover your medical expenses. Of course, I could afford it, but if it comes down to it, I wouldn't mind treating it as a means to brush off a beggar." Gao Yang's expression darkened as he glared at Chu Yi, saying, "I hope you'll still be this arrogant in a moment." With that, he picked up his tray and casually selected a table to begin his meal. Although they were about to engage in a practical fight shortly, he felt it unnecessary to take it too seriously, viewing Chu Yi merely as a trifling opponent unworthy of his attention. Confident in his training in Sanzhou, Gao Yang believed in his agility and evasive skills, which were beyond the reach of an ordinary person. When some familiar classmates approached to inquire about the situation, Gao Yang merely shook his head, opting not to elaborate. He was solely focused on delivering a thorough beating to Chu Yi to vent his frustration, while simultaneously warning him to stay away from Xin Yinyun. The thought of his long-sought goddess being taken advantage of by Chu Yi ignited a fierce rage within him, rendering his meal tasteless. Meanwhile, Chu Yi, along with his roommates, found a table and enjoyed their meal, occasionally erupting into laughter over jokes, with Koenigsegg's boisterous laughter echoing throughout. The onlookers were abuzz, having overheard Chu Yi's earlier declaration. Soon, he would be challenging the fighting club, which was indeed big news. The fighting club frequently represented Jiangbei University in competitions against other schools' martial arts experts. In all its history, no student had ever attempted to challenge the fighting club. Amid whispers of excitement from the crowd, News of Chu Yi's challenge spread like wildfire, amplified by the power of social media. Someone even posted on the campus forum, breaking news. Gao Yang from the fighting club was insulted and challenged. He threatens to confront the fighting club. The comments section was filled with eager spectators. Motherborn warrior, this Gao Yang is just a pathetic sycophant, treating that disgraceful AJ like a treasure, a complete fool. I eat for fun. That brother challenging the club seems impressive. The fighting club boasts some formidable fighters. Soy sauce mixed rice. I heard they're drafting a waiver. This might be serious. Apple eater. Let's go see the situation unfold live. Pink clouds. I heard the guy issuing the challenge is super handsome. I hope he doesn't get hurt. Not a pig. There's a handsome guy. I must go watch. During the meal, Go D was not idle either. He pulled out his phone to message the class group chat, crafting a message to rally support. Everyone, brothers and sisters, Igu is about to challenge the fighting club. Who's coming to support him? Muscle up. Wow. Igu is so fierce, I'm in. Igu treats us well. We must show up for him. Count me in. I want to cheer for Igu. Should I wear a short skirt or hot pants? Unbeknownst to Chu Yi, who was blissfully enjoying his meal and occasionally scrolling through Douyin in delight, the preparations for his challenge were in full swing. It seemed as though the impending showdown had no bearing on him at all. Meanwhile, his friends, Koenigsegg and the others, were anxious, barely able to eat. Koenigsegg glanced at Chu Yi, who was laughing while scrolling through Douyin, and whispered to Go D and Ling Linlin. Do you think Igu has become too arrogant after suddenly coming into wealth? He's actually challenging the fighting club. Go D adjusted his glasses, nodding sagely. I think so. But we just need to support Igu. If he loses, we can rally the boys from class to rescue him. Ling Linlin had a different perspective. What if Igu is actually incredibly skilled, just hiding his rich kid status? Wow, if that's the case. Igu sounds like the heir of a hidden family from a novel. Koenigsegg exaggeratedly remarked. All right, let us eat first. We need to arrange the cheer squad and inform the school nurse. Go D, though mild-mannered, had a knack for thorough planning. Yes, let's eat. Eat. If Chu Yi were to realize the lengths his friends went to in their concern, he would certainly be bewildered. I haven't even started fighting yet. And you're already plotting a rescue plan? You even contacted the school nurse? Chapter 23, The Icebreaker Gao Yang. Half an hour later, at Jiangbei University's fighting club, the atmosphere was unusually charged as students crowded around, creating layers of spectators. Gao Yang, confident he could defeat Chu Yi alone, had not informed his fellow club members about the impending challenge. Many members, unaware of the circumstances, were left bewildered. Was today a recruitment day? Why were there so many people? And why were there so many attractive girls in attendance? Gao Yang, having stripped down to showcase his toned physique, donned only shorts while warming up. He performed stretches, high kicks, frog leaps, and crocodile crawls, punctuating his routine with occasional air punches, exuding a fierce aura. He awaited Chu Yi's arrival, anticipating the moment he would teach him a harsh lesson, reducing him to begging for mercy. Then he would domineeringly instruct him to keep his distance from Xin Yinyun. Meanwhile, Chu Yi strolled leisurely with his roommates to buy ice cream. Fully aware that on a hot summer day, indulging in a frozen treat was a necessity. After purchasing the ice cream, the four of them licked their cones while heading towards the fighting club. Upon arriving, Chu Yi was taken aback by the throngs of people. What was going on? Why were there so many people at the fighting club? Before he could ponder further, the class cheerleader goddess, Xie Ziqing, spotted him and rushed over, her eyes lighting up. Chu Yi, you finally made it. Most of the girls from our class are here to cheer for you. Dressed in a form-fitting cheerleading outfit, Xie Ziqing's alluring figure was accentuated, her youthful charm evident. Chu Yi instinctively licked his ice cream and smiled. What brings you all here? I didn't expect my challenge to the fighting club to spread so quickly. Xie Ziqing blinked her big eyes, explaining, haven't you heard? The campus forum is buzzing with posts about your challenge to the fighting club, though they didn't mention your name. It was Go D's message that alerted our class to the identity of the challenger. Chu Yi nodded, noticing Go D grinning smugly in the background. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle at his friend's flamboyant antics. Xie Ziqing gazed at Chu Yi with eager anticipation, exclaiming, what do you think of our cheerleading outfits? As she spoke, she puffed out her chest, seemingly flaunting her attire. Chu Yi glanced over and remarked, The outfit is quite large, and Pikachu is also very white. It's splendid, thank you all, he replied with a smile. Xie Ziqing giggled, I borrowed these from my cheer squad teammates. Look, all the girls from our class are over there. Following the direction of her finger, Chu Yi spotted a group of girls clad in midriff-bearing Pikachu outfits smiling at him, and he promptly nodded in acknowledgement, offering a polite smile in return. Indeed, there were several attractive girls in the class, and they looked quite delightful in their cheerleading uniforms. Some girls who lacked confidence in their figures refrained from donning the revealing outfits, but still came to the combat club to cheer for Chu Yi. As Gao Yang, who was warming up, noticed Chu Yi's arrival, A boastful smile spread across his face. I thought you wouldn't dare show up, taking so long to arrive. Hurry up and sign the liability waiver. I can hardly wait to thrash you. After Gao Yang finished speaking, a boy dressed in combat club attire approached Chu Yi with 2 copies of the waiver. Chu Yi glanced at it, noting that Gao Yang had already signed his name and placed his handprint. Without hesitation, he elegantly signed his name and stamped his handprint. He then took a lick of ice cream before handing it to Go Di and confidently strode toward Gao Yang's position. Hey, Yi, that ice cream is melting quickly. You should finish it first. Go Di called out to him. Chu Yi waved his hand dismissively without looking back, casually saying, rest assured. Just as ancient tales tell of a warm wine slaying Hua Xiong, today we shall witness the melting ice hammering Gao Yang. Woohoo, Yi is incredible. Chen Xian shouted with a croaky voice. Yi is amazing. Go Di raised both hands high, holding 2 ice creams, and shouted enthusiastically. Yi is invincible. Tonight, we feast on ox penis. Ling Linlin cupped her hands around her mouth and yelled. The boys in the class erupted into a raucous cheer. Yi is incredible. Yi is invincible. Yi is amazing. Yi is unbeatable. Yi and ox penis. Yi is invincible. Hearing this, Chu Yi turned around and jokingly chastised. That's excessive. Don't associate me with ox penis. Subsequently, he stepped into the combat arena. The combat club was well equipped with various facilities, including wrestling mats, boxing rings, and octagonal cages. The venue for the match was an octagonal cage, specifically chosen by Gao Yang to ensure he could unleash his fury upon Chu Yi. Upon realizing this, Go Di felt a twinge of concern. If they were to duel in this cage, should Yi lose, it would be difficult for them to rescue him. However, with events unfolding so suddenly, he could only take it one step at a time. The referee, a member of the combat club, guided both participants as they donned protective gear, including gloves, headgear, mouth guards, groin protectors, leg guards, and foot guards. Since this was merely a friendly spar between students, appropriate safety measures were deemed necessary. The rules were simple, adhering to the standards of Sanzhou. Scoring areas included the head, torso, thighs, and calves. However, Chu Yi wasn't focused on scoring. His aim was to defeat Gao Yang, incapacitating him in the process. This arrogant fellow needed a lesson. A multitude of prohibitions were in place. Strikes to the back of the head, groin, or neck were forbidden. Attacks using the head, elbows, or joint locks were also disallowed. As returning kicks to the head, once a participant fell, the other could not attack their head with their feet. These rules were established to prevent accidents. After explaining the regulations, the referee announced the commencement of the match. Gao Yang advanced with an aggressive gait, occasionally reaching out to test the distance. Chu Yi adopted a seemingly relaxed fighting stance, showing no regard for Gao Yang. In the heat of battle, Gao Yang appeared exceptionally composed. Even though Chu Yi, a novice, dismissed him, he remained cautious. After a brief trial of distance, Gao Yang decided to launch an offensive. He attempted a straight punch at Chu Yi, only for it to be deftly evaded. In response, Chu Yi executed a swift left hook that connected solidly with Gao Yang's jaw. The force of the blow left Gao Yang's head ringing. Had it not been for the protective gear, he feared his teeth would have loosened. Outside the octagonal cage, gasps of astonishment erupted. Wow, Yi is amazing. Yi is invincible. Yi, you're doing great. Go Yi. Upon witnessing Chu Yi's prowess, not only the girls, but even the boys in the class transformed into his cheerleaders, fervently rallying for him. Many onlookers who had come merely to observe were taken aback, never expecting the challenger to the combat club to possess such skill. Moreover, the sight of Gao Yang receiving a lesson was particularly enjoyable for many, as he had a reputation for bullying others. Finally, he was getting a taste of his own medicine. Several students who had been previously bullied by Gao Yang snapped photos, shared posts, and called upon friends to witness the spectacle, eager to share videos with those who couldn't attend. In summary, the sentiment was clear. It was a satisfying turn of events. Chapter 24, A Effortless Victory. With your level of skill, how dare you be so arrogant? Have you ever heard the saying, there's always someone better out there? Chu Yi not only struck, but also delivered a scathing retort, showing no mercy to those he despised. His gentle side was reserved solely for his allies. Gao Yang shook his head, clearly unsatisfied. Come again. He refused to believe he was outmatched by Chu Yi. He considered the previous exchange merely a fluke. However, this time, he approached with heightened caution, gradually moving closer to Chu Yi. He feigned a punch, while simultaneously executing a low sweeping kick with his right leg. Chu Yi remained unperturbed, effortlessly countering with a direct kick to Gao Yang's chest, nullifying his onslaught with ease. Gao Yang felt a sharp pain in his chest, accompanied by a wave of discomfort, struggling to catch his breath. The cheerleaders outside the octagonal cage erupted in another round of cheers. Yi is so handsome. Yi is so strong. I adore him. Go Yi. Yi, I love you. In addition, many students who didn't know Chu Yi but had been bullied by Gao Yang spontaneously joined the ranks of his supporters, swelling the ranks of his fan club. Gao Yang felt humiliated. As a seasoned member of the combat club, he couldn't believe he was being bested by an unknown contender. Moreover, with so many spectators present, should he lose, he would become the subject of ridicule. Come again. Gao Yang adjusted his breathing, gritting his teeth as he spoke. You have only one chance left. Chu Yi replied coolly. Just based on you? Gao Yang's anger flared as he unleashed a flurry of combination punches, all of which were dodged effortlessly by Chu Yi. Yes, just based on me. Chu Yi effortlessly countered, his taunts evident in the ease with which he avoided Gao Yang's attacks. As soon as the words left his mouth, a powerful hook landed squarely in Gao Yang's abdomen. Gao Yang felt his stomach churn violently, the sourness rising to his throat. At that moment, regret flooded his mind as he wondered why he had eaten lunch before the sparring session. Even if he forcibly endured the pain, how could he possibly withstand the physiological reaction from the severe blow to his abdomen? Following this, Chu Yi executed a ferocious shoulder throw. Food remnants, accompanied by Gao Yang's body flipping, arched through the air. Once on the ground, Gao Yang was utterly incapacitated, drenched in his own vomit. Chu Yi hastily dodged to avoid being splattered. Ding. Task completed. New task released. Dominate the fighting club. Please defeat all challengers within the fighting club. Accept the task and complete it. Reward 10 points of physical fitness. Refusal incurs penalties. Chu Yi decisively chose to accept. He reveled in the joy of increased charisma. Surely, enhanced physical fitness would prove beneficial. The referee swiftly declared Chu Yi the victor, and a chorus of cheers erupted around him. Wow, Brother Yi is amazing. Incredible. He effortlessly defeated Gao Yang. It wasn't merely a defeat. Didn't you see Gao Yang vomit directly? Who would have thought Brother Yi was not only a hidden wealthy heir, but also so formidable? Indeed, he deceived us for 3 years. Admiration points, 10. Admiration points, 10. Admiration points, 10. Exiting the octagonal cage, Chu Yi beamed and waved to his classmates who cheered for him. Thank you all for your support. But this is merely the beginning. I said today I would challenge the fighting club, so those members stronger than Gao Yang are also my targets. Godi rushed over with 2 ice creams, quickly handing one to Chu Yi. Brother Yi, it's about to drip, lick it fast. Chu Yi cast a peculiar glance at Godi, sensing something amiss in his words. Nevertheless, he accepted the ice cream and began to enjoy it. Due to the rapid resolution of Gao Yang, the ice cream remained intact without dripping onto the ground. Gao Yang lay on the floor, retching for quite some time before he finally recovered. Observing this, the referee from the fighting club rushed to assist him. The excruciating pain in his abdomen forced Gao Yang to hunch over, his eyes directed at Chu Yi filled with both anger and fear. He had come to realize that Chu Yi's strength far surpassed his own, rendering him powerless in an instant. The fact that he had merely been reduced to vomiting was already a sign of restraint. Yet, Gao Yang could not swallow his pride. His goddess had been taken advantage of by Chu Yi, and he had been made to vomit in front of a crowd of students. His dignity was utterly shattered. The thought of his name being associated with being the one who vomited due to Chu Yi filled him with despair. The more Gao Yang thought about it, the angrier he became, directly shouting at Chu Yi, Chu Yi, don't get too arrogant. There are many stronger individuals in the fighting club than me. Defeating me means nothing. Defeating our president would truly be impressive. With no other recourse, Gao Yang resorted to invoking his president. The president of the fighting club, Pei Yunxian, hailed from a martial arts family and had idolized Bruce Lee since childhood, leading him to endure rigorous martial arts training under his father's guidance. Because of his idol, Pei Yunxian specialized in Jeet Kune Do, and no one in the fighting club could match his prowess. By mentioning him, Gao Yang aimed to undermine Chu Yi's confidence. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Chu Yi's eyes lit up. Although he hadn't met Pei Yunxian, he had certainly heard of his illustrious reputation. Among various rumors, Pei Yunxian was known not only for his exceptional martial prowess, but also for his striking good looks and affluent background, being a rich heir. Yet, Chu Yi's excitement stemmed not from Pei Yunxian's wealth or appearance, but primarily from his combat abilities. What Chu Yi aimed to do was to topple the entire fighting club and claim the system's rewards. As the president and the strongest member, defeating Pei Yunxian would naturally compel all members of the fighting club to bow down in submission. In doing so, the system task would be fulfilled. Chu Yi eagerly anticipated those 10 points of physical fitness. His fighting skills were already exceptional, bolstered by the profound foundation brought by his top-tier mixed martial arts training. However, his slightly lacking physical attributes posed a significant flaw. Once his physical fitness caught up, Chu Yi would be nearly invincible in close combat during this peaceful era. With this thought, he felt a surge of excitement. Every man harbors a fantasy of possessing immense martial prowess. It is an instinct etched into their DNA. However, In modern society, as people pursue wealth and material possessions, the significance of martial strength gradually diminishes. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that formidable fighting abilities remain the aspiration of many men. Most importantly, if Pei Yunxian happened to be more handsome than him, he could certainly land a few punches on that charming face. Yes, that would be delightful. Then please summon Pei Yunxian. Inform him that I, Chu Yi, wish to challenge him. Chu Yi crossed his arms and feigned a haughty demeanor, addressing Gao Yang. I hope you can still be this arrogant when the president arrives. Gao Yang felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart, casting a final harsh remark before striding towards the resting area to contact Pei Yunxian. Chapter 25. President of the Fighting Club, Pei Yunxian. Gao Yang reached the resting area, pulled out his phone, and dialed Pei Yunxian's number. The call was quickly connected, and a heavy panting sound came through. Huff, huff, what is up? Accompanying this were incessant thuds. Gao Yang's heart sank. It seemed he had called at an inopportune moment. On the other end of the line, Pei Yunxian, clad only in shorts and wearing boxing gloves, relentlessly struck the punching bag. Streams of sweat cascaded across the training ground, while his phone sat on speaker mode beside him. After a brief silence, Gao Yang cautiously spoke. Brother Pei, are you busy? Pei Yunxian continued his assault on the bag, responding in a rough voice. Yeah, if you have something to say, hurry up. Huff, huff. Brother Pei, would you prefer to talk after you're done? Gao Yang smiled wryly, realizing that Brother Pei could indeed take calls while working out. All right, I'll call you back in 2 minutes. Pei Yunxian declared before returning his focus to the bag. Listening to the increasingly rapid and thunderous thuds over the phone, Gao Yang found himself perplexed. Could the fight really be over in just 2 minutes? No, since Brother Pei trusted him so much, he must keep this secret. Such a swift secret must not be disclosed. Resolutely, Gao Yang continued to wait in the resting area for Pei Yunxian's return call. Soon, Pei Yunxian's call came through. Hello. Gao Yang, what was your call about? Brother Pei, the situation is like this. Someone is challenging the fighting club, and I am no match for him. Now that person is explicitly requesting to challenge you. Gao Yang relayed the truth. Pei Yunxian frowned upon hearing this. He expected someone to challenge the fighting club. Moreover, Gao Yang couldn't even contend with him. This meant he had to go, or else the reputation of the fighting club would be tarnished. If the president was challenged and did not dare to fight back, the fighting club would become a laughingstock at Jiangbei University. Is that person from Jiangbei University? Yes. Brother Pei, I just fought him and was completely outmatched. He is currently waiting for you at the fighting hall. What do you think? All right, keep him waiting. I'll be there shortly. Gao Yang scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed as he said, Pei Gu, I truly apologize. I didn't realize you were busy. Since you're just finishing up, why not take a shower first? Pei Yunxian waved his hand dismissively. Oh, sweat is merely a testament to hard work. There's no need to wash it off. Besides, I'll have to wash up again after the sparring session. Enough of that. I'm on my way now. Gao Yang felt even more awkward and quickly replied, Then please convey my apologies to sister-in-law for me, and I'll treat you both to dinner next time. He then hung up the phone, fearing a reprimand. Pei Yunxian was left bewildered, pondering sister-in-law? Why would he want to treat me to a meal? However, he didn't dwell on it for long. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, slipped on a short-sleeved shirt, and hurriedly made his way to the Jiangbei University Combat Club. Gao Yang did not have to wait long for him. Just as he finished his ice cream, Pei Yunxian arrived at the combat club. The eagerly awaiting Gao Yang scampered over. Pei Gu, you're here. Pei Yunxian nodded casually. Where's the one who dares to challenge me? Gao Yang pointed with gritted teeth. Pei Gu, it's that guy? He is tough as nails. I didn't even get a hit in before he knocked me down. Pei Yunxian nodded and strode confidently towards Chu Yi. Chu Yi wore a radiant smile. To him, Pei Yunxian was a walking embodiment of attributes. A physique of tin was steadily approaching him. Hey, are you the one here to challenge our combat club? Pei Yunxian said, crossing his arms with a swagger. Only then did Chu Yi take a closer look at Pei Yunxian. The guy was about his height, clad in a tank top and baggy shorts, with a muscular physique that clearly indicated rigorous training. His facial features were quite appealing, ruggedly handsome, exuding a bit of that sun-kissed charm. Yet, compared to my own striking looks, he fell significantly short. Such looks hardly warranted my attention. Pei Yunxian felt a tightening sensation under Chu Yi's scrutinizing gaze and regarded him warily. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? You're not gay, are you? What? You're the gay one. Chu Yi retorted, irritation etched across his face. He had been in high spirits, nearly completing his mission. But this guy's insinuation was intolerable. Didn't he notice how the cheerleaders were eyeing him? Damn it. I'll have to land a few punches on this guy's face. With a serious demeanor, Chu Yi stepped into the octagonal cage. Observing this, Pei Yunxian said nothing further. He twisted his neck, producing a series of satisfying cracks, then removed his tank top and strode into the octagon. As both competitors prepared, The surrounding spectators began to buzz with chatter. It's Pei Yunxian. Ego might be in danger. What has Pei Yunxian to worry about? Didn't you see how Ego knocked Gao Yang down effortlessly? A different opponent would yield the same result. Yes, Ego is the handsomest. No arguments allowed. Girls, I'm not trying to undermine Egu's prowess. But Pei Yunxian is no ordinary fighter. He hails from a martial arts family, trained from a young age, and has led the combat club to glory multiple times. He is also its strongest member. While Egu is formidable, we can't be sure who would prevail. Regardless, Egu is the strongest. Egu is the most handsome. Yes, ladies, let us cheer for Egu. With a rallying cry from Xie Ziqing, the cheerleaders began chanting in unison, Go Egu. Egu is the most handsome. Yay. Chun Xian, mesmerized, leaned towards Ling Linlin. Hey, look at those long legs. They rival the girls in my reference materials. Ling Linlin pushed Chun Xian away in disdain. Get away from me. You only know how to flaunt your ancestral skills. Can't you aspire to something greater? Godi adjusted his glasses and called out to his two companions. Enough of the nonsense. The fight is about to commence. The two playful friends quickly ceased their antics, turning their attention to Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian. Both fighters were set to utilize Sanda rules. Although Pei Yunxian specialized in Jiqian-Du, he was equally adept in Sanda. Chu Yi had no objections. He merely needed to complete his task, irrespective of the rules or techniques employed. At this moment, the referee announced the commencement of the match. Chu Yi initiated the confrontation with a couple of punches, swiftly closing the distance to Pei Yunxian. Since he had resolved to teach this guy a lesson, he took the offensive. Pei Yunxian, having no intention of adopting a defensive stance, was prepared to confront him head-on. He had never shied away from a challenge. Yet, the very moment the fight began, the manner in which Chu Yi advanced instilled a profound sense of pressure in Pei Yunxian. This overwhelming force was something Pei Yunxian had only experienced from his father. No, the intensity emanating from Chu Yi surpassed even that. A bead of cold sweat trickled into Pei Yunxuan's eye, but he dared not wipe it away. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He simply couldn't afford to. He understood that any movement on his part would provoke a ferocious counterattack from the man before him. Damn it. Why does Zhongbei University have such a formidable character? Chu Yi noted Pei Yunxuan's immobility, resembling a statue, and felt curious, wondering why he resembled a turtle. However, with the mission's target within reach, he would not squander any time. Defeating this guy was his priority. With an aggressive stride, Chu Yi quickly approached Pei Yunxian, launching a straight punch aimed at his face. Here it comes. Pei Yunxuan's taut nerves finally twitched as he quickly sidestepped to evade. He had been waiting for Chu Yi to strike, as that would be his chance to exploit any openings. However, to his dismay, Chu Yi revealed not a single vulnerability. Rather, he appeared impervious. This realization sent shockwaves through Pei Yunxian. Even during an assault, this level of composure was beyond what an ordinary university student could possess. Even his father, when attacking, would display some openings, though his counter-response was incredibly swift. Yet, the Chu Yi before him exhibited no flaws whatsoever. How was he supposed to fight back? Before Pei Yunxian could regain his composure, Chu Yi's right hand swiftly unleashed a hook, landing squarely on Pei Yunxuan's cheek. Crack! The sharp sound of impact reverberated, and Pei Yunxian felt the force of the blow resonate through his left side. However, rather than panicking, he recognized the necessity of seizing this moment to counterattack. With a powerful right hook aimed at Chu Yi's forehead, he unleashed his pent-up energy, yet it bore no fruit. Chu Yi deftly leaned back, evading Pei Yunxuan's well-calculated assault. Capitalizing on Pei Yunxuan's momentary weakness, Chu Yi executed a low whip kick, striking Pei Yunxuan's calf with precision. Thud! Pei Yunxian immediately lost his balance, crashing to the ground, the shooting pain in his calf proving almost unbearable. Yet, from this brief exchange, he realized he was utterly outmatched by Chu Yi. Where on earth had this prodigy emerged from? Chu Yi, choosing not to press the advantage, decided to wait for Pei Yunxian to regain his feet before delivering another few blows to his face. How dare he insinuate that he was gay? The audacity. Pei Yunxian, struggling to rise, saw that Chu Yi was poised to continue and quickly raised his hands, shouting, Big brother, I can't beat you. I concede. With no other recourse, Pei Yunxian realized that the chasm between himself and Chu Yi was insurmountable. He stood no chance whatsoever. Continuing the fight would only result in futile punishment. To him, conceding to such a formidable opponent was not an act of disgrace. The first to react were the cheerleaders. Wow, the god of Yi is incredible. He made his opponent concede immediately, truly worthy of the title. The god of Yi is amazing. Sisters, let us chant together. The god of Yi is superb. The god of Yi is handsome. Admiration points, 10. Admiration points, 10. Admiration points, 10. In contrast, a few boys in the vicinity began to jeer. Is this it? Pathetic. Ugh, Is this the president of the fighting club? Why is he so weak? Seriously, he fell to the ground without much of a fight, then got up and conceded. This can't be real. They must be staging this for attention. Weren't we told Pei Yunxian was a skilled fighter? What happened? I doubt it. Pei Yunxian is indeed formidable. I've witnessed his prowess firsthand. But here, he appears as soft as a lamb before Yi Ge. Could it be that Yi Ge has become so powerful that he can easily handle someone of Pei Yunxian's caliber? Incredible. He could take on 10 at once. Listening to the surrounding comments, Pei Yunxian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and silently wiped his face. Chu Yi paused for a moment and asked, "Are we not continuing? I've only just begun." Pei Yunxian let out a bitter laugh, waving his hand. "Master, please spare me. With your level of skill, I am unworthy to continue this fight. Continuing would only mean I'm inviting more punishment." Chu Yi nodded. "Then what? I haven't had enough fun yet." "Are you really that fragile? It shouldn't be the case. I heard you've practiced martial arts since childhood. Your resilience should be commendable." Pei Yunxian, exasperated, replied, "Master, please have mercy. If I have offended you in any way, do let me know, and I shall make amends immediately, no matter how resilient one is. It's not meant to be a punching bag, is it?" Ding. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points in physical fitness. Should it take effect immediately? No. Chu Yi dared not allow the system's bestowed fitness points to activate under the gaze of the crowd. What if it resulted in something like muscle enhancement or increased height? That would be entirely too conspicuous. It would be best to wait until he was alone to activate it. Having received the system's reward, Chu Yi no longer felt the need to press Pei Yunxian, for they bore no enmity, and there was no necessity for undue harshness. "Well, since you, the president of the fighting club, have conceded, I shall consider this visit a success," Chu Yi said with a smile. Pei Yunxian nodded earnestly. "Master is correct. With your strength, no one in the entire fighting club could rival you. The success of your challenge is only natural." Chu Yi gave him an approving look, smiling. "You have insight." Pei Yunxian beamed. "Master, you flatter me. I have a humble request, and I hope you will grant it." Chu Yi's expression turned wary. "What is it?" "I'm not into that." Pei Yunxian's face turned crimson. "Master, you misunderstand. I merely wish for us to exchange contact information so I might seek your guidance in the future. You are simply too strong." As he spoke of his passion, Pei Yunxian's eyes sparkled with fervor, akin to a man who had been imprisoned for a decade, catching sight of a sow. Chu Yi had little interest in teaching a grown man martial arts. If it were a girl, that would be a different matter. "Forget it. I see you have some skill, but you're merely a fraction below me. I doubt I can teach you much." Chu Yi shook his head, preparing to leave the octagonal cage. Pei Yunxian felt anxious. If he could gain the guidance of such a master, his progress would undoubtedly skyrocket. But now, the master was about to leave, and he could not bear to let this opportunity for advancement slip away. In a moment of desperation, Pei Yunxian lunged forward, grasping Chu Yi's thigh. "Master, please, grant me this chance." Chu Yi broke into a cold sweat, glancing down at the figure clinging to his leg, and sighed internally. "Damn it, I almost kicked him away instinctively just now. Thankfully, I held back, or this guy might have been injured." Unaware of how close he had come to disaster, Pei Yunxian continued unabashedly, "Master, please give me a chance. As long as you agree, I will do anything you ask." Chu Yi, his patience wearing thin, replied, "Get up first." Pei Yunxian clung to Chu Yi's leg, refusing to budge, wearing a face full of determination. "Master, I won't get up until you agree." Chu Yi's expression darkened as he commanded, "Get up." Feeling a surge of intimidation, Pei Yunxian scrambled to his feet, observing the obedient figure standing before him. Reminiscent of an elementary school student, Chu Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. My lion's roar still holds power." Chapter 27. The cheerleaders line up for autographs. Pei Yunxian. "Is it? If you wish for me to teach you, that is not unfeasible, but you must demonstrate sincerity. There is no such thing as a free lunch." Chu Yi remarked nonchalantly. Pei Yunxian's eyes lit up as he eagerly replied, "Master, I can pay tuition." Chu Yi waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not boasting. I have no interest in money." Pei Yunxian paused, taken aback. How could anyone be disinterested in money? "Master, I can pay a substantial tuition. How about 10,000 per hour?" Pei Yunxian continued his monetary assault. Chu Yi remained unmoved. While he might lack many things, money was not one of them. Money held no allure for him. "I've already stated my disinterest in money. If you cannot offer something else that would entice me, then this is where we part ways," Chu Yi said with a serious expression. Seeing that Chu Yi genuinely seemed indifferent to money, Pei Yunxian's mind raced. Could it be that the master was also from a wealthy background? Yet, in the circles of Jiannan, he had never heard of such a figure. Pei Yunxian contemplated what Chu Yi might desire. A lack of interest in money suggested he came from a wealthy family. Thus, the remaining possibilities were beauty, power, or connections. While he had none of the former, he possessed a modicum of the latter, uncertain if it would catch the master's eye. Pei Yunxian cautiously remarked, "Master, you must also be from a wealthy family, right?" Chu Yi nodded, sort of. "Why? Master, I am acquainted with nearly all the elite offspring in Jiannan. I hadn't heard of your name before, so I thought you might have limited connections. My suggestion is that if you teach me to fight, I would consider you my mentor, and I could introduce you to some friends, which might prove beneficial in the future. What do you think?" Pei Yunxian said, speaking in hushed tones. With so many people around, and given the nature of the conversation, there was no need to raise their voices. It was sufficient for just the two of them to understand. Upon hearing Pei Yunxuan's words, Chu Yi fell into deep contemplation. Pei Yunxian made a valid point. At present, he appeared to be merely a wealthy individual, with perhaps the addition of a system as an advantage. However, in this society, mere wealth was insufficient. Sometimes, connections were far more critical. Especially in times of need, the importance of relationships became glaringly evident. Thinking of connections, Chu Yi recalled a personal experience related to someone close to him. He had a classmate who, upon hearing that participating in blood donation would grant priority access to blood transfusions for direct relatives in the future, made it a point to donate blood every academic year, each time contributing 400 cubic centimeters. Later, when this classmate's father fell ill and truly required a transfusion, he presented a stack of blood donation certificates to the hospital, hoping for priority assistance for his father. To his dismay, the hospital informed him that there was no available blood, and he would have to wait. Upon inquiring further, he discovered that in another ward, an elderly gentleman with the same blood type had been quickly attended to. It turned out that the man's son was a CEO of a company and had connections with the doctors. A mere phone call to the department ensured that the blood arrived promptly, without even needing to show his face. This incident left the classmate feeling utterly despondent. Connections, it seemed, were inconsequential when one did not need them, yet immensely significant when the need arose. In any circumstance, relationships could open doors, even in a hospital setting. No matter how much one had contributed to saving lives, it paled in comparison to the advantage of having connections. Thus, when Pei Yunxian proposed this idea, Chu Yi found himself genuinely intrigued. He lacked not for wealth, but in every other regard, he felt deficient. Beep. The host possesses a profound understanding of networking, much to the system's delight. This is one of the essential traits of a wealthy individual. Now issuing a task, cultivate connections. Under Pei Yunxuan's guidance, forge relationships with the privileged youth of Jiannan City. Accept and complete the task, reward of a security company. Declining will result in punishment. Such a fortuitous opportunity. Chu Yi had already intended to acquiesce to Pei Yunxuan's request to make some friends, deeming it beneficial for himself. But he had not anticipated that the system would also issue a task alongside it. Given this, he, Chu Yi, accepted the mission. Noticing Chu Yi in contemplation without a response, Pei Yunxian prompted, "Great one, what is your decision?" Chu Yi returned to the moment and nodded, "Very well. I accept your proposal." Pei Yunxuan's face broke into a broad grin, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. I fear you may surpass even my father. Once I learn a bit more from you, I shall no longer fear his reprimands." Chu Yi cast a sidelong glance at the exuberant Pei Yunxian and quipped, "What? You don't intend to turn the tables on your father, do you?" Pei Yunxuan's smile faltered, and he quickly waved his hands in denial. No, that's not what I meant. I simply wish to endure my father's discipline with less severity." It seemed that Pei Yunxian had indeed endured his share of reprimands and still feared his father despite growing older. His earnest attempts to cultivate a closer bond seemed solely aimed at softening the blows he would inevitably face in the future. Such a display of paternal affection. Chu Yi chuckled softly. "In that case, let us exchange WeChat details, and you can take me out to broaden my horizons." Pei Yunxian smiled brightly. "You clearly hail from a distinguished background. Who knows, we may come to rely on your skills in the future. Why wait for an auspicious day? How about tonight?" Chu Yi shook his head. "Perhaps tomorrow instead? I plan to treat my dormitory mates to dinner tonight, and likely won't have the time." Pei Yunxian nodded. "No problem. Tomorrow it is, and I'll reach out to a few close friends. We shall have a grand time." The two exited the octagonal cage while casually conversing. Pei Yunxian dashed to the side to grab his phone, and Gao Yang eagerly followed him. Meanwhile, Chu Yi's roommates gathered around him, accompanied by a group of cheerleading girls. Chun Xian, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Igu, I never knew you were so formidable. Even Pei Yunxian was taken down by you in just a few moves. Could you possibly teach me?" Chu Yi glanced at Chun Xian, his expression inscrutable. "You indulge too much. Your body is weak, so I doubt you would learn anything." Chun Xian, unwilling to concede, continued, "Then I'll quit. I swear. From now on, I shall become a sage, wholly devoted to martial arts." Godi scoffed, "Spare us. You, a sage? Do you truly think you can part with Teacher Bo Duo, Teacher Fakata, Teacher Ozawa, and Teacher Ijima? Besides, you've already lost too much vitality. You won't achieve anything noteworthy. Right, Ego? Chu Yi suppressed a chuckle and nodded solemnly. Indeed, Gozi speaks wisely. Moreover, you likely couldn't endure the hardships of training. Save your energy for something worthwhile. Chun Xian slumped into despondency, squatting down with his face covered in contemplation. Ling Linlin gave Chu Yi a thumbs up, flashing a bright smile. Enough chit-chat. Ego is incredible. Double the praise. Chu Yi shot him a sidelong glance. You only know how to eat beef tendons. Consuming so many of them hasn't made your boasting any more impressive. Ling Linlin scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. What does eating beef tendons have to do with bragging? At that moment, Xie Ziqing hurried over, interrupting Ling Linlin's attempt to speak further, producing a marker from seemingly nowhere and handing it to Chu Yi. Chu Yi, could you give us your autograph? Chu Yi looked around and realized a throng of cheerleading girls were eagerly watching him. You all want my autograph? The girls nodded in unison, sweetly pleading, please, God, grant us a signature. You are far too kind. Just calling my name suffices. It's merely a signature. A trivial matter. Chu Yi smiled, accepting the marker from Xie Ziqing, prepared to sign for each girl. However, Xie Ziqing blushed and shyly tugged at her shirt, saying, Chu Yi, please sign here. Chu Yi was taken aback. Huh? Chapter 28. Great one, I'll toss the AJ aside. Chu Yi thought to himself that this was quite the predicament. Yet, he did not refuse. After all, if the girl was unbothered, how could he, as a man, lack the courtesy to oblige? Very well, considering your support, I shall comply. With a resigned smile, Chu Yi signed his name with flair. Xie Ziqing glanced down at the signature on her chest, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yay, this is wonderful. Chu Yi, did you know? You were so handsome just now. How come I never realized you were such a hidden gem? Chu Yi joked. Well, it's not that I've been hiding my handsomeness. Perhaps I simply didn't want to flaunt it everywhere. Xie Ziqing nodded in agreement. If you had showcased your charm sooner, you would have surely secured priority in the dating pool at Jiangbei University. Then Suyu wouldn't have broken up with you. Chu Yi felt as though he was being unfairly implicated, wondering how their conversation had shifted to Suyu. Ahem, let us not discuss that. I must sign for the other female classmates. The mention of Suyu dampened Chu Yi's enthusiasm for further conversation. So he asked Xie Ziqing to step aside, while he continued signing for the other girls. Watching Chu Yi busy himself, Xie Ziqing pouted slightly, but chose to remain silent. Signing autographs for the cheerleading girls proved to be no simple task. Some even extended their thighs for him to sign. This left Chu Yi in a bit of a quandary. Nonetheless, considering they were his supporters, he felt obliged to endure this rather unexpected favor. After about 10 minutes of signing, the crowd of onlookers remained, eager to witness the outcome of this unfolding scenario, as the main character was still present. At that moment, Pei Yunxian approached Chu Yi, having noticed he had completed his signing duties, with Gao Yang trailing behind, appearing timid and subdued, reminiscent of a student awaiting reprimand from a teacher, devoid of his earlier bravado. Great deity, I have come to understand the situation. It appears that this rascal, Gao Yang, intentionally provoked you. I shall have him apologize forthwith. Pei Yunxian declared, giving Gao Yang a gentle kick and signaling him with a glance. With a mournful expression, Gao Yang looked up at Pei Yunxian. Noticing Pei Yunxian's serious demeanor and the intense gaze directed at him, Gao Yang, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to offer an apology. Though he was arrogant, he held great admiration for those stronger than him, especially since Pei Yunxian often guided him in martial arts, serving as both mentor and friend. Now that his master had spoken, he had no grounds to refuse. I sincerely apologize, Chu Yi. It was entirely my fault for deliberately causing trouble. Please forgive me, Gao Yang said, bowing his head towards Chu Yi. His voice, though somewhat feeble, conveyed his sentiments clearly. Gao Yang continued, moreover, regarding Xin Yinyun, I assure you that I shall never harass her again. Great deity. Although Gao Yang can be a bit unruly, he does not possess a malicious heart. Please find it in your grace to forgive him. Pei Yunxian quickly chimed in to support his comrade. Chu Yi glanced at Pei Yunxian, noticing his hopeful expression and frantic blinking. After some contemplation, he accepted Gao Yang's apology. Very well, considering Pei Yunxian's plea, I shall let it go. However, you ought to dispose of those AJ shoes you wear, as a member of the Dragon Nation. Refrain from purchasing such an inferior brand in the future. Upon hearing Chu Yi's decision to drop the matter, Pei Yunxian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Gao Yang was his subordinate and disciple, and securing Chu Yi's forgiveness was a cause for mutual celebration. Pei Yunxian shot a disapproving look at Gao Yang's shoes and admonished him. Did you not hear what the great deity said? Quickly dispose of those wretched shoes. Should you ever dare to wear that brand again, I shall not hesitate to punish you. Gao Yang shrank his neck and promptly agreed. Understood, Brother Pei? I will dispose of them right away. With that, He removed his shoes on the spot and tossed them into a nearby trash bin. After resolving the matter between Gao Yang and Chu Yi, Pei Yunxian and Chu Yi exchanged WeChat contacts and shared phone numbers. Hee, great deity. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Gao Yang is my disciple, and from now on, you shall be my master, making Gao Yang your disciple as well. I do not wish to be referred to as an ancestor so soon. Chu Yi waved his hand dismissively, continuing, no need to call me great deity or master. Just address me by my name. Pei Yunxian shook his head. That is out of the question. My father taught me that one must show sufficient respect towards the strong, and proper titles must be employed. If you refuse to let me call you great deity, then I shall refer to you as master. One must be used. Chu Yi appeared bewildered. But your father is stronger than you. Do you not show him respect? Pei Yunxian nodded. Indeed I do. I address him as Father Emperor. Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback. What? On this note, Pei Yunxian expressed a hint of pride. Do you find it peculiar? Chu Yi acknowledged. It is rather unusual. Pei Yunxian smugly stated. Hee, since I call my father Father Emperor, that makes me a prince. Chu Yi, facepalming, retorted. The Qing dynasty has long fallen. Do you still wish to be a prince? Does your family possess a throne? Pei Yunxian raised an eyebrow in a boastful manner. Of course. My father adores cosplay and often dresses as an emperor. We even have a dragon throne at home. Master, should the opportunity arise, I shall take you to my home to see it. It is quite comfortable to sit upon. Chu Yi, with a mix of amusement and disbelief, replied. You realize that in ancient times, sitting upon a dragon throne could lead to the annihilation of your entire clan. Hee, but this is the modern era. It is merely a prop. Even if my father discovers it, the worst I would face is a beating. Pei Yunxian chuckled, scratching his head. Well then, since the matter has been settled, I shall take my leave. I will guide you in martial arts when I have the time. Chu Yi, wishing to avoid further conversation with Pei Yunxian, whose thought processes were rather unconventional, sought to disengage. Pei Yunxian nodded, slightly bowing as he performed a cupped fist salute. As you command. Master. Ignoring Pei Yunxian, Chu Yi waved to his roommates, calling out, Brothers, let us return. Chun Xian, quick to respond, hollered back with a croaky voice, Aye. This scene was captured by some enthusiastic onlookers and uploaded to the campus forum. Shocking. The mysterious figure known as the God of E successfully challenges the Martial Arts Society. And Pei Yunxian actually refers to him as Master. Let the gossip continue. Gao Yang humbly admits his fault and discards his beloved AJ shoes. Could this be the legendary Hidden Master, whose kick struck a titanium alloy steel plate? Posts related to the challenge rapidly ascended to the trending section. The comment section was flooded with curious onlookers speculating about Chu Yi's identity. Soy sauce mixed rice. This person seems to be the one who performed artificial respiration to save Shin Yinyun. How impressive. Born warrior. Gao Yang is truly hilarious. He sought trouble and ended up losing his shoes. Delicious fried rice. The transformation before and after the challenge is too funny. Juju is not a pig. I witnessed it live. The God of E is incredibly handsome. Unfortunately, I lacked the courage to ask for an autograph, while many cheerleaders did. Not every milk is papaya milk. I heard even Pei Yunxian could not withstand a few blows and was knocked down, only to get up and cling to the leg of the victor, begging to be his disciple. K-Moji. Wow, so fierce. This guy is quite something. Pei Yunxian had already been considered the pinnacle of combat prowess at Jiangbei University, yet he was swiftly defeated. Dragon subduing 18 Palms Lu, my heavens. Could this individual be the descendant of a legendary hidden family? Brain hole universe. It feels as though the veil of the hidden world is gradually being lifted before our eyes. Oh no, will we be silenced? Secret Department of Gualan Nation. You know too much. Promptly deposit 50 yuan into this account to avoid being silenced. XXXXXXXX. It's the Postal Bank. Chapter 29. Just a task from the master. After departing from the Martial Arts Society, it was nearly time for afternoon classes. Thus, Chu Yi led his roommates to the classroom. Unbeknownst to him, while the matter of the challenge had concluded, the rumors circulating on the campus forum had grown increasingly absurd. Coupled with the embellishments from students who had witnessed the event, Chu Yi was portrayed as a formidable master of unparalleled strength. The forum's onlookers engaged in a frenzy of speculation. One moment, they claimed Chu Yi was a hidden master returning from training. The next, they asserted he hailed from a secretive lineage, and some even suggested he was a reincarnated cultivator. With videos of Chu Yi's impressive performance at the Martial Arts Society circulating, his dashing demeanor captivated numerous admirers. The forum now divided into three factions. Chu Yi's fans, skeptics doubting his identity, and detractors. The three groups engaged in fierce debates, with fans championing Chu Yi, detractors vehemently criticizing him, and skeptics posting threads to discuss his identity. As a result, Chu Yi amassed a significant amount of admiration points. While While attending the final class, a notification suddenly appeared before him. Ding! The system has detected that the host has garnered a substantial amount of admiration points online, reaching 3,000 points. Would you like to withdraw? Chu Yi was momentarily stunned before a wave of joy washed over him. It turned out that gaining fame online could also yield admiration points. This was simply splendid. Chu Yi promptly withdrew the 3,000 admiration points. He had already accumulated a considerable amount of admiration points, and with the addition of these 3,000 points, he was on the verge of exchanging for something of mastery level. Chu Yi resolved to seize the opportunity to flaunt during dinner with his roommates tonight. With this, the admiration points should suffice. I truly am a prodigy of ostentation. At that moment, Chu Yi received a message from Shin Yinyun. Shin Yinyun, transferring 9,600 yuan to you. Shin Yinyun, Chu Yi, I've been discharged from the hospital. The nurse mentioned that someone prepaid 10,000 yuan for my medical expenses. It must be you, how sweet. Shin Yinyun, the medical expenses amounted to 1,000 yuan, so I'll be returning you 9,000. Since I only have 700 yuan left, I can only repay you 9,600 for now. Can I return the remaining amount next month? Cold sweat. Chu Yi, there are still about 10 days left until next month. How can you get by with only 100 yuan? Shin Yinyun, I still have some money on my meal card, and I don't eat much, so this should be sufficient to last me until next month. Cheeky. Chu Yi, refunded 9,600 yuan. Chu Yi, keep this money for now. Consider it in advance on your and Xiang Lan's wages. When the time comes, take Xiang Lan to buy 2 sets of slightly more expensive maid outfits as work attire. If the quality is subpar, I shall reduce your wages, mind you. Firmly. Chu Yi, all right, I'm still in class. Let us discuss this later. Glancing at the chat history on his phone, Chu Yi couldn't help but sigh. This girl was so foolishly endearing. The first thing she did upon being discharged was to return the medical expenses he had covered. Despite having only 700 yuan for living expenses, she insisted on returning 600 yuan, leaving herself with just 100 for sustenance. Judging by her tone, it seemed that her financial strain would only ease next month. But how would she manage to stretch 100 yuan for 10 days? Plain water with steamed buns? Or perhaps vegetables with rice? Or instant noodles for every meal? Nowadays, even a single bowl of instant noodles costs 4 yuan. 3 bowls a day for 10 days would amount to 120 yuan. It's hard to believe that even a robust man would endure such a diet, let alone a delicate girl. Many university students spend more than 100 yuan just for a meal on a date. Given Shin Yinyun's words, it didn't seem like she was putting on a brave face. Chu Yi found it hard to fathom the hardships she must have endured. What kind of family circumstances could lead this girl to naturally accept such suffering? Chu Yi then recalled the intimate moments he shared with Shin Yinyun the previous day and felt compelled to do something for her. At the very least, he should alleviate her suffering. Such a beautiful girl deserves protection from the likes of LSP. No, she deserves to be guarded by the charming Yi. At the entrance of Jiannan First Hospital, Shin Yinyun and Xiang Lan were crouched by the roadside. Lan, he refunded me the money, saying it's an advance on our wages, and told us to buy a set of more expensive maid outfits. If the quality is lacking, he'll reduce our pay. Shin Yinyun said, gently biting her lip as she handed her phone to Xiang Lan, signaling her to look at the chat history. Xiang Lan took the phone and, after a glance, nodded with a smile. See, I told you he wouldn't mind. You didn't believe me and insisted on borrowing money to repay him. Plus, I spent a significant portion of my living expenses covering your medical fees, and now with this wage advance, you owe me money. Xiang Lan acted as if money was her only concern, rubbing her thumb and forefinger together. Shin Yinyun nodded. All right, Lan, I'll repay you now. Tell me how much. Xiang Lan counted on her fingers. Well, the ambulance cost 150. I covered 200 for medical expenses, and just now you borrowed 400 from me to repay Chu Yi, totaling 750 yuan. Shin Yinyun smiled and began to calculate. Chu Yi gave us an advance of 10,000 yuan. That's 5,000 each. And then I'll give you 750, making a total of 6,750. Xiang Lan frowned. Why are you calculating it as 10,000? Isn't at 9,000? Shin Yinyun smirked. Lan, don't forget, Chu Yi prepaid 10,000 for my medical expenses, and 1,000 has already been spent. Xiang Lan shook her head vigorously. No, that 1,000 doesn't count. That's what you owe Chu Yi. So according to the 9,000 wage advance, you only owe me 6,250. Hurry, transfer it. 6,250. Xiang Lan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, resembling a little hamster spotting food. Shin Yinyun couldn't help but chuckle. All right, as you wish. 6,250. Now that we're almost done with classes, shall we go buy the maid outfits? Xianglan wrapped her arm around Shun Nianyun's waist, grinning mischievously. What's this? Already embracing your maid role so quickly? Buying maid outfits right after being discharged. Shin Nianyun playfully flicked Xianglan's forehead, chiding. What are you saying? If we don't follow Chu Yi's instructions, our wages will be docked. Xianglan, having been flicked on the forehead, yelped in response and immediately retaliated, wrapping her arms around Shin Nianyun and tickling her. I can't believe you, Nianyun, would flick my head for a man. Let us see how I teach you a lesson. Shin Nianyun laughed and begged for mercy. Haha, I'm sorry, Lan. Please spare me. That tickles. Only then did Xianglan cease her assault, clapping her hands with a smile. Hee, since you sincerely admit your mistake, I shall let you off this time. Shin Nianyun straightened her outfit and, wrapping her arms around Xianglan, said, Hee, then let us go, Lan, to buy the maid outfits. Xianglan, with a resigned smile, could only agree. All right, just a task for the master. Shin Nianyun, not quite understanding the driver's banter, merely rolled her eyes at her and said nothing further. The two found a shared electric scooter by the roadside and set off towards the shopping mall. Chapter 30. What's wrong? Are you in a hurry? The day's classes swiftly came to an end. At 5 in the afternoon, Chu Yi prepared to take his 3 good buddies out for a nice meal. The 4 of them arrived at the parking lot and immediately spotted Chu Yi's Koenigsegg Gemera. Its streamlined design was highly recognizable, standing out like a crane among chickens. It was virtually impossible to overlook. Koenigsegg enthusiastically wrapped his arm around Chu Yi's, mimicking a girl's behavior and playfully rubbing his chest against Chu Yi's arm, saying, Brother Yi, your car is so cool. Can I sit in the passenger seat? Chu Yi frowned, extending a finger and poking Koenigsegg's waist with force. Yumiati, Koenigsegg exclaimed in pain, quickly letting go and casting a resentful glance at Chu Yi. Brother Yi, that was too harsh. Hiss, it's already red. Koenigsegg lifted his shirt to reveal a slight redness where Chu Yi had poked him, taking a sharp breath. Humph, if you keep acting so flamboyantly. Next time it'll be the broken egg dragon claw technique. Chu Yi replied disdainfully. Don't throw away the smashed eggs. Wrap them in flour and fry them until golden. The classmates next door will be drooling. Ling Linlin chimed in with a strange laugh. Koenigsegg, hearing this, couldn't he help but turn his legs inward, hastily protecting his prized possessions worth 4 million. Godi pulled out a tissue to wipe his sweat and urged, Let us get in the car. It's scorching hot out here. Come on, get in. Tonight, everyone has to put down at least 3 skewers of kidney. Anything left over will be soft eggs. Chu Yi waved his hand grandly, leading his 3 roommates into the Koenigsegg Gemera. No way. I think just 1 skewer is enough. 3 will be sickening. Koenigsegg shouted while holding his waist. Rather than worrying about being sickened, it would be more concerning if he couldn't sleep tonight. Godi seemed to have thought of something, his expression turning pained. Hi, if you can't finish your food, just give it to me. I happen to need to promote my testosterone levels, so let us just get on with it. Ling Linlin exhibited a remarkable boldness, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the thought of the delectable dishes awaiting him. Let us go, Chu Yi called out, revving the engine of his sports car as they sped towards the nearby food city. Upon arriving at Fushing Food City, Chu Yi parked the car securely and led his 3 roommates to a barbecue restaurant they visited occasionally. The reason for their sporadic visits was the relatively high prices of the establishment. The 4 of them would only gather here on special occasions or to celebrate birthdays. Nevertheless, the flavors were undeniably exquisite and the service was impeccable, which was why Chu Yi chose this place. As soon as they settled down, the waiter promptly brought over the menu and warmly served them tea. Chu Yi sipped his tea while encouraging his roommates to order their favorite dishes. Brother Yi suggests 3 skewers of kidney for each of us, so let us start with 12 skewers. If you can't finish, just pass the leftovers to me. Ling Linlin was the first to order the kidney he had been yearning for, thumping his chest with bravado, declaring he would take responsibility for any uneaten skewers. He subsequently ordered oysters, bullwhips, and a selection of meat skewers before handing the menu to Koenigsegg. Koenigsegg scrutinized the menu and, noticing the abundance of meat, decided to order some vegetables, like eggplant and others. Finally, Godi opted for some beverages. Since Chu Yi would be driving later, everyone tacitly agreed not to order any alcoholic drinks. After all, it wouldn't do for the 3 of them to indulge in alcohol while leaving Chu Yi with only soft drinks. Once the orders were placed, Koenigsegg leaned closer to Chu Yi, curiosity etched on his face. Brother Yi, when did you hone your skills? It's truly impressive. Chu Yi took a sip of his drink, chuckling as he replied, Actually, I am a descendant of an ancient martial arts family. I had kept my identity concealed due to the trials my family imposed on me, but now that the 3-year period has elapsed, I see no need to hide any longer. Who would have thought, Brother Yi, you are quite formidable. Koenigsegg exclaimed, his mouth agape as he nodded thoughtfully. Wow, Brother E is amazing. Go D chimed in, not questioning further and exclaiming 666 in admiration. Brother E, do you think my physique is suitable for martial arts training? Ling Linlin asked, lifting his hands and striking a classic Arnold pose, flexing his considerable biceps. Chu Yi stifled a chuckle, finding his friends adorably naive. However, he feigned seriousness as he examined Ling Linlin and shook his head. Ah Dan, let me tell you, martial arts must be cultivated from a young age. It's quite challenging to achieve significant prowess if one starts later in life. At most, you might be slightly stronger than the average person. Ling Linlin nodded, displaying no signs of disappointment, merely having asked out of curiosity. From his understanding, ancient martial arts families or secluded clans adhered to strict rules. Even if he could train, Brother E would likely not be able to instruct him. Hearing this, Koenigsegg suddenly turned his eyes mischievously and leaned towards Chu Yi, whispering, Brother E, does your family have any techniques akin to iron crotch skills? Feigning surprise, Chu Yi asked, why do you inquire about that? Shoo, Brother E, keep your voice down. The patrons at the next table are starting to stare. Koenigsegg replied, a sheepish grin on his face. Brother E, I've always envied those male performers for their stamina. I used to suspect they were on drugs, but now that you mention it, there must be martial arts training methods for that sort of thing, right? Chu Yi's expression turned peculiar as he remarked, what's the matter? Are you suffering from premature ejaculation? This remark was made without lowering his voice, and both Go Di and Ling Linlin, who were enjoying their snacks and drinks, overheard. Immediately, they paused their activities and turned to Koenigsegg with knowing smiles. Hee. Koenigsegg's expression changed, and he hurriedly explained, brothers, I'm not suffering from that. I just wanted to ask Brother E if he has any training tips for that area. Go Di and Ling Linlin exchanged glances and chuckled. We understand. We totally get it. Ling Linlin sat next to Koenigsegg, patted his shoulder, and boomed. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone about your little issue. Chu Yi and Go Di burst into laughter, realizing that they had drawn the attention of nearby diners. Koenigsegg quickly noticed the stares and blushed, exclaiming, Ah Dan, keep your voice down. Ling Linlin, undeterred, continued, what? Not only are you dealing with that, but you also have erectile dysfunction? Chu Yi and Go Di could hardly contain their laughter. Some nearby girls overheard Ling Linlin's remark, casting curious glances at Koenigsegg and stifling giggles. Koenigsegg, wearing a sorrowful expression, quickly lowered his voice. Ah Dan, no, Lingu, I was wrong, please stop. Ling Linlin grinned widely. Call me Daddy. Koenigsegg's face shifted, and he reluctantly whispered, Daddy. Ling Linlin chuckled triumphantly, finally relenting from teasing Koenigsegg. Chu Yi found great amusement in the playful banter between Koenigsegg and Ling Linlin, recalling the time when Ah Dan accidentally spilled milk on his pants, prompting Koenigsegg to shout about Ah Dan's mishaps in class. Now, the tables had turned, and Koenigsegg was facing his own karma. At that moment, a group of customers clad in tank tops arrived at the adjacent table, their exposed arms adorned with bizarre tattoos. The leader, a portly man with a dark complexion, removed his tank top as soon as he sat down, revealing a back covered in tattoos. The female server approached with the menu and politely reminded him, Sir, this is a public space. Please put your shirt back on. A skinny man seated next to the portly figure glared and barked, Are you blind? Can't you see brother who is sweating profusely? Your air conditioning isn't even working, yet you expect customers to wear clothes? The waitress, feeling disheartened, noticed their aggressive demeanor and refrained from further protest, standing awkwardly until they finished ordering. As she turned to leave, the skinny man shouted, Get the drinks out first, and bring 2 plates of peanuts. Make sure the dishes come quickly, we don't want to wait too long. The waitress nodded and headed to the kitchen. Observing this, Go Di muttered under his breath, A bunch of self-important fools. Koenigsegg echoed quietly, I can't stand people like that. They strut around like they own the place. Chu Yi poured drinks for everyone and cheerfully remarked, Why bother with them? Let us focus on our own meal. Ling Linlin nodded in agreement. Yes? Let us enjoy our own food and ignore the ruckus next door. The 4 of them raised their glasses in a toast, and although they were drinking soft drinks, the atmosphere remained lively. They shared amusing stories and laughed heartily whenever they discussed attractive women or other entertaining topics. During this time, Go Di, having drunk too much, excused himself to the restroom. Just as he left, the long-awaited lamb kidneys were served, with the waitress placing a large platter of 12 skewers on their table. This scene caught the attention of the now red-faced skinny man, who slammed his hand on the table and shouted at the waitress, Waitress, why are you taking so long with the food? We also ordered lamb kidneys. Why did they get served first? The waitress was startled by his sudden outburst, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she explained, These customers ordered before you. Chu Yi furrowed his brow, glancing at the neighboring table. What kind of people were these? Treating a meal as if they were royalty? The skinny man, already intoxicated, continued to escalate the situation. At this moment, as Chu Yi turned to glance at him, he immediately felt provoked. He smashed his wine glass onto the ground and stood up, shouting towards Chu Yi, "What the hell are you staring at?" The waitress appeared flustered, as it was her first encounter with such a situation. Seeing the scrawny troublemaker instigate chaos, Ling Linlin also forcefully slammed the table and rose, glaring fiercely at the scrawny one. "Who the hell are you yelling at?" The scrawny fellow felt a twinge of fear upon seeing Ling Linlin's stature, but with onlookers surrounding them, he could not afford to lose face. He grabbed a beer bottle and approached Ling Linlin, threatening, "Shut your mouth, or I swear I'll smash your head." His 5 companions also stood up in unison, exuding an unmistakable readiness for conflict. Chu Yi, witnessing this, was not one to back down. If this group dared to stir trouble, he would ensure they understood the meaning of paternal wrath. Furthermore, he was somewhat irked. Having come out to enjoy a meal, encountering such ruffians would infuriate anyone. Chen Xin also stood up, aligning himself with his roommates. The restaurant owner, a stout, bald, middle-aged man, quickly approached with other waitstaff to mediate the escalating tension. "Oh, isn't that Brothers Wa? You didn't even notify me of your arrival." The one referred to as the scrawny fellow, Brothers Wa, cursed in response. "Old Wu, step aside. Today, I must teach this kid a lesson." Ling Linlin was not one to be trifled with either. With a fierce glare, she retorted, "With a scrawny frame like yours, I could easily lift 3 of you by the neck and toss you around like a rag doll. If you dare, come and try." Brothers Wa, seething with anger, pushed against the restaurant owner who stood in his way, but his feeble strength proved ineffective against the man's robust physique. "Hey, Brothers Wa, calm down. I'll cover the bill for your table tonight. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Have fun." Old Wu smiled amicably, continuing to mediate. Upon hearing that the owner would cover the bill, Brothers Wa's expression softened. He staggered back to his table. "Since Old Wu has said so, I'll let you off this time. Come on, Tiger Brother, sit down, everyone else too. Originally, I was treating today, but now it's on Old Wu. The next meal is still on me." He motioned for his companions to take their seats. The few ruffians shot a few disdainful glances at Ling Linlin and hurled some vulgarities before returning to their respective places, occasionally casting menacing looks toward Chu Yi to assert their toughness. Seeing that the troublemakers had finally settled down, Old Wu turned to Ling Linlin, saying, "Young brother, your table's expenses are on me as well. Please, allow me to apologize for this disturbance." Although Ling Linlin was still fuming, he remembered the adage about not striking someone who is smiling, especially when the person was the amicable owner trying to mediate. He nodded courteously and returned to his seat. "Boss, there's no need to waive the bill. Just charge us what it is. We apologize for the trouble we've caused." Chu Yi expressed his gratitude with a smile. Although he could easily handle that group, he recognized the owner's assistance and felt compelled to thank him. Old Wu chuckled. "What are you saying, young brother? Since you encountered such a situation while dining in my establishment, I must compensate you. Let us not dwell on it. This meal is on me. Enjoy your time." Chu Yi, seeing the owner's insistence, smiled and chose not to argue further, planning to settle the bill upon leaving. Just then, Go Di, who had just finished in the restroom, happened to pass by Brothers Wa's table. A stout young thug, clad in tight clothing and flip-flops, casually spat, hitting Go Di's clothes. "What the hell? Why are you spitting everywhere?" Go Di exclaimed, hastily wiping the thick saliva off his garment. "Why is it my fault? Why did you walk by while I was spitting?" The stout youth retorted, tilting his head with a cigarette dangling from his lips. "I can tell you did that on purpose." Go Di, feeling disgusted after wiping off the spit, shot back. Chu Yi and his companions noticed the commotion and quickly made their way toward Go Di. They had just been in a conflict, and Go Di was unaware. If the other party decided to attack, they would likely arrive just in time to back him up, but perhaps not without receiving a few blows themselves. Unmoved, the stout youth blew smoke towards Go Di and then intentionally coughed up a mouthful of phlegm, aiming it at him. However, this time, Go Di reacted quickly and managed to dodge. Brothers Wa, already intoxicated, saw Go Di evade the spit, and, in a fit of neurotic rage, shouted, "You dare to dodge?" Without a second thought, he hurled the beer bottle at Go Di. Chapter 32. Master, I'm on my way. Noticing the commotion, Chu Yi swiftly grabbed a soda can from the table and threw it at the incoming beer bottle. Bang! The can struck the airborne bottle, causing it to veer off course and crash to the ground. The group of ruffians was momentarily stunned, and Tiger Brother, shirtless, furrowed his brow, casting a suspicious glance at Chu Yi. This maneuver with the soda can did not seem like a mere rookie's handiwork. "Little Mao, call Brother Long and tell him we've run into some tough characters." Tiger Brother instructed a nearby lackey, intending to observe the situation further. Little Mao, sporting a head of dyed white hair, nodded and pulled out his phone to call Brother Long. Brothers Wa finally reacted, rising angrily to approach Chu Yi. "You little brat. You dare to interfere with my thrown bottle?" He cursed while pointing a finger at Chu Yi. Ignoring him, Chu Yi shouted at Godi, "Come over here." Godi nodded and returned to his friends. Only then did Chu Yi regard the brazen brother Zhua, calmly stating, "You scrawny wild monkey, looking like a stick. Where did you escape from, some zoo? Who gave you the audacity to provoke others?" The surrounding patrons erupted in laughter, with some whistling and amusement. "Ha ha. This little brother is quite entertaining. It's a pity he's not performing stand-up. Didn't they say no more spirits after the founding of the nation? How did a monkey spirit end up in this barbecue joint? If he were my son, I'd definitely hang him up and teach him a lesson, with whips, vinegar, and salt, until he learned to behave." Brother Zhua felt humiliated, his eyes wide with rage as he shouted, "You little brat dare to act tough in front of your monkey brother?" Without hesitation, he swung his fist towards Chu Yi's face. "Watch out," Godi shouted. However, Chu Yi was quicker, reaching out his right hand to grasp Brother Zhua's feeble fist and twisting it firmly. Crack! The sound of bones twisting echoed, followed by Brother Zhua's anguished scream. "Ah, let go. You little brat, let go," he bellowed in fury. Who's the little brat?" Chu Yi disregarded Brother Zhua's fury, applying more pressure. Brother Zhua's cries grew even more piercing, his already unappealing features contorting further. "This young brother, it's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding." Tiger Brother stood up, his face plastered with a smile as he addressed Chu Yi. "A misunderstanding? Was it a misunderstanding when that fat pig spat at my brother? Was it a misunderstanding when this wild monkey smashed a beer bottle at my brother? Then I suppose breaking this guy's wrist can also be considered a misunderstanding?" Chu Yi's cold words brimmed with fury, and his relentless questioning bore an imposing aura that left Brother Zhua utterly dumbfounded. "Ah, little brother, let us speak civilly. What is this nonsense about twisting wrists? We live in a society governed by law. Violence will not resolve our issues. You see, the monkey has acknowledged his mistakes. Why don't we each take a step back and let this be bygones?" Brother Zhua maintained a cordial demeanor, speaking politely. It was not in his nature to be so accommodating, but he found himself in a precarious situation. Normally, when confronted by ordinary college students, he would adopt a much more domineering posture. He had presumed that these young brats were merely typical students, hence allowing his underlings to act brazenly. Yet, he was unprepared for the presence of someone skilled in martial arts among them. If a fight were to ensue, his underlings, mere drunks and layabouts, would likely prove inadequate. Moreover, each of them bore a criminal record. Should a conflict arise, the police would inevitably intervene, landing them back in jail. Noticing that Chu Yi remained silent, seemingly swayed by his words, Brother Zhua felt compelled to continue persuading him. "A few of my brothers reside nearby, and I have a connection with Brother Long, who oversees this area. As the saying goes, one should leave a thread in dealings, so that they may meet again in the future. What do you think, little brother?" Though his tone appeared placid, it was laced with veiled threats. His claim of residing in the vicinity implied that they might cross paths again, and he had invoked Brother Long as a form of intimidation. Typically, an average student would heed such warnings and withdraw to avoid trouble. However, Chu Yi was unwilling to let it slide. His brother had been wronged, and he felt compelled to defend him. "Your words have reminded me. We do indeed live in a society governed by law. The actions of your portly underling have inflicted significant emotional distress upon my brother. Medical expenses, compensation for emotional suffering, lost wages, and relocation costs all demand redress. Furthermore, that white-haired individual called for reinforcements, did he not? Rest assured, I shall welcome as many as he brings. Let us see whose backing is more formidable." After finishing his statement, Chu Yi retrieved his phone and dialed Pei Yunxian, having just taken him on as a disciple. It seemed that his background was rather impressive, making him the perfect candidate to handle this situation involving thugs. Brother Zhua's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by a twinge of unease. Could this fellow truly summon some formidable figure? "Xiao Mao, has Brother Long's call gone through?" Brother Zhua approached his table and leaned close to Xiao Mao, whispering. Xiao Mao shook his head, frowning as he replied, "Brother Zhua, Brother Long is usually busy at this hour. I've tried calling several times without success. He is likely preoccupied." The weight of apprehension grew heavier in Brother Zhua's heart. He had intended to slip away unnoticed, but upon glancing at the frail monkey still caught in Chu Yi's grip, he sighed in resignation. The frail monkey had a knack for causing trouble, and as the older brother, he could not simply abandon him. It seemed they would have to wait for the reinforcements to arrive before deciding how to resolve the matter. At that moment, Pei Yunxian was engaged in a sparring match with friends at a high-end fighting club, just as he dodged a punch from a friend and prepared to counterattack. The ringing of his phone momentarily distracted him. Bang! Ouch! His opponent's backhand punch struck Pei Yunxian squarely on the right eye, swiftly resulting in a burgeoning black eye. "Damn! Shaoli, your punch was spot on. Now I'm a level 1 protected species." Pei Yunxian raised a hand to signal a pause, rubbing his eye with a rueful smile. Shaoli, a young man with a buzz cut, chuckled as he said, "You just couldn't hold back, could you? You stopped too abruptly. By the way, Pei go. Don't you usually leave your phone in the locker? Why did you bring it out today?" Upon hearing this, Pei Yunxian smiled mysteriously without elaborating. Typically, he would store his phone in the club's lockers to avoid distractions while training. After all, receiving calls from girlfriends or exes could easily disrupt his focus. This was not ideal. In his view, one must dedicate themselves fully to training to achieve greater heights. However, after being effortlessly defeated by Chu Yi earlier that afternoon, he had kept his phone within a 5-meter radius to ensure he wouldn't miss any calls from his esteemed master. After all, his master had mentioned wanting to teach him when time permitted. Missing such an opportunity due to a lack of phone access would be a grave misstep. As Pei Yunxian leaped off the ring and checked his phone, he was overjoyed to see that the incoming call was indeed from Chu Yi. He quickly answered, "Hello, master." "What? Someone dares to trouble you." "Master, hold on. I'll be there right away." Chapter 33. Oh no, I've kicked a hornet's nest. Shortly thereafter, Pei Yunxian stormed into the barbecue restaurant with a group of companions, their voices booming even before they entered. "Who dares to trouble my master?" Chu Yi's lips twitched slightly as he regarded the burly men flooding into the barbecue joint. They were drenched in sweat, and some were even bare-chested, an unsightly sight indeed. Chun Xian, Go Di, and Ling Linlin felt a pang of anxiety. Though they were bold, they feared they might be outnumbered. "Don't worry, these are our people." Chu Yi reassured them with a smile, signaling them to relax. Only then did Chun Xian and the others exhale in relief, their respect for Chu Yi visibly heightened. While they had sensed their roommate hailed from an impressive family background, they were astonished that mere moments after the call, reinforcements had arrived. There was no denying it. Brother Yi was indeed formidable. Admiration points, 10. Admiration points, 10. Admiration points, 10. Chu Yi found himself perplexed by the sudden influx of admiration points and glanced at his roommate's reverent expressions, feeling both amused and bewildered. Surely, they hadn't conjured up some grandiose image of him as a wealthy young master, had they? Brother Hu scrutinized Pei Yunxian and his entourage, raising an eyebrow. Well, it seems a battalion of muscle has arrived. He glanced back at his underlings, who were anxiously watching him, then at the frail monkey still ensnared by Chu Yi, now too drained to cry out. With gritted teeth, Brother Hu steeled himself and feigned ignorance, asking, "Excuse me, young brother, but who might this esteemed master of yours be?" Pei Yunxian glanced at Brother Hu but remained silent, striding towards Chu Yi's table. Brother Hu's expression grew awkward, yet he dared not react. With Pei Yunxuan's imposing companions glaring menacingly, "Master, as soon as I received your call, I rushed over. I hope I'm not late." Pei Yunxian approached Chu Yi, speaking with deference. Chu Yi chuckled, "You are not late, but what happened to your eye?" "Haha, I accidentally took a tumble earlier and bumped my eye. No worries. This little injury will heal quickly." Pei Yunxian's laughter was somewhat strained. Chu Yi had no intention of probing further. The pressing matter was to address the troublemakers. He observed the stains on Godi's clothing and narrowed his eyes. "That's good to hear. My brother was bullied earlier, and I called you over to see if you could help resolve this issue." The frail monkey, still in Chu Yi's grasp, suddenly piped up, "Humph. You twisted my wrist like this. If you can't cough up 500,000, be prepared for a night in jail." Without uttering a word, Chu Yi tightened his grip on the slender monkey's wrist once more. "Ah, you bastard, just wait." The slender monkey cried out, his face contorted in pain. Pei Yunxian cast a cold glance at the slender monkey and turned to Chu Yi, inquiring, "Master, is this fellow the one who has been bullying your brother?" Chu Yi nodded and replied, "Yes, he is one of them. Just leave him to me. I will handle the situation appropriately." With that, Pei Yunxian took the slender monkey from Chu Yi, lifting him by the arms as though he were a mere chick. "Brothers, take this scoundrel aside for a proper muscle spa. Once he softens up in 5 minutes, remember to strike with precision, painful yet undetectable injuries." After concluding his orders, Pei Yunxian hurled the slender monkey towards his entourage. "Sure thing, Brother Pei, we'll get right on it. Oh, the quality of what Brother Pei arranges is always top-notch. I can hardly wait. Hee, it's been ages since I had a punching bag. I'm a bit rusty. This fellow looks so frail, so brothers, be careful when you strike." Led by Little Li, the burly men dragged the slender monkey to a dark corner of the barbecue shop and began to rain down punches and kicks without hesitation. "Ah, it hurts so much. Don't hit my face." The anguished cries of the slender monkey echoed throughout the barbecue shop, causing the onlooking patrons to hastily flee. Even those initially bold enough to stay quickly devoured their skewers and retreated, fearing they might become collateral damage. Boss Wu, noticing yet another conflict erupting in his establishment, approached with a pained expression, attempting to mediate. "Hey, brothers, have a heart and spare my small business. With all this commotion, my customers have fled without paying." Pei Yunxian offered a polite smile and reassured him, "Rest assured, boss, I will cover the tab for those customers at double the price. Now, allow me to deal with the matter at hand." Boss Wu assessed Pei Yunxuan's attire, noting the designer shoes and watch, and concluded that the young man's words held some weight. Thus, he stepped aside, silently listening to the slender monkey's lamentations. "Ah, I'll remember you all. Ouch. Don't hit there. Ah, you bastards. I was wrong. Please spare me, brothers." The cries of the slender monkey formed an odd background score in the barbecue shop. Chu Yi observed Pei Yunxuan's actions, noting his methodical approach, and couldn't help but nod in approval. This disciple was indeed a worthy investment. He would certainly teach him how to box next time. Pei Yunxian, that chubby fellow in tight clothing, just spit at my brother. Let him experience the slender monkey's plight. Chu Yi pointed at the rotund youth with a smile. Hee, just call me Xiao Pei, master. I'll arrange a muscular spa for this fatty right away. Pei Yunxian chuckled and strode toward the rotund youth. Hugo stepped forward, blocking Pei Yunxuan's path, and politely stated, "Brother, we have connections with Long Go. As the saying goes, one does not strike a friend. The slender monkey has received his due punishment, so why not let today's matter rest?" Pei Yunxian raised an eyebrow, looking quizzically at Hugo. "Are you referring to the Long Go near Jiangbei University?" Hugo nodded proudly. "Indeed. The infamous Long Go of this area." Pei Yunxian regarded Hugo with a peculiar expression, then turned to Little Li, who was vigorously assaulting the slender monkey, and called out, "Little Li, come here for a moment." "All right, Brother Pei." Little Li landed another kick on the slender monkey before scampering over. "Call along and tell him I'm waiting for him at this barbecue shop. He should hurry." Pei Yunxian gazed at Hugo with a teasing expression, taking his time as he spoke to Little Li. Upon hearing the name Along, Hu Ji's expression shifted dramatically, and he felt a tightening in his stomach at Pei Yunxuan's mocking demeanor. This was bad. He had stumbled onto a hard truth. Chapter 34. Oh dear. Isn't this young Master Pei? Hu Ji's mind raced, realizing the young man before him seemed to have a close connection with Long Go, not merely an acquaintance, but someone who could call him by name, as one would with a younger brother. He needed to make a swift exit. Glancing at the still howling slender monkey, he silently muttered an apology. "Ah, the barbecue here seems a bit stale. My stomach has been rumbling incessantly. I need to use the restroom." Hugo clutched his stomach and began to shuffle towards the door. To placate Pei Yunxian, he called back to his subordinates, "Brothers, wait for me here. I'll be back after using the restroom." Pei Yunxian moved to intercept Hugo, grinning insincerely. "Hee, until this matter is resolved, none of you are going anywhere. If you can't hold it, just relieve yourself right here." Hugo, clutching his stomach, desperately clenched his bowels, managing to suppress a fart. "Oh dear, brother. I assure you my friends are all here. I won't sneak away, I promise. Just let me use the restroom. If I wait any longer, I'll burst." "Oh, in all my life, I've never seen someone relieve themselves in public. It seems today I am in for a treat." Pei Yunxian remained steadfast, refusing to let Hugo leave, regardless of his pleas. Hugo, feeling embarrassed, had no choice but to feign a seat, all the while holding his stomach as if genuinely in distress. Seeing that no one else was obstructing him, Pei Yunxian grinned and approached the rotund youth, who appeared to be on high alert, while the remaining three small-time thugs subtly distanced themselves. They were not foolish. They understood the reason behind Hu Ji's sudden retreat, and thus felt no inclination to assist the rotund youth. Moreover, they harbored resentment towards both the slender monkey and the rotund youth, who had instigated trouble when all they wanted was to enjoy a barbecue. Now, they found themselves entangled in a predicament with a gang of intimidating men. "Hee, come over here." Pei Yunxian confronted the rotund youth, extending his hand toward him. "Get away from me. Keep your distance." The rotund youth protested, but Pei Yunxian effortlessly seized his arm, which felt as though it were caught in an iron grip, eliciting a painful cry. "Ah, you bastard, let go. Dare to insult me? Let us see if you can still be so arrogant." Pei Yunxian repeated his earlier actions, hoisting the rotund youth as if he were a plump chick, and shouted to the brawny men still attending to the slender monkey. "This hefty pig also deserves a muscular spa. Once he yields, give him another 10 minutes. Understood?" "Understood." Upon receiving the affirmative response, Pei Yunxian forcefully tossed the rotund youth, sending him tumbling towards the spa area. The rotund youth landed with a thud, his cries mingling with the sounds of the slender monkey, creating a cacophony of distress. Observing the three remaining thugs sitting rigidly, Pei Yunxian smiled and nodded. "Consider yourselves fortunate. I won't bother you." Three ruffians, feeling as if they had received a reprieve, hastily expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, brother. Thank you." After all was said and done, Pei Yunxian scampered over to Chu Yi, grinning as he inquired, "Master, how many stars do you think I'll earn for this operation?" Chu Yi chuckled softly and replied, "Isn't this merely the first step? My brother's clothes have been soiled, and he was assaulted with thrown bottles. The compensation has yet to be settled. Moreover, these individuals do not appear to be upstanding citizens. Do you have any acquaintances at the precinct? It would be prudent to investigate their backgrounds. Master, you are always so thoughtful. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction, as well as that of your brothers. Pei Yunxian, displaying an obsequious demeanor, pulled out his phone and made another call. Hello, uncle. I just encountered a few ruffians at the Dongzi barbecue restaurant in Fuxing Food City. A gruff male voice emanated from the other end. What is going on? Do the ruffians from Jiannan dare to mess with you? Pei Yunxian waved his hand dismissively and said, No, it's my friend who was bullied. Those ruffians not only spat on him, but also smashed beer bottles. My friend is quite seriously injured. Chu Yi cast a peculiar glance at the unscathed Godi and silently gave Pei Yunxian a thumbs up. Jinjier can really blow. What? In this day and age? Some dare to cause trouble in public? Just wait. I'll send some of my officers over right away. They should arrive in about 15 minutes, so please hold on. All right, I understand. Thank you, uncle. Pei Yunxian cheerfully hung up. Just then, a few more individuals entered the barbecue restaurant. Leading them was a man wearing a sleeveless shirt with dyed yellow hair. He surveyed the situation within the restaurant, looking somewhat bewildered. Upon spotting the awkwardly seated brother Hu and the smirking Pei Yunxian, he felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Well, if it isn't young Master Pei. As soon as I received your call, I dropped everything to rush over. The yellow-haired man ignored brother Hu had quickly risen to greet him, and instead addressed Pei Yunxian with a fawning expression. Ah, Longu, you finally arrived. Not only did these individuals assault my brother, but they also claimed to have connections with the infamous Longu nearby, warning me to tread carefully. I was quite frightened, so I hastily had Shaoli call you to come and resolve this matter. Pei Yunxian maintained his teasing smile, speaking unhurriedly. Although he appeared respectful in front of Chu Yi, it did not reflect his true character. In Jiannan, Pei Yunxian was a prominent figure within the elite circles. His acquaintance with Along stemmed merely from their mutual presence at Jiangbei University, where Along was somewhat influential among the local riffraff. It was unexpected to encounter such a situation today. What young Master Pei says is paramount. Those who dare to harm your brother are my enemies. Just say the word, and I shall handle it accordingly. Along pounded his chest in loyalty, without hesitation betraying brother Hu and the others. Brother Hu quickly attempted to distance himself from the situation. Young Master Pei, Longo, it was the skinny monkey and the fat guy who instigated this. It has nothing to do with me. Silence. Do you have the right to speak here? Along's demeanor shifted to one of menace as he faced brother Hu. Left with no choice, brother Hu begrudgingly fell silent, glancing at the skinny monkey and the fat guy still receiving a muscle spa, seething with anger. It was these two fools who had caused the trouble, and he worried about the repercussions he might face. Given Along's temperament, he feared he would be in for a rough time. Chapter 35, 150,000 in compensation. Master, I will defer to your judgment. Whatever you decide is how we shall proceed. Pei Yunxian nodded at Chu Yi, smiling. Chu Yi acknowledged, pulling Godi closer and pointing to the stains on his clothing. This shirt was a birthday gift I gave him. Now it's sullied by that fat oaf. A mere 50,000 for that spit should suffice. Additionally, the skinny monkey smashed a beer bottle at him, and my friend is still in a daze from the trauma. Altogether, let us round it up to 100,000 for emotional damages. So, a total of 150,000 will do, don't you agree, Godi? Upon hearing Chu Yi's words, was left utterly dumbfounded. Although he was furious about having been spat upon by that fat oaf, he had not anticipated Chu Yi would demand such a hefty sum right off the bat. As for the beer bottle, he hadn't even registered what happened. It had flashed before his eyes and then vanished. Where was the emotional damage in that? Chun Xin and Ling Linlin exchanged bewildered glances. Astonished that merely being spat on and having a beer bottle thrown could yield a profit of 150,000. They envisioned a pathway to wealth opening before them. They were eager to rush into the throng of burly men and drag out the skinny monkey and the fat guy, hoping these two would also arrange a similar deal for them. Seeing Godi silent, Chu Yi continued addressing Along. All right, my brother has acquiesced. Let us proceed as discussed. What do you think? Do you have any objections? Along was drenched in cold sweat. How could he possibly object? Yet, with young Master Pei present, he dared not voice a single dissenting word. Along's frustration simmered within him. Even if he scraped together 150,000, it would pinch his wallet. How could those ruffians possibly come up with such an amount? The shortfall would inevitably fall on him. And as for severing ties, it was not so simple. When young Master Pei had called him over, it sealed his fate in this matter. Damn it, these little punks are trying to swindle me. Their elder brother. Regardless, this sum must be repaid. If they couldn't come up with the cash, he'd have them work off their debt. There were always wealthy women who had a taste for such things. In the end, he could collect a little interest too. Haha. Once he resolved himself to this course of action, Along seemed less pained about the money. With a beaming smile, he nodded at Chu Yi, saying, "You're absolutely right. Those ruffians dared to provoke your brother. The compensation must be made. Hey, you lot heard that? Hurry up and pool together the compensation. If you can't come up with it, you know the consequences." Along shouted at Brother Hu and the others, striding over to gather the funds. Pei Yunxian gave Chu Yi a thumbs up, his face alight with admiration. "Master, your strategy is truly remarkable. Can I join you for the next barbecue? I'd love to be spat on too." Chu Yi, his face darkened, shot Pei Yunxian an exasperated glance. "Do you really consider this trifling sum worth your attention?" In response, Pei Yunxian feigned a sorrowful expression, lamenting, "Master, you may not understand. While my family is relatively well off and people often address me as young Master Pei, my father only provides me with a meager allowance of a few thousand each month. Life is quite tough. Compared to those playboys who flit from one girl to another daily, I feel like a child from a destitute family. It's utterly disheartening." Upon hearing this, Chu Yi chuckled and scolded, "Do you even hear yourself?" Pei Yunxian replied with utmost seriousness, "I speak nothing but the truth." Chu Yi, his smile fading, looked intently at Pei Yunxian and stated, "Since you've expressed it so, I shall bring you along for the next barbecue." Pei Yunxian's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Master, does that mean you agree?" Chu Yi nodded affirmatively, "Yes. Just remember to bring along a few extra outfits so you can earn even more that night." Pei Yunxian found himself in a state of bemusement. He merely wished to seize the opportunity to draw closer to Chu Yi, yet he was decidedly unenthusiastic about the prospect of being spat upon. Along first rifled through the pockets of Hu Gu and his ilk, before hastening towards the brutish men administering punishment to the emaciated monkey and the portly youth. After much coaxing, he managed to persuade the ruffians to pause their actions momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Along extracted a considerable sum in compensation from the pockets of the frail monkey and the rotund youth, then scampered back toward Chu Yi with an air of exuberance. Once Along departed, the lamentations of the frail monkey and the rotund youth resumed their cacophony. "Ah? Ouch. It hurts. No, please. Big brother. Bring out the payment code, and I shall transfer the compensation to you at once." Along flashed a grin at Chu Yi as he spoke. Chu Yi nudged Go Di with his elbow and said, "Dogsy, present the payment code." Go Di hesitated, feeling that such actions might be somewhat inappropriate. "Stop overthinking it. Hurry up. You seem quite shaken. Once the compensation is settled, remember to treat us to a spa to soothe our wounded spirits." Chu Yi gestured to lighten the mood. Noticing Go Di's reluctance, "Ego, don't you think this might be a bit improper?" Go Di still found it hard to accept. A sum of 150,000 was an unimaginable amount for a university student like him, something he had never held in his hands throughout his life. Chu Yi patted his shoulder earnestly and said, "Let me put it this way. Had I not been here today, and had you been bullied by those thugs, you would have faced two outcomes. Either you would have to swallow your pride in silence, or you would retaliate and end up detained with a potential criminal record. If the school found out about your involvement in a brawl with societal miscreants, you could face reprimand or even expulsion. Thus, part of this money serves to comfort your bruised spirit, while the majority is to teach those arrogant thugs a lesson. Do you understand?" Ling Lin chimed in, "Dogsy. While I too feel this may not be entirely right, reflecting on the arrogance of those thugs stirs my anger. Consider it a form of retribution." Chen Xian nodded in agreement. Yes. If you feel uneasy about accepting it, we can swap clothes, and I'll hold on to the money for you." "Sanjin, you're as cheeky as ever." Go Di chuckled, then retrieved his phone to display the payment code to Chu Yi. "Ego. This money shall be shared among our dorm members. I don't feel right taking it all alone. Let us just say we robbed a bank tonight." Chu Yi, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "All right then, since you've put it that way, it shall be a shared venture." Hey, don't forget about me. Am I not considered a witness?" Pei Yunxian shouted, raising his hand. "You're an outsider and do not count as a witness." Chu Yi laughed, passing the payment code to Along. Along promptly transferred 150,000 and showed the transaction details to Chu Yi. "Brother, I've sent the compensation. Is it satisfactory?" Along inquired cautiously. Chu Yi nodded. "Yes, that will suffice. You may leave now." Along, upon hearing this, glanced back at Pei Yunxian. "You can go. The matters concerning these individuals are not yet resolved, so remain here for now." Pei Yunxian waved him off. Along, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, hastily left the barbecue shop with his companions. The reason for his swift departure lay in the fact that the funds extracted from Hu Ji's unfortunate subordinates far exceeded 150,000. Thus, he had garnered a significant profit and had no need to linger for repayment. Shortly after Along's exit, a squad of 5 officers entered the barbecue establishment. Chapter 36, Preparing to Add More. Pei Yunxian quickly instructed the hulking figures accompanying him to cease their actions. Previously, with few patrons in the shop, a private reprimand of the frail monkey and the rotund youth had posed no issue. However, with the arrival of the officers, a more cautious approach was warranted. The frail monkey and the rotund youth lay slumped like delicate maidens who had endured hours of torment, their bodies weak and their eyes vacant, gazing listlessly at the ceiling, utterly defeated by the brutes. Upon seeing the officers, Hugo and the other thugs stiffened, scanning their surroundings for an escape route, only to find 2 officers stationed at the entrance, leaving them with no chance to flee. Faced with this predicament, the thugs, including Hugo, appeared resigned, their faces ashen. If Hugo harbored animosity towards anyone at this moment, it was undoubtedly directed at the frail monkey and the rotund youth. These 2 buffoons had an innate talent for stirring trouble. Even a mere glance could incite them to unleash a torrent of curses. When confronted with someone bold enough to retort, they were prone to resorting to violence, resulting in numerous visits to the detention center. To think that a simple barbecue outing could lead to such calamity, what a pair of calamity incarnate. Hugo resolved to steer clear of these troublemakers in the future. The suffering was simply too much to bear. Seeing the officers enter, Pei Yunxian greeted them with a cheerful demeanor. "Uncle Zhang, you're leading the team again." He acknowledged the middle-aged officer at the helm, nodding to the other 4 officers in attendance. Officer Zhang chuckled, "You troublemaker. Every time you get into hot water, the director sends me, resulting in countless overtime hours over the years." Uncle Zhang, you exaggerate. Today was not my doing." Pei Yunxian replied with an awkward smile, continuing. "Today, my friends came out for barbecue, and a group of thugs decided to make trouble, so they contacted me. After all, we live in a society governed by law. When faced with difficulties, we seek the officers, trusting that justice will be served." Pei Yunxian spoke with righteous fervor. Officer Zhang, amused, remarked, "I am well aware of your character. Those thugs are merely unfortunate. All right, since you called us, let us proceed according to protocol. We'll head to the station to take a statement, conduct injury assessments for the wounded, arrange for compensation. And then I'll look into the rap sheets of those thugs. If there are any issues, we'll apprehend them." Pei Yunxian nodded and then rushed to Chu Yi's side, saying, "Master, we'll just accompany Uncle Zhang to the station for the formalities." "All right, just a moment. I need to compensate the shop owner for the losses incurred," Chu Yi stated, heading towards the shop owner, Wu. "Hey, master, what are you doing?" "I already said I would cover the shop's losses." Pei Yunxian quickly interjected to stop Chu Yi. Chu Yi waved him off, rejecting Pei Yunxian's offer to pay. "You only have a meager allowance each month. Keep it for yourself. This amount is insignificant to me." He was resolute in not allowing Pei Yunxian to shoulder the financial burden. Though the trouble had stemmed from the thug's provocation, Pei Yunxian had been summoned for assistance. It was only right that he should not be responsible for compensation. Basic principles of fairness must be upheld. Suddenly, Godi interjected, "Ego, why not use that 150,000 to cover the compensation? After all, it was those thugs who instigated the trouble. Using their money for restitution seems quite reasonable, don't you think?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yi regarded Godi with newfound respect. For an ordinary university student, 150,000 was a significant sum. The money had barely just arrived. Yet he was willing to part with it for the sake of compensation to Wu. "But that 150,000 is our shared bounty. Are we really just going to give it away?" Chu Yi smiled as he looked at Godi. I trust that my brothers will agree with this decision. Although it's a substantial amount, I feel uneasy keeping it all to myself. If there's any excess after compensating Wu, we can divide it later." Godi adjusted his glasses with a grin. "I find this arrangement quite agreeable. I am in favor." Ling Lin expressed her approval. Is this the sensation of heartache?" To my surprise, my first experience of heartache was not due to matters of the heart, but rather inflicted by financial concerns. Koenigsegg clutched his chest in anguish, extending a hand toward Godi, seemingly desperate to grasp that 150,000. Cough, cough, cough. Ling Lin cleared his throat, a prelude to his spellcasting. Upon hearing the familiar cough, the anguish on Koenigsegg's face vanished, and he gave Godi a thumbs up. "I concur. All right, since everyone is in agreement, I shall proceed to transfer the funds to Boss Wu," Godi declared, striding towards Boss Wu with his phone in hand, returning shortly thereafter. "I initially feared that the 150,000 would slip away before I could even warm it, but to my astonishment, we only incurred a loss of 10,000. Koenigsegg's spirits soared at this revelation, and his earlier sorrow over the loss of a trivial sum dissipated. With a cheeky grin, he exclaimed, This is splendid. Once we divide the spoils, I shall indulge in chicken strips atop my jianbing. Now, that is what I call extravagance. Afterward, I'll pay a visit to Tony for a haircut and perhaps acquire a few stylish outfits. I believe my first springtime romance is just around the corner. Chu Yi interrupted Chun Xian's daydreaming, stating, "All right, since the compensation has been settled, let us accompany the officer to the police station for a record." Observing that Chu Yi was finished, Pei Yunxian exchanged a few words with Officer Zhang. The group, led by Officer Zhang, proceeded to the police station in a grand procession. Owing to Pei Yunxian's connections, Chu Yi and the others received favorable treatment, permitted to drive their own vehicle trailing the police car. The thugs, however, fared poorly. Shackled like criminals with silver bracelets and confined to the police vehicle. Half an hour later, after completing their statements, Chu Yi and his companion stood outside the police station. Pei Yunxian dismissed the burly men he had brought along, promising to treat them to a grand feast next time. Chu Yi, curious about the fate of the thugs, inquired, "So, Pei, what became of those thugs?" Pei Yunxian chuckled, "Master, those thugs have quite the rap sheet. They will likely face a significant stretch of incarceration. But, on the bright side, they will be well fed. That's good. It saves them from wreaking havoc in society." Chu Yi nodded before asking, "You had those guys beaten for quite a while. Do you want to cover their medical expenses?" "I would like to, but those fellows were too intimidated to accept. They signed a letter of understanding without uttering a peep." Pei Yunxian replied. Chu Yi glanced at him, recognizing the anticipation etched on his face. And couldn't he help but chuckle? He was well aware of Pei Yunxian's intentions. Your punch lacks sufficient power. Practice your jabs, hooks, and elbow strikes more diligently. We can discuss other techniques next time. Chu Yi pointed out Pei Yunxian's weaknesses. Pei Yunxian's eyes lit up, and he immediately struck a pose, throwing a few mock punches before joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you, master. Truly, you are a paragon of wisdom. Just a few words from you have imparted profound insight. I shall return and practice my martial arts." After bidding farewell to Chu Yi, Pei Yunxian hurriedly departed. Chu Yi, watching him leave, addressed his roommates, "Brothers, we shall end our gathering here for today. I plan to return to my place. It's still early enough for you all to take a taxi back." "Oh, Igu, don't rush off. We haven't divided the spoils yet," Shin Xian exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Just calculate my share from the transfer." Chu Yi chuckled, not particularly concerned about the money. However, he recognized that refusing would not sit well with his three roommates, so he acquiesced. "All right, Igu. Take care on your way. Drive safely. Okay, see you tomorrow." After parting ways with his roommates, Chu Yi drove back to the villa at Huajing Junting. After a refreshing shower, he returned to his bedroom, eager to allocate his points. The 10 points of physique he had acquired today were still on his mind. Chapter 37. The Shy Shin Yinyun. System, I wish to allocate my points. Chu Yi silently intoned. Ding. 10 points of physique have been activated. Please check, host. Chu Yi felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, followed by a symphony of cracking bones and joints. However, rather than discomfort, he experienced an unprecedented sense of lightness. After getting out of bed and moving around a bit, he discovered that his muscle strength, flexibility, and agility had significantly improved. Prior to receiving the 10 points of physique, even with his top-tier mixed martial arts skills, his strength barely surpassed that of the provincial championship fighter. Now, after the enhancement, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the elite fighters of Long Country, if not stronger. Delightful. Only a few unsightly, greasy stains remained to be washed away. During his shower, Chu Yi noticed a remarkable transformation in his physique. Previously, he had an ordinary build, but now he bore a striking resemblance to an athlete. His pectorals and abdominal muscles were well defined. His arms showcased a robust silhouette, and with the slightest lift, one could see the prominent intercostal muscles. Turning around revealed a perfect inverted triangle. Indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he struck a few poses and gazed at his handsome face for a while, smacking his lips before beginning his shower. Truly dashing. The quintessential template for both stunning ladies and charming gentlemen. Ah, this insufferable charm. After bathing, Chu Yi lay on his bed, idly fiddling with his phone, only to discover a plethora of unread messages on WeChat. Shin Yinyun and Tao Li had both sent him messages. Moreover, one message from the person he least wished to hear from had also arrived. Suyu. Chu Yi opened Suyu's message. Suyu. Chu Yi, can we get back together? Suyu. Chu Yi, I miss you so much. I've realized that without you, I feel truly miserable. Suyu. Chu Yi, why aren't you replying to me? Frowning, Chu Yi tapped the upper right corner and opted to delete her from his friends list. This woman was utterly shameless, boldly greenlighting him and yet desperately pleading for reconciliation. Opening Shin Yinyun's message, he found several photos she had sent him. They were selfies of her donning various styles of maid outfits. Her exquisite features complemented by the uniform-like attire, prompting Chu Yi to give a thumbs up. Nice. Attached was a message. Shin Yinyun. Chu Yi. Lan Lan and I went to pick out maid outfits. but we aren't sure which one suits us best, so we tried on several. Please let me know which one you think fits best. We'll buy that one. Chu Yi chuckled, typing a reply. I think they all look good. But the real test is seeing them in person. To his surprise, Shen Yinyun replied almost instantly. Shen Yinyun, how about we go shopping together tomorrow? Chu Yi, sure. I'd love to see you try them on. Shen Yinyun, okay. By the way, I made some sushi rolls for you. I'll bring them tomorrow. Hee. Chu Yi, wow, our illustrious Shin School beauty is making sushi rolls for me. If the other guys see this, I might just die from their envious glares. Shen Yinyun, what is that? I just wanted to express my gratitude for saving my life. Chu Yi, although I did save you. I feel like I came out ahead. Shen Yinyun, you're so annoying. Shen Yinyun, I won't chat with you anymore. See you tomorrow. Chu Yi, haha, alright. See you tomorrow. In the girls' dormitory, Shen Yinyun lay on her bed, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at her phone screen. Chu Yi is truly incorrigible. What does he mean by not losing out, but actually profiting? Despite the intimate contact that arose from performing artificial respiration, it is hardly appropriate to keep mentioning it. Strangely, the image of Chu Yi administering mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to her floated into Shen Yinyun's mind, along with the memory of him pressing against her chest. How utterly mortifying. The following day, Chu Yi departed for class as usual. Just after the first lesson commenced, a timid voice echoed from the doorway. Is Chu Yi here? He looked up to find Shen Yinyun, visibly anxious, standing at the entrance, holding a bento box. Today, she wore her hair in a high ponytail. Her simple t-shirt and jeans did little to conceal her natural beauty. She was as captivating as ever. Coupled with her bashful expression, she evoked a sense of endearment. The classroom erupted with exaggerated calls from their classmates. Oh, she's here for Chu Yi. Shen the campus flower has come to find Ego. Hee. As expected of Ego, his charm is undeniable. Is she delivering lunch? Upon hearing these playful jests, Shen Yinyun's cheeks flushed. Yet she mustered the courage to scan the room for Chu Yi's figure. He rose, waving his hand as he approached her. Yinyun, what brings you here? With her head bowed, Shen Yinyun handed the bento box to Chu Yi and murmured, Did you forget? I said I would bring you sushi rolls yesterday. Chu Yi smacked his forehead, laughing. How could I forget? I was so preoccupied with wanting to go shopping with you that I completely overlooked the sushi rolls. Shen Yinyun's embarrassment deepened, her blush extending to her ears as she softly replied, It's not shopping. I'm just buying a maid outfit. Right. Just a maid outfit, not shopping. Chu Yi feigned a sudden realization. Many classmates were eavesdropping, and although their conversation was low, some sharp-eared students caught the words maid outfit and exclaimed, Wow, Egu is taking Shen the campus flower to buy a maid outfit. No way, I can visualize it. Is my goddess really being taken by Egu? Does this mean Egu is off the market now? I want to wear a maid outfit for Egu too. Shen Yinyun, hearing her classmates gossip, blushed even more fiercely and, after bidding Chu Yi farewell and agreeing to meet later to purchase women's clothing, hurriedly left. Chu Yi chuckled at Shen Yinyun's retreating figure, finding her adorably shy. However, he felt a pleasant sensation. In Chapter 38, the worship value doubles for a limited time. The afternoon featured an elective class that one could choose to attend or skip, and Chu Yi deemed that nothing could surpass the importance of a date with the campus flower. Naturally, he decided against attending. He arranged to meet Shen Yinyun and drove straight to the Jian'an International Shopping Center. In the car, Shen Yinyun appeared cautious and slightly anxious. To ease her nerves, Chu Yi initiated a conversation. Yinyun, your sushi rolls were quite delicious. Huh, what? Shen Yinyun seemed startled, as if awakened from a dream. I said, your sushi rolls were really tasty. I enjoyed them. Chu Yi reiterated. Shen Yinyun smiled shyly and replied softly, if you like them, I'll make them for you again tomorrow. You said it. A promise is a promise. He grinned. Indeed, a promise is a promise. Shen Yinyun nodded earnestly. Then, as a return favor, after we buy the maid outfit, I'll treat you to dinner. Chu Yi smiled, revealing his well-planned intention. He recalled receiving 10 charm points after dining with Chun Yun last time. He wondered what rewards would come from dining with Shen Yinyun. Shen Yinyun, flustered, waved her hands. Oh no, you don't need to. I still owe you a favor. How can I let you treat me to dinner? Observing Chu Yi's serious profile as he focused on driving, her heart began to race. She had never dined alone with a boy before. Yet, the thought of sharing a meal with him did not repel her. In fact, it filled her with a subtle anticipation. Was it because he had rescued her? Or was it simply due to his striking looks? Shen Yinyun, what are you thinking? Chu Yi, with his gaze fixed on the road, remained oblivious to Shen Yinyun's unusual demeanor. Nevertheless, he understood that girls tended to be more reserved. It was merely dinner. They were not doing anything else, and surely, after a few invitations, she would agree. Yinyun, you needn't keep bringing up the fact that you were saved by me. Let us keep things separate. You treat me to sushi rolls, and I'll treat you to dinner. It's quite fair. If you're reluctant to dine with me, Then I'd feel uncomfortable accepting your sushi rolls. Upon hearing Chu Yi's words, Shen Yinyan contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. All right, I'll go along with you. The thought of dining with Chu Yi soon made her heart race uncontrollably. Having never experienced love, she was unsure of these feelings, yet she knew she relished this sensation. Before long, they arrived at the underground parking lot of Jiannan International Shopping Center. After parking the car, Chu Yi swiftly moved to the passenger side and opened the rotary door for Shen Yinyan. However, the experience of entering and exiting a sports car was not particularly graceful. Watching Shen Yinyan disembark with some difficulty, Chu Yi apologized. The design of this car's door is rather inconvenient. Next time, I'll choose a more comfortable one. Shen Yinyan, feeling embarrassed, replied, No, it's fine. This car is great. I'm just clumsy and can't even get out properly. No, it's all the car's fault. It has nothing to do with you. Chu Yi firmly deflected the blame onto the Koenigsegg Gemera. If the Koenigsegg Gemera had its own consciousness, it would likely exclaim, Unbelievable. Let us head to the elevator. I've already done my research. There's a specialty store on the 3rd floor that does custom clothing and should have samples of made outfits, Chu Yi declared, leading the way toward the elevator. Shen Yinyan hurriedly followed him closely, resembling a little shadow. They entered the elevator, and as it descended to the 1st floor, a large crowd surged in. Chu Yi instinctively shielded Shen Yinyan behind him, his robust physique creating a spacious area for her within the cramped elevator. Shen Yinyan felt a stirring in her heart, experiencing for the first time the sensation of being protected by a boy. Noticing beads of sweat on the back of Chu Yi's neck, she reached into her pocket, pulled out a tissue, and gently dabbed the sweat from his brow. Chu Yi sensed her small gesture and smiled without saying anything, slightly bending his knees to allow her easier access. Ding! Detected the host's first sweet interaction with a stunning beauty. Reward, worship value doubles for a limited time. For the next hour, the worship value gained by the host will be doubled. Not only can I show off in front of the girl, but I can also earn worship value. What's not to love? Chu Yi was taken aback, not expecting such a simple act could trigger a system reward. This was quite unexpected. Honestly, he did not wish to show off. Ding! Detected the host's reluctance to show off. For the next hour, the worship value earned will be tripled. What the heck, system? Are you compelling me to show off? Triple worship value. It seems this young man must put on a show. Once he dons this facade, he shall unlock new skills. As the elevator ascended to the 3rd floor amidst the clash between Chu Yi and the system, his pleasant moments came to an end. Contemplating how to impress, Chu Yi led Shen Yinyan into a bespoke clothing store. Shen Yinyan entered the shop, feeling somewhat restrained, closely following Chu Yi's lead. The female salesperson, clad in a form-fitting dress, immediately recognized who the patron was and approached them with a warm smile. Good day. Welcome to Luofan Custom Apparel. May I inquire whether you are here for bespoke tailoring or rental garments? Chu Yi cleared his throat and, with a smile, inquired, Hello. Do you have ready-made outfits available? The salesperson momentarily paused, but quickly recovered, cheerfully responding, Indeed, we have 12 styles of made outfits in stock. Excellent, please show me. Chu Yi nodded in agreement. Right this way. The salesperson led the way, her mind wandering elsewhere. The youth of today are truly extravagant. A couple of young lovebirds coming in to purchase made outfits. What a uniform allure. Yet, those who shop at their establishment are typically successful individuals. And this handsome young man appears both affluent and charming. How delightful it would be to draw closer to him. With this thought in mind, the salesperson intentionally accentuated her movements, hoping to capture Chu Yi's attention. However, Chu Yi was preoccupied with devising ways to impress within the hour and failed to notice her efforts. Arriving at the display of made outfits, the salesperson noticed Chu Yi lost in thought, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. She sensed that her allure had waned. Normally, male patrons would gaze upon her with interest. Why was this young man seemingly oblivious? Chapter 39. Lan is a tad older than I am. Nevertheless, she remained dedicated and began to introduce the made outfits to Chu Yi. Sir, all 12 styles of made outfits are right here. Feel free to select your favorites. The 12 styles included Victorian afternoon and morning styles, a rather alluring miniskirt variant, a flirtatious French design with a plunging neckline, one that I believe you might particularly favor. Other styles included classical, swimwear, Dragon Kingdom, Japanese, military, electronic, steampunk, and even a horror theme. Each style also comes in several colors. Chu Yi attentively listened to the salesperson's descriptions, occasionally nodding in agreement. Upon hearing about the plunging neckline of the French-made outfit, his eyes lit up. This one must be included. Shen Yinyan felt her cheeks flush. If Chu Yi were to have her wear such a revealing made outfit while cleaning, wouldn't he see everything? As the salesperson continued her presentation, she turned her back to Chu Yi, bending slightly to adjust the hem of the made outfit, which, due to her form-fitting attire, created quite an impression. Chu Yi felt an impulsive desire to reach out and touch her. Suddenly, a rush of blood surged through him, and he sensed a warmth in his nostrils. Good heavens, don't compel me to draw my sword. Cough, cough. Shin Yinyun, hearing Chu Yi's cough, asked with concern. Chu Yi, are you all right? Chu Yi awkwardly shook his head, indicating he was fine, then addressed the salesperson. Hello, I would like the horror-themed, Victorian morning and afternoon styles, as well as the classical design. The salesperson, noticing Chu Yi's slight embarrassment, felt a sense of pride. What a naive young man. Sir, are you interested in these pieces? They are rather conservative in style, and our garments are quite pricey. Each ensemble starts at several thousand. Custom orders will be even more costly, she replied, her tone sweetened. Chu Yi smiled faintly. No, you misunderstand. I don't want these few. I'll take the rest. The salesperson was taken aback. Such a large order would amount to tens of thousands. Chu Yi then pulled Shin Yinyun closer and continued. You will help her measure her dimensions. And we will have 2 sets made for each style based on her figure. Sir, our custom garments start at 10,000 each, excluding the 4 styles you mentioned. For the remaining 8, 2 sets each would cost at least 160,000. The salesperson believed Chu Yi might not be aware of the prices, so she explained. After all, what reasonable person would spend 160,000 on a collection of maid outfits? With that sum, one could acquire an entry-level luxury vehicle. Oh, just 160,000? Quite reasonable. Chu Yi nodded nonchalantly, producing his bank card to hand to the salesperson. Please process the payment first, and then measure her dimensions. Once completed, send them to me. I'm in a hurry. Just 160,000? If one were purchasing luxury goods, it might feel acceptable. However, to spend that sum on a plethora of maid outfits and then refer to it as merely 160,000, that is akin to visiting the market, buying a handful of vegetables, and nonchalantly claiming it was just 16 yuan. This is 160,000. The salesperson was filled with astonishment, ultimately concluding, young people truly know how to enjoy themselves. Admiration value 100x3. Instantaneously, 900 points of admiration value flooded in, leaving Chu Yi feeling invigorated. Today's display of ostentation brought him thrice the joy. The salesperson numbly took the bank card to the counter for processing, her earlier flirtations fading. Someone who could spend 160,000 on maid outfits for his girlfriend must have a deep relationship. She had no place in this narrative. Shin Yinyun, upon hearing the price of the maid outfits, was utterly astonished. Chu Yi, these maid outfits are far too expensive. They don't seem much better than those that Lan and I selected before. Why don't we leave? Let us not purchase here. As she spoke, she attempted to pull Chu Yi away, for 160,000 was an astronomical figure in her eyes. If they bought those outfits, she would feel heartbroken. Chu Yi grasped her hand, pulling her back with a smile. No worries, this is for you and the others as work uniforms. They are your personal outfits. If you and Xianglan ever leave, you'll have to return the clothes, as I'll need them for future applicants. Upon hearing this, Shin Yinyun relented. Since Chu Yi intended these as uniforms for the maids in his villa, she would let it be. However, the thought of him reserving the outfits for other girls stirred an unsettling feeling within her. If other girls were to don maid outfits for Chu Yi, might they not take notice of his handsome appearance and pursue him? With this thought, Shin Yinyun found her spirits inexplicably dampened. To her, Chu Yi had selflessly performed artificial respiration to save her without expecting anything in return. He had later visited her in the hospital, offering her a well-paying part-time job. When he departed, he quietly covered her medical expenses completely without seeking recompense. Throughout this time, they had merely exchanged WeChat contacts, without further interaction. Moreover, unlike the young men who pursued her with incessant invitations to dine, drink, or watch movies, today's outing was solely to buy maid outfits. All these factors contributed to Shin Yinyun's growing fondness for Chu Yi. Moreover, with Chu Yi's naturally exquisite appearance, Shin Yinyun found him even more alluring. It is a common misconception that only boys are drawn to beautiful girls. Girls, too, have their fair share of admiration for handsome boys. In fact, when faced with a charming figure they admire, girls often exhibit a fervor that surpasses that of boys. However, her impoverished upbringing had instilled in her a profound sense of inferiority. Even though she harbored feelings for Chu Yi, she dared not express them, convinced that she was unworthy of someone as exceptional as him. The mere presence of Chu Yi felt like a ray of warm sunlight piercing through the gray haze of her world, illuminating her hollow heart. Yet, she was too timid to reach out and touch that sunshine, let alone approach it. She feared her own fragility might lead to burns from such radiant warmth and was anxious that her impulsiveness could cause the sun to retreat from her monochrome existence. Perhaps, it would suffice if the sun continued to shine upon the dim recesses of her heart. With this thought, Shin Yinyun consoled herself internally. Shin Yinyun, why ponder so much? Do not be overly greedy. Just being able to serve as Chu Yi's maid is an immense stroke of luck. Don't let your imagination run wild. Noticing Shin Yinyun lost in thought, Chu Yi playfully pinched her cheek. Yinyun, what are you thinking? You seem so dazed. Shin Yinyun snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she gently brushed his hand away. Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I just didn't sleep well last night. Ah, that's a relief. Chu Yi nodded. By the way, do you know Xianglan's body measurements? I noticed you two have similar figures. Chu Yi recalled that Xianglan also intended to purchase a maid outfit. And if Shin Yinyun knew her measurements, it would be simpler to order one for her too. Lan is a bit larger than me, Shin Yinyun mumbled shyly. Her voice barely above a whisper. Excuse me? What did you say? I didn't catch that, Chu Yi genuinely inquired, having barely heard her. As her words were akin to a mosquito's buzz, Shin Yinyun glanced around and noticed the sales assistant approaching with a card, making her feel even more embarrassed. She waved to Chu Yi, signaling him to lean closer. Following her cue, Chu Yi bent down slightly, bringing his ear closer to her lips, accompanied by warm breaths. Shin Yinyun whispered, I said, Lan's chest is bigger than mine. Chu Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Shin Yinyun, his gaze unconsciously drifting down to her chest. Under the scrutiny of his gaze, a vivid three-dimensional image materialized in his mind. Goodness, is Xianglan that well endowed? Feeling Chu Yi's intense gaze, Shin Yinyun was at a loss, instinctively lowering her head and clutching her wrists in front of her, resembling a wronged little wife. Observing her demeanor, Chu Yi felt a surge of emotion and leaned closer to her ear, replying, All right, I understand that Xianglan is larger than you. The warm breath tickling her ear made Shin Yinyun close her eyes tightly, nearly on the verge of tears. However, I find you even cuter than Xianglan. Chu Yi continued with a mischievous smile. Shin Yinyun's heart fluttered. Did he just compliment her cuteness? Moreover, he added, I believe your gentle and delicate demeanor evokes a stronger sense of protectiveness in others. Shin Yinyun's heart raced. Did he just say she inspires a desire to protect? The delight banished her shyness, prompting her to open her beautiful eyes and gaze at Chu Yi. Seeing his playful grin, she could not help but stomp her foot and pout. You're insufferable. Chu Yi burst into laughter, turning to the sales assistant who had just completed the card transaction. Hello, in addition to the previous items, could you please charge me an additional 160,000 for a batch of maid outfits in the same style? I will provide the sizes later, and once they are ready, kindly deliver them to my home. I will send you the address along with the sizes. The sales assistant was taken aback. He intended to spend another 160,000 on maid outfits of the same style, but different sizes? Goodness, could there be another maid? Glancing at Shin Yinyun's exquisite beauty, she mused internally. Could the other maid also be this stunning? She glanced down at her own alluring long legs wrapped in black stockings, instinctively puffing out her chest as she approached the counter to continue processing the transaction. In truth, she yearned to ask, Young man, do you need another maid? As the sales assistant went to process the payment, Chu Yi turned to Shin Yinyun. Yinyun, could you ask Xianglan for her body measurements? If we can get them today, the maid outfits should be ready simultaneously. Okay, I'll ask her right now. Shin Yinyun nodded, pulling out her phone to message Xianglan. By the time the sales assistant finished processing the payment, Xianglan had yet to respond. Thus, Chu Yi decided to add the sales assistant on WeChat. He planned to send her the measurements once Xianglan replied, along with his home address for convenient delivery. After completing these arrangements, Chu Yi and Shin Yinyun exited the custom clothing store. The sales assistant cheerfully called out, Please take care, and we look forward to your next visit. Hearing this, Chu Yi couldn't help but recall the impactful scene from earlier, feeling a warmth in his lower abdomen. Damn, that enchanting creature is simply irresistible. Shaking his head, he took Shin Yinyun's delicate hand and led her away. Shin Yinyun blushed as she allowed him to hold her hand. After walking a short distance, her phone rang. Hey, Chu Yi, Lan has replied. Shin Yinyun opened the chat interface and handed her phone to Chu Yi. Upon reading Xianglan's 3 measurements, Chu Yi exclaimed in astonishment. The figures were truly akin to those of a voluptuous character straight out of a manga. 94-60-96. This. The epitome of a slightly plump girl in the eyes of boys. Having only seen Xianglan in loose clothing on 2 occasions, first in a Lolita outfit, then in a JK uniform, he had only perceived her as a girl with a broad chest, never imagining her figure to be so astonishing. Chu Yi felt it imperative to concoct an excuse to find Xianglan some fitted work attire. Oh, it would surely be a sight to behold. Meanwhile, Xianglan, attending class at her school, suddenly sneezed, causing her to glance around in surprise. On this sweltering summer day, her classmates appeared to be suffering from the heat. So why had she sneezed? Could it be that she caught a cold from sleeping bare last night? Alas, it seemed she would not enjoy a pleasant sleep tonight. Chu Yi retrieved his phone and sent his home address along with Xiang Lan's body measurements to the sales assistant, then scrutinized Shen Yinyun's phone, clapping his hands together. Oh, I've just thought of something. If you're going to work for me, you'll need a work phone as well. Come on, Yinyun. Let us go buy you a new one. The reason for his suggestion was that Shen Yinyun's phone was indeed quite outdated. She was still using a Xiaomi 6 from several years ago. Given that they had only spent about 10 minutes at the custom clothing store, if they hurried, they could visit a few more places to flaunt a bit. Opportunities to earn triple admiration points were rare, and he wanted to seize the moment to accumulate more. After all, he was now left with little more than money. Ah, how vexing. Shen Yinyun quickly grasped Chu Yi's arm, puzzled. I can understand the work attire. But what is this about a work phone? Isn't the maid's job simply to clean and cook? There seems to be no need for a work phone, right? In fact, what I truly desire is for the maid to be occupied when there are tasks at hand, and to be idle when there are none. Chu Yi glanced at Shen Yinyun and earnestly explained, You see, your phone is somewhat outdated. What if it runs out of battery while you're at work and I'm unable to reach you? Wouldn't that imply a lapse in your professional duties? If I were to provide you with a work phone, you would possess two devices, thereby minimizing the likelihood of me, as your employer, being unable to contact you. Wouldn't you agree? Listening to Chu Yi's rationale, Shen Yinyun, though unconvinced, found herself unable to counter his argument, as it seemed to possess a modicum of validity. All right then. I'll defer to your judgment. Shen Yinyun nodded in acquiescence to Chu Yi's proposal, with a mischievous grin. Chu Yi eagerly took Shen Yinyun's hand and dashed towards the mobile phone store. To an onlooker, it might have appeared that Chu Yi was rushing towards a supermarket sale. Chapter 41. Let us go play escape room. Not far from the third floor stood a specialty store for domestically produced Dragon Country phones. In previous years, the technological prowess of Dragon Country was rather lacking, and its smartphones could not compare to the foreign fruit-branded devices. However, times have changed. Domestic phones have gradually grown formidable, rivaling the foreign counterparts in quality, and in certain aspects, even surpassing them. Shen Xian had just purchased a phone equipped with the Honghuang operating system, which reportedly could automatically translate subtitles while viewing study materials. Chu Yi marveled at this, exclaiming, This is the power of technology. My mother no longer needs to worry about my studies. Upon reaching the phone store, Chu Yi purchased 3 of the latest flagship models, 1 in blue for himself, and 2 in pink for Shen Yinyun and Xiang Lan. Since he deemed them work phones, it was only fair that he did not show favoritism. Regrettably, the store did not yield any significant admiration points, which left Chu Yi feeling somewhat disheartened. However, this was to be expected. Buying 3 phones at once was not an extraordinary occurrence, and it wouldn't cost a fortune. Thus, Chu Yi decided to enter a shopping spree mode, intending to procure additional clothing and gifts for his parents back home. Although he had transferred 7 million to them, given their frugal nature, they might not readily spend it. At most, they would upgrade some of their outdated appliances and indulge in slightly better meals. In the limited time remaining, Chu Yi and Shen Yinyun embarked on a shopping frenzy at various brand stores, acquiring a considerable number of men's and women's clothing, shoes, and bags, their arms laden with numerous packages. Ultimately, they successfully accumulated over 3,000 admiration points, bringing Chu Yi's total to over 8,000 when combined with his previous score. Chu Yi, why have you suddenly become so cheerful? Shen Yinyun inquired with curious eyes. Although Chu Yi had been in a decent mood earlier, it hadn't been to the extent of exuberance. What could possibly have caused such a shift? Am I really that happy? Chu Yi replied, feigning ignorance. Indeed, your current expression is akin to that of Lan Lan when she earns money. Shen Yinyun nodded affirmatively. Well, it's true that spending money is a form of enjoyment. It brings me joy. Chu Yi chuckled, glancing at Shen Yinyun as he continued. Moreover, having such a stunning beauty like you accompany me in spending only amplifies my delight. This was a sincere sentiment from Chu Yi. He found his time with Shen Yinyun to be exceedingly pleasant. Not only was she exceptionally attractive, but her gentle and amiable nature made her the ideal candidate for a future spouse. Flatterer, it's evident you must have a way with the ladies. Shen Yinyun shot him a playful glare, her tone laced with mock annoyance. That is a baseless accusation. You have no idea how honest I am. Just a few days ago, I was dumped by my ex-girlfriend. Chu Yi feigned a look of grievance. Is that true? Shen Yinyun asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Although Chu Yi was quite popular on the campus forum, Shen Yinyun typically did not frequent it, so she was unaware of the situation. Hearing that he had recently been rejected inexplicably brought her a sense of delight. How could I be lying? If you don't believe me, check the campus forum. The details of my breakup were even captured and posted online. At this, Chu Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of becoming the protagonist of a trending video. All right, I'll take a look. Shen Yinyun, determined, pulled out her newly purchased phone and logged onto the Jiangbei University campus forum. She swiftly located the video of Chu Yi's breakup, thanks to his recent notoriety. Videos of both the breakup and the combat club incident, as well as the one where he saved Shin Yin-yun, were prominently featured. As she scrolled past the video of him rescuing her, Shin Yin-yun felt her cheeks flush and quickly focused on the breakup video. She finished watching it shortly thereafter. "So, do you believe me now?" Chu Yi inquired, not anticipating Shin Yin-yun's earnestness. It seemed that certain jokes would need to be avoided in the future, such as those about sleeping without moving or merely cuddling without any further intentions. Shin Yin-yun smiled subtly. "I didn't realize you had been pretending to be of modest means. The girl who broke up with you must be weeping in frustration. Was I pretending? I assure you, I was genuinely poor." Chu Yi sighed, alas. "I once yearned for a sincere love, but reality dealt me a harsh blow." His mood suddenly shifted to a melancholic tone. Although he held no lingering emotions for Suyu, the feelings he had invested were real, and discussing it now inevitably brought him down. However, primarily, he felt it necessary to demonstrate this vulnerability to Shin Yin-yun. After all, appearing unaffected just days after a breakup would make him seem insincere. "Ah, Chu Yi, please don't be disheartened. Someone as remarkable as you should never fear finding a girlfriend." Witnessing his sorrowful demeanor left Shin Yin-yun flustered and guilty. She felt responsible for inadvertently bringing up his painful memories. "I'm so sorry. It's entirely my fault for lacking sensitivity and reminding you of your heartbreak," she said, looking downcast. With a gentle motion, Chu Yi instinctively ruffled her hair. "It's nothing to worry about. This incident has been beneficial for me. Without it, I might still be wandering aimlessly." Chu Yi had indeed gained clarity from his breakup with Suyu. Had she not initiated their separation, he might still have been a subservient suitor, willing to fulfill her every whim. Though, unlike a typical sycophant, he was a distinguished one, a wealthy and handsome lickspittle. Over the past few days, he had reflected on his behavior during his relationship with Suyu. Previously, he had been blinded by love. Now, as an observer, he realized he had been spineless. He had catered to her every request, even those beyond his means. Wasn't he just a lickspittle? Ultimately, Chu Yi concluded that the breakup had brought him far more advantages than disadvantages. Moreover, here stood Shin Yin-yun, who was not only superior to Suyu in beauty and character, but also far more amiable. Is that really true? Shin Yin-yun still felt a pang of guilt. She believed her previous comments had been inconsiderate, causing her savior to feel sorrowful. "Absolutely. I never speak falsely. However, since you seem so remorseful, I shall generously allow you to make it up to me," Chu Yi declared with a wicked grin. Seeing his demeanor, Shin Yin-yun became vigilant. "What kind of compensation do you desire? I refuse to acquiesce to any unreasonable demands." "Nothing unreasonable at all. Let us indulge in an escape room adventure," Chu Yi chuckled and suggested. Shin Yin-yun was taken aback. Chapter 42, Intimate Contact. After Chu Yi's earnest persuasion, Shin Yin-yun reluctantly agreed to partake in the escape room experience, which was essentially a haunted house. Although she had always harbored a fear of such things, the thought of having Chu Yi accompany her bolstered her courage, leading her to consent. Chu Yi's motivation for wanting to engage in the escape room was twofold. First, it was still early, not yet mealtime, and second, he believed that the slightly eerie atmosphere of the game could swiftly enhance the rapport between them. The same principle applied to watching a horror film with a girl who harbored feelings for you. During moments of fright, one could naturally draw her close. Thus, the atmosphere would subtly convey an invisible hint of burgeoning affection. The prerequisite, however, was to possess a bit of courage. Chu Yi drove Shin Yin-yun to an escape room establishment near the Jiannan International Shopping Center. Prior to entering, they perused the information at the entrance. The horror-themed room was titled 6 Paths of Reincarnation, featuring NPCs to enrich both the gameplay and the eerie ambience. Upon entering, they were greeted by deliberately crafted horror elements, complemented by faintly unsettling music, creating an overall appealing atmosphere. At least, Chu Yi found it somewhat intriguing. Simultaneously, at the front desk, there were 3 young men and 1 woman, evidently other patrons preparing for the experience. The 3 young men were fashionably dressed, all slender and fair-skinned, while the girl sported a short hairstyle, clad in a black crop top and denim shorts, her appearance around an 80 in attractiveness, albeit somewhat lacking in modesty. The group appeared youthful, likely university students. At that moment, the short-haired girl was chewing gum, and upon noticing Chu Yi's entrance, she momentarily froze, causing her gum bubble to grow larger until it suddenly burst with a pop, leaving her in a somewhat awkward predicament. Flushing with embarrassment, she quickly turned away, licking the remnants of the gum back into her mouth, internally lamenting, "This guy is so handsome." The other young men, noticing Chu Yi and Shin Yin-yun's arrival, seemed intrigued, and one with permed hair approached them, offering a friendly smile. "Are you here to play the escape room as well?" "Indeed." Chu Yi nodded affirmatively. "That's splendid. This escape room requires 6 participants to play, so why don't we form a team together?" The permed-hair young man suggested enthusiastically. Chu Yi glanced at Shen Yinyun, silently seeking her approval. Initially, he had planned for just the two of them, but now it seemed they were required to join forces with others. At that moment, Shen Yinyun, slightly pale from the store's intentionally eerie decor, caught Chu Yi's gaze and, mustering her courage, nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chu Yi agreed to the permed-hair young man's proposal. Then let us embark on this adventure together. The young man smiled brightly, eagerly adding, let us go buy our tickets. Sure, Chu Yi responded, noticing that Shen Yinyun looked a bit unnerved. He gently took her hand and led her toward the front desk. Shen Yinyun obediently followed, allowing him to guide her. After purchasing their tickets, the six of them entered the venue. Upon entering, they were greeted by a small room where stood an NPC adorned in ancient garb with white hair. The dim lighting combined with her peculiar appearance and the ominous red light illuminating her face rendered the NPC somewhat frightening. After a brief moment of scrutiny, the NPC spoke, her voice a pre-recorded raspy tone. Welcome to the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. I am Meng Pe. You shall seek your past life memories here. Successfully finding them grants you the qualification to be reborn. Failure to do so will condemn you to eternal damnation. A chilling melody resonated from the speakers mounted on the walls, causing Shen Yinyun to tighten her grip on Chu Yi's hand. Chu Yi, with a slight smile, reciprocated her grip and offered her a reassuring glance. Fear was precisely the effect he sought. If one were not afraid, he would find such a mundane game unbearable. After Meng Po's proclamation, a large door behind her swung open, and the light illuminating her visage dimmed. This signaled to the group that it was time to move forward. Chu Yi observed the 4 college students, who seemed hesitant to proceed. With a resigned shake of his head, he boldly took Shen Yinyun's hand and strode ahead. The short-haired girl quickly followed suit, while the other 3 young men exchanged glances before stepping forward as well. The young man with permed hair, emboldened by the proximity of the short-haired girl, positioned himself beside her in silence, while the remaining 2 men lingered at the rear of the group. The horror-themed escape room indeed succeeded in crafting an unsettling atmosphere, with an array of lighting, sound effects, and props that frequently elicited startled screams from the participants. For Chu Yi, however, the experience was quite manageable. Thanks to the enhanced physicality bestowed by the system rewards, his vision remained clear even in the dim environment, rendering the orchestrated horror less impactful on him. Observing the reactions of his fellow participants, he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. After navigating several minor challenges, Shen Yinyun had latched onto Chu Yi's arm, too frightened to let go. Beep. Detected intimate contact with a stunning beauty. Reward, 2,000 admiration points. Please continue your efforts for further development. To his surprise, merely being in close proximity had garnered him 2,000 admiration points. It seemed exceedingly profitable. Chu Yi had only earned a little over 3,000 points during an hour of arduous shopping, and this comparison suggested that charming a girl was significantly more effortless. With this, Chu Yi's admiration points soared past the 10,000 mark, allowing him to exchange for 2 advanced skills. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Shen Yinyun and feeling the softness of her arm, Chu Yi mused that this endeavor was far from a loss. Unbeknownst to them, the short-haired girl had also unconsciously nestled up to the permed-hair young man, walking side by side. Meanwhile, the last 2 boys, appearing quite pitiful, leaned against each other for comfort, their eyes cautiously scanning their surroundings. It was important to note that the NPCs had yet to make their appearance. Guided by props and clues, the group arrived at a small room. In the center stood a well sealed with wooden planks. Aside from the entrance, there were 3 tables, each adorned with 2 books against the walls. Thus, the 6 participants naturally split into pairs, each examining the books on their respective tables. Shen Yinyun, now petrified, clung to Chu Yi, too terrified to explore the mysterious tomes. Consequently, Chu Yi took it upon himself to examine both books. The initial pages revealed no clues. Yet upon reaching the middle, he stumbled upon a rather unsettling photograph. The image depicted the very room they occupied, but in the photo, the sealed well appeared open, and an unkempt figure clad in white was seen emerging from it. At that moment, a shrill scream pierced the air. Instantly, Chu Yi felt Shen Yinyun grip his arm even tighter. Turning to investigate, he noticed that the wooden planks covering the well had been pushed aside. The disheveled figure clad in white has emerged, lunging towards the girl with short hair, emitting terrifying cries. Meanwhile, another pair of boys visibly startled remained frozen, at a loss for what to do. The boy with the foil perm, though filled with dread, grits his teeth and positions himself protectively in front of the short-haired girl. Chapter 43. Woo-woo, he's touching my bear. The NPC, relentless, swiftly maneuvers around the boy with the foil perm and pounces towards the girl with short hair. She dodges while incessantly screaming, yet cannot escape the NPC's predatory advance. Enraged, the boy with the foil perm musters his courage to shove the NPC away, sheltering the girl in a corner to keep the NPC at bay. The NPC, unable to find an opportunity, remains motionless before the pair. To Chu Yi's astonishment, more NPCs are climbing out of the well, clearly heading in his direction. Shen Yinyun also notices this. Frightened into silence, she changes her grip, tightly wrapping her arms around Chu Yi's waist from behind. Chu Yi reaches out to pat her arm, intending to reassure her, but the gesture inadvertently heightens her anxiety. She lets out a whimper, her eyes tightly shut, too frightened to confront the horror before her. The psychological trauma from her childhood, rooted in domestic horror films, resurfaces, causing her heart to race in terror. Upon hearing a girl's cry, the NPC quickens its pace, heading straight for Shen Yinyun. Chu Yi, approaching the situation as a game, has no intention of making things difficult for the NPC, recognizing they are merely workers as well. He positions Shen Yinyun behind him, ready to intercept the NPC as it approaches. However, with his keen eyesight, he observes the NPC's lewd hand reaching towards Shen Yinyun's rear. This incites a chill in his gaze, and with a slight increase in force, he pushes the NPC away. The disheveled NPC stumbles backwards from the shove but quickly regains composure and resumes its previous antics, howling incessantly. This time, it adopts a claw-like gesture, seemingly intent on devouring the delicate white rabbit tofu. Concurrently, the short-haired girl's voice, laced with sobs, echoes, "Woo-woo, he's touching my chest." With this revelation, Chu Yi comprehends the situation. Evidently, these NPCs have not refrained from harassing female visitors during their routine performances. Now they dare to extend their lewd hands towards the women they fancy, which is utterly intolerable to Chu Yi. As the NPC charges again, he raises his foot and delivers a forceful kick to its abdomen, eliciting a pained scream as the NPC collapses to the ground. "Ah, he's hitting me." The fallen NPC clutches its belly, wailing in agony, drawing the attention of everyone present. Apart from the boy with the foil perm, who is still comforting the short-haired girl, the others turn their gaze towards the fallen NPC. Shen Yinyun also opens her tightly shut eyes, casting a fearful glance at the scene, more bewildered than anything else. Having just played the role of an ostrich, she remains oblivious to the unfolding events. Chu Yi seizes the fallen NPC by the collar, hoisting it up, then strides towards another NPC, capturing it in a similar manner, coldly declaring, "You dare to harass female visitors who come to play? You deserve every bit of this punishment. I shall see what your manager has to say." The two NPCs struggle desperately in his grip, but to no avail. "Let go of me. Put me down." Chu Yi pays them no heed, addressing Shen Yinyun. "Yinyun, we're leaving." Shen Yinyun, a bit anxious, scurries to Chu Yi's side. He drags the two writhing NPCs along, with Shen Yinyun trailing behind, retracing their steps. The boy with the foil perm helps the short-haired girl to her feet, gritting his teeth as he remarks, "Those bastards dared to lay hands on Xiaoman. We must seek justice together." One of the boys with a buzz cut furiously declares, "I'll secretly record this on my phone. If the management tries to shirk responsibility, I'll post the video online." Another boy with a middle-parted hairstyle pulls out his phone to call the police. "I'm calling the police. We'll have them handle this." Soon, everyone returns to the front desk. The staff, having noticed something amiss from the surveillance footage, quickly notify the manager. The manager, a kindly-looking portly man, emerges. Upon seeing Chu Yi holding two NPCs by the scruff, he feels a pang of fear. This individual possesses an alarming amount of strength. He quickly dons a smile, saying, Hello, my surname is Jiang, and I am the manager here. I wonder if there has been some misunderstanding? It's not appropriate to keep holding them like this. Could you please set them down?" With a slight exertion, Chu Yi unceremoniously drops the two disheveled NPCs to the ground, resulting in two more anguished cries. "Manager Jiang, is it? Your NPCs certainly have some audacity, daring to harass female visitors." Manager Jiang is well aware of the misconduct of these two individuals, who often take liberties with female customers. However, since they are his relatives, and nothing serious has transpired, he has usually turned a blind eye. Little did he expect today's debacle would require him to clean up their mess. "Manager, we didn't mean to. We were simply following protocol." The two NPCs, rising from the ground while rubbing their sore spots, plead, looking aggrieved. Manager Jiang adopts a stern demeanor to reprimand them briefly, then turns to Chu Yi with a smile. "Sir, please calm down. First and foremost, I sincerely apologize for any disruption to your gaming experience. However, I believe this must be a misunderstanding. The actors we hire for our escape room are meant to enhance the excitement and immersion of the experience, and some physical interaction between NPCs and customers is quite normal. I suspect they may have accidentally brushed against your female companion, and given the horror atmosphere, she may have panicked and cried out. I doubt there was any intent to harass. Manager Jiang regurgitates his usual spiel, hoping to alleviate Chu Yi and the others' anger. Typically, if the customers are amenable, further discussion would suffice to resolve the issue. If all else fails, offering a discount or small gifts usually placates customer ire. Most people, in the dim environment, cannot discern specifics, and hearing Manager Jiang's words may lead them to question whether it was merely an unfortunate incident. Unfortunately for Manager Jiang, he has misjudged the situation. He is dealing with Chu Yi, for whom even the dimmest of settings remains as bright as day. He can assert with absolute certainty that everything that transpired was far from coincidental, but rather a deliberate act by the NPCs. Chu Yi gestures for the boy with the foil perm to bring the short-haired girl over. She is still sobbing, and her black shirt bears several stark white handprints, making the evidence painfully apparent. What are the odds of such a coincidence? Engaging as an NPC, yet hands conveniently landing on a woman's chest? You dare to claim it was mere happenstance? Manager Jiang continues to smile apologetically. I'm truly sorry. Our employees were undoubtedly in the wrong, but I assure you, it was unintentional. They could not have deliberately touched female customers. After a pause, Manager Jiang suggests, how about this? As compensation, we can offer you a 50% discount on today's expenditure, and also provide each of you with a 50% discount card for your next visit. As the manager, he possesses ample experience in handling such matters. When faced with an issue, it is imperative to first adopt the correct attitude. One must allow the customer's emotions to settle before proceeding with any form of compensation. As long as the customer is satisfied, the matter is essentially resolved. Even if the customers who receive the 50% discount vouchers are unlikely to return due to their unsatisfactory experience, they may well pass the vouchers on to friends or others. This inadvertently serves as a means of attracting new customers, achieving multiple benefits in one fell swoop. Chapter 44, Redemption. Super Hacker. Noticing Manager Jiang's constant attempts to evade responsibility and shield his employees, Chu Yi remarked with a cold smile, I do not require compensation. Let us speak with facts. You claim they were not acting intentionally, but a glance at the surveillance footage will reveal the truth. He had seen clearly that the NPC had indeed made an inappropriate advance towards Shen Yinyun, and had he not intervened, she would have been taken advantage of. Moreover, given that another short-haired girl had also been harassed by the NPC, Chu Yi could assert with absolute certainty that their actions were deliberate. Seeing that Chu Yi was proving difficult, Manager Jiang frowned, discreetly gesturing to the front desk with his left hand. The front desk staff understood the cue, retrieving her phone to send a message to a colleague still in the monitoring room, instructing him to delete the footage. The colleague responded with an okay, and began erasing the evidence. My dear sir, while I deeply regret the ordeal your companion has faced, we have already offered our sincere apologies and implemented compensatory measures. Manager Jiang spoke with a veneer of calmness, continuing to weave his deceptive narrative. As for your desire to view the surveillance footage, it is generally not permissible for customers to access such recordings. This is to protect the privacy of other patrons and because the design of our escape room constitutes a business secret. Therefore, I am unable to acquiesce to your request. At that moment, two police officers, one tall and one short, entered the establishment. Who called the police? Manager Jiang's expression shifted. Realizing that these customers were proving to be quite troublesome and had evidently alerted the authorities in advance. Upon seeing the officers, the two NPCs exhibited signs of anxiety, their disheveled hair obscuring their expressions. The boy with the center-parted hair raised his hand, declaring, it was I who called. Chu Feng smiled. He had encountered these two officers once before when Officer Zhang had led a team at the barbecue restaurant the previous day. The officers recognized Chu Yi and greeted him with friendly nods. Aware that Pei Yunxuan's uncle was the chief of police and that the previous incident had involved Pei Yunxuan's assistance, their relationship with him seemed to be quite amicable. They were merely ordinary officers. While they did not aim to cultivate a close rapport, they certainly did not wish to offend him, lest they face repercussions within the department. Who is the manager here? Inquired the taller officer. Manager Jiang quickly responded, officer, that would be me. We received a report alleging that an employee of this establishment has been harassing female patrons. We are here to conduct an investigation. Your cooperation is appreciated. The officer continued. Of course, we will cooperate fully. Manager Jiang feigned compliance. He was well aware of the adage that civilians should not contend with officials, nor should the wealthy dispute with them. Furthermore, with the surveillance footage likely deleted by now, he felt assured that cooperating with the investigation posed no threat. After all, the only tangible evidence remained as the imprint left on the girl's chest, which would not be decisive. He could easily assert that the employee's actions were accidental. Officer, I witnessed everything clearly while inside. The employees of this establishment intentionally harassed female customers. We have already reached an agreement. If we could only review the surveillance footage, the truth would be revealed. Chu Yi addressed the investigating officers. Shin Yinyun, experiencing this scene for the first time, felt a wave of anxiety but remained steadfastly by Chu Yi's side, her eyes betraying her concern. What had initially seemed like a simple outing had unexpectedly spiraled into trouble. The shorter officer, showing consideration, remarked, "In that case, let us check the surveillance footage. Manager, please lead the way." Manager Zhang's face appeared grim, but inwardly he reveled in his triumph. "You are still too inexperienced," he thought. "What is this about checking the footage? Without any records, I will see how you manage." He planned to concoct some excuse to claim that the data had been lost. As they arrived at the monitoring room, everyone except the boy with the tinfoil hairstyle, who remained behind to comfort the short-haired girl, followed along. The boy with the crew cut had secretly begun recording with his phone, intending to document the investigation's outcome as he trailed after them. Upon entering the monitoring room, they found a bespectacled young man with a mushroom haircut sitting inside. Upon seeing the crowd, and particularly the police officers, he stood up, visibly anxious. Manager Zhang approached him, patting his shoulder to reassure him, and said, "Shaolin, please retrieve the footage from the deep well area. The police wish to review it for their investigation." Shaolin nodded hesitantly, his expression darkening as he replied, "Manager, the monitoring room experienced a power outage earlier, and all the footage for the day has been lost." He had acted promptly upon receiving the front desk's message. But rather than simply deleting the footage, he had overwritten it entirely, more than 3 times, in fact, ensuring that no one could recover the previous data. The two officers exchanged glances. With the footage lost, they had no means to restore it. The boy with the center-parted hair voiced his displeasure. "You must have deleted the footage in advance. How else could it conveniently be unavailable at the time of the incident?" Manager Jiang, maintaining a veneer of a smile, retorted, "Young man, while one may eat carelessly, one should not speak carelessly. Our monitoring room frequently experiences power outages. The loss of footage is not a recent occurrence." Chu Yi felt a spark of inspiration and opened the system store, searching for a solution. If the surveillance footage had been deleted, there must be a way to recover it. He was merely unsure of the efficacy of the skills available in the system store. Found it. Mastery of hacking. System. I wish to exchange for mastery of hacking. Ding. Exchange successful, consuming 5,000 points of admiration. Chu Yi felt an overwhelming influx of information surge through his mind, rapidly assimilating and digesting it. Although the knowledge was vast, it was not overwhelming. It felt akin to wisdom gained through diligent study and practice. He comprehended all programming languages related to computers, their intricate codes dancing in his mind like playful sprites. In an instant, Chu Yi transformed from a mere novice in computing to a super hacker. Truly, the products of the system are of unparalleled quality. Though he had only acquired mastery of hacking, his skills had reached a world-class level. While he may not be among the elite, he was not far from it. With unwavering focus, he gazed at the computer screen in the monitoring room, a smile creeping onto his lips as he proclaimed, "Whether the loss of the surveillance footage was indeed due to a power outage will soon be revealed." Chapter 45. Manager Jiang is alarmed. Manager Jiang, maintaining a facade of nonchalance, gestured for everyone to proceed, saying, "Since this gentleman is skeptical, let us see how this unfolds." Shaolin muttered, "I've already said the footage is lost. Do you genuinely believe it can be restored?" "Yes, I can restore it." Chu Yi stepped forward and settled himself before the computer, a smile gracing his lips. The clattering of keys resonated through the room as his fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, mesmerizing onlookers with their swift movements. A pop-up filled with lines of code materialized on the monitor, evoking a sense of awe and confusion among the spectators. Manager Jiang appeared somewhat anxious, casting a questioning glance at Shaolin. Should the surveillance truly be restored, their establishment would find itself in an indefensible predicament. Shaolin chuckled, his expression steady as a rock. The surveillance footage had already been overwritten more than 3 times. How could it possibly be recovered? Even if this fellow before them typed at lightning speed, it was of no consequence. Keyboard warriors may have quick fingers, but that certainly did not make them formidable. "Officers, it seems this gentleman will be occupied for a while. Why not take a seat and rest?" Manager Jiang remarked, retrieving cigarettes from his pocket to offer to the 2 policemen. The officers declined promptly. Although such gestures were commonplace in Longhua, they could not accept during their duty. Manager Jiang, unperturbed, continued, "I'll have my staff bring over a few chairs. It's far more comfortable to sit while we wait. And considering the sweltering heat of summer, everyone must be parched. Perhaps a drink would be in order." He instructed the 2 NPCs to fetch chairs and beverages, his demeanor exuding warmth. In his estimation, victory was assured. As long as the surveillance remained unrecovered, the matter would be easily resolved. Little did he realize, however, that Shaolin's countenance had shifted dramatically. Shaolin stared intently at the computer screen, murmuring in disbelief, "How is this possible? It simply cannot be." Under Chu Yi's deft manipulation, the surveillance interface displayed numerous videos playing in reverse, all dated today. Chu Yi had successfully located and restored the footage from the incident involving the NPCs, ceasing further actions with a teasing remark, TSK, 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 Manager Jiang. Your tactics are quite impressive, destroying evidence by overriding the surveillance footage multiple times. Had I not previously worked as a network administrator in an internet cafe, I might have been at a loss today. Xiao Lin was utterly flabbergasted. Was this level of expertise something one could acquire as a mere network administrator? He could hardly believe it. If such a cafe existed, he would gladly work for free, or even pay to do so. Manager Jiang, gazing at the screen, was similarly dumbfounded. He mechanically turned to Xiao Lin, only to find that Xiao Lin's expression mirrored his own. The phrase confounded fruit on a tree of confusion aptly described their predicament. As Xiao Lin caught Manager Jiang's glance, he forced an awkward yet polite smile. Manager, it's not that I lack capability. Rather, our adversary is simply too formidable. The operation just executed would have stumped even a professional recovery agency. Yet this seemingly unremarkable college student had restored the footage in mere minutes. Officers, I have retrieved the video of the earlier altercation. Please observe whether those two employees unintentionally touched that young woman or acted with malice. Not only the two policemen, but everyone gathered around the screen. However, aside from the officers conducting the investigation, each individual harbored different thoughts. The middle-parted boy and the crew-cut boy were particularly eager to witness the evidence, with the latter even aiming his phone's camera at the surveillance footage. Meanwhile, Manager Jiang's group harbored ulterior motives, silently hoping that the restored video was not the actual recording from that day. Chu Yi opened the footage from the moment of the incident and initiated slow motion. The screen vividly replayed the earlier scene in the small room. To facilitate observation, the deep well area was equipped with 3 cameras, each focusing on a different table. The footage currently playing showcased the short-haired girl and the boy with the tinfoil perm in the midst of the action, captured by the night vision-enabled camera. The footage appeared remarkably clear. The NPC, disheveled and clad in white, lunged toward the short-haired girl, only to be intercepted by the boy with the tinfoil perm. The NPC, undeterred, shifted angles and lunged again, this time extending his arms to embrace the short-haired girl while his hands crudely roamed to her chest. In the slow-motion replay, the scene of the NPC's lewd act unfolded distinctly before the audience's eyes. Furthermore, the store's surveillance included audio, and the short-haired girl's piercing scream, tinged with tears, echoed as the NPC's hand continued its unwelcome ministrations, refusing to relent. Manager Jiang watched in horror, his lips twitching, desperately wishing to articulate something, yet finding himself utterly speechless. Chu Yi then played another video featuring himself, Shin Yinyun, and another NPC. In the footage, Shin Yinyun had her eyes tightly shut, clinging to Chu Yi from behind. Meanwhile, Chu Yi appeared at ease, facing the charging NPC. It was evident that the NPC was targeting Shin Yinyun, who was positioned behind Chu Yi. In the footage, Chu Yi first pushed the incoming NPC away, causing it to stagger backward, only for it to charge again. This time, its motions were more pronounced as it clawed towards Shin Yinyun. Just then, the short-haired girl's scream reverberated. In the video, Chu Yi's expression darkened as he lifted his leg to kick the NPC, subsequently seizing the fallen NPC. Moments later, he hoisted another one as well, gripping one in each hand and retracing his steps. The footage concluded there. Officers, the evidence is irrefutable, Chu Yi declared. The two policemen exchanged glances before turning to Manager Jiang with grave expressions. Manager Jiang, please accompany us and bring the involved employees to the station for questioning. Manager Jiang wore a bitter smile, yet he understood that he had no choice but to comply with the officer's procedure. As a manager, he possessed a modicum of legal knowledge, particularly regarding employees who might engage in misconduct. He had even taken the initiative to familiarize himself with relevant laws and regulations. While one of the two implicated relatives had not participated, the other, who had, was likely to face dire consequences. He realized he could no longer shield them. Instead, he must now work to absolve himself of any suspicion of harboring the guilty. If the sexual harassment were to be pursued, it would undoubtedly be a grave matter. Committing such acts in a public space could result in a prison sentence of over 5 years. And once it became a criminal case, his actions, along with Xiao Lin and the front desk staff in destroying evidence to protect their colleague, would not be taken lightly. Cold sweat dripped down Manager Jiang's brow. What he had thought would be a simple matter had ensnared him deeply. Chapter 46. The blossoming of feelings. The two officers secured the evidence and prepared to escort all parties involved out of the surveillance room and back to the police station for documentation. Just then, the two NPCs returned, carrying plastic stools and beverages, inadvertently colliding with the departing group. "Oh, officers, you're done so soon. Why not stay for a moment? Have a drink? Grinned the NPC who had groped the short-haired girl. The tall officer produced handcuffs and immediately restrained him, his expression cold as he stated, "No need for that. You'll be coming with me to the station for a chat over some tea." The shorter officer likewise handcuffed the other NPC, leading him away. "What is happening? Why are we being cuffed? Officer, is there some misunderstanding here?" The two NPCs, taken aback, began to protest frantically. What on earth transpired? Was it not stated that the surveillance footage had been erased? How did they find themselves in handcuffs while merely moving a stool and grabbing a beverage? Only to be taken back to the police station for a cup of tea? Are they still contemplating a defense at this juncture? You are acutely aware of your actions. Prepare to face the repercussions of the law, the young man with a center parting declared, his face a mask of fury. The two NPCs felt a chill run through them, casting a glance at the grim-faced manager Jiang, and only then did they realize something was amiss. It appeared that their transgressions had been unveiled. The NPC who had failed to succeed discreetly glanced at his companion, silently reflecting, "No, it is his misdeed that has been exposed." He was now relieved that he had not laid a hand on that girl, or else he too would be ensnared. The escape room-themed establishment was temporarily shuttered, with the other uninvolved employees on leave. Those being taken to the police station included manager Jiang, the two NPCs, control room attendant Xiaolin, and the receptionist, totaling 5 individuals. Initially, no one was aware that the receptionist had conspired with manager Jiang to alert Xiaolin to delete the surveillance footage. However, Xiaolin, in a bid to mitigate his punishment, opted for the approach of confessing to gain leniency and resolutely reported the receptionist. Thus, she too was taken away with a sorrowful countenance. The short-haired girl, comforted by the boy with the foil-bleached hair, had managed to regain her composure. The 4 of them had arrived in a single vehicle, thus they drove themselves to the police station. The 2 officers had only one police car, which could not accommodate all 5 individuals involved in the incident. They had no choice but to contact a colleague patrolling nearby and summoned a second police vehicle. Consequently, with 2 police cars available, 3 officers and the 5 involved parties filled the cars to capacity. Chu Yi brought Shen Yinyun to the parking lot, where they entered a Koenigsegg Gemera, setting off for the police station. He noted with exasperation how frequently he had recently found himself entangled with law enforcement. It was truly a nuisance. If only he could have his own legal department like those domineering CEOs in television dramas. For instance, a formidable entity like Nanshan Pizza would be quite advantageous. Ding. The host realizes the importance of influence, and the system is gratified. A new task has been issued. Establish a company to prepare for the formation of a powerful legal team. Accepting and completing the task will reward 1 top-tier lawyer. Declining incurs no penalties. Observing the sudden appearance of this task, Chu Yi smacked his lips. The system remained as generous as ever. Whenever he recognized his deficiencies, the system was always the first to jump in with benefits. Truly, the system knows me well. Little cotton jacket, Daddy loves you. The system noted that Chu Yi had now 2 tasks awaiting his attention. The first was to attend a gathering organized by Pei Yunxian to meet some prominent young scions of Jinan City and expand his network. Wealth without power is most perilous. Possessing both wealth and connections is the key to thriving. The second task was the new one at hand. Establish a new company in preparation for setting up a legal department. The system's reward was a top-tier lawyer. He wondered whether the lawyer would be male or female, whether they would be attractive, and what their voice would sound like. In the passenger seat, Shen Yinyun was quietly gazing at Chu Yi's profile, lost in thought. She recalled the scene in the control room where she had clung tightly to him out of fear, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yet, the thought of Chu Yi's protective demeanor brought a sweet smile to her lips. Was this what it felt like to be shielded by someone? How wonderful. Shen Yinyun's parents were humble farmers, and throughout her life, they had often advised her to avoid conflict with others while out in the world. They taught her to endure when possible, as their family faced financial hardships, and she should never invite trouble. Raised under such beliefs, Shen Yinyun became quite introverted and reclusive. She was wary of strangers, akin to a startled bird, fearing that any misstep could exacerbate her already impoverished family's plight. Aside from contributing to household expenses, taking part-time jobs, and hosting school events, she would often retreat to her dormitory during her free time. There, she occupied herself either with reading or studying online, with little to no social interactions or recreational activities. Financial constraints played a part, but her self-imposed isolation stemmed from a reluctance to forge new relationships with strangers. Thus, in the eyes of her peers at Jiangbei University, Shen Yinyun had always been viewed as a distant and aloof campus beauty. In truth, she merely suffered from social anxiety. The only person she could genuinely call a good friend was Xiang Lan, whom she met during her part-time job. Of course, her roommates were also quite nice. Now, it seemed she had developed a new connection in Chu Yi. Everything he did for her was incredibly appealing. from saving her life to employing her, covering her medical expenses, buying her clothes and a phone, and even confronting the employees of that themed establishment to protect her. Each action resonated deeply with her. To Chu Yi, these deeds might appear trivial, mere gestures of goodwill. Yet, each one stirred emotions within her, as they were experiences she had never encountered before. A budding feeling, akin to the first stirrings of love, began to blossom within her heart, yet her underlying insecurities cloaked this emotion like a dense fog. She couldn't confront her feelings directly, instead quietly observing Chu Yi from the shadows. Shen Yinyun felt that this was more than sufficient. As for becoming romantically involved with Chu Yi, it was something she dared not even consider. As Chu Yi started the Koenigsegg gem era, he sensed the intense gaze from the passenger seat and turned to look at Shen Yinyun. What is it, Yinyun? Is there something on my face? Shen Yinyun's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned to gaze out the window, softly murmuring, "And no, just thought your collar looked a bit disheveled." Chu Yi observed her slightly flushed earlobes and smiled faintly, leaning closer to her in the passenger seat. Shen Yinyun's face reddened even further. Why was he suddenly so close? Oh no, did he catch me stealing glances at him? What now? Her heart raced, and she froze in place, feeling utterly flustered. Next time you're in the car, remember to fasten your seatbelt. Chu Yi reached over to secure her seatbelt, whispering softly near her ear. Shen Yinyun exhaled a sigh of relief. It was merely the seatbelt. How fortunate. She had thought it would be something akin to a romantic moment in a drama. Chapter 47. May the beauty of the world intertwine with you in every way. Chu Yi arrived at the police station with Shen Yinyun, unexpectedly encountering Pei Yunxian, who was just exiting. Hey master, what brings you here? Pei Yunxian inquired, somewhat surprised, glancing at Shen Yinyun by Chu Yi's side. He continued, wow? So this is your wife, huh? I never imagined she would be the renowned beauty Shen from our school. Truly, a match made in heaven. As a prominent figure at Jiangbei University, Pei Yunxian was well acquainted with the campus beauty. Upon hearing Pei Yunxuan's playful teasing, Shen Yinyun's face flushed instantly, and she lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her clothing. Chu Yi cast an appreciative glance at Pei Yunxian. You, my friend, are quite astute. With a stern expression, he remarked. Can you even speak properly? What do you mean by master's wife? This is my friend. Oh, so she's a friend. I understand. My apologies for my loose tongue. Pei Yunxian deliberately elongated the tone, chuckling as he spoke. After exchanging greetings, Chu Yi recounted the sequence of events. You see, we just finished an escape room experience. But we encountered a lewd NPC harassing a girl. Another group of customers who were playing with us reported it. So we all went to the police station to give statements. He had initially intended to seek Pei Yunxuan's assistance, but since they met directly, it saved him a considerable amount of trouble. What? This is outrageous. Has the master's wife suffered any injustice? Pei Yunxian exclaimed with indignation. At that moment, Shen Yinyun, who was feeling shy as a friend, heard Pei Yunxian still referring to her as master's wife and quietly interjected. Oh, I'm just a friend. Pei Yunxian slapped his forehead, exclaiming, right, just a friend. Do you really think if she were at a disadvantage, those people could be so comfortably enjoying tea at the police station? Chu Yi replied nonchalantly, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Pei Yunxian keenly caught the chill in Chu Yi's gaze, causing him to shiver involuntarily as memories of his own recent mistreatment by Chu Yi surfaced. He never wished to experience that sense of oppression again. Master, I will take full responsibility for this matter. I will ensure they face the harshest penalties. Not only the individuals involved, but that establishment should also be shut down for rectification. I guarantee your satisfaction, Pei Yunxian declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Having just assisted his master in dealing with some ruffians yesterday, he felt he had gained significant insights. Now, Pei Yunxian couldn't help but wish for Chu Yi to encounter troubles daily, just so he could resolve them and bask in the guidance that came with it. Well, if you say so, then I can rest easy. Chu Yi nodded in agreement. Master, let us follow the procedure. You two just need to give your statements. I will handle the rest. This way, please, master's wife. Pei Yunxian adopted a servile demeanor, bowing as he gestured for them to proceed. Just a friend. Shen Yinyun blushed, her voice slightly louder than before. Oh, just a friend. My mind isn't the sharpest. Please forgive me, master's wife. Pei Yunxian grinned broadly, once again referring to her as master's wife. Chu Yi nearly burst into laughter. Pei Yunxian was truly a character. Indeed, he knows how to speak well. This apprentice was not taken in vain. As Pei Yunxian caught Chu Yi's gaze, he grinned widely, realizing that henceforth, whenever there were beautiful girls around his master, calling the master's wife was undoubtedly the right approach. Shen Yinyun fell silent, letting them say whatever they wished. She found the title quite endearing. She stole another glance at Chu Yi, and upon noticing he wasn't looking her way, quickly withdrew her gaze. Pei Yunxian led the way, guiding Chu Yi and Shen Yinyun to give their statements. Since neither of them was a direct victim of the harassment, and given Pei Yunxuan's connection, they were able to provide brief statements at the police station and soon left. Before departing, Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian arranged a time for their gathering that evening, as he would be dining with Shen Yinyan later. He mentioned he might be a little late. Pei Yunxian readily agreed, smiling as he watched the two leave. Once they had gone, Pei Yunxian glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then leaped into the air, giving himself a thumbs up. Yes, my performance just now was outstanding. He chuckled gleefully. The other 4 university students remained behind, deliberating whether to press charges against the lewd NPC or to settle privately, depending on her wishes. Next came dinner time. Chu Yi prepared to dine with Shen Yinyan, curious about what rewards he might receive. He felt a sense of anticipation. Earlier that afternoon, he and Shen Yinyan had shopped extensively at the mall before heading to the escape room, and now, having just exited the police station, it was already 6 in the evening. Both were feeling quite hungry. Yinyan, shall we go for dinner? Afterward, I'll escort you back to your dorm, Chu Yi suggested. Shen Yinyan nodded, softly responding, as you wish. What do you like to eat? Hot pot, barbecue, steak, or Western cuisine? Chu Yi inquired with a smile. Shen Yinyan paused for a moment before shaking her head, feeling somewhat self-conscious as she replied, I haven't eaten any of those things, I don't know. Chu Yi was taken aback. Though his family background was also quite ordinary, he usually dined at reasonably priced restaurants without issue. Some buffet meals cost only a few dozen yuan per person, making them accessible to nearly everyone. He hadn't anticipated that Shen Yinyan had never experienced such dining options. This was something he had never considered. A girl as beautiful and lovely as her had a family situation that was difficult to such an extent. Chu Yi felt he had another responsibility to take on. All right, I've made up my mind, he suddenly exclaimed, clapping his hands together with a grin. From now on, I will take you to try all these things. As the personal maid of Chu boss, how can one miss out on the world's delicacies? Shen Yinyan looked up at the sunny, smiling Chu Yi, her heart racing. He didn't disdain me. He even said he would take me to savor the world's delights. Gazing at the warm, radiant youth before her, Shen Yinyan suddenly recalled a line from a song. May all the beauty in the world be intertwined with you. Yes, good. Shen Yinyan replied with a bright smile, nodding vigorously. Chu Yi reached out to gently ruffle Shen Yinyan's hair, chuckling. All right. Then our goal today is to eat hot pot until we are stuffed. Let the culinary adventure commence, starting with beef hot pot. Great. Shen Yinyan beamed, her smile making the surrounding scenery seem more beautiful. Chapter 48. The long spear moves, the white dragon sings. Chu Yi felt his heart racing. Was this what it felt like to be near a goddess? So beautiful. The two continued to chat and laugh as they arrived at a beef hot pot restaurant. Though most of the conversation was led by Chu Yi, with Shen Yinyan occasionally responding in soft tones. This establishment, known as Nyo Nyo Hot Pot, was quite famous in Jiannan City and boasted an excellent reputation. Their fresh, delicious beef and generous portions were their hallmarks. With an average cost of just over 300 yuan for a 2-person set, Chu Yi did not take Shen Yinyan to a lavishly priced place for dinner. For a girl who had never experienced hot pot or barbecue, a high-priced venue might be overwhelming. Moreover, even though he now had a bit of extra money, he wasn't particular about dining. While it is true that expensive hotel ingredients often reflect the saying you get what you pay for, most of the price hikes were merely due to the perceived status. Affordable food was still enjoyable. Having more money simply meant more choices. The delicacies he once couldn't afford were now within his reach, and he still relished the affordable meals he used to enjoy. In fact, some of the pricier foods didn't hold a candle to his beloved hot pot and barbecue. Under the guidance of a server, the two found a spacious table to sit at. Noticing Shen Yinyan seemed a bit reserved, Chu Yi picked up the menu and began to order. However, he opted not to order a set meal, intending instead to select individual dishes he favored. Set meals often included items he didn't particularly like, which could lead to waste. Yinyan, is there anything you'd like to eat? Chu Yi inquired. Shen Yinyan smiled gently, waving her hand as she said, Chu Yi, just order what you want. I trust your judgment. She continued, how about this? I will select my desired dishes first. Then you can randomly choose 3 cuts of meat and a bottle of beverage. Since we are dining out together, it certainly wouldn't do for me to make all the selections. Chu Yi replied with a smile. Shen Yinyan appeared somewhat like a timid kitten in an unfamiliar environment, exuding an air of self-doubt that was quite concerning. He resolved to find a way to bolster her confidence, for with more self-assurance, her smiles would surely multiply. Chu Yi had no other passion than his fondness for cheerful girls. Thus, he aimed to make Shen Yinyan laugh, beginning with the menu. All right then, I shall heed your advice. Shen Yinyan initially felt a bit shy, but upon meeting Chu Yi's expectant gaze, she nodded in agreement to his request. For a girl, being looked at with such anticipation by a boy she fancied made it exceedingly difficult to refuse. Shen Yinyan was not fond of spicy food. So Chu Yi ordered a dual-flavor hot pot. Given that they were having hot pot, the dishes arrived promptly. While waiting for the broth to boil, Chu Yi inquired about Shen Yinyun's taste preferences and prepared a dipping sauce for her at the condiment station. Once the broth reached a rolling boil, Chu Yi picked up a slotted spoon and began to cook the meat, promptly serving the beef to Shen Yinyun as soon as it was ready. Despite her repeated insistence to do it herself, she could not resist Chu Yi's proactive nature and thus resigned herself to enjoying the feast. For the first time, Shen Yinyun found dining to be such a joyous occasion, with someone serving her, preparing her dipping sauce, and pouring her drinks. While she was savoring beef balls, her lack of experience caused the juices to splatter at the corner of her mouth, prompting Chu Yi to kindly offer a tissue to help her clean up. If this were a romance game, the atmosphere would surely be filled with rising affection points. Half an hour later, Chu Yi and Shen Yinyun concluded their delightful dinner. After settling the bill, he escorted her back to the car, ready to take her to her dormitory at the school before heading off to his next engagement. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chu Yi scratched his head, pondering how he felt increasingly busy ever since his newfound wealth. Was this the burdensome daily life of a wealthy individual? It truly seemed lamentable. By the way, why had the system's reward not yet arrived? Could it be that the reward triggered by his previous dinner with Chen Yun was merely coincidental? Ding. Detected that the host dined with a stunning beauty. Reward, passive skill, unyielding stamina. As an exemplary affluent individual, it is inevitable that one would attract the attention of numerous beautiful women. Thus, unyielding stamina is indeed essential. Please continue your efforts, uphold the fine tradition of the affluent, and engage in various forms of contact with more exquisite beauties. System. Do I sense a hint of mockery in your words? I am already unyielding enough, thank you. Chu Yi murmured inwardly. Did he truly require such a skill? No, he did not. His motto was the long spear moves, and the white dragon sings. However, since the system had bestowed this upon him, he would reluctantly accept it, as having diverse skills is never a burden. With the time still shy of 7 o'clock, many people lingered outside the girls' dormitory. As Chu Yi drove his Koenigsegg Gemera to the entrance, it sparked a wave of astonished gasps. Wow, that car is so handsome. I wonder who has snagged such a golden husband. How enviable. If only I were in the passenger seat. If I could catch the eye of such a gentleman, I would willingly shed 20 pounds. You're so overweight, yet you dream so beautifully. How optimistic. There were girls with starry eyes, affectionately inquiring of their boyfriends. Darling, how does this car compare in value to your BMW? The boys' eyes twitched slightly. Could they not ask such foolish questions? Their BMW 3 Series was likely worth less than a single wheel of this magnificent vehicle. Yet, in an effort to impress the girls, he plastered on a facade and replied, of course, this car is not as expensive as a BMW. Otherwise, why would girls prefer to ride in BMWs? Sensing his girlfriend's fervent gaze, the boy inwardly chuckled, relishing how effortlessly he could maintain his pretense, all thanks to her ignorance of cars. However, the next words from his girlfriend left him utterly stunned. Why don't you sell your car and get one like this instead? I think it's much cooler than a BMW. The boy's expression froze. The cost of maintaining that facade was proving to be a bit steep. Ignoring the crowd of onlookers, Chu Yi rushed to the passenger side before Shen Yinyun could exit, gallantly opening the door and extending his hand to her. Be careful. Don't trip. Such sports cars, while visually stunning, were not particularly convenient for entering and exiting. Shen Yinyun flashed a sweet smile at Chu Yi, summoning her courage to be the first to reach out and place her hand in his. After assisting her out of the car, Chu Yi retrieved several outfits and a pair of shoes he had prepared in advance from the back seat and handed them to Shen Yinyun. Here, these are for you, he said with a smile. While shopping at the mall, he had encouraged Shen Yinyun to try on these items, claiming he was simply helping her mother. In truth, he had intended them as gifts for her. His mother, with her slightly plump figure, would not fit into the clothes that suited Shen Yinyun. As a gentleman, how could he take a girl out on a date without presenting her with a gift? Oh, these items are far too extravagant. I cannot accept them. Moreover, you treated me to dinner tonight. Shen Yinyun immediately pushed the package back toward Chu Yi, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle drum. Please don't be so hasty in your refusal. I forgot to mention that I plan to establish a company, although I have yet to decide on its focus. I have already determined the employee benefits. Chu Yi gently pressed her hand, smiling as he spoke. Firstly, the salary will undoubtedly be the highest in the industry, and there will be provisions for meals and accommodation, comprehensive insurance, paid vacations, and quarterly trips. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that while accompanying the boss on shopping excursions, employees may randomly receive gifts based on the boss's mood. How does that sound? Isn't this an excellent benefit? You are now my little maid. You are my employee now. As such, you must heed your boss's words. Chu Yi wielded his authority with a playful flourish, effectively silencing Shen Yinyun's objections. However, What he did not anticipate was that Shun Yinyun would adamantly refuse this time. In my eyes, you are an angel. The maid outfit is merely a work uniform, and this new phone serves as a work device. I can understand all of that. But I truly cannot accept such expensive clothing and shoes from you. I feel this places a tremendous weight upon me, and I would hesitate to go shopping with you in the future. Shun Yinyun clasped her hands before her, lowering her gaze as she spoke. Her tone tinged with anxiety and disappointment. On their first shopping outing together, Chu Yi had gifted her such extravagant items, which was an overwhelming experience for someone like Shun Yinyun, who hailed from a rural background and had seen little of the world. Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not realized that his gesture would weigh so heavily on her. He had simply perceived Shun Yinyun's attire as somewhat plain, even noting the visible signs of wear on her clothing. Thus, he had thought to buy her some new clothes, unaware that his actions had inadvertently placed her under such pressure. Yinyun, I apologize, I was thoughtless. Chu Yi spoke softly, his voice filled with sincerity. Hearing his apology, Shun Yinyun felt even more flustered. Chu Yi, you need not apologize, this is my own issue. Chu Yi smiled gently, placing the garments and shoes back in the car before taking Shun Yinyun's hand and cradling it in his palm. You have done nothing wrong. It is this world that is at fault. In my eyes, you are an angel who has descended to the mortal realm, merely having faced a few setbacks that have rendered you somewhat lacking in confidence. However, fate has led you to meet someone as handsome as myself, destined to rescue angels. I shall endeavor to transform this world for your sake. Chu Yi beamed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed upon the lovely lady before him. Previously, he might have regarded such words as mere flattery, but now, he truly believed in his capacity to make a difference. Right, dear system? System, Shun Yinyun has little experience in being courted by boys. Hearing such heartfelt words from Chu Yi brought a lump to her throat, and she found herself in tears. Oh, Chu Yi, why did you say such things? Chu Yi was taken aback to see Shun Yinyun reduced to tears by his words. Lamenting his miscalculation, her emotional sensitivity was remarkably low. Yet, he knew he must offer comfort. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to deepen their bond. He pulled Shun Yinyun into his embrace, gently patting her back as he consoled her. There, crying will only make you look like a little pig. Although I understand those words were rather charming, I truly did not anticipate that even an angel would be brought to tears by my handsome declarations. Uft, how shameless. Shun Yinyun suddenly burst into laughter, lightly tapping Chu Yi's chest, her cheeks flushing. Enveloped in Chu Yi's warm embrace, she felt a sense of infatuation. Yet reason swiftly triumphed over sentiment. Despite a lingering reluctance, she forced herself to extricate from his chest. Have you always been so adept at charming girls? Shun Yinyun inquired, her voice still tinged with the residue of tears, sounding endearingly pitiful. Oh dear, you've misunderstood me. These words were honed through conversations with my roommates. You see, it's quite normal for boys to express affection toward one another. In fact, this is the first time I've ever spoken such words to a girl. Chu Yi declared with utmost seriousness, extending 4 fingers for emphasis. You're hilarious. Shun Yinyun could not contain her amusement, envisioning Chu Yi exchanging sweet nothings with his male friends, unable to suppress her laughter. With a smile playing at his lips, Chu Yi allowed her to release her emotions in peace. Once her laughter subsided, he continued, So, how do you feel now? Are you in a better mood? Shun Yinyun shot him a playful glare, half complaining, half teasing. My stomach hurts from laughing. How could I possibly feel bad? Chu Yi's eyes lit up, grinning. What? Your stomach hurts from laughing? Let me give it a rub. He feigned reaching for her abdomen in a playful manner. Oh no, stop. Shun Yinyun shyly grabbed his hand, her face a picture of embarrassment. Chu Yi suppressed his playful demeanor, adopting a serious expression. In that case, please accept the gifts I've given you. They cannot be returned, and if you refuse, I shall have no choice but to dispose of them. However, to alleviate your mental burden, I have another suggestion. Upon hearing that the items could not be returned and would be discarded if not accepted, Shun Yinyun felt a twinge of regret. So much money spent, merely to be thrown away, how wasteful. Yet, having just been brought to tears and laughter by Chu Yi, she felt less tense and decided to hear him out. Well, what do you propose? Chu Yi smiled and said, My suggestion is that next time we go shopping together, you wear the clothes and shoes I gifted you, and carry the bag. Consider those items as your reward for accompanying me on our shopping trip. How does that sound? Moreover, if you dress beautifully, I shall have more pride. Seeing Shun Yinyun's puzzled expression, he continued, I know your little mind is struggling to comprehend this. When we go out shopping, people will undoubtedly assume we are a couple. If you wear the items I've gifted you, wouldn't you look even more stunning? This way, others will envy me for having such a breathtaking girlfriend. Doesn't that sound delightful? Shun Yinyun nodded thoughtfully, her cheeks blushing once more. Could it be that during their shopping excursion that afternoon, they had been mistaken for a couple? Ah, how embarrassing. Ultimately, swayed by Chu Yi's eloquent words. Shen Yinyun accepted his gifts. It was only then, as if a seal had been broken, that the murmurs of onlookers reached their ears. Wow, this guy is such a charmer. He is not only handsome, but also a total heartthrob. I can't believe it. ISNT, that girl Shen Yinyun? I never thought she would be with a rich second generation. Those gifts look like luxury brands. So expensive. Wow. Louis Vuitton, Prada, Hermes, Chanel. So many luxury labels. This young man is quite generous. Admiration points 1, admiration points 1, admiration points 1. Chu Yi felt somewhat bemused. He had not anticipated garnering admiration points simply by escorting Shen Yinyun back to her dormitory. Although the amount was modest, even the smallest of gains were still gains. It seemed he could make this a regular occurrence. After watching Shen Yinyun enter her dormitory, Chu Yi drove off in his Koenigsegg Gemera. It was almost time for the gathering organized by Pei Yunxian. Chapter 50. The beauty of it doesn't matter. Shen Yinyun returned to her dormitory, laden with bags. As soon as she stepped inside, she was surrounded by her 3 roommates. Wow, Yinyun, I can't believe you quietly received so many gifts. Are they from your boyfriend? Asked a girl with freckles, her face alight with curiosity. Oh no, these are from the boy who saved me last time. I told him I didn't want them, but he insisted I accept them, or else he would. Shen Yinyun suddenly flushed, closing her mouth. Or else he would touch me. Chu Yi is truly incorrigible. Wow, the sequel to the hero saving the damsel in distress. Do tell us what you both did today. Another slightly plump girl said. A mischievous grin on her face as she pulled out a small notebook, pen poised and ready. Oh please, don't ask so much. We didn't do anything special. Shen Yinyun felt shy under their questioning, shaking her head to indicate she did not wish to elaborate. Indeed, she and Chu Yi had merely strolled through the mall, played an escape room game, and had dinner together. Well, upon reflection, they did do quite a bit. Wow, Yinyun, that boy gifted you such expensive presents. A Louis Vuitton bag, Hermes perfume, and Chanel, Prada. All those luxury items must be worth at least hundreds of thousands. Yinyun, this young man is so cunning. You must seize the opportunity. Quickly give me his contact information. A girl with slightly curly hair exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she listed the luxury brands. Impossible. Shen Yinyun shot the curly-haired girl a glance, a serene smile gracing her face as she said, he is genuinely a nice person. There is no ulterior motive. Ugh. Her 3 roommates chorused, their expressions clearly skeptical. Do we look like fools? A man of such wealth and charm could not possibly be simply kind-hearted. There must be some deep strategy at play. All right, we won't tease you any longer. Yinyun, you're so beautiful. You'll surely win him over. Go for it. You can do it. Yes. From now on, we too shall be considered flowers with owners. Although they harbor a sense of envy towards Shen Yinyun, their joy for her is genuine. After 3 years of being roommates, they have witnessed the hardships Shen Yinyun has endured. Even if they wished to assist her, she would invariably decline their offers. Thus, the most they could do was occasionally share some snacks and fruits with her, ensuring her diet remained varied. Once again, Shen Yinyun found herself blushing. She was utterly at a loss for how to respond to her roommates teasing about being a flower with an owner. Yinyun, I would like to ask you for a favor, chirped the curly-haired girl with a grin. Sure, Mei Wei, just tell me what you need, and I will certainly help. Shen Yinyun nodded earnestly. Her roommates were all exceptionally kind to her, and if there was any way she could assist, she would never turn a blind eye. Hee. When you and that handsome guy are together, could you ask him if he would mind having another girlfriend? If he doesn't mind, could you inquire if I would be suitable? The curly-haired girl said, bursting into laughter at the sight of Shen Yinyun's flustered expression. Oh, stop it. Shen Yinyun playfully stamped her foot in exasperation. The other 2 girls joined in her laughter, filling the dormitory with a joyful atmosphere. Pei Yunxuan's gathering was hosted at his private estate. Chu Yi found it surprisingly difficult to navigate there, requiring a phone call for detailed directions. The journey from Jiangbei University to Pei Yunxuan's estate took approximately 30 minutes. Upon his arrival, the security personnel opened the grand gate and bowed respectfully, gesturing for him to enter. It seemed Pei Yunxian had already communicated with the security staff. Chu Yi mused that Pei Yunxian was indeed adept at hosting, making everyone feel at ease, truly befitting someone from a prominent family. As he drove through the estate, a 4-lane road led directly to the residence, flanked by an array of streetlights. After a couple of minutes of driving, he finally reached the house, a sprawling modern mansion with a semicircular parking area in front, already filled with an assortment of luxury vehicles. Aside from various sports cars, the lot boasted an impressive collection of ultra-luxury brands such as Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Maybach. From this alone, it was evident that Pei Yunxuan's connections were extraordinarily impressive. Pei Yunxian was already waiting at the entrance, likely alerted by the security. As soon as Chu Yi parked, Pei Yunxian jogged over and eagerly opened the car door for him. Master, you finally arrived. Tonight, I promise you'll have a blast. Pei Yunxian winked. A blast? I'm not well versed in such things, so please don't mislead me. Chu Yi replied earnestly. Pei Yunxian, unfazed, responded, oh come now. You can't possibly believe that. Come, let us head inside. He grabbed Chu Yi's wrist, pulling him toward the villa. Chu Yi, visibly uncomfortable, withdrew his hand. Could you tone down the enthusiasm? You're giving me goosebumps. Upon noticing the goosebumps on Chu Yi's arm, Pei Yunxian burst into laughter. Haha, master. I'm just a little too excited. Don't worry. Next time I won't make you feel uncomfortable. Well, I genuinely appreciate that, Chu Yi replied. A bemused smile on his face. As Pei Yunxian led the way, he enthusiastically introduced the amenities of the estate. Master, there's so much to enjoy here. Swimming pools, bars, KTV, hot springs, you name it. Of course, we can also spar if that interests you. He raised an eyebrow, smirking. You know what I mean, right? Chu Yi nodded, enjoying the surroundings, whistling casually. What? I didn't catch that. But tonight, I'm primarily here on behalf of my father to host a charity auction for business elites. And I've invited my friends as well. I'll introduce you to them shortly. And there will be plenty of beautiful ladies. Pei Yunxian grinned knowingly. Honestly, whether there are beautiful ladies or not isn't my primary concern. I'm more interested in meeting the business magnates of Jinan City, as I plan to start a company soon. Chu Yi replied, his demeanor serious. Right. It's all about expanding your network. More friends, more opportunities. Pei Yunxian nodded in agreement. As they entered the spacious hall on the first floor, they were greeted by a large area featuring a small stage at its center. Likely for the auction. Elegant tables and chairs were scattered throughout, with several guests engaged in quiet conversations, accompanied by the gentle strains of music. Many well-dressed, successful individuals and ladies in evening gowns mingled, while numerous attendants weaved through the crowd with trays in hand. The arrival of Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian drew numerous curious glances, with many greeting Pei Yunxian respectfully. However, the intrigue largely centered on Chu Yi, who appeared to be accompanying the esteemed heir of the Pei family. Many women cast alluring glances his way, some even biting their lips. This man exuded charm. If he were agreeable, a delightful evening could easily be spent in his company. Not only was Chu Yi's appearance and physique remarkable, but it was his calm confidence that truly captivated the ladies. Such an aura cannot be feigned. When it comes to charisma, Chu Yi was indeed an unrivaled presence. Despite the elite company present, when it came to net worth, Chu Yi could effortlessly surpass them all. The saying money gives men courage holds a significant truth. Pei Yunxian adeptly reciprocated the pleasantries of others, then leaned in to whisper to Chu Yi, Master, I've prepared a brand new suit for you. Let us head upstairs for you to change. I meant to tell you earlier, but it slipped my mind. Chu Yi was furrowing his brows, surveying the surroundings when he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, but Pei Yunxian's interruption caused it to vanish. All right, I'll go change, he said, shaking his head in resignation. Perhaps he had merely imagined it. Xiang Lan crouched at a table corner, exhaling a sigh of relief as she watched Chu Yi ascend the stairs. That was close. She nearly got spotted. However, she was puzzled as to why Chu Yi would attend this charity event. Hadn't her father mentioned it was organized by the Pei family's young master? Xiang Lan, what are you doing? In such a setting, you must compose yourself, admonished Xiang Guoqiang sternly. Dad, I just had a cramp in my leg, so I was squatting to ease it. Xiang Lan quickly fabricated an excuse. Upon hearing her claim, Xiang Guoqiang softened, concern etched on his face. Oh, a cramp? Does it hurt now? It seems you haven't been drinking enough milk. That's a sign of calcium deficiency. Today's charity event is hosted by the young master of the Pei family. Xiang Guoqiang had heard that numerous business elites would be attending. Thus he resolved to come and forge some connections, while also allowing his daughter to experience the world. However, he was taken aback when his daughter unexpectedly suffered a cramp in such a setting, which proved to be rather embarrassing. It's nothing, Dad, I'm fine now. I believe the cramp might have been caused by the cold air from the air conditioning in this spot. Shall we move over there? Xiang Lan suggested, pointing toward a more secluded corner. Upon glancing in the direction Xiang Lan indicated, Xiang Guoqiang frowned slightly. That corner was somewhat isolated and obstructed by a pillar. If they sat there, conversing with others would indeed be slightly troublesome. Yet, seeing the pleading expression on Xiang Lan's face, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Well, sitting there isn't a significant issue. We can always take a few extra steps. The father and daughter shifted their seats from a more central location to a slightly obscure corner. Xiang Lan deliberately positioned herself closer to the pillar, making it easier to avoid Chu Yi. In front of Nian Yun, she had always pretended to be an ordinary girl from a modest background, striving to become good friends with her by even taking on part-time jobs together. The last time she overheard that Chu Yi was seeking a cleaner for his household, she had feigned a love for money just to be able to work alongside Nian Yun. If Chu Yi were to discover that her family background was, in fact, quite affluent, it would jeopardize her chances of working part-time with Nian Yun. The most terrifying thought was that if Nian Yun realized she had been deceiving her all along, would she sever their friendship? The mere contemplation sent shivers down Xiang Lan's spine, and she clenched her small fists. Casting a furtive glance at where Chu Yi had been standing earlier, silently vowing that she must not be discovered. However, that fleeting glance nearly sent her into a panic. Chu Yi was gracefully descending the staircase from the second floor. Xiang Lan quickly shifted her chair, concealing herself behind the pillar in a blind spot. Meanwhile, Xiang Guoqiang had already taken his wine glass to mingle with friends in the hall. He had just exchanged his attire with Pei Yunxian for a more suitable suit for the occasion. As Chu Yi returned to the main hall, he donned a pristine dark blue suit, one of many varying styles and sizes available in the wardrobe upstairs. With his impeccably proportioned figure, he could effortlessly wear a standard-sized suit as if it had been custom-tailored for him. Now clad in this sharp ensemble, Chu Yi exuded an even greater charm. To the striking women gliding through the venue, he appeared as an irresistibly alluring presence, akin to a potent aphrodisiac. Even a mere stolen glance would leave them blushing and breathless. Hey, master, look at the way those beauties gaze at you. They practically wish to undress you on the spot. Pei Yunxian nudged Chu Yi with his elbow, chuckling. Chu Yi sighed, looking somewhat helpless, alas. It's been this way since my youth. I seem to have an innate ability to attract women. Frankly, I'm quite exhausted, both mentally and physically. Master, do you drink lemon juice? I can freshly squeeze some for you. Pei Yunxian feigned a sour expression. Get lost. After some playful banter, Pei Yunxian led Chu Yi to a central position in the venue. Presently, only 3 young gentlemen occupied the seats, all affluent heirs, whom Pei Yunxian intended to introduce to Chu Yi. With a casual demeanor, Pei Yunxian settled into the seats, uncorking a bottle of wine, pouring a glass for Chu Yi before filling his own half full, and then raising his glass to the 3 gentlemen, saying, "Gentlemen, this is my master, Chu Yi, whom I previously mentioned." The 3 young men stood, raising their glasses in a toast to Chu Yi. "Pleased to meet you." In the spirit of reciprocity, Chu Yi did not stand on ceremony. He clinked glasses with them in the same manner, deliberately lowering his glass slightly to convey politeness. "Please, no need for formality. Although this rascal Pei Yunxian insists on calling me his master, we are essentially peers." Chu Yi smiled. Pei Yunxian grinned widely and introduced the 3 individuals. "Master, the dapper gentleman on the far left with slicked back hair is Guan Yin, the eldest son of the Guan family in Jiannan. If you have any business-related issues in this area, you can count on him to handle them proficiently." Guan Yin stood to shake Chu Yi's hand, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Brother Yi, it's truly impressive that you have managed to put Pei Yunxian in his place. He has always relied on his formidable strength, fearing nothing but perhaps his father." "Nonsense. I merely have the upper hand this time. If we were to spar again, I might well lose." Chu Yi humbly replied, acknowledging Pei Yunxian's prowess, as this was indeed his domain, and respect was due. "Master, you are far too modest. These 3 are my lifelong buddies. We've been bragging and teasing each other since childhood. Feel free to show off, no need to hold back," Pei Yunxian said, taking a sip from his glass, a jovial grin on his face. Chu Yi found the situation somewhat amusing, thinking to himself how this fellow was displeased even when given face. Was he expected to claim that he could knock them down with a mere 3 punches? "Brother Yi, should you encounter any issues in business, do reach out to me. We are friends, and I have relatives who oversee such matters, capable of resolving most problems." Guan Yin reiterated with a smile, returning to his seat afterward. "All right, I'll definitely seek your help if needed. Coincidentally, I'm contemplating starting a business soon." Chu Yi nodded, smiling in agreement. "Master, this flamboyant gentleman with the warrior hairstyle is Qi Juanhe, the young master of the Qi family in Jiannan. His family possesses mining interests, and he knows plenty of ladies. If you need investment or companionship, you can approach him." Pei Yunxian continued his introductions with a light-hearted tone. Qi Juanhe playfully interjected, "While my family does indeed own a mine, couldn't you have introduced it with a bit more flair? Referring to it as a rare resource extraction point sounds far more impressive, don't you think? And what do you mean by if you're lonely, come to me? I happen to be straight." He exaggeratedly covered his chest with his hands, eliciting laughter from the table. Chu Yi chuckled as well, rising to shake hands. "Understood. Rare resource extraction points and concentrated sources of beautiful women, right? If I ever find myself in need of either, I shall surely seek you out. But do not refuse me." Qi Juanhe instantly adopted a serious demeanor, shaking hands with Chu Yi as he replied, "Brother Yi, you're too kind. Please do not hesitate to reach out. Even if there is nothing pressing, feel free to hang out with me. I'll ensure you have a good time." "Thank you. Thank you." Chu Yi expressed his gratitude politely. "Master, this aloof and domineering CEO is Chen Shuaiqi, and he lives up to his name, being quite handsome. He is the 2nd son of the Chun family in Jiannan, with relatives engaged in both business and politics. If you encounter any issues related to the educational sector at school, you can count on him for assistance. Pei Yunxian introduced the final friend. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chen Shuiqi also stood to shake Chu Yi's hand. His cool demeanor did not lend itself to much conversation. But that was already more than enough. Chu Yi was unbothered, shaking hands with Chen Shuiqi and sharing a drink before taking his seat. Ding. The host has successfully befriended the influential heirs of Jiannan City. Mission accomplished. The security company will contact the host within 3 days. Please keep your phone available. As a wealthy individual, it is imperative to possess a hidden force. The host must continue striving to ultimately become a qualified magnate. The mission was complete. Chu Yi recalled that the security company rewarding this task was composed of 50 elite mercenaries. This arrangement meant that for certain matters that were inconvenient to handle overtly, the security company could intervene. It was evident that Pei Yunxian genuinely wished to introduce Chu Yi to his circle of friends. The enthusiasm displayed by the trio was likely a result of Pei Yunxian having briefed them beforehand. Otherwise, these somewhat haughty scions of wealthy families would not have accorded Chu Yi such significance. Just moments before entering the hall, Chu Yi's attention was immediately drawn to the table he currently occupied, primarily due to its conspicuous position. It was unmistakably the focal point of the evening. Furthermore, the occasional glances of other guests towards this table, filled with hesitation and anticipation, illustrated their desire to ascend the social ladder, albeit tempered by a sense of trepidation. The few who approached to toast were predominantly middle-aged men, their attire suggesting substantial wealth. Nevertheless, Pei Yunxian's companions merely offered slight nods, lifting their glasses in acknowledgement before taking a delicate sip and then refraining from further engagement. If they were to accept business cards from these affluent individuals, it would surely bring them immense joy. For the remainder of the evening, they remained seated, engaged in leisurely conversation, eschewing the customary mingling with drinks that others pursued. The only plausible reason for their demeanor was their perception that the socializing occurring around them was devoid of significance, as they deemed those present, aside from Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian, to be beneath their notice and unworthy of their warmth. Indeed, in such arenas of reciprocal benefit, identity, status, and strength dictated everything. Although they appeared playful and jovial in the presence of Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian, exhibiting a camaraderie akin to that of close friends, they transformed into a different countenance when faced with those they deemed inferior. After all, as the elite second-generation heirs of Jiannan City, it was implausible for them to extend smiles to everyone indiscriminately. Only individuals of substantial value would warrant their earnest regard. This encapsulates the essence of social circles. For those lacking sufficient status, penetrating the domain of these top-tier heirs is an arduous endeavor. Wealth alone proves insufficient. It constitutes merely a fraction of capability, and without accompanying attributes, it fails to suffice. Of course, exceptional wealth is an exception. Pei Yunxian had, however, paved the way for Chu Yi, facilitating his integration into this exclusive circle. Observing Pei Yunxian joking around with his close friends, Chu Yi silently acknowledged that, despite his somewhat naive demeanor, he was indeed a person worth befriending. At that moment, an unexpected shrill voice pierced the air, capturing the attention of all present. Accompanying it was a harrowing scream. Unmistakably male, Chu Yi, drawn by the commotion, focused his gaze and was astonished to find Xiang Lan among the attendees. His initial observation had not been mistaken. She was indeed present at the soiree. Pei Yunxian had mentioned that only merchants of considerable capital or industry elites were invited. Xiang Lan's presence suggested a background of affluence. However, it puzzled him why she had accompanied Shen Ninyun to apply for domestic work during their last encounter at the hospital, leading Chu Yi to mistakenly believe she hailed from an ordinary family. Pei Yunxian furrowed his brow, incensed that someone dared to cause a disturbance at his event. Such audacity was intolerable. Master, please wait a moment. I will resolve this at once, Pei Yunxian declared, rising to his feet, only to be halted by Chu Yi's voice. Wait, that girl is my friend. I wish to see what transpired, Chu Yi insisted. Pei Yunxian nodded in agreement, observing his 3 companions also rise, quickly pressing them back down. Stay put and enjoy yourselves. This is my affair, and I will handle any issues that arise. He reasoned that while his friends were indeed close, the formal nature of the event, along with the fact that he had invited them, rendered it inappropriate for guests to witness any mishaps. At present, his ire surged, and he was eager to deliver a stern lesson to the troublemaker. As they approached Xiang Lan's location, Chu Yi encountered yet another acquaintance. No, rather, the man who aspired to be his son, Bai Peng. Currently, Bai Peng lay curled on the ground, clutching his vital areas in evident agony. The reason for his earlier invisibility was that he had collapsed, effectively concealed by the tablecloth. Pei Yunxian, upon noticing, promptly seized his phone to contact the security at his estate. He intended for them to remove this fallen individual to prevent disruption of the gala's atmosphere. It was simple enough to deduce who was responsible for the ruckus, certainly. It was not a friend of his master that had caused the disturbance. Hence, it must be this unfortunate fellow on the floor who had dared to disrespect Pei Yunxian by howling in pain at his charity auction. Such behavior was a disgrace. He resolved to ensure that the security personnel delivered a thorough reprimand, with further actions to be determined later. Xiang Lan, long time no see. Chu Yi greeted, disregarding Bai Peng's plight, and smiled warmly at Xiang Lan. Today, she sported a light touch of makeup, her long hair elegantly swept back. Dressed in a relatively conservative black evening gown that accentuated her matured appearance compared to their previous encounters. The one constant was that her gown showcased her alluring figure, curvaceous and accentuated by a pair of high heels that elongated her legs splendidly. Overall, Xiang Lan was undeniably captivating, and it took tremendous willpower for Chu Yi to refrain from admiring her further. Ah, Chu Yi, you're here too. It's been a while, ahaha, Xiang Lan responded, somewhat awkwardly, while internally musing, what a strange remark. They had only seen each other a few days prior. Chu Yi gestured toward the still lying Bai Peng and inquired, what is the situation with this guy? Did he provoke you? At the mention of Bai Peng, Xiang Lan's expression soured, and she crossed her arms defiantly. That insufferable wretch insisted on obtaining my contact information despite my repeated refusals. He simply wouldn't take no for an answer. So I couldn't help but give him a kick. Chu Yi regarded Xiang Lan as if meeting her for the first time, taking in her fierce demeanor alongside her striking appearance. It was unexpected that she possessed such fierce character. Given the unfortunate placement of Bai Peng beneath her high heels, he would likely need to change his name to Bai Peng from now on. Why do you look at me like that? It was just a kick. Xiang Lan stomped her foot in exasperation. Not at all. I merely think your kick was quite commendable, and I find it thoroughly satisfying. Chu Yi replied with a grin. Indeed, he felt that if given the chance, he would relish in delivering a few kicks himself. However, what piqued Chu Yi's curiosity was why, given Xiang Lan's affluent background, she chose to befriend Shen Yinyun and work together part-time. It seemed illogical for a wealthy heiress to seek employment. Was she merely seeking to fill her time? As far as he knew, Xiang Lan was not a student at Jiangbei University, thus eliminating the possibility of them having cultivated their friendship through shared daily interactions. The only conceivable explanation was that Xiang Lan had some ulterior motive in her approach to Shen Yinyun. In Chu Yi's eyes, Shen Yinyun was nothing short of a blank slate. He would not permit anyone to harbor ulterior motives towards her. He needed to ascertain Xiang Lan's intentions. Did you come to this gala on your own today? Chu Yi inquired. No, my father brought me here, Xiang Lan replied, shaking her head with a hint of frustration. She had intended to hide in a corner, evading Chu Yi's notice, but unexpectedly encountered a pesky fly, forcing her to reveal herself. It was all that insufferable fop's fault. Now that Chu Yi had discovered her identity, she was at a loss for words should he question her. Moreover, she had concealed her identity from Nianyun as well. If Chu Yi divulged it to Nianyun, would she feel deceived and choose to shun her in the future? The more Xiang Lan pondered, the angrier she became. Casting a venomous glance at the still wailing Bai Peng, she wished she could deliver a couple more kicks to him. At that moment, Xiang Guoqiang returned from the restroom. Drawn by the commotion, alarms surged within him. Could it be that his daughter had stirred up trouble again? He hurried over to Xiang Lan's side, relieved to find her unscathed, and wiped the sweat from his brow. He then glanced at Bai Peng on the floor, his heart tightening. How could there be injuries at such a noble charity gala? Xiaolan, what is going on here? What just happened? Xiang Guoqiang asked, concern etched on his face. Xiang Lan pouted, remaining silent. Chu Yi chuckled and extended a hand towards Xiang Guoqiang. You must be Uncle Xiang, right? Greetings, I am Chu Yi. Xiang Guoqiang was momentarily taken aback. Seeing Chu Yi's distinguished attire and polite demeanor, he reciprocated the handshake with courtesy. Hello, Xiao Chu. Do you know Xiaolan? Chu Yi glanced at the fuming Xiang Lan, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, Yes, uncle. I am acquainted with Lan Lan, and our relationship is quite amiable. Not merely amiable, for Xiang Lan had already been designated as his future maid. After spending quality time together, she might acquire numerous formidable skills. Yet, this little maid had her own hidden agenda, harboring intentions towards the little angel, Shen Yinyun. It was imperative to issue a warning, should she prove disobedient. Measures of correction would be necessary. Xiang Guoqiang was somewhat astonished. He knew his daughter to be quite proud and generally disinterested in befriending males, preferring the company of girls instead. However, as a father, he was not overly rigid and did not meddle in his daughter's social interactions. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. He worked tirelessly to ensure the happiness of his family. Yet, what on earth had transpired here? Xiao Chu, do you know what just happened? Xiang Guoqiang inquired, noticing his daughter remained tight-lipped in her sulking state. Uncle, the situation is as follows. This gentleman attempted to obtain Lanlin's contact information, but she was unwilling to provide it, leading him to persistently pester her. When Lan could no longer refuse, she had to enlist me as a shield, resulting in a verbal altercation, and in a moment of frustration, I inadvertently gave him a kick, Chu Yi said, wearing a smile as he took the blame upon himself. Discreetly winking at Xianglan. Xianglan looked at Chu Yi in astonishment. She had braced herself for her father's reprimand. She never anticipated Chu Yi would speak on her behalf. Was he looking out for her? Yet, what good would it do? Once that fop recovered and sought to confront her, wouldn't her father learn the truth? However, if Chu Yi had woven a lie, he would undoubtedly ensure it was seamless. Pei Xiao, could you kindly have security escort this gentleman to the infirmary for some rest? We shall discuss compensation after the gala concludes. Chu Yi gestured to Pei Yunxian, placing particular emphasis on the word compensation. Pei Yunxian readily complied, instructing the 4 arriving security personnel to carry Bai Peng to the infirmary. Furthermore, he quietly directed the security to inform the family doctor not to administer pain relief to Bai Peng and to restrain him, intending to deliver a beating once he regained consciousness. You all have worked hard. Please take good care of this guest, and each of you shall receive a bonus of 3,000 after the task is complete. Pei Yunxian cheerfully patted the lead security guard on the shoulder. The 4 security personnel eagerly accepted the orders, lifting the still screaming Bai Peng from the hall. In Chapter 54, Xiang Guoqiang sells his daughter. Xianglan's mouth fell open in surprise. She never expected Chu Yi to so decisively remove Bai Peng from the scene. She had heard her father mention that tonight's gala was spearheaded by the scion of a prominent family in Jiannan City, attended by individuals of considerable standing. Before their arrival, her father had specifically cautioned her not to engage in conflicts, as it could easily lead to trouble. Just moments ago, she had been unable to tolerate Bai Peng's incessant advances. Had she not retaliated, that fop would have drawn too close for comfort. The thought alone was nauseating. Xiang Guoqiang stood nearby, equally dumbfounded. Attending the charity auction gala, he was naturally familiar with Pei Yunxian. He had heard that Pei's heir was notoriously proud. Yet he was astonished to see him so readily acquiesce to Chu Yi's words. It was worth noting that even he found it somewhat challenging to meet Pei Yunxian. Yet, his daughter's friend seemed to be of the same caliber as the Pei heir. This realization brought Xiang Guoqiang immense joy. Tonight had not been in vain. With Chu Yi as a connection, his aspirations to expand his network would become effortlessly attainable. Seeing the astonished expressions on the father-daughter duo, Chu Yi smiled slightly. Uncle, I have a somewhat private matter I wish to discuss with Lan, so I would like to invite her to my table for a moment. Would that be acceptable? This was Chu Yi's primary intention. He sought to uncover why Xianglan was approaching Shen Yinyun and her motives for wanting to serve as a maid. Such inquiries could not be made in front of Xiang Guoqiang, and Chu Yi did not wish to delay. The opportunity presented itself tonight, and he intended to seize it. That might not be appropriate, Xianglan exclaimed, somewhat flustered. She was well aware of what Chu Yi intended to inquire. However, discussing such matters was rather difficult to articulate. Xiang Guoqiang hesitated as well. He was somewhat reluctant to allow his precious daughter to sit at the same table as Chu Yi. What if this young man stole away his beloved little girl? Noticing the hesitation, Chu Yi leaned closer to Pei Yunxian, lowering his voice. Xiao Pei, after a while, please take Uncle Xiang to our table, introduce him to your friends, and create a bit of a stir so that everyone present takes notice. Pei Yunxian looked at Chu Yi in surprise. His mentor's actions were designed to enhance this Uncle Xiang's influence. He could already envision that once the plan was executed, Uncle Xiang would become a sought-after figure among the successful individuals present. Who wouldn't want to know someone capable of mingling with the prominent youths of Jiannan? However, upon glancing at Xianglan, Pei Yunxuan's expression shifted to one of realization, a smile playing on his lips. Master, I understand. You can rest assured it will be taken care of. Pei Yunxian raised an eyebrow at Chu Yi, then turned to Xiang Guoqiang with a bright smile. Uncle Xiang, since we all know each other, why not join me at my table for a drink? I have a few good friends there, and it would be nice for everyone to get acquainted. Xiang Guoqiang's eyes lit up. Pei Yunxuan's words struck a chord deep within him. He had come to this event to expand his network, making it easier for his business endeavors. Should one have the fortune to directly encounter the most esteemed gentleman of this gathering, his endeavors in forging connections at the forthcoming banquet would undoubtedly proceed with ease. Mr. Pei, you are being too modest. Given your words, I must certainly extend this courtesy to you. With a gracious nod towards Xiang Guoqiang, he then cast a grateful smile at Chu Yi. Young Chu, since you and your contemporaries have some private matters to discuss, I shall not intrude. However, my sole request is that you ensure Xiao Lan refrains from indulging in alcohol. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to explain to her mother. Xiang Guoqiang was well aware that Pei Yunxuan's concern was not unfounded. The only person who could elicit such a response from Pei Yunxian was none other than Chu Yi, who was acquainted with his daughter. Recognizing the considerable assistance Chu Yi had rendered, he felt compelled to reciprocate. After all, it was merely a conversation. It wouldn't cost him much. Xiang Guoqiang readily relinquished his daughter, feeling quite pleased with himself. Dad, Xiang Lan protested, adorably tugging at her father's arm. You promised you would only take me out to broaden my horizons, not to sit at a table with friends. All right, Lan Lan. I observe that young Chu is a dashing figure, articulate and gracious. Indeed, an exemplary young man. You should learn from him, and perhaps temper your demeanor a bit. Xiang Guoqiang gently patted the back of Xiang Lan's hand, offering reassurance. Young Chu, let us speak frankly, were it not for our connection, I would find it quite challenging to meet these young masters from the prominent families of Jiannan City. Xiang Guoqiang remarked candidly. Though he spoke thus, to Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian, it sounded like praise, perhaps, to put it bluntly, an insincere flattery. One cannot deny that those who manage to navigate the elite circles generally possess a commendable emotional intelligence. Of course, the exception being Bai Peng. At that moment, in the infirmary, Bai Peng was enduring a rather brutal punishment when he suddenly sneezed, showering the security personnel before him. Instantly, a moment of profound eye contact ensued between Bai Peng and the security guard, and within seconds, the infirmary was once again filled with Bai Peng's anguished cries. Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian escorted Xiang Guoqiang to their designated table, with Xiang Lan trailing behind, looking quite disgruntled. Upon their return, the trio, Guan Yin, Qi Jun, and Chen Shui, looked on with curiosity. Pei Yunxian signaled to them, and then gracefully poured wine into a goblet, raising it in a courteous toast to Xiang Guoqiang. Uncle Xiang, I hope you are enjoying yourself this evening. Please feel free to voice any dissatisfaction, and I shall rectify it immediately. Pei Yunxuan's deliberately raised voice attracted the attention of the surrounding guests, who turned to observe this interaction. Upon realizing that he was toasting a middle-aged gentleman, they speculated on the identity of this individual who had garnered such courtesy from Pei Xiao. Xiang Guoqiang was somewhat taken aback. Despite his wealth exceeding 100 million, he was acutely aware that in the face of Jiannan City's elite families, such wealth was hardly significant. Thus, to receive such deference from Pei Yunxian, one of the heirs of a top-tier family, at his banquet was indeed a great honor. The gazes of the other guests toward him had completely transformed. Some who had previously ignored him were now regarding him with newfound admiration. This was the true influence of the elite. Xiang Guoqiang marveled inwardly, maintaining his composure while he happily shared a drink with Pei Yunxian, Guan Yin, Qi Jun, and Chen Shui. Upon recognizing Pei Yunxuan's subtle cues and witnessing his exaggerated toasting, understood his intentions as lifelong friends. Once Pei Yunxian finished his toast, they too raised their glasses in succession to toast Xiang Guoqiang, ensuring he received the respect he deserved, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor towards other wealthy patrons. Chapter 55. Why is this fellow coming over? The four young gentlemen's courteous toasts not only rendered Xiang Guoqiang beaming with pride, but also piqued the curiosity of the guests regarding his status. Whispers began circulating among them. Who is this man that several young masters call Uncle Xiang? Why do they show him such respect? Indeed, I noticed that when other tycoons approached to toast, those young masters merely raised their glasses without even shifting in their seats, yet they exhibit such reverence for this Uncle Xiang. If only I could have the chance to meet him. I'm not entirely sure of his background, but I did have a conversation with Mr. Xiang earlier. He runs a tangible business in Jiannan City, and we exchanged business cards. Brother, I heard you are involved in online business. I happen to possess resources in that area. Perhaps we could arrange a time to discuss potential collaboration? If I could introduce you to Mr. Xiang, that would be splendid. Haha, certainly. How unfortunate. Mr. Xiang just offered me a toast, hoping to converse, but I rebuffed him. What a missed opportunity. During my last visit to the temple to pray, the abbot mentioned I would encounter a benefactor today. It seems Mr. Xiang is indeed that benefactor. Should I truly connect with him, I shall donate 1 million in offerings next visit. Amitabha, may the Buddha bless me. At this moment, Xiang Guoqiang had transformed into a figure of great importance in the eyes of the guests. They reasoned that if it was challenging to meet the young masters, then establishing a connection with Mr. Xiang would yield comparable benefits. After all, networking is akin to a finely woven tapestry, and even if they couldn't meet the young masters, knowing Mr. Xiang would suffice. Thus, under Chu Yi's guidance, Pei Yunxian enabled Xiang Guoqiang to gain a substantial amount of face. Beaming with pride, Xiang Guoqiang had completely forgotten the displeasure etched on Xiang Lan's face as he meandered through the crowd, champagne in hand, tirelessly networking with prospective business partners. This evening, Xiang Guoqiang felt unusually at ease. Many entrepreneurs who had previously overlooked him were now eagerly offering their business cards, appearing almost desperate to receive his. The treatment was nothing short of exhilarating. And all of this was thanks to a single remark from Chu Yi. As Xiang Guoqiang mingled, he would occasionally glance at Chu Yi with admiration, akin to a father-in-law gazing at a son-in-law, appreciating him more with each glance. What a splendid son-in-law he would make. Mr. Xiang. Mr. Xiang? A nearby entrepreneur called softly. Xiang Guoqiang snapped back to reality, his expression apologetic. My sincerest apologies. I've indulged a bit too much in the drink and momentarily lost my train of thought. What were you saying? Mr. Xiang, do take it easy. A mere sip is sufficient. What I was hoping to ask is if I could obtain one of your business cards for future correspondence. The entrepreneur waved dismissively with a smile. Oh dear, how forgetful of me. Xiang Guoqiang rummaged through his suit pocket only to realize he had run out of cards. Seeing this, the entrepreneur produced his phone with a smile. It appears you've exhausted your cards. Shall we exchange WeChat instead? Certainly. That works perfectly. Xiang Guoqiang replied with enthusiasm, and they swiftly added each other as contacts. Observing her father's rare delight, Xiang Lan, despite her annoyance at his transaction of her for social gain, could not bring herself to chastise him. Her father had sacrificed so much for their family, and seeing him so happy today made her feel that her own concession was worthwhile. After all, she knew she would be fine. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder, just who is Chu Yi? Why can just a few words compel a noble scion, who finds it difficult to forge friendships? To lower his status and support my father? Xiang Lan discreetly glanced at the side of her companion, Chu Yi, only to find him raising his wine glass to his lips, his gaze playfully directed at her. The mischievous look in Chu Yi's eyes startled Xiang Lan, causing her to hastily avert her eyes. Chu Yi chuckled heartily, showing no urgency to interrogate Xiang Lan. After all, the prey was right in front of him and could not escape. It was time to enjoy the feast and partake in the wine. Noticing the somewhat peculiar atmosphere between the two, Qi Jun inquired with a smile, Brother Yi, who is this? Chu Yi set down his chopsticks, a smile gracing his face as he ruffled Xiang Lan's hair, saying, This is Xiang Lan, my newly hired little maid. Qi Jun clapped his hands, admiration evident as he gave Chu Yi a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother Yi, I understand. But the meat is tender, that's the charm of it. Guan Yin raised his wine cup in a toast to Chu Yi, laughing, Brother Yi is impressive. Please share some tips on wooing women. I've been single for quite a while. Hearing this, Chen Shuai, who was in the midst of picking vegetables, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at his expressionless face, casually remarking, Well, it's been quite a while, almost 3 days. Pei Yunxian sipped his wine, observing his brothers tease one another, remaining silent with a smile. These fellows would surely drop their jaws if they knew he had another stunningly beautiful master at home. Xiang Lan, feeling the teasing aimed at her, was initially indignant, but a glance at her father softened her expression. Oh well, a bit of teasing from this group of rascals wasn't so bad. It was rare for her father to be happy today, so she would consider it a sacrifice of her soul for his joy. For the sake of this family, I have truly given so much. Seeing Xiang Lan's adorably puffed-up expression, Chu Yi couldn't resist teasing her further. Hey Xiang Lan, do you know what is redder than a monkey's bottom? Xiang Lan crossed her arms, shooting him a disdainful glance, signaling her unwillingness to engage. Humph. If he thinks he can tease me, he is mistaken. Ahem, can you at least show some courtesy? Chu Yi mused, bemused by Xiang Lan's refusal to bite. She continued to maintain her stoic demeanor, remaining silent. Humph, it would be best to navigate through this gathering without further interrogation from Chu Yi. Finding Xiang Lan's silence a tad dull, Chu Yi decided to inquire about her intentions regarding Shen Yinyun. However, he knew he had to proceed with caution and gradually extract information. With that thought in mind, Chu Yi shifted his chair closer to Xiang Lan's, their seats now almost touching. The others, including Pei Yunxian, exchanged knowing glances, sharing silent amusement. Seeing Chu Yi encroach upon her space, Xiang Lan swiftly maneuvered her chair away from him. Ah, why are you coming closer? Move away, move away. The more she attempted to distance herself, the more Chu Yi was determined to keep her near. He reached out, gripping the back of her chair and pulling her toward him. Ah! Xiang Lan let out a startled exclamation as she unexpectedly toppled into Chu Yi's embrace. Chapter 56, Xiang Lan, the proud little cat. Warm and soft, Xiang Lan nestled in his arms, and Chu Yi relished the sensation. After all, a figure like hers, reminiscent of a comic book character, was indeed quite rare. What does it feel like to hold such a form? Simply marvelous. Xiang Lan struggled to rise, and Chu Yi did not impede her, although he found the softness delightful. He recognized that their relationship had not yet reached such a level of intimacy. Being too forward would be counterproductive. As a hunter of considerable means, he merely needed to lay out numerous traps to entice his quarry. In time, he could transform this spirited prey into a pampered companion nestled in his embrace. Shooting it down with a single bullet would be far too mundane. Ahem, Pei Yunxian, look at that girl over there in the low-cut dress. She is quite appealing. And her friend has a nice figure as well. Why not go and introduce ourselves? Qi Jun, noticing that Chu Yi and Xiang Lan had serious matters to attend to, cleared his throat and pulled Pei Yunxian up, preparing to explore the venue. Where? I have a preference for those with ample curves. Pei Yunxian's eyes lit up, his gaze instantly honing in on Qi Jun's direction. Indeed. Old Jun, your eyes are sharp. Let us go. The curvy girl is mine. Her friend is all yours. Okay. Okay, I want to compete with you. Qi Jun nodded with a smile. Pei Yunxian and Qi Jun hastily departed, exchanging knowing glances and discreetly giving Chu Yi an encouraging look as they left. Chu Yi was well aware of their intentions, but he had no plans to act on them regarding Xiang Lan. While her twin-tail hairstyle had left a lasting impression, and he was curious about her figure. Was it truly appropriate to act in such a public setting? Surely not. So why were they looking at him like that? And you, Guan Yin? Chen Shui. Indeed. Just as Pei Yunxian and Qi Jun departed, Chen Shui, his face still impassive, stood up and pulled Guan Yin away without uttering a single word. Guan Yin even flashed Chu Yi a thumbs up, his smile radiant. This only served to heighten the excitement among the guests in attendance. The targets they sought began to meander about the venue. Meanwhile, Xiang Lan felt as though she had stumbled into the den of a wolf. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Although she could be impulsive and fiery at times, being held by a boy was a first for her, particularly by a handsome figure like Chu Yi, who possessed both looks and physique. She felt her legs weaken. Thankfully, she was seated. Otherwise, she might have made a fool of herself. Ah, Xiang Lan, what are you thinking? You are enemies with Chu Yi. Enemies. No matter what he asks next, you must not divulge the truth. Chu Yi found Xiang Lan's flushed, silent demeanor quite amusing. Just moments ago, she had been so bold when confronting Bai Peng, yet now she was shy as could be. Xiang Lan, tell me, how did you come to know Nian Yun? Chu Yi inquired with a smile, since he aimed to understand her motives for approaching Shin Nian Yun. It was best to start from their initial acquaintance. Hopefully, it wasn't as he feared. Why do you ask so many questions? I won't tell you, Xiang Lan retorted, indignant. Besides, don't you know it's inappropriate for a boy to pry into the secrets of girls? She declared, her resolve unyielding. I, Xiang Lan, will never bow to evil forces. Justice will prevail. Humph. Ah, fine. If you refuse to speak, I shall have to ask Nian Yun instead. Perhaps I should give her a call. It's still relatively early. She should be awake. Chu Yi replied, disappointment evident as he nodded. Then began to reach for his phone. Hey, what are you calling Nian Yun for? Isn't that a bit strange? Xiang Lan gasped, hurriedly attempting to halt Chu Yi's actions. If he called her and posed strange questions, how could she maintain her relationship with Nian Yun? The tactics of evil forces are insidious. I, Xiang Lan, find it challenging to cope. What should I do? Not at all. These are merely standard inquiries. Moreover, as an employer, I have the right to conduct a background check on my newly hired maids. Chu Yi replied with a grin, placing particular emphasis on the term maids. Xiang Lan's expression soured as she lamented, the maid, always with this incessant talk. Here I am, accompanied by the charming Nian Yun. And yet you persist in wielding this as a means to threaten us. It is utterly detestable. The righteous Xiang Lan has failed, not due to a lack of effort, but because evil is simply too formidable. Woo-woo. Very well. I shall only divulge how we met. You are forbidden from inquiring further, she said, her tone tinged with frustration. Well, I suppose that is acceptable, Chu Yi mused, teasingly heightening Xiang Lan's anticipation before nodding in agreement to her request. As long as you're willing to speak. The first step has been taken. I doubt the subsequent inquiries will prove challenging. Moreover, I find the prospect of guiding a proud girl like Xiang Lan quite intriguing. Just imagine the satisfaction of transforming a haughty young lady into a docile and endearing little maid. Xiang Lan bristled under Chu Yi's mischievous gaze, feigning ferocity as she exclaimed, do not look at me like that. Woo-woo. I'm so flustered. Chu Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on her. It was only when she began to fidget uncomfortably that he extended his hand, saying, hold still. There is something on your face. Huh, what is it? Xiang Lan asked, bewildered at his comment about something on her face. Chu Yi playfully pinched her slightly chubby cheek and grinned, just a hint of cuteness. Such cheesy flattery. Xiang Lan pouted, casting him a reproachful glance while rubbing her cheek as if to erase his touch. Ha! Now, do share the story of how you met Nian Yun. As if it were a tale. Chu Yi chuckled, utterly charmed by her adorableness, likening her to a proud little kitten. He couldn't help but revel in the joy of her company. With a soft hum, Xiang Lan began recounting their first encounter. It transpired that once, while Nian Yun was working a part-time job, she had served as a waitress at the cafe Xiang Lan frequented. That day, Xiang Lan happened to be there, idly sipping coffee, when she noticed the new waitress. Perhaps it was Nian Yun's beauty, or her diligent and meticulous demeanor that caught her attention. Even as a fellow girl, Xianglan thought, this girl is ethereal. Out of curiosity, she began to observe Nian Yun's every movement. I later pretended to apply for a part-time job to learn more about her, and over time, we grew familiar. Xianglan concluded her narrative dryly. That's it? Chu Yi asked, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Yes, that's all. Did you expect some grand saga? This isn't a television drama. Xianglan placed her hands on her hips, asserting her stance. This is the extent of it. No further details will I divulge. You rogue, Chu Yi. Very well. Your ample bosom grants you the authority to dictate. Chu Yi conceded with a nod. You, scoundrel. Xianglan's cheeks flushed, and she quickly crossed her arms over her chest. However, Chu Yi paid her no mind and resumed his meal, occasionally offering his culinary critiques. This dish is delightful. This one is also quite good, tangy and refreshing. And this one too. Xianglan stared at him, perplexed. Just moments ago, he had seemed so eager to pry for information. Why had he suddenly ceased? The abrupt shift left her feeling unsettled, akin to being fully prepared for battle only to find the enemy retreating after a single assault. The sensation of having her defenses lowered without a fight was deeply disconcerting. Biting her lip, she glanced at Chu Yi as he continued to savor his meal, timidly asking, Chu Yi, is the food good? Oh yes, it's delicious. I must tell you, I've never had anything this delectable. Here, try some, Chu Yi exclaimed, swallowing his food with a grin as he served Xianglan several of his favorite dishes. Sighing, Xianglan gazed at her plate, her expression conflicted, hesitant to speak. No, Chu Yi, I meant. Oh, I see. You wish to have that large leg of lamb, correct? No problem, I'll fetch it right away. Chu Yi interrupted, misinterpreting her intentions. He spun the lazy Susan on the table and placed a massive leg of lamb in front of her. Here, enjoy. I know someone of your exceptional figure must be very mindful of their nutritional intake, so devouring this lamb leg should be a breeze for you, right? He said with a wide smile. Xianglan felt herself nearing the edge of exasperation. She had merely wanted to continue their previous conversation. Why was Chu Yi so insistent on feeding her? Furthermore, what did he mean by devouring the lamb leg? Did he truly believe someone like her, with a petite frame, could consume such a colossal feast? Blind Chu Yi, open your eyes and see clearly. I am but a delicate cherry blossom. Internally, she was in turmoil, imagining herself unleashing a flurry of blows upon him. Yet outwardly, she forced a smile and replied, You enjoy it. I'm not very hungry. Chu Yi beamed at her, thinking to himself, Ah, the little minx. Initially reluctant to speak, but now, with a mere hint, she can't help but share. Proud girls truly are adorable. As a form of punishment, let her stew in discomfort. Thus began his delightful endeavor of taming the proud little kitten. As for uncovering Xianglan's motives for befriending Nian Yun, he had ample time ahead, particularly when the two would come to his home for housework. Thinking of housework reminded him of the various styles of maid outfits. I shall have Xianglan wear a fitted one. I'll confiscate her loose-made outfit. He mused with excitement. However, Xianglan could no longer contain herself. Chu Yi, weren't you just curious about my story with Nian Yun? Why have you stopped asking? She inquired, voicing her confusion. Oh, that is what you meant. I saw your reluctance, so I decided against probing further. Chu Yi chuckled lightly. Huh. I see you couldn't resist. TCH, I too was initially unwilling, yet you didn't hesitate to ask. Xianglan retorted, skepticism evident in her expression. Alas, I simply have a weakness for adorable girls, Chu Yi replied, swirling his drink with a smile. At first, I hadn't noticed that hint of cuteness on your face. But now that I have, I didn't want to make you feel pressured. Who is cute? I am not an adorable girl, Xianglan declared fiercely, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I am dignified and impressive. You have no authority to declare otherwise. Humph. Oh. So you're not an adorable girl. Yet why do you wear Lolita outfits? Chu Yi asked, genuinely puzzled. Who says one cannot wear Lolita if they don't embody cuteness? Xianglan crossed her arms and cast a sidelong glance at Chu Yi, saying, Oh, you little girl. How dare you look at me with such eyes? If I don't teach you a lesson, you might get too cocky. Chu Yi finished his drink and fixed his gaze upon Xianglan. Suddenly shaking his head, he placed his hand on his forehead and spoke in a low tone. I seem to have had a bit too much to drink. With that, he leaned towards Xianglan, to prevent her from escaping by moving her chair. Chu Yi silently grasped the backrest of her chair. As anticipated, Xianglan sensed the precariousness of the situation and attempted to shift her chair away, only to discover it firmly held in place by Chu Yi's grip. A wave of alcohol-laden breath washed over her, and Xianglan felt as if a heavy weight had settled upon her chest, accompanied by an extra head. Chu Yi, what are you doing? She exclaimed, panic-stricken as she pushed against him, trying to make him sit up. However, Chu Yi had intentionally feigned drunkenness, and he was not about to comply. He relaxed his body, leaning completely against Xianglan. I must be drunk. I apologize. Sometimes when I drink, I become quite limp, he murmured, squinting slightly. His body reveled in the softness of Xianglan, and he thought to himself, this must be quite comfortable for a nap. No wonder she is a rich heiress. The nourishment is splendid. I needn't worry about the child lacking sustenance in the future. Choosing the right wife ensures our son won't go hungry. Xianglan was on the verge of tears. Just moments ago, everything was fine, and now he had suddenly collapsed. Was this how men behaved when intoxicated? Fortunately, she had abstained from drinking. Had she succumbed to Chu Yi's state, where would she have fallen? Why is he moving about? Xianglan felt Chu Yi squirming in her embrace and quickly pressed her hand down upon him. With this pressure, he ceased moving, leaving her uncertain if he was genuinely intoxicated or merely pretending. Chu Yi, are you still conscious? She asked, shaking his body. If you are, please sit up. This is quite embarrassing. Chu Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, though he responded in a dreamy haze. My head feels fuzzy, but lying like this is so comfortable. Xianglan's face flushed crimson, realizing the absurdity of his statement. With his head positioned so conveniently, of course, it would feel pleasant. This rascal Chu Yi is taking advantage of me. Chapter 58, Culinary Mastery, 10x Cashback Card. Xianglan felt utterly helpless as Chu Yi, this shameless fellow, lay in her lap, occasionally shifting. She attempted to push him away, but he was far too heavy for her to move. Chu Yi, you must get up. My father is coming. Suddenly, she caught sight of her father approaching and hurriedly exclaimed. Chu Yi jolted awake, realizing his father-in-law was approaching. He quickly extricated himself from the embrace and stood up, leaving Xianglan astonished at his swift recovery. So you were pretending to be drunk all along. Before she could voice her accusations, Xiang returned, his face aglow. Little Chu, I must thank you for today. Without your assistance, those industry magnates would never have been so cordial. Come, let me toast to you. Chu Yi glanced at the resentful, yet silent Xianglan and felt an inexplicable joy swell within him. Teasing such a proud girl was the most entertaining. However, with Xiang present, his future father-in-law, he couldn't afford to be careless. Chu Yi filled his glass and raised it towards Xiang, saying, Uncle Xiang, there is no need for such formality. Lan and I are good friends, and I am truly delighted to be of assistance to you today. Moreover, I believe that even without my help, Uncle Xiang would thrive in this setting. After exchanging pleasantries and toasting, Chu Yi offered some flattering remarks, much to Xiang's delight. Hey, this young man knows how to speak. He is handsome, emotionally intelligent, and his background must be quite extraordinary. I wonder if my dear daughter can hold on to someone of such caliber. Xiang cast a meaningful glance at his beloved daughter, reflecting on his thoughts. Little did he know, Xianglan was internally fuming, wishing that her silent curses could manifest. That shameless Chu Yi, pretending to be drunk and taking advantage of me. I will surely speak ill of you in front of Nian Yun. I will expose your hypocritical, true nature. Pervert, big pervert. I'm so furious. Pei Yunxian and his companions mingled among the crowd, exchanging contact information with various exquisite young ladies, their faces adorned with knowing smiles. Seeing that Chu Yi's encounter had temporarily concluded, they made their way back. Master, the auction is about to begin. Pei Yunxian informed Chu Yi, then turned to Xiang, saying, Uncle Xiang, please join us at this table. It will be more lively. Xiang readily accepted. Who would refuse to sit with the prominent figures of the evening? He could already envision the aftermath of tonight. Once news spread of his connections with notable families, numerous entrepreneurs from Jian would seek collaborations with him. The terms would be at his discretion, and even if they incurred losses, many would vie for the opportunity to partner with him, all in hopes of connecting with the elite of Jian City. Xiang's return interrupted Chu Yi's thoughts of teasing Xianglan, but he was not disheartened. After all, he would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Ding! The host has dined with a stunning beauty, rewarding top-tier culinary skills. Please continue your efforts, host. And amidst the company of beauties, become an all-round wealthy figure. The system was generous. Chu Yi never expected that this serendipitous encounter with Xianglan, merely sharing a meal, would yield rewards from the system. Moreover, he found the system's statement particularly appealing, becoming an all-round wealthy figure surrounded by beauties. The surrounded part was crucial. He needed to consider the nature of that surrounding, how it unfolded, and its duration. As for the top-tier culinary skills, he was not overly concerned. After all, it was just cooking. He typically did not enjoy preparing meals, so opportunities to utilize this skill would likely be rare. Nonetheless, since he had acquired it, he thought he might as well buy some ingredients and try cooking at home sometime. Before long, the auction segment of the evening commenced. The auctioneer, a graceful beauty clad in a qipao, took the stage. Chu Yi estimated her height to be around 1. 7 meters, and with her high heels. Many men in attendance found themselves dwarfed by her presence. Good evening, esteemed guests. I am Luya, your auctioneer for tonight. This charity auction gala has been organized under the leadership of Pei Yunxian from the Pei family of Jiannan City, with the endorsement of the Pei family patriarch. As elites from various industries, you understand that children are the future of our nation. Yet, many children in impoverished regions of our dragon country lack access to education. Thus, all proceeds from tonight's auction will be donated to children in these impoverished areas, helping them seize more educational opportunities. We hope to cultivate many talented individuals who will contribute to the rise of our nation. Luya's impassioned opening speech elicited a round of applause from the audience. Although this occasion is rife with a mix of individuals, there exists a segment of entrepreneurs who possess a consciousness of social contribution. They believe that when one has attained sufficient capability, it becomes imperative to give back to society. For when wealth reaches a certain echelon, it transcends mere material satisfaction, gravitating more towards a fulfillment of the spirit. Chu Yi nodded thoughtfully. Despite his affluence being derived from a system, his inherent nature is not malevolent, embodying the essence of a principled young man. Aside from a slight inclination towards flirtation, he is quite admirable. After all, such traits are merely a reflection of masculinity, rendering him devoid of faults. He has always adhered to a principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one provoke me, I shall retaliate with vigor. Additionally, he possesses his own shining qualities. In his youth, Chu Yi often fed stray cats and dogs. Growing up in a rural household, these unfortunate creatures were a common sight, and whenever he encountered them, he would rush home to bring leftover food. Witnessing the pitiable animals relish their meal brought an unparalleled sense of satisfaction to Chu Yi's heart. Perhaps this is the fulfillment that comes from doing good deeds. It is possible that this was why the system chose him. Given that he has encountered this charitable auction tonight, Chu Yi feels compelled to contribute to society within his means. Ding! The host possesses a lofty spirit and is truly a model youth with commendable values. Reward: 10x rebate card for expenditure. Assisting the vulnerable is a virtue of human civilization. The host is urged to uphold righteous principles and embody a noble character as a magnate. Of course, should provocateurs arise, deal with them decisively. Upon reading the system's final remark, Chu Yi nearly burst into laughter. The system indeed has quite the temper. Nonetheless, I find it delightful. Chapter 59. Let the children strive for the rise of Longhua. Now, let the auction commence. The first item on the block is a replica of the Mingxi Yenshikiji Tuesday. Although merely a reproduction, it is a celebrated work by the renowned artist Feng Lu of Longhua, with an opening bid set at 1 million. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 50,000. Under Lu Ya's guidance, the auction began. However, the starting price of 1 million proved somewhat steep for many industry elites. Thus only a small fraction of affluent entrepreneurs participated in the bidding. 105 million. 1 million. 2 million. Xiang Guoqiang felt it necessary to bid on an item to express gratitude for the hospitality received from Chu Yi, Pei Yunxian, and others that evening. After all, this charity auction was initiated by Pei Yunxian, and securing an item would be tantamount to honoring him. Moreover, despite the Mingxi Yenshikiji 2 being a replica, works by Feng Lu are highly regarded within the realm of Chinese art, possessing both collectible value and potential for appreciation. Thus, Xiang Guoqiang raised his paddle and declared, 3 million. Luya noticed the bid from Xiang Guoqiang's table and looked over in surprise. Logically, the young master of the Pei family, who organized the auction, should not be bidding himself. Other entrepreneurs who intended to participate in the auction merely smiled and nodded at Xiang Guoqiang, refraining from further bids. Observing this, Xiang Guoqiang felt a renewed sense of respect. This was distinctly different from the respect he received from employees at his company. The presence of individuals of higher status imparted a uniquely delightful feeling. He believed that for the first time in his 40 years, he was experiencing genuine admiration from the world. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? Luya inquired. No further bids arose in the hall. Since there are no more bids, 3 million once, 3 million twice, 3 million thrice. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully acquiring the replica of the Mingxi Yenshikiji 2, crafted by the esteemed Feng Lu. Also, congratulations to the children in impoverished mountain regions for receiving the first charitable donation of 3 million. The audience erupted in applause, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Xiang Guoqiang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement to those who gazed at him. Initially, having received the system's 10x rebate card, Chu Yi intended to monopolize all the auction items that night. However, given that his father-in-law had made a bid, he felt compelled to show respect. After all, it was merely 3 million, even multiplied tenfold. it would only amount to 13 million. Such a trifling sum could be sacrificed for the sake of his father-in-law's esteem. Nevertheless, if Xiang Guoqiang refrained from further bids, all auction items would surely fall into his grasp. Liu Ye proceeded to introduce the second auction item, and the sounds of continuous bidding filled the space. 500,000. 600,000. This gentleman bids 600,000. Is there a higher offer? 700,000. 700,000 now. Any higher bids? Liu Ye exclaimed excitedly. 700,000 once. 700,000 twice. Chu Yi, noticing the absence of further bids, initially contemplated making a more audacious offer. But the system interjected. Though it is a 10x rebate card, the host cannot bid without restraint. The maximum bid cannot exceed twice the current auction price. Very well. System, since you have seen through my intentions, I shall not trouble you further. Chu Yi silently raised his paddle and calmly stated, 1 per million. The system remarked, what a savvy move, extracting maximum benefit. Liu Ye's expression grew even more animated upon hearing Chu Yi's bid. She had not anticipated anyone would bid such a substantial amount. Although she was receiving a fixed salary for her role as an auctioneer tonight, and would not earn any commission, the higher the item sold for, the greater her sense of accomplishment. Not only was Liu Ye exhilarated, but the other guests also began to whisper amongst themselves due to Chu Yi's bold move. Wow! I never expected that handsome man to possess such considerable wealth. 1 per million is no small sum. Furthermore, the highest bid prior was only 700,000, and he directly doubled it. I'm so captivated. I already thought he was handsome, but now he seems even more so. Many speculated about his background. Assuming he hailed from a prestigious family, given his considerable disposable assets at such a young age. If I could befriend him, my company might ascend to new heights. I just met Mr. Xiang. Their relationship seems quite cordial. Perhaps I could ask Mr. Xiang for an introduction. Shaoli, draft a contract for collaboration with Mr. Xiang when we return. We can gain his favor through advantageous terms and, hopefully, through him, gain an acquaintance with this remarkable young heir. Numerous entrepreneurs were calculating their own strategies. Admiration value, 10. Admiration value, 10. Admiration value, 10. Seeing the sudden influx of admiration value, Chu Yi's eyes sparkled. He had been so preoccupied with earning rebate cards that he had forgotten that such occasions were meant for showcasing one's prowess. Accumulating admiration value necessitates a display of flair. Without further ado, tonight's auction items shall be on the account of young Master Chu. Master, I never imagined you to be not only formidable in combat, but also so extravagant. Pei Yunxian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Indeed. 1,400,000 can be taken out with such ease. It is enough to acquire a low-spec Porsche Panamera. Guan Yin remarked with a click of his tongue. Brother E is impressive. Although my family is affluent, my monthly allowance is merely 5 million. You've casually spent nearly a third of my pocket money, Qi Juan said, pouring himself a tangy drink and taking a sip. Chen Shuai's stoic expression barely shifted as he raised a thumb in approval, remaining silent. Xiang Lan and Xiang Guoqiang exchanged astonished glances. Xiang Lan was aware of Chu Yi's considerable wealth, but she had not anticipated that he seemed extraordinarily affluent. Having bid double the price for the auction item, Xiang Guoqiang felt that this young man, Chu, appeared increasingly appealing. Handsome, articulate, with a formidable background and immense wealth. He was the ideal candidate for a son-in-law. Xiaolan, you must seize this opportunity, Xiang Guoqiang thought to himself, stealing a glance at his daughter, realizing it was time for a heart-to-heart talk with her. In today's society, where the gender ratio is severely imbalanced, although there are more men, the truly exceptional ones are few and far between. To encounter such a quality man, his daughter must strive diligently. Chu Yi merely smiled faintly, stating nonchalantly, I have no interest in money. My sole desire is to assist the impoverished children in mountainous regions, providing opportunities for those yearning for education to transcend their circumstances and contribute to the rise of our dragon country. Chapter 60. The bidding was more ruthless than the fixed price. Xiang Lan blinked her large eyes at Chu Yi, astonished that this seemingly lecherous individual harbored such noble aspirations. Brother E is remarkable, truly remarkable. Our dragon country's gardener, Brother E. Brother E is extravagant. This is the correct demeanor of extravagance. Pei Yunxian and the others laughed. Although Chu Yi's assertion of disinterest in money was somewhat exaggerated, the mere act of effortlessly producing such a sum for charitable purposes was not something the average person would undertake, especially for Qi Juanhe, Guan Yin, and Chen Shuai. They regarded Chu Yi with newfound respect. This was their first encounter with Chu Yi, having been briefed by Pei Yunxian beforehand that Chu Yi was his mentor, prompting them to extend him some courtesy. As lifelong friends, they were certainly obliged to do so. not only to maintain decorum, but also to ensure that their friend's mentor felt comfortable and esteemed. Thus, from the moment they met Chu Yi, they were exceedingly polite. However, this was merely superficial. Being privileged heirs from Jiannan City, they held themselves in high regard, excelling in lineage, capabilities, and insight. Their courteousness towards Chu Yi, a newcomer, was already considerable. Had it been anyone else, they would have scarcely acknowledged them unless they were of equivalent status or possessed significant value. Of course, their social skills were not lacking, and their emotional intelligence was high. They understood the importance of engaging with others appropriately. The primary reason for their deference to Chu Yi was largely due to Pei Yunxian. Moving forward, they would likely only share a nodding acquaintance. However, Chu Yi's audacious act of bidding double for the auction item indeed surprised them, whether for the sake of flaunting wealth or genuine charity. This Chu Yi appeared to be someone worthy of their acquaintance. 1,400,000. Going once, 1,400,000. Going twice, 1,400,000. Going thrice. Congratulations to this gentleman for securing the second item of this auction at the price of 1,400,000. And congratulations to the impoverished children in mountainous areas, who will benefit from the second charitable fund. Applause erupted throughout the venue once more. Brother Yi, I toast to you. Chen Shuai, the usually stoic young man, surprisingly raised his glass to Chu Yi. Chu Yi, taken aback, quickly responded and clinked glasses with Chen Shuai, drinking it all down. Hey, master, let me tell you, Shuai here has always had a kind heart, so he must be captivated by your generous use of money for love. Pei Yunxian chuckled. What? If I were to acquire all the auction items tonight, would Shuai fall in love with me? Chu Yi exclaimed dramatically. Laughter ensued. Yet no one took his words seriously. Acquiring all the auction items would require an astronomical sum. I think that is unlikely, at most. He might have a secret crush on you. Qi Junhe laughed heartily. Then it settled, this charming gentleman, who has captivated countless young women, may have to contend with an additional admirer tonight. Chu Yi sighed dramatically, his expression one of exaggerated disdain. Shuai, you've been rejected by Brother Yi. Guan Yin teased, nudging Chen Shuai with his elbow. Chen Shuai remained unfazed, focusing on his meal. Observing this, Guan Yin, slightly miffed, swiftly snatched the dish Chen Shuai was about to take. When Chen Shuai finally turned to him, Guan Yin mischievously popped the food into his mouth. Ah, delicious. Chen Shuai silently retracted his chopsticks, drinking quietly. Xiang Lan turned to the curious Chu Yi, asking, Chu Yi, why did you bid double the price for the auction item? Well, primarily, it was to contribute more to charity. Chu Yi replied earnestly, looking directly at Xiang Lan. To be honest, he initially intended to bid on a few items for charitable purposes. However, he had not planned to engage in such extravagant bidding, nor did he expect to acquire all the auction items. Although the money came from the system, it was not without its limits, as it was derived from his own sister. However, the unexpected bonus of a consumption rebate card from the system inflated his ambitions. It allowed him to enjoy tenfold benefits, while simultaneously donating to charity and gaining admiration. What is not to love about such a trifecta? Oh, seeing Chu Yi's earnestness made Xiang Lan feel a bit embarrassed. She sensed that Chu Yi genuinely wished to do charitable work, and she felt as though she was the one questioning his motives. While Chu Yi engaged in conversation with everyone, he kept a vigilant eye on the auction's progress. Shortly after the previous transaction, Luya commenced the auction for the third item. This item was priced slightly higher than the previous two, currently reaching a bidding price of 6 million. As the price soared, no one dared to place further bids, and Luya began the final 3 calls. Observing this, Chu Yi decided to act without hesitation, announcing a staggering figure that left the audience in shock. 12 million. As this price echoed through the room, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone turned in unison to the source of the bid. It was Chu Yi. The young man who had just spent double the price on the second item was once again employing the same strategy to bid for the third item. This, 12 million. No less. Although those present were all elites or entrepreneurs, very few could readily produce 12 million in liquid assets. Most wealthy individuals held their fortunes in fixed assets. For them, keeping cash on hand was far less advantageous than investing it for greater returns. Moreover, the previous bidder had merely offered 6 million. Chu Yi had casually doubled the bid. What immense capital must one possess to squander such sums so freely? The curiosity of the onlookers regarding Chu Yi's identity heightened considerably. Who exactly was this enigmatic figure? Admiration, level 100. Admiration, level 100. Admiration, level 100. Ahem, may we proceed with the auction? Chu Yi coughed lightly twice. Addressing the dazed Luya, Luya's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she enthusiastically continued to call out the bids. This gentleman has offered 12 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Casting a glance at the composed Chu Yi, Luya was genuinely astonished. It was not that she lacked experience or had never encountered grand occasions. Rather, Chu Yi's behavior was utterly illogical. As an auctioneer, she was acutely aware of the purpose of such events. All participants aimed simply to secure their desired items at a price slightly above others, which constituted the norm. However, Chu Yi had twice made bids at double the previous amounts, securing the items at exorbitantly high prices. Such bids exceeded even the fixed prices. What was the point of auctioning? Seeing no further bids, Luya decisively declared after 3 calls, "Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the third auction item for 12 million. We also extend our gratitude to this generous gentleman for his substantial contribution to the education of children in impoverished mountainous regions. Let us all applaud and thank him for his selfless dedication." Clap, clap, clap. Oh wow. Chapter 61. The system tempts me to show off. Once again, the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause, with some guests too exhilarated, voicing cheers inappropriate for the occasion. While they could not emulate Chu Yi's actions, their enjoyment of the spectacle remained unabated. Human nature delights in gossip and spectacle, regardless of one's social standing. Chu Yi rose, surveying the surroundings, and with a gentle smile, remarked, "Thank you all, but let us resume the auction. It is of utmost importance." The guests, acknowledging his presence, quieted down, many echoing his sentiment. Indeed, the auction is paramount. This is only the third item. Although this gentleman has claimed the first 2 items, there will be further opportunities for charity, and the collectible value of these items is quite impressive. Nevertheless, this gentleman's financial prowess is evident. Such actions are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. While I suspect he may be showing off, it appears he need not. He merely reveals a glimpse of his capabilities. In any case, his prowess is undeniable. As the banter continued, the auction progressed. After taking his seat, Chu Yi noticed the curious glances directed at him and playfully inquired, "What is it? Do my ostentatious wealth and abundance enhance my appeal?" Ugh, the young people, including Xiang Lan, collectively hissed. Xiang Guoqiang, however, looked on with delight, realizing that this affluent young man exceeded his expectations. If he were to become his son-in-law, it seemed he would no longer need to toil. With such an exceptional daughter, it was surely feasible. Casting a glance at his precious daughter, Xiang Guoqiang silently mused, "My dear Xiaolan, your father's future happiness rests in your hands. An effortless retirement would indeed be splendid. Each day spent nurturing cats, amusing birds, and strolling through parks with pets while admiring beautiful women would surely elevate one's spirits. I've heard that gazing at beauty can even prolong life." Xiang Guoqiang found himself lost in visions of a blissful future. One must say, a man remains youthful at heart, and his passions endure. "Master, while I know you are also from a wealthy family, I never expected you to be this affluent. Surely, you must have inherited a fortune." Pei Yunxian inquired with curiosity. He was now intensely interested in his mentor's background. Initially, he had presumed his master to be merely a capable scion of a wealthy family, who organized this charity gala to pave the way for Chu Yi, helping him forge connections and broaden his horizons. After all, they had agreed that Chu Yi would teach him martial arts, and in exchange, he would assist Chu Yi in networking. However, it now appeared that his master was a veritable magnate, and such financial resources would undoubtedly facilitate an impressive network. Despite being the esteemed heir of the Pei family, Pei Yunxian had yet to graduate from university and was incapable of producing tens of millions at a moment's notice. Thus, upon re-evaluating his admiration for Chu Yi's sword, what sort of family produces a young man capable of casually contributing over 10 million, and not merely as an investment, but as a donation to impoverished regions? If he attempted such a feat, his father would surely reprimand him fiercely. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was how effortlessly his master seemed to part with such sums. It felt as if he was merely sprinkling water rather than spending millions. One must admit, a master is indeed impressive. Pei Yunxian never anticipated that. Due to the clumsiness of Gao Yang, he would meet such an extraordinary mentor. Gao Yang, well done, your beating that day was not in vain. Meanwhile, Gao Yang was engrossed in a heated game of King of Glory in his dormitory, with the battle on the verge of erupting. Playing as Marco Polo, he was thrilled when his teammates managed to immobilize 4 opponents, and he prepared to leap into action. However, an unexpected sneeze caused him to misfire, resulting in the demise of his entire team. Ultimately, his attempt to ascend to diamond rank failed. Watching his teammates add him as a friend and send angry messages accusing him of being a poor player, Gao Yang was left in despair. What did I do to deserve this? I certainly did not wish to sneeze. Chu Yi chuckled and waved his hand. Please, do not misunderstand. I am merely an ordinary person with a modest fortune. Brother Yi, you are being rather disingenuous. Just moments ago, I was reveling in my monthly allowance of 500,000, and now you casually mention a figure of over 20 million and refer to it as a small sum. Your perspective is a tad skewed. I assent it? Chi Jun remarked while popping a lemon slice from the dish into his mouth, his face contorting in sourness. Enough of that. I am already feeling envious. Guan Yin chimed in, as most of his relatives were officials, making him the least financially capable among them. Chu Yi's nonchalant spending behavior left him quite envious. Chen Shuai quietly gave a thumbs up, his eating pace noticeably quickened compared to usual. Xianglan found herself increasingly intrigued by Chu Yi. Initially, she had believed him to be a wealthy second-generation individual who had simply been fortunate enough to meet Pei Yunxian and others, allowing him to occupy this space. Yet, he had repeatedly shattered her preconceptions, spending such substantial sums at a charity auction. Was he genuinely motivated by altruism? Aside from his somewhat flirtatious demeanor, he seemed quite admirable in other respects. All right, please do not regard me in such a manner. The auction has only just commenced, and I have already expressed my intention to acquire all the items tonight. Chu Yi smiled. Brother Yi, I know you are wealthy, but that statement is quite exaggerated. Chi Jun replied incredulously, pausing before continuing. Pei Yunxian has prepared 30 items for auction tonight. To purchase them all would entail a considerable sum. Indeed, master. While you appear to possess great wealth, it seems implausible that you would spend so extravagantly on charity. Pei Yunxian nodded in agreement. Brother Yi, even with wealth, one ought not to be so reckless. Acquiring just a few items would suffice. Guan Yin also believed it was unlikely that Chu Yi could purchase all the auction items, offering him a graceful exit. Only Xianglan gazed at the scene with wide-eyed curiosity. As a woman, her intuition told her that Chu Yi was not lying. Although the notion of him intending to acquire all the auction items seemed peculiar and exaggerated. Perhaps a wealthy individual like Chu Yi simply relished the act of spending money for pleasure. Chu Yi let out a bitter smile, refraining from offering an explanation. He understood that such behavior was indeed outrageous. If someone else had made such a claim in his presence, he would hardly have believed it. Yet, he spoke nothing but the unequivocal truth. In other words, even if he had stated outright that the system had granted him a rebate card to maximize his profits, the attendees would undoubtedly have dismissed it as absurd. Thus, Chu Yi felt no need for further justification. He merely wished to present the facts before them. I do not wish to engage in such conduct. Yet what choice do I have when the system tempts me with money to flaunt my wealth? Despite his current financial prowess, who among us would ever disdain an excess of riches? Securing items at auction would yield a tenfold return. Such a fortunate opportunity would be seized by anyone. As Luya called for bids, the auction continued. 8 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? When no offers emerged, Luya prepared to initiate the final 3 calls. Chu Yi casually interjected, 6 million. A gasp rippled through the crowd. What, are you bidding again? This time it's 6 million. Chapter 62. The auction evening concludes. Admiration value 100. Admiration value 100. Admiration value 100. Everyone present, including those at Chu Yi's table, was left astounded. Surely, such wealth should not be flaunted so indiscriminately. To toss around tens of millions so casually. Had it not been for the evident camaraderie between Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian, many might have suspected him of boasting. This gentleman has bid 6 million. Is there a higher offer? Luya stammered, her words losing their fluidity. She felt her inquiry was superfluous. How could there possibly be a higher bid? Yet, adhering to her duty, she posed the question. Undoubtedly, no one would dare to bid again. For Chu Yi's price was exorbitantly beyond the actual value of the auction items. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully acquiring the 4th auction item at 6 million. Luya proclaimed with a professional smile. From that moment, the atmosphere of the auction grew somewhat peculiar, as none of the participants knew whether Chu Yi might suddenly outbid them as the auction neared its conclusion. Consequently, the pace of bidding slowed considerably. However, Chu Yi remained unconcerned. He merely sought to accumulate more admiration points and maximize his tenfold returns. The 5th auction item fell to him at the price of 23 million. The 6th at 9 million. The 7th, the 10th, the 13th. By the time the auction reached its midpoint, no one dared to bid further. They all recognized that regardless of their offers, Chu Yi would simply acquire the items at double their price, rather than participate in the bidding. They reasoned it wiser to let this affluent individual secure the auction items, thus extending a favor. To bid in such circumstances would surely offend him. No one desired to squander their money. Regrettably, they were mistaken. Chu Yi desired them to bid. His frustration mounted as they fell silent. Why has the bidding ceased? Please, continue. He urged with a warm smile directed at the guests. All the guests shook their heads in unison. Young Master Chu, please spare us. Your financial might intimidates us, and we dare not contend for this charitable opportunity. It would be better for us not to bid at all, allowing you to acquire the items at a single price, thus saving you from unnecessary expenditure. Indeed, we bid for ages, only for you to secure them at double the price. It makes us appear rather foolish. Yes, yes. Since you are interested, young Master Chu, why not acquire the remaining auction items as well? The guests held varying opinions about Chu Yi's actions. Some believed he was merely flaunting his wealth, while others thought he genuinely aimed to assist impoverished children in remote areas, albeit through a rather ostentatious means. A portion felt unable to voice their discontent, sensing that although he was wealthy, his actions belittled those present. Regardless of others' perspectives, Chu Yi remained indifferent. If they wished to provoke him, let them. If they dared not voice their thoughts, they could remain silent. What troubled Chu Yi most was that despite his entreaties, no one was willing to bid. Thus, he could only secure the subsequent auction items at double the starting price, incurring significant losses. Even the admiration points ceased to accumulate. It seemed the attendees had become desensitized to the astonishment. Their hearts no longer stirred, rendering them incapable of contributing admiration points. Witnessing this, Chu Yi felt a twinge of sorrow. Alas, it is so difficult to do good deeds when no one understands my intentions. Ultimately, Chu Yi calculated that he had spent 180 million to acquire all the items, with the system returning 1.8 billion. Sigh, only 1.8 billion. Such a meager profit. Under the gazes of the crowd, Chu Yi completed the payment, and the auction hall erupted once more in a cacophony of excitement. Admiration value 1,000. Admiration value 1,000. Admiration value 1,000. Perhaps some had previously speculated that Chu Yi might be a shill, but following the successful payment, no one held such doubts. The admiration points surged. In the end, many attendees approached Chu Yi, offering their business cards in hopes of future collaboration. Chu Yi welcomed all, as he possessed considerable wealth but lacked substantial connections. The evening that was meant to be a charitable auction shared among dozens of entrepreneurs concluded with Chu Yi singularly acquiring all items. Not only were the guests astonished, but even Xiang Lan and the others were left speechless, particularly Xiang Guoqiang. His entire fortune did not even amount to 180 million. While Chu Yi effortlessly produced such a colossal cash flow, prior to this, he could not have fathomed it. Chu Yi, don't you feel any remorse for spending so much on those auction items? Xiang Lan asked, a hint of disbelief in her tone. Not at all. In fact, I am quite exhilarated. Chu Yi replied with a beaming smile. Indeed, he had garnered a wealth of admiration points and 1.8 billion in funds while performing good deeds. How could he not be thrilled? You are incredible. Xiang Lan found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the day's revelations. Oh, if only I had that 180 million, I would become a little wealthy woman. With this thought, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, she was not materialistic. It was simply the enormity of the figure that led her to such fanciful notions. Were Chu Yi to learn of her musings, he would surely pat her head affectionately and say, do you want it? Learn the skills of morning wake-up service and evening lullaby service, each skill worth 100 million. Don't ask why. Just know that I can afford it and enjoy it. Master, from this day forth, I shall cling to your coattails and hope you do not find me bothersome. Pei Yunxian was utterly convinced. Unanticipatedly, his master turned out to be extraordinarily formidable, simply astonishing. What kind of family is this? Such opulence. He now harbors grave doubts that his master might be the hidden scion of a wealthy tycoon. Qi Junhe raised his hand to count. Bewilderment etched on his face as he exclaimed, 180 million. That is precisely my allowance for 3 years. Brother E casually spends it like this. My heavens. Brother E, I can no longer dare to mention that my family has a mine in your presence. I fear you might purchase it. Chu Yi arched an eyebrow, a teasing glimmer in his eyes as he queried, oh? Qi Junhe, how much is your family's mine worth? Please, Brother E, don't say that. You make me a bit anxious. Qi Junhe hurriedly waved his hand, conceding defeat. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Chapter 63, Head of Black Star Security, Lung Qing. After the soiree concluded, everyone returned to their respective homes. However, Chu Yi did not depart. Instead, he followed Pei Yunxian to the infirmary. Bai Peng awaited him there. Coincidentally, this fellow had encountered Chu Yi twice. The first time was during a shopping trip with Chun Yun, where he faced this guy's provocation. At that moment, he did not know anyone and had no choice but to let it go. Today, they met again at the soiree hosted by Pei Yunxian. And this little buddy even sought to obtain Lan's contact information. He must teach him a painful lesson today. As they walked, Chu Yi's phone rang, and he pulled it out to answer. A somewhat indifferent yet melodious female voice emanated from the phone. Master, I am Lung Qing, the head of Black Star Security. Chu Yi was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, his eyes sparkling with realization. This must be the head of the security company bestowed upon him as a reward by the system. To his surprise, it was a young woman, judging by her voice. She should be quite capable. Lung Qing, you need not call me master. In the future, just refer to me as boss, Chu Yi replied. Although being addressed as master by a woman brought an inexplicable sense of delight, it was not suitable for everyday use. If it must be used, it could certainly heighten the intrigue and excitement in certain special circumstances. All right, boss. I have just instructed my subordinates to gather evidence of Bai Peng's criminal activities. If you require it, I can deliver it to you immediately. Leng Qing's tone was cool and composed. Chu Yi felt a surge of joy. He had been struggling with how to deal with Bai Peng, yet his new subordinate had proven to be remarkably efficient. She had directly uncovered incriminating evidence against Bai Peng, allowing him to simply hand him over to the righteous judgment of the law. Otherwise, it would have been rather inconvenient for Chu Yi to handle it privately. Although Bai Peng was as bothersome as a fly, constantly flitting before Chu Yi, they were not sworn enemies. If they were, it would have been simpler to have his top-tier mercenaries drag him away and subject him to the 10 most excruciating tortures, disposing of him without a trace. Chu Yi trusted the capabilities of these top-tier mercenaries rewarded by the system. They would undoubtedly evade detection. However, resorting to such extreme measures after just 2 encounters seemed excessively cruel. As a promising youth of the Dragon Country in the new century, Chu Yi believed that some matters ought to be handled without his direct involvement, if possible. His subordinate had already delivered the evidence of Bai Peng's criminal activities. Leng Qing, you performed excellently. Please send me your bank account number. I will transfer 10 million to you as a bonus. Chu Yi expressed his satisfaction with Leng Qing's performance, having resolved one of his troubles so swiftly after just becoming his subordinate. Very well indeed. Thank you, boss. Leng Qing, who had previously been somewhat aloof, perked up at the mention of the bonus. It seemed she was also a bit of a money enthusiast. It is understandable. In this money-centric society, while money may not be omnipotent, the absence of it is undoubtedly a significant hindrance. Moreover, money can resolve 99.9% of problems. Especially for the wealthy, they prefer to use money to solve their issues. For them, problems that can be solved with money are no problems at all. Well, work diligently. As long as you excel, you shall not be shortchanged on your bonuses. Chu Yi praised before hanging up. Pei Yunxian, who was leading the way, felt curious but understood that some matters were best left unasked. If Chu Yi wished to share, he would do so in due course. Thus, Pei Yunxian refrained from inquiring further. Xiao Pei, I have some evidence of Bai Peng's criminal activities. What do you think the sentence could be? Chu Yi inquired with a smile. Pei Yunxian was taken aback, astonished that his master could procure evidence against Bai Peng. It had only been a few hours since they had encountered Bai Peng. The fact that evidence could be gathered in such a brief time suggested that his master's connections were indeed profound. Master, as long as the evidence is sufficient, he will undoubtedly receive the punishment he deserves according to the law, Pei Yunxian assured with fervor. Having been raised with strong moral principles by his father, he harbored a deep disdain for those who engaged in wrongdoing yet evaded justice. Moreover, his uncle was a high-ranking official in the police department, enabling him to provide a definitive response on this matter. Very well, I will send you the evidence against Bai Peng shortly. The rest is in your capable hands. Chu Yi nodded. You can count on me, master. Pei Yunxian grinned widely. That's great. I leave Bai Peng in your care. Remember to keep him from getting too comfortable. Chu Yi patted Pei Yunxian's shoulder, deciding against visiting the infirmary, and turned towards the parking area. Pei Yunxian watched Chu Yi's retreating figure, waving his hand as he called out, Master, rest assured, everything is in my hands. Next time we have the chance, let's have a sparring session. Chu Yi did not turn back, but waved his hand, saying, No problem. I hope you can last a bit longer next time. Pei Yunxian's face lit up with joy. He had few hobbies aside from beautiful women and boxing. He had never been short of beautiful women throughout his life, but in terms of boxing, he had always felt unsatisfied. Among his peers, few could match his strength. The only one stronger than him was his father, who taught him to fight. However, challenging his father was out of the question. Just the thought of his father's overbearing love sent shivers down his spine, leaving him uncomfortable all over. Shaking his head to dispel the negative thoughts, Pei Yunxian casually walked into the infirmary with his hands behind his head, whistling. Bai Peng's feeble cries echoed intermittently. Please stop, big brother. I was wrong. Woo, big brothers, let us talk it over. I was wrong, truly. Pei Yunxian focused his gaze. Bai Peng was tied to a chair, drenched in sweat, his face contorted in pain, a thin stream of transparent saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. Surrounding him were several burly men who occasionally delivered calculated blows, targeting only the painful areas without leaving any visible marks. Bai Peng cried out in agony, his voice hoarse. Oh, you must be Bai Peng, right? Why on earth did you choose to offend my master and his wife? I see you must be tired of living. Pei Yunxian had unconsciously cast Xiang Lan in the role of the master's wife. The intimate gestures between Chu Yi and Xiang Lan at the soiree had made their relationship quite evident. With his smooth derriere, one could easily surmise that this individual is indeed the master's wife. Bai Peng lifted his head to gaze at Pei Yunxian. His face contorted in a mournful expression as he lamented, "Pei Xiao, I am truly remorseful. It is entirely my fault for failing to recognize greatness when I saw it. Look at how long I have endured this beating. I implore you, please show mercy and spare me. As long as I can escape this torment, I will submit to your will." "Oh, you claim this?" Pei Yinxian's phone buzzed incessantly, and upon glancing at the screen, a subtle smile graced his features. The evidence sent by his master had arrived. Chapter 64, The Cold and Elegant Long Legs. As Chu Yi settled into the car, it suddenly dawned on him that he had consumed alcohol today. Driving under the influence was absolutely out of the question, as the saying goes. Improper driving leads to tears for loved ones. His life was just beginning to flourish, and engaging in such self-destructive behavior was best avoided. Oh, but he could reach out to Lung Qing. Without delay, Chu Yi retrieved his phone and dialed Lung Qing's number. In addition to requesting her assistance as a designated driver, he needed her to investigate Bai Peng's company, the Bai Group, ideally securing incriminating evidence or commercial secrets. This way, Bai Peng would find it impossible to recover. Chu Yi had a particular aversion to those who, after having grown complacent, turned to the younger generation. If one were to act, it should be done decisively, leaving no room for escape. "Boss, how may I assist you?" Lung Qing's voice resonated as she answered the call. "Lung Qing, please come help me drive. I've had a few drinks tonight and cannot drive." Chu Yi replied. "Understood, boss. I shall arrive within 5 minutes." After her response, Lung Qing fell silent, patiently awaiting Chu Yi to end the call. Once he hung up, Chu Yi muttered, "Her voice is quite pleasant." 3 minutes later, a woman with a short ponytail, clad in a sharp black suit, arrived beside the Koenigsegg Gemera. "Boss, I have arrived." Chu Yi appraised Lung Qing, noting her professional appearance, yet she still exuded a captivating femininity, evoking an air of cold elegance. Particularly striking was the shade of her lipstick, a fiery red that appeared irresistibly tempting, inciting curiosity about its flavor. Her stature was tall and poised, likely around 175 centimeters, and her long legs surpassed all the women he had encountered thus far. The only minor flaw was that her bosom seemed somewhat modest, perhaps only a B cup. However, for a beauty of Lung Qing's caliber, an overly ample bosom would appear out of place. The size she possessed was just right, especially accentuated by her slim waist and beautiful legs. Lung Qing felt somewhat uneasy under Chu Yi's scrutinizing gaze, yet her unwavering loyalty compelled her to remain still, allowing him to assess her. Not only would she permit him to look, but should he request her company for the night, she would not refuse. That said, her innate disposition made her somewhat averse to the intense gazes of the opposite sex. Noticing Lung Qing's bashful demeanor, Chu Yi withdrew his gaze and smiled. "Well done. You arrived quite promptly. By the way, do you know where I live?" With a sigh of relief, Lung Qing nodded. "Rest assured, boss. I have committed all your details to memory, as is my duty as your subordinate." "Excellent. Please, take a seat. Drive me home," Chu Yi instructed. "Of course." Lung Qing replied affirmatively. Chu Yi shifted to the passenger seat as Lung Qing took her place in the driver's seat. Though the Koenigsegg was a supercar, for Lung Qing, a top-tier mercenary, driving such a vehicle was second nature. As the vehicle smoothly roared to life, Chu Yi stole glances at Lung Qing's profile and spoke. "Lung Qing, since you are intent on investigating Bai Peng's misdeeds, are you familiar with the company backing him?" With unwavering focus on the road, Lung Qing replied, "Indeed, boss. As your subordinate, it is our responsibility to uncover all pertinent information about your adversaries. Bai Peng is associated with the Bai Group, chaired by his father, Bai Pu, which primarily operates in real estate. Other ventures are rather trivial. Upon investigation, we discovered that the Bai Group secured property development rights in the recent land demolition projects in Jiannan. However, due to their exceedingly low compensation offers, many residents are reluctant to relocate. Consequently, the Bai Group employs various underhanded tactics to coerce stubborn residents. We have already gleaned some insights, but further investigation is required to obtain more concrete evidence." Chu Yi was somewhat taken aback. The efficiency of Black Star Security, the reward granted by the system, was impressively astounding. It was almost as if they had a direct line to the divine. In scarcely 3 hours since he received this system reward, Black Star Security had not only unearthed all of Bai Peng's incriminating evidence, but had also commenced an investigation into the Bai Group. This was extraordinary. Even the efficiency of the most renowned firms paled in comparison. "In light of your exceptional methods and efficiency, I shall grant you an additional 10 million in bonuses," Chu Yi declared with a flourish of his hand, generously bestowing praise upon his subordinates. He was not one to be stingy. He believed in rewarding those who performed admirably. As Lung Qing's lips curled into a captivating smile, revealing a charming arc, even from the side, Chu Yi found himself mesmerized. A woman of her tall stature and cool elegance naturally stirred a man's desire for conquest. Chu Yi was, after all, a normal man, and now that he possessed considerable wealth, he felt free to embrace his true self and be a man of authentic emotions. Casting another glance at the focused Lung Qing, he inquired with a slight smile, "Lung Qing, may I ask how old you are this year?" With a raised brow, Lung Qing glanced sideways at Chu Yi and softly replied, "Boss, are you not aware that inquiring about a lady's age is rather presumptuous?" Though all members of Black Star Security were utterly loyal to Chu Yi, it did not imply they lacked personal identities. Each was a flesh-and-blood individual, and thus Lung Qing's reaction was entirely understandable. Chu Yi could command her to perform any task, and she would comply without question. Yet, during casual conversations or interactions, she retained her own personality. Chu Yi was unperturbed. In fact, he was invigorated by Lung Qing's response. It was far more enjoyable to engage with a spirited woman. My apologies. May I pose another question?" Chu Yi said earnestly. Lung Qing remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. "I am curious. With legs as long as yours, do you engage in any specific exercises?" Chu Yi reclined in the passenger seat, casually unbuttoning one of his shirt's buttons, and turned his head with a playful smile. Caught slightly off guard, Lung Qing appeared to contemplate something, but quickly regained her composure and replied evenly, "Not much. Just the routine training required for my work as a mercenary." However, the grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly, revealing that her inner feelings were not as tranquil as her demeanor suggested. Chu Yi keenly sensed this change. It seemed his inquiry had stirred memories of less joyful experiences for Lung Qing. He reflected that as the head of Black Star Security and a top mercenary, she must have endured numerous hardships before becoming his subordinate. Merely asking about her training had evoked such emotions, underscoring the trials she must have faced in her past. Chapter 65, The Maid Arrives. However, now that she has become his subordinate, their future days are undoubtedly destined to be comfortable and enjoyable. Following Yi Ge means there will be ample sustenance. As they continued on their journey, Chu Yi temporarily set aside his flirtatious thoughts, engaging in casual conversation with Lung Qing. Under the influence of Chu Yi's eloquent tongue, the atmosphere within the car became exceedingly harmonious. Before long, they arrived back at the splendid Hua mansion. As they exited the vehicle, Chu Yi feigned a dazed demeanor and said, "Lung Qing, I seem to have indulged a bit too much in my libations. The effects are hitting me now. Would you be so kind as to assist me back home?" Lung Qing bit her lip, nodding in agreement. Together, they alighted from the car, and with her support, Chu Yi swaggered back to his residence, whereupon he promptly dismissed her. After enjoying a refreshing shower, Chu Yi found himself with nothing to occupy his time, so he took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Yinyun. "Chu Yi, hello? What are you up to?" "Shen Yinyun, I just finished showering and am trying on the clothes you gifted me." To his delight, Shen Yinyun replied almost instantaneously. Chu Yi's eyes lit up. He felt it was an opportune moment to engage her in conversation through the screen. Surely, Shen Yinyun would be less shy and reserved in the realm of the internet than in person, wouldn't she? Chu Yi, so, did your roommates exclaim that a fairy has descended to Earth? Shen Yinyun, not really. They merely said I looked great in it. Chu Yi, just how great? Could you send me a picture? Shen Yinyun, sure. It must be said that when a young man possesses charm that captivates a young lady, she is likely to acquiesce to his every request. Chu Yi's style of conversation resembled a textbook example of a straightforward male approach. Yet Shen Yinyun's affection for him rendered her agreeable. As their chat progressed, Chu Yi garnered a deeper understanding of Shen Yinyun. In reality, she was quite introverted, but she seemed to relax a bit while chatting online, still retaining an air of quietude. Unlike some girls who become unrestrained and boisterous online, many seasoned veterans would find themselves outmatched. Such girls are indeed rarer than national treasures. Since fate had brought them together, Chu Yi was determined to cherish this opportunity. The two conversed well into the night, exchanging goodnights before Chu Yi finally set his phone down, yawning and drifting into a deep slumber. In the ensuing mornings, Shen Yinyun unwaveringly delivered an array of heart-shaped breakfasts she had prepared for Chu Yi. He graciously accepted and relished the culinary delights from the illustrious Miss Shun. It was undeniable that Shen Yinyun's culinary skills were exceptional. Even with Chu Yi's top-tier cooking abilities, he wholeheartedly acknowledged her talent, savoring every bite. The male classmates in their class watched with envious eyes, pondering how the illustrious Miss Shun could be so taken with someone delivering breakfast daily. When would they encounter a girl willing to bring them breakfast? Their standards were modest, just a girl, alive. As the mundane days rolled by, the weekend finally arrived, heralding the joyful moments Chu Yi had been anticipating. His excitement stemmed not merely from the weekend itself, but from the fact that Shen Yinyun and Xiang Lan would visit his home to serve as housemates. This was an arrangement they had made prior. The two exquisite beauties, each with a distinct style, clad in maid attire, would undoubtedly create a captivating scene. The maid outfits had been prepared and delivered to his home 2 days prior. Now, all that remained was for them to arrive and don their costumes. As the phone rang, Chu Yi glanced at his screen to see it was a call from Xianglan, which he promptly answered. Hello, Xianglan, have you arrived? Chu Yi. We are currently at the entrance of Hua Mansion. However, we cannot enter as the security guard insists on homeowner approval. Xianglan replied, clearly annoyed. Chu Yi smacked his forehead, realizing this oversight on his part. Typically, high-end residences do not permit entry to unfamiliar faces without homeowner confirmation. Please hold on. I will contact the security guard, Chu Yi stated before hanging up and dialing the security booth from the landline in his room. Hello. This is the owner of Villa 1. The 2 young ladies at the entrance are my friends. Kindly allow them entry, Chu Yi requested. The security guard, upon receiving Chu Yi's call, nodded repeatedly. Certainly, sir. We were unaware they were your friends. My sincerest apologies. No need for apologies. This is part of your duties. It was my oversight not to inform you in advance. Chu Yi replied with a smile, not holding any resentment. It is not easy for those who work, all striving to earn a living. Moreover, the guard was merely following procedures and maintained a polite demeanor, so Chu Yi had no reason to blame him. After ending the call, mere moments later, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The incessant ringing suggested Xianglan was expressing her frustration through vigorous button pressing. When he opened the door, indeed, it was Xianglan. Today, she wore a snug white t-shirt paired with wide-legged trousers, her hair slightly curled at the ends, exuding a hint of allure. Behind her stood Shen Yinyun, clad in a white dress, who was shyly gazing at Chu Yi. Although she had previously spent time alone with him, for some reason, she still felt a wave of nervousness. It seemed that her demeanor transformed into one of anxiety whenever she laid eyes on him, starkly contrasting her usual aloofness born from social discomfort. Chu Yi first winked at Shen Yinyun, and then turned to Xianglan with a smile. Xianglan, your incessant ringing has interrupted my daydreaming. What do you propose as compensation? Xianglan crossed her arms, feigning indignation. How dare you blame me? You knew we were coming and failed to notify the security guard in advance. Both Nianyun and I are at risk of getting sunburned. Look, Nianyun's delicate face is already flushed. What if she becomes less beautiful? Shen Yinyun felt somewhat embarrassed, wondering why she had suddenly become the topic of conversation. She poked Xianglan's side playfully, whispering, Lan Lan, please stop. Noticing Shen Yinyun's sun-kissed cheeks, Chu Yi hastily exclaimed, quickly, come inside and cool off. Xianglan shot him a glare, puffed out her chest, and dragged Shen Yinyun inside, muttering, Yinyun, let's go? Time to enjoy the air conditioning. Chu Yi chuckled at her boldness, thinking to himself, how audacious. Just wait until I have the chance. Upon entering the spacious villa, Xianglan surveyed her surroundings, nodding occasionally and remarking, wow, Chu Yi, your home is quite impressive, though I imagine cleaning it must be quite the task. At the mere mention of cleaning, a grimace appeared on Xianglan's face. Shen Yinyun, equally intrigued, had never encountered such luxury before, having only seen opulent villas in films. The thought of helping Chu Yi tidy up filled her with anticipation. It seemed that even the smallest act of service for him brought her joy. She was at a loss as to why she felt this way. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Would you like something to drink? I'll fetch it for you. Chu Yi offered with a smile, gesturing toward the sofa for the 2 ladies to take a seat. Do you have orange juice? Xianglan inquired, plopping down on the luxurious sofa with a casual demeanor. Shen Yinyun hesitated, feeling it might be inappropriate, considering they were ostensibly there to work. Yinyun, do sit down. No need to be overly polite. Chu Yi chuckled, stepping forward to gently press her shoulder, encouraging her to take a seat on the sofa. Shen Yinyun felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her as Chu Yi pressed his hands down, compelling her to obediently take a seat on the sofa. That's more like it. What would you like to drink? Chu Yi inquired of Shen Yinyun. I'll have what Lan Lan has, Shen Yinyun replied softly, pursing her lips. She rarely visited others' homes and lacked experience in such social situations. Noticing Shen Yinyun's unease, Chu Yi shook his head with a chuckle. Weren't we getting along splendidly last time? We chatted so comfortably on WeChat. Why have you become so tense now that you're at my home? It seemed he would need to devise a way for her to relax, while also finding a way to send off the mischievous Xianglan, allowing the 2 of them some private time together. He certainly did not want that tempestuous older sister to disrupt his joyful moments with the angelic Nianyun. Yes, that would do. After the 2 women finished the orange juice he had retrieved from the fridge, Chu Yi gestured toward the staircase. You both should head upstairs to change into your work uniforms. Nianyun, your uniform is in the first room on the left on the 2nd floor. Xianglan, yours is in the first room on the right. If you're feeling a bit sweaty from the sun on your way here, feel free to take a shower in the room. All necessary amenities are readily available. The mention of work uniforms, even for the upbeat Xianglan, elicited a hint of shyness. What work uniform? It's clearly a maid outfit. She puffed her cheeks and shot Chu Yi an indignant glance. Pulling Shen Yinyun towards the second floor, Chu Yi reclined comfortably on the sofa, crossing his legs and admiring the graceful figures of the two women as they ascended the stairs, a smile playing on his lips. He had selected outfits that were both suitably fitting and alluring for them, and the thought filled him with anticipation. After waiting in the living room for over half an hour, the sound of footsteps thumping down the stairs finally reached him. When Shen Yinyun and Xianglan descended, Chu Yi felt as though a light had illuminated before him. The two goddess-like beauties, clad in distinct yet equally stunning maid outfits, were a sight to behold. Watching them blush and fidget as they made their way down, Chu Yi's heart swelled with delight. The money spent on those maid outfits was certainly well spent. Indeed, it appeared his taste was commendable. They both looked remarkably professional in their attire. Noticing the annoyed glares from the two women, Chu Yi quickly amended. I meant to say you look exceptionally elegant. He had intended to declare them very alluring, but seeing their bashful expressions, he refrained from doing so. After all, he mused, what if it overwhelmed them and they decided to quit? His leisurely life as the young master had only just begun. How could he possibly enjoy it without maids surrounding him? He had even planned for the afternoon. Once they grew weary from cleaning, he would invite them to enjoy his infinity pool. This way, the swimwear maid outfits would surely come in handy. Chapter 67. Alone with Shen Yinyun. The two women exchanged glances, resigned to their reality. Well then, let us begin cleaning, Shen Yinyun suggested to Xianglan. All right. Xianglan nodded in agreement as they headed off together to fetch cleaning supplies. Wait a moment. Chu Yi suddenly called out to them. Xianglan, you clean upstairs. And Yinyun, you take care of the first floor. He laid out his instructions clearly. There are 4 floors. Once you finish cleaning the first and second floors, you can move on to the third and fourth, and finally tackle the basement together. Can't we clean together? Xianglan protested, unhappy at the prospect of being separated from Shen Yinyun. No. Chu Yi firmly shook his head. What a joke. If I let you two stay together, how will I find opportunities to foster a deeper connection with Yinyun? For instance, by guiding her hand in hand while mopping the floor, or assisting her with dusting the tables. Fine. Xianglan sighed, trudging towards the second floor, her thoughts filled with grumbling. That scoundrel Chu Yi, he actually separated me from Yinyun. Just because he has a bit of money, he thinks he can act like this. How infuriating. Watching Xianglan ascend, Chu Yi turned to Shen Yinyun with a gentle smile. Yinyun, if you feel tired, don't hesitate to take a break. There's no rush with the cleaning. With the two of them back alone together, Shen Yinyun still appeared somewhat shy. Upon hearing Chu Yi's words, she shook her head fervently, looking earnestly at him. That won't do. I accepted your wages, so I must work diligently. Otherwise, wouldn't that be akin to slacking off? You make a fair point. Then let us proceed as you wish. Chu Yi was taken aback by her dedication, laughing heartily. If you need any assistance, just call out to me. I'll be right here on the sofa. Shen Yinyun nodded, replying, all right, but if I do call you, you mustn't find me bothersome. Chu Yi smiled indulgently. Why would I? You're so adorable. I would welcome your presence every day. Shen Yinyun scrunched her little nose and muttered softly. You really know how to charm a girl. What was that? Chu Yi had heard her, and since acquiring the system's physical enhancement, his senses had become superior to those of an ordinary person. Nonetheless, he was curious to see how Shen Yinyun would react. It's nothing. I'm going to start cleaning now. Shen Yinyun withdrew her neck and headed towards the kitchen. Seated in the living room, Chu Yi could see Shen Yinyun's busy figure through the kitchen's floor-to-ceiling glass. She began by sweeping the kitchen floor, then fetched a cloth to wipe down the sink, stovetop, and various corners, diligently attending to even the embedded appliances with care. This scene exuded a certain tranquility. Chu Yi found that even watching Shen Yinyun clean was a form of enjoyment in itself. At that moment, Shen Yinyun attempted to wipe the higher cabinets, but found herself unable to reach certain spots due to her height. Remembering Chu Yi's earlier words, she turned to glance toward the living room, only to find him staring fixedly at her. Shen Yinyun's heart raced, and she quickly averted her gaze, flustered. Oh dear. Has Chu Yi been watching me this whole time? It feels so strange to be under his gaze. Should I ask him for help? What a dilemma. Noticing her predicament, Chu Yi raised an eyebrow. It was time for him to step in. Yinyun, let me assist you, he said, approaching the kitchen with a soft voice. Chu Yi, could you help me find a ladder? Shen Yinyun suddenly requested. You need a ladder to reach the cabinets? Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback, having assumed she wanted him to help her wipe them down. Yes. Shen Yinyun nodded with a smile. The little angel is smiling. What a delightful sight. They say that looking at beautiful women can extend one's lifespan. Today, my life has surely been lengthened. I'll handle it. I'm tall enough to reach. After being momentarily dazzled by Shen Yinyun's smile, Chu Yi took a few seconds to regain his composure. No, it's only right to pay for services rendered. Shen Yinyun placed one hand on her hip, raising her index finger in front of Chu Yi and shaking it with a serious expression that was inexplicably endearing. All right, I'll go find a ladder. Chu Yi nodded and walked toward the living room, pulling out his phone to call Lung Qing. Hey, Lung Qing, could you send someone to buy a ladder and deliver it to my house? Understood, boss. It will be delivered within 10 minutes. Lung Qing's tone remained as indifferent as ever, though her voice was still melodious. What? So soon? Chu Yi was pleasantly surprised by the efficiency of her service. Indeed. Boss, there are more than 20 invisible bodyguards, including myself, diligently safeguarding your every move. Thus, running errands for you is exceedingly convenient. Purchasing a ladder is but a trifling task. 10 minutes should suffice, replied Lung Qing. Oh, splendid. By the way, Lung Qing, do you speak Japanese? Chu Yi nodded, unexpectedly posing a question that seemed entirely out of context. Yes. Lung Qing paused momentarily, but answered truthfully. As a top-tier mercenary, mastering multiple languages is an essential skill. Without it, executing cross-border missions would be exceedingly cumbersome. Very good indeed. Chu Yi remarked with a smile, nodding in approval. Then have someone deliver it to me shortly. Let us leave it at that for now. He hung up. Understood, boss. Chu Yi's inquiry about Lung Qing's proficiency in Japanese had merely been a whimsical thought. True to his word, within 5 minutes, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Chu Yi was met with two towering figures of muscular men. Even through their short sleeves, one could discern the sheer power of their physique, particularly their forearms, which appeared as if forged from steel. Although their muscles were not overwhelmingly bulging, it was evident to anyone that these two were not to be trifled with. Their cold, piercing gazes bore a hint of menace, standing tall with calloused hands. One of them sporting a long-healed scar across his face. They looked as formidable as one would expect. One could imagine that any child who met their gaze would inevitably cry. Yet, before Chu Yi, these two imposing figures adopted a demeanor of submission. The scarred man, hoisting the recently acquired ladder, forced a rather awkward smile typical of service staff, bowing slightly as he said, Boss, here is the ladder you requested. The other man, slicked back hair gleaming, remained silent, trembling slightly as he suppressed a laugh. The sight of the scar-faced man attempting to smile was utterly comical. Who would have thought that this individual, once capable of single-handedly overturning a dozen special forces soldiers, could appear so pitiable? The notion of smiling service proposed by their leader was indeed not for the faint-hearted. Upon noticing that the slick-back man was also chuckling, the scarred man bluntly stated, Boss, the leader has instructed us to provide smiling service. Please share your thoughts. The slick-back man's expression shifted drastically, and he quickly forced a smile that looked more painful than a frown. Chu Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. These two rugged men were surprisingly amusing. Well done, your smiles are radiant. Keep up the good work, he said cheerfully as he accepted the ladder, patting both men on the shoulder. Their faces momentarily faltered, yet they endeavored to smile even brighter. All right, you may leave now. Chu Yi, nearly bursting into laughter, urged them to depart. Both men, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly made their exit. Goodbye, boss. Their voices echoed from a distance as they vanished. Chu Yi shook his head, amused. It seemed his band of mercenaries was not only skilled, but also possessed intriguing personalities. Chapter 68, Shen Yinyun's First Kiss. Chu Yi carried the ladder into the kitchen, positioning it beside the cabinet that Shen Yinyun intended to clean. Steadying the ladder with both hands, he said to her, Come on, Yinyun. I'll hold the ladder for you. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Shen Yinyun hesitated, climbing up in such a short skirt. She worried that if Chu Yi glanced up even slightly, she would be exposed. Chu Yi, well aware of her concerns, patted the ladder with a reassuring smile. Rest assured. I want to look up. I am a respectable person. Indeed, how could a respectable person's actions be deemed as piquing? That would be called appreciating. Nevertheless, having promised Shen Yinyun, Chu Yi would not act inappropriately. There was nothing worth viewing anyway. He preferred to assist her practically. Seeing Chu Yi's demeanor, Shen Yinyun bit her lip and chose to trust him. After all, she had felt positively inclined towards him from the very beginning. All right then, I'll continue cleaning. Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, Shen Yinyun was quite adept at cleaning, swiftly climbing the ladder as though she had experience in the task. Chu Yi tilted his head and remarked, I didn't realize you were so brave. Yinyun, many girls fear climbing ladders, let alone cleaning. As she diligently wiped every corner of the cabinet, a smile graced her lips as she replied, Don't underestimate me. During the annual spring cleaning at home, I was always the one climbing up and down the most. Oh, why is that? Shouldn't your father be the one doing such tasks? Chu Yi inquired with curiosity. In his household, his father would handle the more strenuous cleaning tasks before the new year, particularly those requiring height to access hard-to-reach places. After a moment of silence, Shen Ninyun quietly replied, "My father has difficulty walking and has been bedridden for years." Upon hearing this, Chu Yi finally understood. No wonder Ninyun's family was in such dire straits. Her father's inability to work rendered them without a source of income. It seemed her mother must have borne the burden of supporting the family. The phrase weaker sex did not apply here. Shen Ninyun's mother must be an extraordinarily resilient woman. "I'm sorry, Ninyun, for bringing up something painful," Chu Yi expressed sincerely. "It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it." Shen Ninyun beamed, and although Chu Yi could not see her expression, her resolute tone resonated with him. If he could help Ninyun's father regain his mobility, it would surely bring her immense joy. Suddenly, an idea sparked within Chu Yi. This matter seemed rife with potential. At the charity auction hosted by Pei Yunxian, he had accumulated a great deal of admiration points. If the system's store offered various skills, surely there was something related to medicine. It was settled. He would exchange for a medical skill and assist his future father-in-law in healing his legs. Chu Yi felt as if he had triggered a hidden mission related to affection. Completing this task could undoubtedly bring Ninyun immense joy, and he believed he could accomplish it. "Right, system? System, although you are quite shameless, I remain wholeheartedly at your service." "Splendid." Chu Yi felt elated. It was the first time the system had directly responded to his teasing. It seemed it too hoped for him to win Ninyun's heart. Oh, but how could a respectable person's endeavors be described as winning over? It should be said that Ninyun was inclined towards him. As Chu Yi steadied the ladder, his mind wandered with these thoughts. He planned to exchange for the medical skill at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, Shen Ninyun let out a startled cry. "Ah? There's a bug." Chu Yi, taken aback, quickly looked up. Shen Ninyun, overwhelmed with panic, lost her footing and fell directly. Feeling the sensation of weightlessness, she shut her eyes in fear. "Oh no, if I land on the ground, I might end up in the hospital again. But where would I find the money for medical expenses? I haven't even earned enough from the advanced salary I took from Chu Yi. I hope it doesn't hurt too much. Ninyun, are you alright?" Chu Yi reached out to catch Shen Ninyun. Noticing her tightly shut eyes, he inquired with concern. Thankfully, due to his exceptional physique, had it been anyone else, they would merely serve as a human cushion. A grown adult, even a petite girl, falling from nearly 2 meters would be quite heavy. Most would be incapable of catching her. Shen Ninyun's mind entered a brief state of blankness. I didn't fall to the ground. Chu Yi caught me. In a moment of panic, as she regained her senses, Shen Ninyun felt Chu Yi's strong arm encircling her. Trembling, she fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes. Upon doing so, she was met with Chu Yi's concerned gaze, which warmed her heart. The internet had proclaimed that looking up at someone from below could render one unappealing. Yet from this angle, Chu Yi still appeared remarkably handsome. Shen Ninyun's lips parted slightly as she fell into a dreamy stupor. Noticing her lack of response, Chu Yi chuckled, intending to speak further, but was inadvertently captivated by Shen Ninyun's breathtaking beauty. They found themselves locked in each other's gaze, silence enveloping them. In Chu Yi's eyes, Shen Ninyun's fair face bore a delicate blush, a hue that any blush could not surpass, making her look enchanting. Perhaps it was due to her recent exertion that her body temperature had risen, or perhaps the shyness from being held in his embrace was causing her cheeks to flush. As he stared at the beauty in his arms, Chu Yi gradually lowered his head, prompting Shen Ninyun to close her eyes in bewilderment. Slowly, their heads inched closer together. Shen Ninyun let out a soft hum, opening her eyes only to find Chu Yi's eyes wide open as well, causing her to hastily shut them again. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Chu Yi launched a second wave of advance. In that moment, Shen Ninyun felt like a fish on a chopping board, utterly defenseless. Her mind was in a complete haze. What was happening? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Chapter 69, Mutual Affection, a Kiss Seals Their Fate. Just as Chu Yi prepared to take the next step, a voice from the second floor interrupted. What the heck? Why is there a cockroach on the second floor? As she descended to the first floor, Xianglan surveyed her surroundings and noticed movement in the kitchen, exclaiming, Chu Yi, your cockroach is enormous. I'm going to duel it. Before she could finish her sentence, she spotted the two locked in a kiss. Her scalp tingling as she felt the urge to flee up the stairs at an alarming pace. However, her interruption caused Chu Yi and Shen Ninyun to hastily part and stand upright. How infuriating. Just as they were about to embrace, Xianglan had to break in. Chu Yi harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Xianglan. Shen Ninyun shyly extricated herself from Chu Yi's embrace, lowering her head and fiddling with the hem of her shirt. Oh my goodness. She had just kissed Chu Yi. This was her first kiss. She hadn't expected to lose it in such a daze. And she couldn't even comprehend the sensation. What a pity. Yet, it seemed her first kiss had been bestowed upon someone quite admirable. He treated her so well and was undeniably handsome. Hee. Shen Ninyun cautiously lifted her gaze to sneak a glance at Chu Yi, only to quickly lower her head again. Feeling uncertain about what to do next, the kitchen was enveloped in a rosy atmosphere, and neither Shen Ninyun nor Chu Yi spoke. Not only was Shen Ninyun feeling anxious, but Chu Yi too was somewhat exhilarated. Truth be told, it was the first time in his life that he felt so stirred by a girl. This sensation was difficult to articulate, yet he could feel his face flushing, his breathing becoming rapid. His heart raced, perhaps stimulated by hormones. Chu Yi moved his dry lips, wishing to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. It was akin to a young boy nervously confessing his feelings to a girl for the first time, feeling shy and anxious. Normally, someone with his romantic history shouldn't react this way, yet before Shen Ninyun, he was inexplicably nervous. Was this what true heart fluttering felt like? Ding. Detecting that the host is undergoing intense psychological activity, the system is here to assist. To aid the host in making the correct choice, a harmless electric shock will commence. As soon as the system's prompt sounded, Chu Yi felt a current coursing through him. It was not unpleasant, more akin to static electricity, yet invigorating. Well done, system. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yi took Shen Ninyun's hand and solemnly declared, Ninyun, will you be my girlfriend? Shen Ninyun's pupils constricted, her heart racing wildly. Chu Yi had actually confessed to her? Reflecting on the myriad experiences of the past few days, sweet emotions flooded her mind, and she yearned to reply with eagerness. However, the self-doubt that had accompanied her throughout her life manifested as an insurmountable chasm, standing between her and Chu Yi. She lacked the courage to leap forward, fearing the consequences of making such a choice. What if, in the future, Chu Yi no longer liked her and discarded her? She might crumble, wouldn't she? Seeing Shen Ninyun's silence, her expression somewhat unnatural and her eyes reddening as if she might cry, Chu Yi felt a sense of helplessness. Why was Ninyun reacting this way? Habitually, he loosened a button at his collar, hoping to breathe easier and think more clearly to comfort her. Chu Yi, I know you treat me well, and I like you too, but I'm afraid to take this step, Shen Ninyun said, biting her lip. Her eyes glistening as she spoke to Chu Yi, she resolved to confront her inner self and lay her feelings bare. This way, even if they did not end up together, she would have no regrets. When Chu Yi confessed to her, she despised her own cowardice and insecurity. Why couldn't she boldly respond? Why did she lack the courage to face the future? Shen Ninyun, you are so weak. As she berated herself internally, tears began to fall. Hearing her words, Chu Yi sighed in relief. It turned out she didn't dislike him. She was just afraid to confront her feelings. However, as long as she liked him, that was enough. He was willing to clear all obstacles in her path. Anyone or anything that dared to hinder their affection would be crushed to dust. System. Host, you are impressive. Host, you are domineering. Admiration value 1. Good grief. I was just expressing my emotions. Could you not interrupt? And this admiration value is only 1. It lacks any semblance of prestige from the system. System. All right, host. Continue to woo your beloved. I won't disturb you. Behave, go play. System. Interjected by the system, Chu Yi found himself less tense. He took the initiative to pull Shen Ninyun into his embrace, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, gently stroking her back. Ninyun, I like you, and I want to be with you. So as long as you like me, that's enough. Now, all that's left is for you to nod in agreement. You need not worry or fear the future. As long as you agree, no one can separate us, and no one dares to do so. I will resolve all issues. You only need to be my little princess, my little angel. I will pamper you to the heavens, making you the happiest woman in the world. I, Chu Yi, always keep my promises. Chu Yi's domineering yet affectionate words flowed into Shen Ninyun's heart like a gentle stream, nurturing her parched soul. It was akin to a spring rain that moistens the earth, reviving her withered spirit. It was also like the dawn's light dispelling darkness, purifying her inner insecurities and weaknesses to nothingness. At least in this moment, Shen Ninyun found the courage not to retreat. She wrapped her arms around Chu Yi's waist, looking up at him with tear-streaked cheeks, pouting as she said, "Kiss me." Chu Yi's heart swelled with joy. It was accomplished. He lowered his head and tenderly pressed his lips against Shen Ninyun's. In that moment, there were no barriers between them, and they savored the exquisite delight, their bodies and minds completely at ease. Shen Ninyun, her cheeks flushed, valiantly suppressed her inner shyness as she dazedly responded to Chu Yi's advances. With her eyes closed, her thoughts wandered aimlessly. Meanwhile, Lung Qing, who had been silently observing and protecting Chu Yi from the shadows, promptly severed all surveillance feeds and issued orders for security to focus solely on the perimeter of Villa 1. Security levels would not be restored until their master departed the villa. All the subordinates exchanged knowing smiles, realizing they had gained an additional priority to safeguard. After a considerable time, Chu Yi finally ceased his actions. Ninyun, allow me to assist you to the sofa. Sit and tidy your clothes. I also have something to discuss with you. Shun Ninyun nodded, her face still radiant with blush, allowing Chu Yi to guide her to the sofa. What Chu Yi intended to convey was about treating Ninyun's father's leg. He had just taken a moment to check the system's marketplace and found that it indeed offered formidable medical techniques. Healing her father's leg should pose no challenge. Chu Yi organized his thoughts internally, poised to speak when suddenly a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for establishing a mutual affection with Shun Ninyun. Reward: world-class medical skills. We hope the host will continue to strive for groundbreaking progress. A mysterious grand gift awaits your claim. Astonished, Chu Yi marveled at the system's timely assistance. Feeling an overwhelming surge of confidence, he mused, Ninyun, do you trust me? Why do you ask? Of course, I believe in you. Shun Ninyun paused in her task of adjusting her clothing, lifting her gaze with wide, earnest eyes to Chu Yi. Having accepted his confession, she swiftly embraced her new identity. The shadows of her heart dissipated, leaving her considerably brighter. Shun Ninyun now appeared imbued with newfound confidence. Chu Yi felt genuine happiness for her. Astonished by the profound effect their kiss had wrought, it seemed he would need to indulge in such moments more often. By the way, I heard you mention your father's mobility issues. Might you take me to see him? Chu Yi grasped Shun Ninyun's hand, covering it with his other hand, smiling as he spoke. Perhaps I can heal your father's leg. A flicker of surprise crossed Shun Ninyun's face as she asked, Chu Yi, is that really true? You can heal him? Her disbelief was palpable. Chu Yi possessed so many talents. Shun Ninyun recalled their previous adventure in an escape room, where Chu Yi had showcased his impressive computer skills. Even when staff had deliberately deleted footage, Chu Yi effortlessly restored it. Now, he was offering yet another astonishing revelation. He could heal her father's leg? This shower of happiness left Shun Ninyun feeling slightly lightheaded. However, her father had suffered with this ailment for over a decade, and previous doctors had deemed it incurable. Could Chu Yi truly be capable? Indeed, I possess ancestral medical knowledge. I can heal most stubborn illnesses in the world. Now that we are together, I must do my utmost to assist my future father-in-law. Who knows, perhaps once I heal his leg, he might be so overjoyed that he will hasten our wedding arrangements. Chu Yi said with a grin, continuing his ministrations as he applied the knowledge from the system's newly bestowed medical expertise, skillfully kneading Shun Ninyun's delicate hands. As she felt waves of comfort wash over her, Shun Ninyun experienced a delightful tingling sensation. Tentatively, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but found it firmly grasped by Chu Yi. Flushing with bashfulness. However, she quickly reminded herself that Chu Yi was now her boyfriend, and allowing him to massage her hands was quite acceptable. Thus, she blushed further, surrendering to his touch. Yet, Chu Yi's deft technique left her yearning to vocalize her pleasure. When do you have time to visit my home? Shun Ninyun restrained herself from succumbing to the urge to sigh in delight, eagerly inquiring. How about tomorrow? I have invited some classmates for dinner tonight. I promised to treat them. Chu Yi contemplated before responding with a smile. That sounds good. Shun Ninyun nodded repeatedly, her heart bubbling with joy at the thought of her father's leg being healed. The rare smiles that seldom graced her face now appeared frequently, all thanks to Chu Yi. Her heart swelled with sweetness, inadvertently recalling his previous words when he had escorted her back to her dormitory. You are not at fault. This world is mistaken. You are an angel fallen to the mortal realm. I will make this world change for you. Perhaps Chu Yi truly was that angel, sent to save her from despair. How else could he be so perfect? Chu Yi, close your eyes, Shun Ninyun said with a teasing smile, her voice soft. Chu Yi paused in surprise, but complied, closing his eyes with a playful nod. You mustn't peek. Shun Ninyun waved her hand before his closed eyes. All right, since my Ninyun forbids it, I shall not open my eyes. Chu Yi maintained his eyes shut, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke gently. Seeing this, Shun Ninyun gathered her courage and planted a quick kiss on his cheek before swiftly returning to her original position. Mua. Chu Yi felt a warmth on his cheek as a fragrant breeze fluttered past him. Raising an eyebrow, he opened his eyes. This is your reward. Shun Ninyun fidgeted with her clothing, her cheeks slightly flushed, adding, I saw it in a drama. Chu Yi burst into hearty laughter. My Ninyun is simply too adorable. Shun Ninyun scrunched her nose, feigning a fierce expression as she asked, What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Chu Yi's laughter subsided, his eyes sparkling with joy as he gazed intently at her. Only when she began to fidget did he finally speak. What you did wrong was not kissing properly. Without further ado, Chu Yi pounced like a hungry tiger, capturing Shun Ninyun's soft, tender lips with fervor. Had it not been for the overwhelming urge building within him, he would have been content to pause there. However, given Ninyun's disposition, he knew such matters could not be forced. Too much initiative might yield adverse effects. He resolved to allow her to open her heart to him willingly, fully embracing their connection. Chu Yi believed that treating her father's leg would serve as a pivotal opportunity, a main quest in a romantic game that would undoubtedly yield an explosion of affection points. Once accomplished, their rapport would surely soar to new heights, possibly reaching maximum levels. After they had indulged in playful banter for a while, Shen Yinyun suddenly furrowed her brow, recalling something crucial. Chu Yi, did Lanlan witness our kiss just now? Her expression turned anxious, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. She had anticipated that her intimate moment with Chu Yi would have coincidentally caught Lanlan's eye. Ah, how mortifying. Lanlan will definitely tease me about it. Ah, right. I almost forgot about that. Chu Yi smacked his forehead. Just now, it seemed that Lan mentioned there were cockroaches on the second floor and came down to find me. Interrupting our little world of two, Shen Yinyun playfully shot a glance at Chu Yi, saying, although your statement seems perfectly reasonable, I can't shake off the feeling that something is amiss. Hee, that indicates I am merely speaking the unvarnished truth. Isn't it said that honest words may sound harsh? Just get used to hearing them. Chu Yi replied with a grin. All right, you've convinced me. Shen Yinyun conceded, then expressed her concern. Shouldn't you check on Lan? She is terrified of cockroaches. And besides, we are in the south, where the cockroaches are quite large. Chu Yi affectionately ruffled Shen Yinyun's hair, agreeing to her request. All right. You stay on the first floor and rest while I go take a look. The cleaning seems to be nearly done, so let us go swimming together afterward. Chu Yi stood up and pointed to the infinity pool outside the villa. Ah, I can't swim. Shen Yinyun waved her hands, a look of regret on her face. She had noticed the beautiful pool outside since the beginning, but unfortunately, she didn't know how to swim. No worries, I'll teach you, Chu Yi declared, his chest puffing with confidence. He had few hobbies but enjoyed teaching beautiful women how to swim, practice yoga, and work out, aspiring to contribute to the educational cause. After coaxing Shen Yinyun into agreeing to swim, Chu Yi ascended to the second floor. He deliberately softened his footsteps, sneaking a peek at what Xiang Lan was up to. As soon as he reached the second floor, he heard her muttering from the room beside the staircase. Damn Chu Yi, bad Chu Yi, lecherous Chu Yi. How could he have captured Yinyun so quickly? My pure Yinyun is being tainted. Cursed cockroach, taste my mighty slipper. Smack, smack, smack. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how would I have stumbled upon those two? Let us duel, you big pest. Smack, smack, smack. Chu Yi couldn't help but chuckle, barely suppressing his laughter. From Lan's incessant murmurs, he could discern the complexity of her emotions. Gently, he pushed the door open and saw Xiang Lan on her knees, relentlessly attacking a nimble cockroach with her slipper. From his vantage point, she was facing him, and as she caught sight of Chu Yi entering, she gasped and quickly covered her chest, scrambling to her feet. The cockroach, taking advantage of the moment, stealthily slipped away under Chu Yi's feet. As a friend who had assisted multiple times today, Chu Yi generously spared the cockroach. If it weren't for this pesky creature, he wouldn't have witnessed such an enchanting springtime scene. Chu Yi, what brings you here? Xiang Lan stammered, a hint of panic in her voice. With him present, did that mean he had overheard her earlier mutterings? I intended to check if you had finished cleaning, but I didn't expect you to speak ill of me behind my back. Chu Yi shook his head with a sigh. Not at all. I was merely battling the cockroach. Xiang Lan retorted, her cheeks flushed. She recalled the scene she had witnessed earlier when Chu Yi performed mouth-to-mouth on Yinyun. Today marked the second time, yet for some reason, this instance left her feeling unsettled. A vague discomfort coursed through her. What could it possibly mean? Ah, I know. It's definitely because Yinyun was taken away by that lecherous Chu Yi. Hence, I am unhappy. I heard it all. Just now. There was a cockroach sharing my name in the room, and you were berating it, calling it damn Chu Yi, bad Chu Yi, lecherous Chu Yi. Did that cockroach offend you? Chu Yi looked at Xiang Lan with an amused expression. So what if it did? Xiang Lan defiantly crossed her arms. Ahem. You're exposed again. Chu Yi pointed at her chest, reminding her. Ah. Xiang Lan gasped, quickly covering herself. It's all your fault for choosing this maid outfit. Now I keep exposing myself. She pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. Why is he so gentle with Yinyun, yet so harsh with me? All he does is bully me. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, exclaiming, What are you doing up here, you despicable rich man? Whether I've cleaned properly or not is none of your business. Hurry and go back to Yinyun. Chu Yi raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her intense emotions. He hadn't even said anything to provoke her. Just as he was about to speak, Xiang Lan pushed him, urging him to leave. Go on. Don't disrupt my cleaning. I'm going to annihilate every cockroach named Chu Yi in this room. Oh dear, this little girl is rather audacious. Isn't this a case of casting stones while hiding one's hand? This is intolerable. It simply cannot stand. Images of a plan he had long contemplated began to form in Chu Yi's mind. Seeing Xiang Lan gaze at him with her big, watery eyes, Chu Yi sensed something was amiss. Just as he was about to speak, Xianglan's demeanor shifted. She no longer appeared as forceful, but rather took on a delicate tone, saying, Chu Yi, could you hit me a couple more times? What? Well, as expected. You are indeed that kind of woman. Chu Yi delivered another slap, causing Xianglan to cry out in surprise. Humph, dare you threaten me with Nianyun again? Chu Yi said menacingly. Xianglan shifted her position, finding a comfortable stance, and pitifully shook her head, murmuring, I wouldn't dare. She was unsure of what was happening to her. She felt somewhat dizzy. Am I a weirdo? Why am I so happy? Indeed. A good maid should be this obedient. Chu Yi nodded in satisfaction, then added, You won't need to clean anymore. Nianyun and I plan to swim in the infinity pool. Would you like to join us? I want to. Xianglan's eyes lit up, her eagerness palpable. Yet, her expression quickly soured with disappointment, but I can't swim. Upon hearing Chu Yi's invitation, she had immediately agreed without thinking. However, she suddenly recalled her childhood experience of nearly drowning, which instilled a profound fear of water in her. Thus, she had never learned to swim. Yet, she longed to swim and play with Nianyun. After all, her attraction to Nianyun stemmed not only from her beauty, but also from her pure-hearted nature. She cherished this innocent friendship. Yes, indeed. No worries. Not being able to swim is not an issue. I will teach you, and you will learn effortlessly. Chu Yi waved his hand dismissively, smiling. With rewards and penalties, that is the way to educate. When the subject shows compliance, one must offer appropriate or substantial rewards. Over time, this will condition them to obey instinctively. Don't ask how Chu Yi knows this. Just know he learned it from watching nature documentaries. Training animals is quite simple. It just involves changing the target to a little tigress. Xianglan eyed Chu Yi warily, disbelief etched on her face. You can teach me to swim? You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you? Chu Yi cast her a disdainful glance, lightly retorting, You're overthinking it. Nianyun can't swim either. I'm primarily teaching her, and you are merely an addition. Although Xianglan had inadvertently revealed a flicker of his inner thoughts. How could Chu Yi ever admit it? Such matters of a handsome gentleman should never be equated with taking advantage of someone. This is referred to as the necessary physical contact in teaching. A fleeting sense of disappointment flickered through Xianglan's mind. It turns out he also intends to teach Nianyun. However, now that Nianyun has kissed him, their romantic relationship should be established, making the swimming lessons quite normal. There's nothing to be concerned about. Xianglan, you ought to learn how to swim as well, so you can save yourself in case of drowning. Quickly shaking off her distracting thoughts, Xianglan rose and prepared to sit on the edge of the bed. With an unceremonious pat on Chu Yi's shoulder, she declared, All right. In light of Nianyun, I shall reluctantly allow you to teach me how to swim. This way, she could gallop freely across the autumn peaks. How about I help you with a massage? Chu Yi hesitated for a moment, extending his hands to make a kneading gesture in inquiry. You lecher. Do you wish to take advantage of me? Xianglan refused outright, unwilling to entertain such a notion. How could such a delightful opportunity exist? After finishing his sentence, Chu Yi began to whistle, his eyes aimlessly surveying the room. In truth, he was subtly observing Xianglan's expression. Upon hearing Chu Yi's words, Xianglan's complexion fell into a state of turmoil. Although his words were merely a jest, they held a kernel of truth. Moreover, she had previously spent time alone with Chu Yi. Would Nianyun suspect an affair between them? Ugh, what affair? There is no such thing between her and Chu Yi. Nevertheless, it would be unwise to dismiss the implications entirely. Thus, the only thing left to consider was whether Chu Yi truly possessed the medical skills he claimed. An ancestral physician? He certainly didn't appear to be one. She could believe that a lecher might boast of inherited skills, but this? Seeing the doubt in Xianglan's eyes, Chu Yi became displeased. You may question my abilities, but you cannot doubt the capabilities bestowed upon me by the system. Ahem. Xianglan, do you not trust me? Chu Yi asked, his face stern and serious. Naturally, Xianglan nodded, asserting, of course. You hardly resemble a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Rather, you seem like the sort who deceives female patients in a bed, claiming to cure all ailments. Chu Yi was not offended, having just teased her. To impose further punishment would be excessive. Chapter 73. Teaching swimming. Seeing Chu Yi's unwavering confidence made Xianglan feel a twinge of guilt. Yet, her prideful nature forbade her from retracting her words. After a moment of contemplation, she clenched her teeth and acquiesced. Fine, let it be as you say. If you lose, I shall never wear a maid outfit again, and if I lose, I shall privately address you as master. Huh, got you. Chu Yi grinned, gesturing for Xianglan to lie on the bed. Come, let me reduce that swelling for you. Xianglan obediently laid down on the bed. Chu Yi, no longer interested in verbal sparring with her, found that engaging in action was far more enjoyable. She had lost. She would have to call Chu Yi master from now on. How utterly embarrassing. Chu Yi chuckled, recognizing her inner turmoil, but he refrained from pressing her further. He had teased her enough for one day. Being overly demanding would only lead to Xiang Lan's discomfort. Hadn't she already instinctively softened at the thought of calling him master? In the past, she would have never backed down so easily. Given that they had already spent some time upstairs, it was time to prepare for swimming. Xiang Lan, go downstairs and call Nian Yun. Have her come up to change into her swimsuit. Chu Yi said with a smile. The maid outfit could indeed come in handy. As expected, having an abundance of clothing is never a burden. There is always a time when it proves useful. Perhaps this is the reason women love shopping for clothes. Xiang Lan nodded obediently and, with her plump, shapely legs, made her way downstairs. Chu Yi watched her retreating figure, narrowing his eyes as he stroked his chin. One must admit, Xiang Lan's physique is truly exceptional. She resembled that popular female artist from Sakura country. No, she surpassed her by leaps and bounds. In any case, the title of exquisite beauty rightfully belongs to Xiang Lan. Before long, Xiang Lan returned, pulling Shun Yin Yun along to the second floor. Chu Yi had already prepared 2 sets of bikini-made outfits. They were neatly placed in 2 separate rooms, allowing the 2 girls to change. You both can wait for me after changing. I need to buy a pair of swim trunks. Although this house is spacious, it lacks some essentials. Chu Yi cheerfully informed them before heading downstairs. There was one thing he withheld, particularly the lack of swimwear for the female host. Hearing the shy exclamations from the girls as they caught sight of the bikinis, Chu Yi couldn't help but grin. Hee, bikinis forever. He took out his phone and called Lung Qing. Hey, Lung Qing, could you help me pick up a pair of swim trunks? Hello? Can you hear me? What size? The looser, the better. Tight ones are uncomfortable for me. Chu Yi casually stated, a blunt truth that might sound ostentatious to his male peers. On the other end, Lung Qing was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing as she spat in disbelief. Once Chu Yi ended the call, she promptly drove to the nearby mall, eager to see just how large the loosest swim trunks could be. 10 minutes later, Chu Yi cheerfully accepted the tote bag delivered by the scar-faced men. Sitting back on the sofa, he opened it to reveal a delightful surprise. All the trunks were extraordinarily loose. His subordinates certainly knew how to handle business. They deserved a reward. Chu Yi transferred 1 million to Lung Qing's card, sending a message that this was her reward before cheerfully making his way to the bathroom to change into his swim trunks. How could he not be joyful? Soon, he'd be teaching 2 stunning beauties how to swim. Such a privilege is beyond what many could dream of experiencing. However, before that, he needed to purchase a few more items. While showering and changing into his swim trunks, Chu Yi spent 5,000 points of worship value to acquire the swimming prowess skill. A wealth of swimming experience surged into his mind, as if he had undergone rigorous professional training from a young age. Whether it be competitive swimming or practical swimming, he grasped it all seamlessly. From professional competitive strokes such as butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, freestyle, and synchronized swimming, to practical techniques like armed swimming, water rescue, and free diving, Chu Yi mastered them all. Coupled with his enhanced physical condition, he could easily compete in world-class events, not just winning gold medals, but becoming a formidable contender. Among ordinary people, he was the king of the swimming world, the kind that plays with water like a pro. With such powerful skills, teaching 2 novices to swim would pose no challenge whatsoever. It was merely a matter of time. Noticing that the 2 girls had yet to emerge from their rooms, Chu Yi decided to seek them out directly. He first approached the door of Shun Yin Yun's room and knocked. Knock, knock. Yin Yun, are you ready? A voice as delicate as a mosquito's buzz floated from within. I'm ready. Chu Yi smiled, detecting the shyness in Shun Yin Yun's tone. Yet, every experience has its first time, especially since they were now a couple. For a young man, inviting his girlfriend to swim in his home pool is a perfectly normal affair, even if she is clad only in a bikini, as that is meant solely for his eyes. Chu Yi felt a sense of anticipation and knocked again, waiting for Shun Yin Yun to open the door. Chapter 74. The swimming lesson commences. Click. The sound of the doorknob turning echoed before him. Shun Yin Yun concealed herself behind the door, peeking out with a pitiful expression as she addressed Chu Yi, saying, Chu Yi, this swimsuit reveals far too much, doesn't it? Chu Yi, appearing rather bewildered, replied, does it? I thought that this style is quite common for women's swimwear. Indeed, women's swimwear encompasses more than just bikinis. However, Chu Yi had a particular desire to see Shun Yin Yun adorned in a bikini, and thus he intended to play along. As anticipated, Shun Yin Yun felt somewhat perplexed by Chu Yi's remark. Was this truly the only style of swimwear for women? She cast a dubious glance at him, noticing his innocent confusion seemed genuine. Could it be that Chu Yi was not well versed in women's swimwear? Did this mean she truly had to wear this to learn swimming? Yet it felt excessively revealing, didn't it? Nonetheless, the eager glint in Chu Yi's eyes rendered Shun Yin Yun unable to refuse. Ultimately, with a softened heart, she nodded in agreement. All right then, she acquiesced. Chu Yi's heart leaped with joy, and he smiled at her, saying, "In that case, why don't you go call Xianglan, and I'll wait for you both by the pool downstairs. Sound good?" "Sure." Shen Yinyun nodded, boldly swinging open the door. Since she had already consented to Chu Yi, there was no point in feeling shy. After all, he would see her soon enough. Moreover, she found herself rather pleased by his gaze. It was, after all, a source of pride for a girl to be appreciated by someone she fancied. If her figure held no allure for her boyfriend, that would truly be a cause for tears. Chu Yi was taken aback by Shen Yinyun's sudden boldness. Her flawless figure now showcased before him. At that moment, she stood at the door in a black and white bikini, her delicate form radiating an ethereal beauty akin to jade, her skin embellished with the faintest blush. Her long, dark hair was elegantly gathered, and her fingers fidgeted nervously. Though her flat abdomen lacked defined abs, it did not detract from her charm. Noticing Chu Yi's unwavering gaze upon her, Shen Yinyun felt her toes become restless. She bit her lip, summoning her courage to say, "Chu Yi, didn't you say you were going to wait for us downstairs?" "Oh, right. I was so captivated by the view that I completely forgot about the task at hand," Chu Yi exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up in genuine admiration. "As expected of my Yinyun, your figure could outshine all the women in Longhua. If you hadn't called me, I might still be lost in this reverie." No one can resist the allure of compliments, especially not a girl. Shen Yinyun felt her cheeks flush crimson at Chu Yi's praise. It was the first time she had received such admiration from the opposite sex regarding her figure. Moreover, the one praising her was someone she deeply liked. "I'll go find Xianglan now," Shen Yinyun said shyly, then took small, dainty steps past Chu Yi towards Xianglan's room. Chu Yi wore a smile, thinking that today was truly splendid. He made his way to the poolside, where he began his warm-up exercises, anticipating Shen Yinyun and Xianglan's arrival. He did not have to wait long before the two girls descended. With Shen Yinyun present, Chu Yi refrained from scrutinizing Xianglan too closely. After all, he didn't want to provoke any jealousy in Yinyun. Yet, Xianglan too looked stunning in her bikini, her natural beauty undiminished even without makeup. The two girls, each with their unique allure, stood awkwardly at the pool's edge in their loose-fitting bikinis. This scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Having completed his warm-up, Chu Yi smiled at them, saying, "You both must have seen my warm-up routine. Make sure to do some warm-up exercises before entering the water to prevent muscle cramps." Since neither of them had any experience swimming, the prospect of cramping would be particularly dire. After losing to Chu Yi earlier, Xianglan had become unusually quiet and compliant. Her expression tinged with shyness as she wore her bikini. Observing her silence, Shen Yinyun assumed Xianglan was simply feeling shy in front of Chu Yi. Prompting her to speak up, "Chu Yi, why don't you teach us how to warm up?" Chu Yi nodded and began instructing them on warm-up exercises. There are 3 steps to warming up before swimming: mobility exercises, flexibility exercises, and mimicking swimming strokes. Mobility exercises involve loosening the joints to ensure sufficient synovial fluid is secreted, promoting blood circulation and warming the body to prevent injuries. Flexibility exercises include stretches like leg and shoulder stretches. As for mimicking swimming strokes, the girls would wait until they were more familiar with the buoyancy of water, requiring Chu Yi to guide them step by step. Throughout the warm-up, Chu Yi maintained proper decorum, mindful of the fact that he was not alone with just one girl, but rather with 2. After about 10 minutes, the warm-up concluded, and Chu Yi descended into the shallow end of the pool, which varied in depth from 13 to 16 meters. "Come down carefully, you two," he called to them, waving his hand with a smile. Typically, swimmers are required to wear swim caps and goggles in pools, but given that they were in Chu Yi's luxurious pool, such concerns were unnecessary. Shen Yinyun and Xianglan exchanged glances, cautiously descending the steps into the water. Both were novices at swimming, and the slight pressure of the water was somewhat overwhelming. "Relax, breathe through your abdomen, and take a few deep breaths to acclimate to the sensation of being in the water," Chu Yi advised, noticing their discomfort. Following his guidance, the two girls practiced abdominal deep breathing, which indeed made them feel much more at ease. Seeing this, Chu Yi nodded approvingly. "Well done, both of you. Now, I'll teach you the breaststroke, which is quite simple to learn. First, you need to feel the buoyancy of the water and allow yourselves to float on the surface. Who would like to go first?" Shen Yinyun and Xianglan exchanged glances, both simultaneously stating, "I'll go first." Upon hearing each other speak, the two girls chuckled, signaling for the other to proceed. "Since you are both being so courteous, I shall decide. Yinyun, you go first," Chu Yi declared with a smile directed at Shen Yinyun. "Oh," Shen Yinyun nodded, then asked, "Chu Yi, what should I do now?" "Come, let me demonstrate for you," Chu Yi replied, relaxing his body and lying flat on the water's surface. In no time, he floated effortlessly. Experiencing swimming for the first time, Shen Yinyun felt a surge of excitement at seeing Chu Yi float so easily. She thought to herself that she could certainly achieve the same, right? "All right, Chu Yi clapped his hands together, standing upright and exhaling, then extended his hands towards Shun Yinyun with a smile. Come, Yinyun, take my hand, and let us see if you can float. Shun Yinyun, in a state of innocent bewilderment, nodded obediently and extended her hands to rest upon Chu Yi's. Now, take a deep breath, hold it, and slowly lay flat on the water's surface. Chu Yi earnestly instructed. Following his guidance, Shun Yinyun gradually relaxed her body, attempting to float. However, as soon as her cheeks touched the water, an immediate surge of anxiety gripped her, prompting her to struggle to rise. Yet, as a quintessential landlubber, she found it difficult to maintain her balance in the water. Her attempt to stand firm only resulted in her losing stability and toppling towards Chu Yi. "Ah!" she exclaimed. And in that moment, Chu Yi swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, steadying her flailing form. Instinctively, he soothed her by gently caressing her back, reassuringly stating, "It's all right, don't worry, you didn't T-fall." Xiang Lan, witnessing this scene, covered her mouth in astonishment. Was it appropriate to display such affection in her presence? As Shun Yinyun felt Chu Yi's large hand gliding over her back, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace. "Chu Yi, let me try again to see if I can float." She dared not glance at Xiang Lan's expression, keeping her head lowered as she prepared for another attempt. Remarkably, this time she found unexpected success. Chu Yi, taken aback, marveled at how Yinyun's learning ability surged under her nervousness and shyness. Just moments ago, she had nearly choked and toppled over, yet now she floated effortlessly. After a while, Shun Yinyun grasped Chu Yi's hand and emerged from the water, a bright smile illuminating her face. "So how was that, Chu Yi? Did I succeed?" Chu Yi chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek, and praised, "Indeed, Yinyun, you did splendidly. When I was learning to swim, it took me ages to float. I never expected you to succeed on your second try." His words were sincere, as he had indeed struggled to learn swimming without professional instruction. Previously, he had no means to hire a coach. He simply gathered with friends at the pool, relying on those who could swim to teach him. In contrast, Shun Yinyun had managed to float on her second attempt, undeniably surpassing his own capabilities. "Oh, she truly is the woman I've set my sights on," he mused. "Yinyun, you can now try holding onto the pool ladder and gradually increase your breath-holding duration while floating." Chu Yi pointed to the ladder, addressing Shun Yinyun. "Then I'll teach Xiang Lan how to float." Shun Yinyun nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "You must teach her well. She has always been afraid of water." As a devoted best friend, she frequently conversed with Xiang Lan and was well aware of her childhood near-drowning experience. She earnestly hoped Xiang Lan could conquer her fears and learn to swim. "Leave it to me. If I can't teach Xiang Lan, then no one in this world could," Chu Yi replied with unwavering confidence. This was not an exaggeration. Given his current skill level, few could swim better than he. While being an excellent swimmer did not guarantee effective teaching, the expertise of someone akin to an Olympic champion would undoubtedly simplify instructing a novice. Seeing Chu Yi exude such confidence, Shun Yinyun flashed him a radiant smile and pointed towards the ladder, saying, "I'm off then." Chu Yi nodded with a smile, encouraging her, "Go on." Shun Yinyun made her way to the ladder in the water, diligently practicing floating and extending her breath-holding duration. At that moment, Chu Yi finally had the opportunity to turn his attention to Xiang Lan, only to find her gazing at him with an expression of deep resentment, which left him somewhat flustered. It was apparent from her demeanor that she was quite displeased. Having been preoccupied with Shun Yinyun, he had inadvertently neglected her, which was rather inconsiderate. "Ahem, Xiang Lan, take my hand, and I'll teach you how to float." Chu Yi extended his hand towards her, though Xiang Lan appeared miffed. She had resolved to learn swimming and could not afford to give up midway. Following Chu Yi's guidance, she placed her hand atop his. However, the moment she grasped his hand, she sensed something amiss. Was he actually tickling her palm? Her eyes widened as she looked at Chu Yi, who was smiling and winking at her. "What is that about? Trying to appease my anger?" she thought, feeling decidedly obstinate. Determined to ignore Chu Yi, she mimicked Shun Yinyun's earlier actions, inhaling deeply before submerging her face in the water. Splash! The seawater engulfed her ears, and a faint sense of suffocation instantly brought back memories of her childhood drowning incident, filling her mind with dread. Overwhelmed by fear, she instinctively grasped for anything nearby. A primal reaction in the face of drowning. Chu Yi, keenly aware that something was amiss with Xiang Lan, quickly pulled her back up. In the water, Xiang Lan felt the tug and instinctively clung to him, her mind clouded with confusion as she sought solace in his presence. Noticing her frantic approach, Chu Yi did not shy away. It was clear that her fear of water was profound. If he were to retreat now, how disappointed would she be? In a moment of desperation, she clung to him like an octopus. "Xiang Lan, why don't you come down for a moment?" Chu Yi whispered softly in her ear, his gaze fixed on Shun Yinyun's every move. suppressing the urge to draw in a sharp breath. Nianyun, you must focus on practicing. Don't look over here. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself. Even if Xiang Lan had initiated the embrace, the situation was undeniably awkward. Xiang Lan, her face flushed like a steamed shrimp, remained silent. She longed to let go but was paralyzed by her fear of water. The moment she loosened her grip, the memories of her near drowning flooded her mind, making it impossible to willingly detach from Chu Yi. Yet, sensing her silence, Chu Yi found himself at a loss. He vowed never to swim with two girls simultaneously again. Xiang Lan, listen to me. Nianyun is over there, and this doesn't look good for us. Chu Yi leaned closer, whispering in her ear while gently patting her back for comfort. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Xiang Lan's cheeks flushed deeper, and she murmured, "What should I do?" The mere thought of Nianyun nearby intensified her shyness and guilt. Gathering her resolve, Xiang Lan gradually loosened her grip, attempting to detach from Chu Yi. Sensing this shift, Chu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she was letting go. Xiang Lan, just stand up straight, hold my hand, he instructed softly. The water is only 13 meters deep. You'll be fine. Obediently, Xiang Lan stood upright in the water, holding Chu Yi's hand. Observing her demeanor, Chu Yi surmised that teaching her to swim today would be challenging. Perhaps a one-on-one session would be necessary next time. Casting a glance at Nianyun, who was still diligently practicing her floating technique, he wiped the sweat from his brow, grateful that she had not witnessed the awkwardness. Yet, an inexplicable sense of guilt lingered within him, as if he had committed a transgression. Ding! The host has achieved intimate contact for the first time while teaching swimming. Reward, 1 Rolls-Royce. As a remarkable system owner, the host stands as the pinnacle of a pyramid, unbound by mundane perceptions. You deserve to possess any woman you desire. They deserve it too. My astounding system. Is this not utterly remarkable? Chu Yi believed his lavish system could aptly be dubbed the scoundrel incubator system. A Rolls-Royce, coupled with a few encouraging words, instantly banished his feelings of guilt. The system is truly formidable. It rivals even the best of psychologists. However, the system does possess a point. If he were to adhere to societal norms and pursue a relationship with Nianyun while forsaking Xiang Lan, could he truly do so? Chu Yi introspectively questioned his capacity to comply. Having already established a connection, however slight, he could not bear to witness Xiang Lan surrendering herself to another's embrace. The mere thought shattered his mind with a possessive fury. He would not permit it. Whether deemed a scoundrel or a philanderer, this is his conviction. To ensure that every girl who shares mutual feelings with him finds happiness. He firmly believes he can achieve it. System, indeed. Hey, why did you jump in ahead of me? I hadn't even asked you yet. System, a mature system never falls prey to the same trick twice. Very well. You have triumphed. Chu Yi chuckled, shaking his head as he emerged from his brief contemplation. He approached Nianyun, still floating and holding her breath, while gently lowering Xiang Lan to grasp the nearby handrail. Xiang Lan complied without hesitation. After a brief moment, Nianyun surfaced from the water, exhaling audibly. At this moment, she noticed both Chu Yi and Xiang Lan had come to her side. Hey, Lan, are you here to practice floating on the handrail too? Nianyun leaned slightly to the right, offering Xiang Lan space. Xiang Lan forced a smile, replying, "Not really. I'm still quite afraid of water. So Chu Yi asked me to hold onto the handrail to alleviate my fears." Chu Yi cast a surprised glance at Xiang Lan, marveling at her quick response. He had initially thought she had been somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, it was rather impulsive of him to have acted as he did. He wondered if Xiang Lan felt uncomfortable now. It appeared he would need to pay closer attention to her once he had assisted Nianyun's father with his leg. It would be best to find an opportunity for a private conversation and share their thoughts. No misunderstandings, just a simple heart-to-heart. Chapter 77, The Scoundrel Incubator System. Nianyun did not dwell on it further. She smiled at Xiang Lan, saying, "I knew you wouldn't overcome the psychological shadow of drowning so quickly. Come on, let us hold the handrail and practice together." Observing Nianyun's charming smile, Xiang Lan felt an even deeper sense of guilt. Nianyun was so kind. Yet she was engaging in such actions with Chu Yi on the side. It felt akin to an affair. No, she must distance herself from Chu Yi. She could not allow this despicable man to create a rift in her relationship with Nianyun. Xiang Lan resolved to maintain her distance, though she was uncertain if she could truly uphold this decision. During the ensuing swimming lesson, considering Xiang Lan's severe fear of water and her apprehension of any ambiguous actions being witnessed by Nianyun, Chu Yi instructed Lung Qing to procure buoyancy boards and snorkeling gear, including diving masks, breathing tubes, and fins. He intended for Xiang Lan to don the snorkeling equipment, lie on the buoyancy board, and gradually immerse her head in the water, allowing her to acclimate to the sensations of being submerged. Bit by bit, she would dispel the psychological trauma of her past drowning incident. With the assistance of snorkeling gear, Xianglan found herself less tense. After all, she could open her eyes underwater, avoid water entering her nostrils, and breathe through the tube, all while lying on the buoyancy board. Moreover, with Chu Yi nearby to watch over her, she felt there was little to fear. Shen Yinyun observed Xianglan's clumsy attempts to kick her fins and quietly chuckled to herself. Seizing the opportunity while Xianglan played in the water, Chu Yi began instructing Shen Yinyun on swimming techniques. He wrapped his arms around her waist to help her float, attempting the breaststroke. Throughout the process, he inadvertently took liberties, leaving Shen Yinyun blushing and unable to meet Chu Yi's gaze. After more than an hour of water play, Chu Yi finally led both girls out of the pool and back to the room to shower. Naturally, they bathed separately. Once they had finished, both girls changed back into their clothes. As evening approached, Chu Yi offered to drive the girls home. Shen Yinyun agreed, but Xianglan insisted on taking a taxi. Unable to persuade her otherwise, he relented and allowed her to return home on her own. Chu Yi then drove Shen Yinyun back to school, having promised her he would help with her father's treatment. At that moment, Lung Qin called. "Boss, someone just delivered a Rolls-Royce, claiming it was ordered by you." Chu Yi suddenly realized this was the reward the system had mentioned earlier. "Please drive it to Jiangbei University. I'll switch cars." Chu Yi instructed. "Understood, boss. I'll be there shortly." Chu Yi decided to wait at the school gate. Although it was Saturday, many boarding students had not returned home. Watching the passing youthful and vibrant girls, Chu Yi sighed. University life is indeed splendid. Indeed, the sight of long legs, alluring and charming attire, and a variety of styles was truly captivating. At least for Chu Yi, it was a delightful spectacle. The students passing by were equally drawn to the sleek, technologically advanced appearance of the Koenigsegg Gemera, whispering among their peers. "Wow, that car is so cool. I saw it. The guy in the driver's seat is quite handsome too. My goodness, what a divine man. I would swoon if he merely asked if I was available. I just want to know, does he fence?" Admiration points. 1. Admiration points. 1. Admiration points. 1. Observing the newly accrued admiration points, Chu Yi smiled. He truly hadn't been ostentatious. At times, when one flaunts too much, the allure of admiration points tends to fade. System, host, you truly know how to show off. Ahem, could you refrain from interrupting my contemplations on life? Chu Yi chuckled, bemused by the system's persistent interjections. However, at that moment, he caught sight of a familiar figure across the street, albeit one that seemed slightly altered. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find it was Koenigsegg, who had evidently made an effort with his hairstyle. He had anticipated that Koenigsegg had been sincere during their last encounter. Not only had he indulged in pancakes and chicken strips, but he had also visited a stylist. Most surprisingly, a girl was accompanying Koenigsegg. Were they on a date? Chu Yi concealed himself in the car and snapped several photos of Koenigsegg and the girl. He then created a temporary group chat with Go Di and Ling Lin Lin, sharing the freshly taken images. Chu Yi. Picture, picture, picture. Chu Yi, guys, look. This study committee member, Koenigsegg, has actually gotten a haircut and is on a date with a girl. Our boy is thriving. Ling Lin Lin. Wow. Koenigsegg has a girlfriend now? When will my spring come? Gaudi. It appears I must hasten my pursuit of romantic conquests. I absolutely cannot be the last among the four of us to find love. Chu Yi. I'll provide you with a live broadcast. Oh my, it seems Koenigsegg is about to confess his feelings to that girl. Allow me to record a video. Suddenly, 3 individuals clad in Kumaman costumes appeared, each bearing flowers, balloons, and gift boxes, approaching Koenigsegg and the young woman. This spectacle drew the attention of numerous students and passers-by, as it is in the nature of our compatriots to gather around lively scenes. Wherever there is excitement, there will be onlookers. Many from Chu Yi's group rushed to the opposite street to get a closer look. Fortunately, with his keen hearing and sharp eyesight, Chu Yi was able to see everything clearly from across the street. Koenigsegg first accepted a bouquet from one of the Kumaman figures, presenting it to his companion with both hands, sincerity etched on his face as he said, Mei, will you be my girlfriend? I promise to treat you well. The girl, known as Mei, furrowed her brows upon hearing Koenigsegg's public declaration. Casting a glance at the surrounding crowd, she replied, Koenigsegg, didn't you say we would only be friends? Taken aback, Koenigsegg quickly retorted, but we've been on several dates. And you've allowed me to hold your hand. You accepted my gifts. Our relationship surely extends beyond mere friendship, doesn't it? Don't you have feelings for me? Can't friends hold hands? Can't friends go out shopping together? Can't friends receive gifts? Moreover, I prefer someone with a stable financial background. Do you think you can support me? Mei's string of questions left Koenigsegg speechless. Although her words seemed harsh, the evident ambiguity in their relationship suggested that there was more than mere friendship at play. After spending time together, Chun Mei's demeanor did not reflect disinterest in him, which led Chen Xin to orchestrate this confession, only to encounter such an unexpected response. Yet, with the situation at this juncture, he steeled himself to continue his declaration. It was better to face rejection than to retreat without a fight. Chapter 78. Truly, my son Xin is remarkable. However, I believe there is mutual affection between us. Chen Xin spoke with a hint of uncertainty, lowering his voice. Chun Mei crossed her arms, her expression one of disdain as she replied, "Can you not be so naive? Just take a look at yourself. Your height is only 1.7 meters, and you are not conventionally handsome. Your hairstyle appears as if it were edited in a photo. You lack financial stability. Being with you would be a waste of my youth. A woman's youth is precious and lasts only a few years, you know? To me, you're nothing more than a mere jack, even less than a spare tire." Chun Mei's biting words widened Chen Xion's eyes in disbelief. He could hardly reconcile this woman with the Chun Mei he thought he knew. Hadn't she always appeared charming, occasionally playful during their conversations? How could she utter such harsh statements? Chu Yi observed the unfolding drama, face-palming as he lamented, "Alas, this foolish son of mine. Daring to confess without grasping the other person's feelings. It seems he's in for a rough time." At that moment, a call from Lung Qing interrupted his thoughts. As Chu Yi monitored the scene, he answered the phone. "Hello, boss. I have just arrived at the street opposite Jiangbei University." As soon as Lung Qing's words left her lips, Chu Yi noticed a black Rolls-Royce gliding towards them, coming to a halt across the street. The appearance of the luxurious vehicle drew the attention of the crowd gathered at the confession scene, including Chen Xian and Chun Mei. An idea sparked in Chu Yi's mind. But before he could speak, he saw Chen Xian glance at the Rolls-Royce and suddenly shout, "Humph! I never imagined you were a gold digger. Clearly, I misjudged you. I intended to play the role of a loser to test you, but you have revealed your true nature. I would rather not have someone like you, a superficial person." With that, Chen Xian tossed the flowers aside and seized the gift box from the Kumaman figure, striding purposefully towards the Rolls-Royce. The onlookers were utterly astonished. What a dramatic turn of events. Chun Mei, equally astonished, stood speechless with her mouth agape. Could it be that Chen Xian was actually a hidden wealthy heir? But no. How could a rich young man possess such a crude demeanor? Chun Mei remained skeptical, rooted in place, eager to see how Chen Xian would approach the car. Chu Yi was thoroughly entertained by Chen Xian's antics, having already guessed his intentions. They had previously watched a comedic skit that mirrored Chen Xion's current actions. Truly, my son Xian excels at overacting. He spoke into the still-connected phone with a grin. "Lung Qing, please assist that unfortunate soul whose confession has failed. He is my roommate." "Understood, boss," replied Lung Qing. "By the way, do not hang up. Put it on speaker. I want to record this." Chu Yi added with a smile. "Sure." Lung Qing responded, activating the speakerphone and placing the device in the side compartment. She then turned to a burly man sitting in the back seat, saying, "Ajun, the boss has commanded you to cooperate with that unsuccessful suitor." Ajun nodded in agreement, replying, "All right, Lung Jia." The car fell into silence. But this quietude was soon shattered as Chen Xian approached the Rolls-Royce, muttering angrily, "Damn it, I clearly misjudged her. I will never believe in love again. I'll just play with my flashy cars and young models. Women are dispensable. I can have any woman I desire with my wealth. What does it matter if I'm a little shorter? Don't you know that a lean horse can still run fast? I can show you what I've got." His words were clearly directed at Chun Mei, his voice booming. Reaching the Rolls-Royce, Chen Xian effortlessly opened the rear door and slipped inside. After somewhat awkwardly closing the door, he turned to face the impassive Lung Qing and Ajun, forcing a smile as he clasped his hands together and sheepishly said, "Big brother, big sister. May I sit in the car for 5 minutes? I just had a failed confession and wish to use the Rolls-Royce to save face." Lung Qing and Ajun exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Chu Yi listened to the conversation on his phone, suppressing his laughter. He planned to edit the most amusing parts of this recording to share in their group chat, intending to use it as a wake-up alarm for Gaudi and the others in the future. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Lung Qing glanced at Chen Xian and inquired, "Are you doing this to make that woman regret her decision?" Chen Xian scratched the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor as he nodded. "Yes. What else would you like to do? We can assist you. I'm in a good mood today," Lung Qing remarked coolly. Chen Xian waved his hands, shaking his head as he replied, "No, just let me sit in the car. That will suffice." This ploy was something he had seen in a comedic video online, and he had impulsively decided to emulate it. After all, failing in his confession would be embarrassing. He might as well take a gamble. If successful, he would regain his pride. If not, it would merely be another embarrassment. However, once inside the car, Chen Xian felt the intense scrutiny of the imposing Ajun, nearly causing him to panic. He feared he might be ejected from the vehicle. Thus, simply managing to sit in the Rolls-Royce felt like a stroke of luck, and he dared not ask for help in maintaining his facade. Meanwhile, the crowd outside erupted in astonishment. Wow, our school keeps producing such extraordinary figures. I recall that on Valentine's Day, a wealthy young heir feigned being a commoner, only to have his true identity revealed when his confession met with failure. And now, it appears we have another such instance. As I calculate the omens, it seems a change is on the horizon. TSK, just observe the expression of that materialistic woman. It is quite amusing. At this moment, Chun Mei has begun to entertain the possibility of Chun Xian's true identity. After all, how could he so effortlessly sit within a Rolls-Royce? Following a brief moment of hesitation, she approached the luxurious vehicle with unreserved enthusiasm, her face adorned with a beaming smile as she gently tapped on the window. As the window descended, Lung Qing and Ah Jun, seated in the back, were perfectly timed as Ah Jun produced a grand cigar from his suit pocket, respectfully offering it to Chun Xian while stating, "Young master, your favorite Padron cigar." Chun Xian, taken aback, turned to Ah Jun, his mind racing with a whirlwind of astonishment, confusion, and excitement. Good heavens, how perfectly he plays along. It seems this forces me to maintain the facade. Clearing his throat, Chun Xian nonchalantly accepted the Padron cigar, toying with it momentarily before pinching it between two fingers and offering the tip back to Ah Jun, signaling for him to light it. All of this transpired under Chun Mei's watchful gaze, who marveled at the transformation in Chun Xian's demeanor. Indeed, he is a man worthy of her affections. How strikingly handsome he is. After Ah Jun ignited the cigar, Chun Xian took a deep puff before turning to exhale smoke out the window. His puff. Noticing Chun Mei's eager gaze, a smirk graced Chun Xian's lips, and a devil-may-care attitude enveloped him as he casually remarked, "Oh, our Princess Mei seems quite interested in standing outside my grand Rolls." Chapter 79. If you're feeling good, thank Daddy quickly. Lung Qing exchanged a knowing glance with Ah Jun, recognizing that their master's brother possessed a talent for performance that was truly wasted outside the acting realm. Chu Yi, listening to the sounds emanating from the phone, struggled to suppress the urge to laugh. Goodness, Chun Xian is impressive. The Golden Horse Award for Best Actor should undoubtedly belong to him. Chun Mei, unfazed by the smoke swirling around her, playfully adjusted her hair and flashed what she believed to be an enchanting smile. Chun Xian, you are so annoying. Confessing in front of so many people puts immense pressure on me. That previous comment was merely to encourage you, to inspire your ambition. I didn't truly intend to reject you. The overly flamboyant tone of her voice left the three occupants of the car exchanging bewildered glances. Chun Xian felt as though he had been struck blind, wondering how he had ever found such a woman appealing. In truth, it was mainly the sudden acquisition of his ostentatious identity that had revealed Chun Mei's materialistic side. Had Chun Xian always been in the role of a sycophant, Chun Mei would undoubtedly have presented herself with an air of superiority, never deigning to show him such a side, for there would be no need. Thus, when these two contrasting facets of Chun Mei appeared before Chun Xian, he felt a significant disparity, realizing he had misjudged her all along. With a faint sigh, he thought it might be for the best. Being with such a woman would indeed be a true misery. I know Princess Mei looks down on me. I would suggest you seek your prince at the White Horse Club instead. I, being short, unattractive, and poor, can hardly aspire to your lofty heights. Having seen through Chun Mei's true nature, his words dripped with irony. What is the White Horse Club, after all? A brothel. The term prince used there is all too evident in its implications. Yet, Chun Mei remained undeterred, her smile radiant as she sweetly replied, "Oh, Chun Xian, haven't you always wanted to drink with me? How about we go for a drink right now?" If she could latch onto a wealthy heir like Chun Xian, sacrificing a bit of dignity was a small price to pay. Her intentions were clear. Should Chun Xian agree, she would willingly strip herself bare and obediently prepare for his indulgence. Had she spoken such words to Chun Xian before, he would have undoubtedly found himself elated. But now, her words struck him as jarring. On the other hand, his identity was but a hollow pretense, an impulsive act of bravado that he could never genuinely endorse. Thus, Chun Xian's expression hardened as he coldly rebuffed her. "You shameless gold digger, get lost. If you linger here any longer, I assure you, my warnings will evolve into something far more serious." Upon hearing Chun Xian's words, Ah Jun stepped in with fervor, crossing his arms as the sound of cracking knuckles echoed ominously. He twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, then flashed a menacing grin at Chun Mei, his icy gaze radiating hostility. Chun Mei's heart raced as she paled, stumbling back several steps, her high heels failing her as she fell to the ground. Though evening had fallen, the sun's rays remained scorching, the ground beneath her akin to a searing iron plate. In that moment, her mind conjured images of braised abalone and grilled peaches. Struggling to rise, She found her legs weak from the fright of Ah Jun's piercing glare, and despite her efforts, she barely managed to lift herself before collapsing back down. Such a two-time braising technique would render the ingredients delightfully tender and succulent. Let us leave, Koenigsegg said without a glance in Chun Mei's direction, his tone dismissive. Lung Qing rolled up the window, and the Rolls-Royce glided away into the distance. As the saying goes, if one is to put on a show, it must be a complete performance. Since he was aiding his friend, it would be rather lowly to feign grandeur and then simply depart. The proper course of action was to humiliate the gold digger before making a graceful exit. Surely, the boss would understand. As the Rolls-Royce departed, it left behind the materialistic Chun Mei, along with a gathering of onlookers nearby. How utterly hilarious. This woman, blind to opportunity, has just forfeited her chance to ascend to greatness. It is evident. Her countenance suggests a life of toil ahead. I must say, witnessing the facade crumble is quite entertaining. When will I have the chance to experience this myself? Let me set a modest goal. Once I earn enough for a Rolls-Royce, I shall seize my opportunity. Listening to the jeers and mockery of those around her, Chun Mei's countenance turned desolate. Her heart ached profoundly. Once, a precious man stood before her. Yet she failed to cherish him. If only she could relive that moment. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret. And women lacking capability who seek unearned wealth often find themselves bereft of both fortune and love. The affluent are not fools, nor are the wealthy heirs. They possess their own standards for companionship. A woman who is merely pleasing to the eye, lacking in substance, cannot hope to become the worthy partner of a rich man. At best, she remains a fleeting dalliance. The only gold diggers with any chance of ascension are those who latch onto the fortuitously wealthy, yet unrefined. The Rolls-Royce circled around, finally resting in the parking lot of a shopping center near Jiangbei University. It was only then that Koenigsegg, unable to contain himself, coughed dramatically and remarked, "Wow, brother, this cigar is quite harsh. Do the wealthy truly enjoy such things?" Ah Jun chuckled, taking the cigar from Koenigsegg's hand and wiping it clean before inserting it into his own mouth. What wealthy person would smoke this? I bought it from a certain treasure online for just 25 bucks each. But as long as one has the confidence, it can be a Padron cigar. So, how was the act? Did it feel good to play the part? Koenigsegg nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude. I've always watched others perform such acts in videos. While it appears exhilarating, I never felt a sense of immersion. Today has truly been a remarkable experience for me. I must say, this is not merely delightful. It is exceptionally exhilarating, more so than the fleeting glory of a once popular star. At that moment, my phone, resting in the storage compartment, chimed with the unmistakable voice of Chu Yi. "Ha, my dear ex-heir, if you're enjoying yourself, don't forget to thank your father." Upon hearing Chu Yi's voice, Koenigsegg was left momentarily dumbfounded. He glanced at Lung Qing and A Jun, only to find them adorned with faint smiles, coupled with Yi's voice. It dawned on Koenigsegg completely. Goodness, this luxurious Rolls-Royce also belongs to Yigu? Yigu has orchestrated a little charade with his subordinates for me to regain my pride? Oh my goodness, no more words needed. Yigu is truly impressive. Koenigsegg's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed at the top of his lungs. Ha ha. The sound of Chu Yi's hearty laughter echoed from the phone. Chapter 80. Yigu, do you accept sons? Admiration points 100. Admiration points 100. Admiration points 100. Koenigsegg's admiration points surged by several hundred. Chu Yi smiled faintly, surprised that helping his son save face also earned him some admiration points. He drove to the shopping mall where Lung Qing and the others were located, quickly spotting the eye-catching Rolls-Royce. A Koenigsegg Gemera glided to a halt beside the Rolls-Royce. A Jun swiftly exited the vehicle, scampering over to the Koenigsegg Gemera with utmost respect to open the door for Chu Yi. "Boss." Chu Yi nodded with a smile, remarking, "A Jun, you performed remarkably just now. You shall receive an additional bonus of 100,000 this month." A Jun nodded enthusiastically in response. "Thank you, boss. You are so generous." It must be said that their master is exceedingly magnanimous. Handing out a bonus of 100,000 so casually is something that could not be earned through the grueling work they used to do as mercenaries. In comparison, their former lives as mercenaries seem like heaven and hell juxtaposed. "Now, please drive this sports car into the underground garage of Huafu Houding," Chu Yi instructed, pointing to the still-ignited Koenigsegg Gemera behind him. A Jun nodded, taking his place in the driver's seat of the Gemera and driving off. Chu Yi glanced at the still-dazed Koenigsegg seated in the Rolls-Royce and chuckled, calling out, "What's the matter, ex-heir? Can't recognize me?" Koenigsegg, still in a daze, replied, "Yigu, do you mean what you said?" This question momentarily puzzled Chu Yi, who asked, "What did I say that counts?" With a radiant smile on his face, Koenigsegg shamelessly replied, "About you accepting me as your son?" Chu Yi, Lung Qing. Goodness. I considered you a brother, and you truly wish to be my son? Oh, ego, please don't look at me like that. Today, for the first time, I experienced the joy of being wealthy. When I heard you call me Exiner, it struck me that perhaps this wouldn't be such a loss. Koenigsegg chuckled. If you're in need of a godson, I wouldn't mind. Chu Yi replied, both amused and bewildered. You really want to be my son? You're quite the dreamer. All right, enough joking. We have a class gathering tonight. Chu Yi interrupted Koenigsegg's fanciful thoughts. If he were to have a son like Koenigsegg, his ancestors would surely rise from their graves to put an end to it. In order to preserve the esteemed reputation of the Chu family, Koenigsegg nodded, looking dejected, which caused Chu Yi to click his tongue in disbelief. Goodness! Could he be retreating to advance? After this exchange, he might genuinely hesitate to call him Exiner again. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Lung Qing observed the two with a strange expression, wondering if today's youth have become so advanced in their thinking. Is it now commonplace to recognize a father on a whim? Has she fallen behind the times? Alas, she feels aged. Chu Yi did not dismiss Lung Qing. Instead, he opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce and took a seat inside. After all, a vehicle of such caliber as a Rolls-Royce certainly deserves a chauffeur. Having a stunning beauty like Lung Qing as a driver is simply splendid. Casting a glance at Koenigsegg, who was still sighing beside him, Chu Yi patted his shoulder and said, Don't wear such a forlorn expression. Didn't you just experience a heartbreak? Tonight, we have the class gathering. Let us strategize on how to approach the girls in our class. Many of the girls in our class have delightful personalities. What Chu Yi stated was indeed true. The camaraderie among their classmates was quite amicable. They treated each other with respect, often engaging in playful banter, without any sense of condescension or conflict among them. The girls were not only pleasant, but also possessed looks that were above average. This was precisely why Chu Yi was eager to treat his classmates to dinner. If their relationships were strained, then why bother with a meal? It would be inconceivable. Koenigsegg shook his head despondently. Alas, ego. It's not that I don't wish to pursue the girls in our class, but rather, I lack the confidence. Over the past 3 years in university, while the ladies may not know me intimately, they are quite familiar with me. With my less than stellar height, mediocre looks, and my family's legacy of being a purveyor of study materials, what interest could the girls possibly have in me? Chu Yi stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. Uft. Lung Qing couldn't help but laugh at this moment. Her master is a bit too mischievous. Shouldn't a normal person offer some words of comfort? What kind of response is this? Koenigsegg's expression grew even more despondent, although he spoke the truth. Is it really appropriate for Igu to agree so wholeheartedly? Hey, Sinjin, how about this? Chu Yi suddenly clapped his hands, smiling as he said, I plan to start a company and establish a legal department. Don't you have a relative who is a lawyer? If you can bring that lawyer relative to me, I'll offer you the position of HR manager with a salary at the highest standard in Jianan City. What do you say? Are you in? Koenigsegg's eyes lit up at the enticing offer from Chu Yi. However, thinking of his intimidating lawyer relative, his expression faltered. He was quite wary of that particular elder. Nevertheless, Igu's proposition was akin to a pie falling from the sky, presented right to his mouth. All he needed to do was open his mouth to enjoy this delectable treat. If he turned it down, he would truly be a fool. Igu, I'm in. Koenigsegg gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. All right, it's settled then. Chu Yi smiled, patting Koenigsegg on the shoulder in encouragement. His intention was merely a spontaneous decision without any ulterior motives. If one must attribute a purpose, perhaps it is to lend a hand to Koenigsegg. As the saying goes, when one ascends, their kin also rise. Chu Yi is not a heartless individual, now that he possesses the means. He is willing to assist his close comrades. Furthermore, it requires little effort and incurs no loss, so why not? Coincidentally, Guodi and Ling Linlin can also be arranged accordingly. With Ling Linlin's physique, she would be suitable as the security department manager. As for Guodi, his cleverness would make him a perfect fit for the marketing department manager. Regarding these young fellows who may lack extensive skills, no worries. There are still positions for deputy managers available. These roles can be filled by seasoned professionals, ensuring the department runs smoothly while allowing Koenigsegg and his companions to learn from their respective deputy managers. Of course, this is merely Chu Yi showing some benevolence to his brothers, given their 3-year bond. Should they, as a consequence, become complacent and indolent, eschewing progress in favor of idleness, then Chu Yi would indeed reconsider the validity of his arrangements. The mention of the company brought to mind thoughts of his parents. Once the company is established, he intends to bring his parents to Jianan to enjoy a life of comfort. Luxurious residences and opulent automobiles shall be arranged, along with domestic help to attend to their needs. After a lifetime of toil, it is high time they relish in the fruits of their labor. This week has proven to be rather demanding, but he resolves to visit home next week. Chu Yi silently made his decision. He has come to a realization. Bolstered by the support of the system, there is little reason to be overly apprehensive. As long as he can provide his parents with a reasonable explanation that alleviates their worries, all will be well.